Chapter 41. It was only natural that the atmosphere in the classroom became strange after the seniors left. Hey, you, could I talk to you for a second? What is there to talk about? Even though everyone went back, the little senior, Redina, stayed behind and called out to me. She wasn't aggressive in the least when she asked to talk with me. She actually looked very scared, even though she had been sending me death glares to up until now. She took me out and dragged me to the stair landing so that no one could hear us. What is it? Are you crazy? What do you mean, crazy? Art is second ER Class A's number 3. Don't you know what that means? Do you want to die? They naturally thought I'd just embrace the disgrace and refuse the duel. I only won by taking advantage of his weak spot last time, so that guy knew I wasn't good at fighting. He won't kill me. You said you don't have any skill or talent, so what makes you so confident? Are you an idiot? Adriana told me yesterday that this little brat was actually forced to do this and that she was a really weak-hearted girl. She actually looked pretty fidgety now. She was excited at the thought of throwing insults at me if I were to refuse the duel, but when I chose the other option, which was crazy, she was rather frightened. Duels aren't a joke. There were kids who got really badly injured in them. Go to Art quickly, apologize and beg him for forgiveness. Things are just getting too weird, you idiot. Art would have let you go if you sincerely apologized. She also told me how embarrassed he was. Knowing that I wasn't good at fighting, he applied for a duel and tried to get an apology out of me if I didn't agree to it. After Adriana told me that she was a good kid yesterday, I was wondering what kind of person she actually was, but she really seemed like a nice girl. What is life? I shrugged. If I get beaten to death, then that's what's gonna happen, I guess. Redina seemed totally dumbfounded by my nonchalant response. The duel was decided to take place 2 weeks later in the first year Class A's dormitory. During that week, what kind of miraculous talent could I get that would help me win against a second-year student of the royal class in a duel? I just hoped that this was psychologically pressuring enough. I really hoped that I didn't have to prepare a situation similar to when I was escaping from the Demon King's castle and almost died. I hoped with all my heart that this would be enough. It was true that I was scared because I was sure to get beaten up badly, but I couldn't keep doing this with my ability locked. Event quest. Duel with Art Degates. Description. Art asked for a duel for defaming him. The probability of you winning is very low. Goal. Go through with the duel. Completion reward. 600 points. Consolation reward. 200 points. An event quest appeared as if it was natural. And in this case, even losing would pay off. I would be rewarded just for having the duel. The probability of me winning this duel was so low, there probably was a way to avoid it. So even if I wouldn't be able to make my talent awaken through this psychologically pressuring situation, I would get rewarded. Why was it giving me pity prizes now? Even though I did this to myself, I still felt a bit depressed. Duels were allowed within temple, but a teacher must watch over them. Otherwise, they might actually kill someone in that duel. Mr. Eppenhauser was staring at me silently. Since Mr. Eppenhauser had previously stated that he would be the observer if a duel were to ever occur, so I reported this matter to him. If the duel has been agreed upon by both parties, there is no problem. Write down the location, date, and time. The teacher didn't ask me if I was crazy. He was a good and interesting guy in that he worried rarely or wouldn't meddle unnecessarily. Aminus 11 Reinhardt would duel with a sophomore. Naturally, that rumor was coursing through Class A and then spread to Class B. To be precise, it was during the PE lesson, which was joint. Reinhardt, what the hell happened? A duel? With a second grader? Ludwig asked me after the short break between running exercises and strength training. I guess he became worried because he heard about this all of a sudden. This and that happened. I'm too lazy to explain all that. Wouldn't it be better if we could end this all with an apology? Won't you get seriously hurt? Ludwig was stubborn and insisted on what if I were to get hurt, and how it would be better if I just ended this all with an apology. Although the classes were divided into A and B, maybe because we were still in the same grade, the Class B kids were also looking at me worriedly. And the kids who seemed to have heard the details were shocked. But for some reason, Charlotte was just staring at me. Her gaze somehow felt different from the other children. I was definitely not mistaken about that. Shortly after PE, Charlotte called out to me from behind as I was exhaustedly walking towards the changing room. You said you were Reinhardt, right? Yeah, so. Charlotte walked over to me slowly and put something into my hand. Check it. After leaving those cold, commanding words behind, Charlotte walked her way towards her classroom. Stay in the classroom after class. There was only one sentence written on the slip of paper. What? I was told by Bertus to keep an eye on Charlotte, but it seemed like Charlotte also had some business with me. The common classes ended with the PE class. Mr. Eppenhauser gave a closing speech, and then the students all exited the classroom. After our life-threatening escape and coming to Temple, Charlotte and I had never spoken with each other. Did she notice who I was? If that was the case, I had to immediately leave Temple. No. If she actually did, how did she know? After all the students left, I was the only one left in the classroom. Catchak then, the door opened, and Charlotte entered Class A's classroom. This personality and the personality she showed me in that critical situation were bound to be different. Her being completely aware that her life was in danger, and Charlotte crying while hugging the body of her presumed mother in that dark prison cell. This Charlotte de Gardiers, who gave off a cold impression, was like a completely different person. Was this Charlotte's original personality? What's the matter? Charlotte approached me while looking at me, then she sat obliquely in front of the desk next to me. I usually don't want to converse with people like you. What? What was she doing all of a sudden? I heard you were all over the place. You like to stand out, you have a bad temper, and even got asked to duel by a senior today. Charlotte had a very bad impression of me, probably because she heard the rumors about me. There certainly wasn't anything good about my actions, so it couldn't be helped if Charlotte viewed me in a negative light. Still, I felt a bit heartbroken. Is it because you are from a humble background that you treat people more strongly, so you won't be ignored? Charlotte's blunt words somewhat hit the nail on the head. I didn't want to seem like a pushover, so I acted like a dog. As she continued to talk, it didn't seem that she noticed who I was. So what is that she wanted? I heard you're a beggar. I did some research. Research. If I'm a beggar, then I'm just a beggar. Why did she do research? It must have been on Saturday that this rumor reached her ears, but she had been researching me. I know who you are. She did. Where you're from, what kind of members your gang has, and what kind of organization stands behind them. I had goosebumps all over my body. Charlotte didn't seem like she knew I was a demon, but she found out about something else. She knew about the Rotary Gang and that it was supported by the Thieves' Guild. Keep in mind that it is uncommon for me to deal with pests like you. She was saying that she didn't only dislike me because of the kind of person I was. She didn't like me because she thought I was associated with a criminal organization. Although Berta's power was enormous, it seemed clear that Charlotte, who returned to the Emperor's side, could also wield formidable forces. How else could she find out all these facts in that short amount of time? She found out about the Rotary Gang just by finding out where I came from, and even gathered clues about the Thieves' Guild who supported them. They were tightly entangled after all. Wow, wait. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. What is this about? Do you really think I'm naive enough to believe that excuse that they sent you here simply to get educated at Temple? Charlotte leaned against the desk in exasperation, then came up to me and looked down at me with sad eyes. She started looking at me deeply. Stop acting like that. If you keep pretending you don't know, I'm going to mobilize the city guards right this instant to clean up those dirty sewers. There was no point in denying my link to them. Like Bertus, Charlotte wasn't someone I could control. This was even more serious than that time with Bertus, though. Bertus didn't seem to have made a background check on me, but Charlotte could even connect me and lawyer at this moment. Normally, she wouldn't have dealt with someone like me, but right now it wasn't a normal situation. In the end, Charlotte said that she had some business with me. Denial would only put the Rotary Gang at risk. What do you want? Admitting it in the end, I waited for her answer. Charlotte took something out of her arms. A portrait was on the paper Charlotte gave me. This kid. Of course, I knew who that was. It was me who tried to use camouflage magic to hide my horns. Find this kid. If he's alive, tell me where he is. If he died, tell me where and why he died. And also who killed him. You must find him. She stared at me coldly, as if she would destroy everything before her if I couldn't find him. Wait, what should I do if I can't? Are you asking me to find a kid whose name even you don't know? Rather, isn't your side more? Charlotte frowned when I said something like, what can I even do? I just belong to a beggars' organization. And there must be a lot of other people available. You don't need to know that. It's important that you have to find his whereabouts faster than Bertus. I killed the knights of Duke Salerian. I didn't know what happened to Dyrus, but it was clear that both me and Dyrus were targeted by Duke Salerian. Just as Charlotte was looking for me, Bertus was as well. Charlotte seemed to be looking for me with all the manpower she could mobilize. That was why she was trying to even mobilize this kind of organization. She usually wouldn't even spare a single look. I could end up handing him over to Bertus, though. Perhaps. To begin with, I was in Class A, which meant a lot closer to Bertus. However, Charlotte's eyes then lit up in cold anger. However, if that were to happen, I will surely kill you with my own hands, as well as that organization of yours. Damn it. I never thought Charlotte would be looking for me so desperately, because the man she wanted me to find was right in front of her. I just wanted her to forget about me, but it seemed like she couldn't. She thought that I'd get killed if Bertus found me first. Hey, that kid. Why is he so important? You don't need to know. You have someone to find, so that's all you have to do. Charlotte didn't seem to want to provide an explanation for me. She just pressed the portrait against my chest. Report to me regularly about the status of the investigation. It's not like your grades in Temple are your top priority. Right. My life and the lives of the gang members relied on this. Chapter 42, a boy who saved her, but then suddenly disappeared. Charlotte seemed to think that he became a beggar. That was why she asked me who also was a beggar to find the boy, because a beggar would know a beggar best. A student from a beggar organization that entered Temple. To Charlotte, I seemed to be the best option to look for that boy for her. But while Charlotte seemed rational, she wasn't. The emotions that flashed in her eyes when she told me to find him showed that Charlotte wasn't calm at all. She looked like she was about to lose her reason. Charlotte, who threatened me and insisted on me finding myself somehow, seemed unable to control her emotions. Charlotte carried out a meticulous background check on me in mere days. However, she seemed unable to think rationally. I thought she'd obviously think I was suspicious while listening to Dyrus recount, but she didn't seem like that at all right at that moment. She only felt desperate to find someone who was very dear to her. In some cases, there were people who never doubted anyone. Charlotte didn't seem to think that I was suspicious at all. Maybe she thought that I simply ran away or was kidnapped and killed. That was what I believed went through her mind. If she had even the slightest inkling that I was a demon in disguise, Charlotte should have doubted me. If she checked my origin as a beggar, the date my ID was issued, and interrogated the beggars personally, Charlotte would have noticed that I just appeared out of nowhere one day. However, Charlotte was so obsessed with finding Valia that she just wanted to use me as a tool to find him for her, but didn't go around asking about me herself. I felt a little good, but on the other hand, I didn't. I was now in a position where I had to deceive this kid who was looking for me so desperately. I had been given this bizarre order of finding and bringing myself to Charlotte. Appearing in front of her with the appearance of Valia would solve everything, but she wouldn't let me go. She'd somehow try to keep me by her side. What should I do? One of my assistants, Sarkigar, was the one who kidnapped the imperial princess. It would be absurd to reveal my true identity to her, and standing in front of her in the form of Valia would be very dangerous. This was never a matter I could simply decide on my own. I had to discuss this matter with Loyar, Elaris, and Sarkigar. Anyway, I was now completely trapped between Bertus and Charlotte. Depending on my actions, it would be decided if the decision to come to Temple was the worst possible one we could have made. The one closest to my body was Bertus, and the one closest to my heart was Charlotte. To be honest, I felt very sorry. I wasn't in a situation where I could just show up in front of her who was so desperately looking for me, and I actually had to help Charlotte's sworn enemy. And the gang was now on the princess, radar. I didn't know about Bertus, but the princess would absolutely wipe out the Rotary gang if I were to pull some crap. She'd probably bring up my connection to the Thieves Guild to the teachers and might even get me kicked out of Temple. It was useless feigning ignorance as well. Charlotte had everything figured out already. She didn't know the most important details, but she did know all the facts that would be bothersome to me. I couldn't tell Bertus what Charlotte instructed me to do. Just telling him would leave me with a severed head. If he asked me later what I talked about with Charlotte, what should I tell him? Both Bertus and Charlotte were looking for me. Bertus for retaliation and Charlotte for protection. Things had become twisted. Anyway, what happened to Dyrus? I couldn't even ask Charlotte, but I was curious. If Duke Salerian retaliated against him, he wouldn't be in this world anymore. I could only hope that Charlotte was protecting him well. Who was I worried about now? Both heirs to the imperial throne wanted me to do something for them. It would have been better if I only had something to do with one side, but I was vaguely intertwined with both of them. What a dog-like situation, that's what it was. Charlotte's matter needed to be discussed separately, and it wasn't just that. I also had to prepare for the duel with Art later this week. It was clear that he would beat me into a bloody pulp when that time came, but after that, he wouldn't be able to do it so easily anymore. I went back to the dorm when someone called out to me. "Hey, you beggar." "What?" It was Harriet de Saint Owen. When I reacted, she covered her mouth and laughed. "Ha, I didn't call you, though. I just said a word. Are you a beggar?" Was she trying to get back at me using the same method I used on her? "Ha, I am right." "Who, ha?" When I said yes, that girl's expression turned into a puzzled one, as if this wasn't the reaction she was looking for. I never set her up as that kind of character, so why was she so cute? She was like a little kid that thought she was smart. She was so damn cute, I couldn't even get mad at her. "I'm a beggar, you're right. So what is it?" "Ha, ah." What she expected me to say was, "Don't call me a beggar." However, what she got was a, "You're right." So, when I asked her what she wanted, she seemed flustered, as she probably didn't have anything to say to me. "I heard that. I heard you're going to have a duel." Why was she pretending to have heard it from somewhere when she was right there when it happened? No matter how one looked at it, this was just a question she came up with on the spot. "Yeah, that senior is a very scary person. You're going to be beaten up pretty badly, you know." "Well, you're right, you're right. I wonder if he'll kill me." She seemed taken aback by my nonchalant response. "Aren't you scared?" "Am I scared? To the point where I'm about to pee myself?" She seemed even more confused when I casually told her that I was, in fact, scared. She knew I was a troublemaker, but it seemed like my evaluation was being revised as a completely incomprehensible person. "Then why did you accept the challenge if you're scared?" "I know, right. Maybe I'll just happen to turn it around somehow." I didn't say anything like, "I'm trying to awaken my supernatural abilities by putting myself into extremely psychologically pressuring situations." Harriet stared at me as if I was crazy. Eventually, she shook her head. She even had a wicked smile on her lips. "Then I guess I'll have to watch if you really get beat up." "Yeah." Humph. I headed to the gym, and it seemed like our conversation was surprisingly calm just now. My physical abilities weren't that far behind my classmates. They weren't comparable to those with combat talents, obviously. Of course, people like Erich Laffury, who had a combat talent but didn't put in any effort, was out of that equation. The Class A dormitory's gym, there were two students holding training swords and beating scarecrows alone or practicing their posture. Aminus 2, Ellen Artorius, and Aminus 5, Cliffman, only those two. Those two practiced every day according to their own routine. They didn't go out to play on the weekends and just practiced all day long. However, the two of them were training separately while still being in the same space, and there was a 100% chance that they haven't even held a single conversation with each other up until now. For now, I just picked up a training sword. But how was I supposed to practice swordsmanship? They were just swinging around their sword by themselves. I usually described it as they did swordsmanship training in my novel without going into detail. Leveling up was roughly the same. I'd just say they ranked up or leveled up. Or it would just be as blunt as saying, they've gotten better at this or that. I asked neither of them to teach me, so they didn't. I just started swinging my sword. Of course, it wasn't all random. I tried recalling the swordsmanship moves I learned last week and traced it while replaying that memory in my mind. I trained techniques and swordsmanship moves while looking at the provided manual. There was just too much work to be done to condense it in just a single word. I realized that the strength of my wrist and forearm muscles had to be supported. The footwork was important as well. I couldn't believe those two were doing this on their own every day. The two silently wielding their swords started to look incredible to me again. Huff, huff. After dinner, Ellen continued to wield her sword, and even after Cliffman returned to the dormitory, she continued to train alone. Of course, she didn't just swing her sword. She seemed to be doing other things like going somewhere and coming back after. Eventually, after some time passed, I was the only one left training and wielding the sword. Would this even make a difference? I only did this for one day, but I already felt exhausted and tired. I had to get used to training in itself, not just because of the duel next week. I can't believe in my mad dog act forever. That's what I realized. The third graders didn't come even after it grew dark. In the end, as I expected, they didn't want to touch the prince directly. And those guys forced the second graders to do such a thing for them. The third graders didn't come. However, an unexpected person entered the gym. Junior, I heard you were here. It was Adriana, the second-year senior with a calm demeanor. She furrowed her brows as she looked at me sprawled out with the training sword beside me, sweating profusely. What are you doing here? Redina requested me to come. That kid, what did she ask her that for? Yes, Art seems to be looking forward to this a lot, so he might beat you half to death. She tried to stop him. She was such a good girl, to the point that I felt really sorry for being so harsh to her. Adriana sighed when she saw how exhausted I was. But looking at you now, it seems that you're trying to do something at least. Well, more or less. Just because you do this for around 2 weeks doesn't mean you'll be able to beat Art. You know that much, right? Adriana didn't seem to understand what I was doing. Why the hell are you accepting a duel that you're obviously going to lose and wield your sword in the training hall until the point of nearly killing yourself? There's no chance of winning. That's what she was trying to tell me. I have to do something. You will lose miserably at that. I know. Just apologize now before you have to suffer through greater humiliation. You certainly realize that you're going a bit too far. Art isn't as bad a kid as you think. I don't think he's a bad guy. I could fully understand why he threw the glove after being subjected to something like that. He was humiliated by his junior. Adriana slightly bit her lip. You know you will lose, and you also don't think that Art is a bad person, so why do you want to go on with this duel and not apologize? Just because. I got up again with my training sword and started practicing my posture. I have to get hit. What? That's it. It's not that I want to get hit just to get hit. Whoosh, swish. I had to get hit to overcome this difficult situation. Adriana stared at me for a long time, then sighed. Junior. Yes. Adriana slowly approached me, as if she wanted to stop me, and took the sword from my hand. Then she lightly performed the moves I had been trying to do up until now. Looking in the mirror, it was not comparable to the clumsy moves I displayed. They were nearly perfect moves, like a sword dance. Why are you showing me things I can't even imitate? Adriana sighed, as if she herself couldn't understand what she was doing, and returned the training sword to me. Try. I then tried to demonstrate the exact same movements Adriana just showed me using the scarecrow. We both looked at each other silently. She approached me, grabbed my arm and shook it around. It was definitely limp, because I felt rather exhausted at the moment. It won't do you any good if you try to do this while you're all out of energy. You'll just hurt your wrist. Adriana looked at me with pity and then suddenly closed her eyes. A bunch of white lights appeared from her hands and began to tickle my body. Thigh, this is. Ah, you don't know. Then Adriana opened her eyes again. I want to be a paladin. She seemed to have talents in both divine power and swordsmanship. Second year, Amanus too, Adriana. If she was Class A's number 2, I was assuming that she had even more talents. She certainly was incredible, as she was able to use divine spells at her age. She restored my vitality with a divine spell just now. All my muscle aches and fatigue certainly had been completely relieved. Now, try again. Yes, thanks. My strength should have been restored. While carrying gratitude in my heart, I tried to trace Adriana's movements again. Nothing had changed. Chapter 43, your basic fitness level is too low. Junior, you should do physical training, not holding a sword. Adriana let out a deep sigh when she said that. Why do I even care about this kid? Wake up 2 hours earlier than the standard wake-up time and wait in the main lobby. Whether she was concerned or just plain annoyed, Adriana didn't seem like she could leave me alone. Anyway, I did feel grateful for her help. I wondered why she was helping a rowdy junior who was about to duel with her classmate. The next day, I was in the lobby at 6 o'clock, well before the standard wake-up time, wearing a tracksuit. As it was 6 o'clock, it was still dark out, but there were still some people here. This was because the students who wanted to train their physical strength in the morning gradually came out. Ludwig and Ellen were also there. Reinhardt, what's going on? So you want to exercise? Yeah, well, that's good. So you want to do it together then? It was good that he was so energetic, but I didn't think I could keep up with him. No, I think my heart would burst if I were to try to follow you. Is it that bad? Yes, I'm pretty sure it is. Go alone. Running beside him would mean committing suicide. Even Ellen couldn't keep up with that. That's what it meant to have a plus-rank stamina. Ellen, do you want to run with me today? No, Ellen answered curtly and went out of the dormitory lobby. Ludwig looked at Ellen, who gave him the cold shoulder like always, and smiled at me. Does Ellen hate me? I don't think so. She just doesn't care about any of us. After sending him off for his morning workout, Adriana, with her shoulder-length bob tied in a ponytail, came down from the second floor after a while. This senior of mine was very calm and had a modern-style beauty to her. She looked like a modern high school girl. I bowed my head slightly, and Adriana nodded her head towards me to answer my greeting. Adriana was probably the most polite person I had dealt with up until now. Wouldn't this make you look bad in front of your classmates? What? Helping me with physical training. Well, you need to be a little more physically fit if you want to have a duel. She started warming up by stretching. That way, rumors about Art bullying a weak freshman kid because of his own stubbornness won't circulate. So, to protect Art's honor was enough justification to help me out. That was what she meant. Anyway, I was pretty sure I would lose, but I was grateful anyway. She seemed to be good at swordsmanship and aimed to become a paladin, and seeing her waking up at this time, she really was sincere and calm. What the hell? Was she the perfect human being? Was she really a high schooler? It made me feel even shabbier for swearing at younger kids. Let's go, Junior. Yes. Adriana ran ahead, and I followed behind her. This is serious. Ha, ha, huff. I ran to the point that I had a sweet taste in my mouth, but Adriana wasn't tired at all. She restored my strength by injecting divine power into me. My wildly beating heart gradually calmed down and my breathing stabilized. What's this? I felt like I was running while taking a doping potion. My mind was exhausted, but my body felt fine. This was a really strange feeling. Run faster. I'm also training myself, so it's hard for me to also look after you, Junior. Ah, okay. My body and mind were driven to the extreme, but due to Adriana's divine power, my body would always be restored to its original state. Rather, this almost drove me mad. My mind was worn out, but my body continued to be active. This was the first time in my life that I ever felt that way. I could continue to run, but my mind was in an even more extreme state. I feel really strange. I mean, technically this is against the rules, but it would actually be stranger to not feel strange, you know. I shouted while running, and Adriana answered me. Normally, I shouldn't be able to run anymore, but I kept running, so it was natural for me to feel strange. Huff, huff. If paladin candidates were to run a marathon. Huff. I'm sure they'll all win. Huff. If this method was actually allowed, then yes, and you'll run out of breath if you keep talking while running. Adriana ran easily, even finding the time to rebuke me. There were quite a few people in Temple who trained themselves in the morning. The first-year junior called Ludwig, he was the one sprinting around Temple, right? That's how he was originally. There's no such thing, Junior. He can do it because he worked hard. Don't just work hard today, keep doing this in the future. The Orbis class kids do this every morning as a group. Our royal class, lazy kids, could learn a thing or two from them. Adriana was talking about one of Temple's two pillars, the Orbis class. It seemed like they would get up early in the morning and train together as a group, regardless of major. Were they part of the army? Hey, you told me not to talk. Huff, why do you keep talking to me? Yes. Sorry. I ran and ran. I almost lost my mind every time she healed me. It wasn't just running I had to do. Adriana headed to the gym and let me do strength training. At that moment, I could truly feel how demonic her divine power was. When my muscles started to ache, she would heal them with her divine power, then send me to do more training, and when the pain grew worse again, she'd heal me. However, if she went on like that, my muscle growth would be no joke. What would one call these kinds of steroids? Divine steroids. I'm doing this because you just lack too much strength. You should do some strength training on your own, but don't overdo it, or you could ruin your body. Adriana told me that I should think about carefully growing my strength and kept on checking on me even though she had her own training to do. If you exercise while forcibly recovering using divine powers, there's one thing you have to do no matter what. What? Eat a lot. I was more or less forced to maintain my physical abilities even after I completely exhausted my energy. That was why Adriana advised me to eat a lot more and more often than usual, because I would suffer serious nutritional losses, especially protein. That's the only thing I'm confident of doing today. Ha, I suppose so. Adriana smirked as if I said something funny. I had never seen her smile before. Even while completing her strength training, she poured divine power into me and went back to it. She didn't use it on herself. Somehow, this seriously felt like I had a heel pack stuck next to me when she started her workout. If she were to travel to modern times, I was sure she would have great success as a personal trainer. People who would sell their souls for muscle growth would absolutely love her. Though my body was fine, my mind was completely exhausted when I returned to the dormitory. I took a shower, changed my clothes, and headed straight to the dining room. It wasn't meal time yet, but I was so hungry that the world felt like it was spinning around me. No, I didn't think I really had that big of an appetite because the workout was just too intense. But I felt this strong compulsion to eat something, a feeling much stronger than just feeling hungry. When it was time, the chefs would bring the food they prepared into the hall, but that didn't mean there wasn't a kitchen here. It didn't only include simple meals, but also late-night snacks that could be eaten at any time one wanted, as well as a kitchen equipped with all kinds of ingredients. One could call upon the chefs to prepare some food for you, and sometimes the students even cooked themselves. But how many of them would even be able to make their own meal? They had to try and maybe grill an egg. And there was this setup I didn't know about. Ellen, who had already finished with her physical training, was carrying a bunch of beef jerky. She went out every morning to exercise, so she wanted to have something to eat before having breakfast. That's understandable. But I remembered that she also ate a lot more at breakfast than others. What kind of metabolism did she have? When I looked into the storage that held the snacks, I saw that it was empty. When I turned around, I saw Ellen eating the beef jerky little by little. Is that all there is? Yes. Was there only beef jerky in there? No. Originally, there was bread and some other things. Originally, they had prepared a lot of things, but it seemed like they didn't replenish it often as there weren't many people who ate those snacks. So it seemed like after eating this, and that every morning the only thing left was beef jerky. Is it good? Not really. Ellen shook her head. It seemed like she ate it only because it was available, not because she liked it particularly. No, how hungry was she? I didn't want to steal her food, so I ended up going into the kitchen. Fortunately, there were quite a few ingredients in the storage, so I didn't have to eat raw meat as is. I had no intentions of making anything amazing. I was about to die from mental exhaustion after all. I just took some eggs and bacon and fried them in a frying pan. The fragrant smell of bacon spread throughout the kitchen. Then I just threw some asparagus in there to fry. Since I was told to eat a lot, I used a lot of bacon and 5 eggs. I also wanted to eat some carbs, but I didn't feel like cooking noodles or rice. That was just too much work. After I was done, I placed the mountain of eggs and bacon, accompanied by asparagus, on a large plate and brought it to a table in the dining room. Ellen was still chewing on her beef jerky. However, she could apparently not help herself twitching her nose when she saw me coming. Hey, yes, don't eat that shabby food. Eat this instead. I had a bad temper, but I wasn't a heartless person, you know. When I handed her the fork, Ellen accepted it and sat across from me. I sighed when I saw Ellen eat some of the fried eggs. Hey, the storage is full of meat and eggs. Why don't you fry some instead of eating that tasteless stuff? Is it that hard? I've never done that. Why haven't you done this before, though? Isn't that essential? Ellen stared at me, smirking suddenly. I didn't know why, but she looked somewhat sullen, like, "Why are you talking to me? Are we in the same situation? If you don't know how to, you should learn it. Kids these days. Anyway, eat up." Yes. What am I doing when one doesn't even touch a dog when it eats? I was going to eat too. Nom 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 no, why was she eating so fast? Hey, don't cross the line. Eat at a human pace. Ha! Yes. It didn't seem like words would get through to her, so I picked up my fork as well. But that punk ate half of it already, even though it was me who made it. Are you kidding me? You eat more than a beggar who hasn't eaten for days. I'm hungry. After she said that, Ellen curiously avoided my gaze. She ate more than half of what I made in a single bite. This had crossed the line, honestly. You know that you have classes with me today, right? Yes. Today was Tuesday. I was taking the 2 consecutive swordsmanship lessons with Ellen. To my words, she nodded. She was quite insensitive, although she wasn't stupid. Be prepared for lunch then. We were going for 2 rounds of Chungukjang. Chapter 44. It was a bit much to expect dramatic changes after just one day. Nevertheless, current stats: Strength 4 F+, Agility 4 F+, dexterity 5, 2D, magic 10C, stamina 6, 5D, my strength increased by 0, 5, agility by 0, 3, and stamina by 0, 6. I didn't exactly know why, but I also confirmed that magic also increased by 0. 1. Of course, as I explained before, the lower the level, the quicker one could see developments. Obviously, this might also be the effect of going through Temple's curriculum, in addition to that 1 day of training. But it was clear to see that the effects of that training, while being influenced by divine power, were enormous. However, Adriana seemed to think that this wasn't a very good method, so there had to be a reason why it wasn't. In addition, the fatigue this caused was actually just as enormous as its effects, as it felt like my body and mind acted separately. Honestly, I wasn't quite sure if I would continue with swordsmanship in the future, but right now I could only learn things that were related to the body. I tackled the swordsmanship theory and practical training with a different mindset from last week. There were no major improvements. Ellen was an honest student, and I was more on the inferior side of things, even though I was also part of the royal class. I didn't care about the general class, people's looks. If I cared about something like that, I wouldn't be doing this. In the first place, there were a lot of talents found in the royal class. I wasn't the weird one here. This had nothing to do with hard work. That's what I wanted to plead, but I couldn't do that because they weren't looking at me anymore. Of course, there were some guys who seemed to gossip about me because even though Ellen and I were both in the royal class, we were completely different. However, there were just too many things I had to worry about to even graciously give them true education. To be honest, I didn't even know those guys' names. I had to be strong-minded. There would always be people wanting to pick a fight with me, and those who would want to repay the humiliation they suffered after they realized that I was just a weak-ass or after their skills had improved. The duel in 2 weeks was only one incident. I had to continue my physical training, from swordsmanship to martial arts. I couldn't learn magic properly here to begin with. My supernatural power hadn't awakened yet, and I didn't have a talent for divine power yet, so I had to start from a completely bare ground. The only thing I could believe in at this point was my body that would grow as I trained. I couldn't end up as just a bad-tempered guy. I had to have real power, and I had to get out of Bertus and Charlotte's hands eventually. I didn't have any time to waste. Dot, 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 dot. It's not as strange as last time. Regardless of how it went last time, Ellen challenged the chungukjang again and ate it unexpectedly calmly. As this was her second time eating it, she got used to it, didn't she? That doesn't mean that it's delicious. As if she tried to avoid any misunderstandings, Ellen added that. But if she didn't like to eat this, why did she follow me here? Was it because I was buying? Did I set her up to like free meals? Still, she ate more than last time and even burped. She was quite the legend after all. Hey, aren't you more of a beggar than me for always eating the food I buy? When I took a stab at her after we left the store, Ellen just looked at me. Rather than staring at me, it felt more like she was lost in thought. Then I'll pay next time. What's this? She just smoothly answered with a promise to eat together again next time. Did she maybe think I was actually a pretty good guy? Ellen, of course, left without saying goodbye this time. Such an ungrateful kid. Since I didn't have a specific skill, yet I didn't have much to learn in class. I dropped the magic classes with the permission of Mr. Eppenhauser, and horseback riding was added in its stead. I thought that I might end up having to ride a horse one day. I was so scared, I almost peed myself. I was supposed to ride on some wild beast and entrust my life to it. Were they crazy? I should have made the setting that mana cars or something existed. I also realized once again that the horse-riding skills of Dyrus, who let me ride with him when we escaped the Demon King's castle, were top class. I had already exhausted all my mental strength in the morning training, but I couldn't take a break. After class, I reviewed what I had learned today until evening at the gym, as well as some physical training. When I was completely exhausted and couldn't move anymore, I kind of missed Adriana's divine power. I wondered if she would also come in the evening, but she didn't. Honestly, though, my conscience wouldn't allow me, making her help me out more than she already did. However, I didn't forget what Adriana told me. I had a big dinner, and after a short digestive break, I went for a run, followed by some strength training. I thought I was overdoing it, and this would have originally been enough to hurt my body. However, thinking that Adriana would somehow be able to handle this, I kept on pushing myself harder. Gasp! Gasp! The sweat on my hands made the training sword slip out of my hand. Did I really have to do it like this? I was far from a person who enjoyed exercising after all. I didn't really have the willpower to do something like that, and I just kept on writing stories in the corner of my room. I neither liked nor had a talent for putting that kind of effort in things. I had that thought a dozen more times when I felt out of breath and my fingers trembled in exhaustion. I was bound to lose that duel anyway. This was something I should worry about in the future, so I should just take it easy. Even if I do my best, I wouldn't be able to beat a guy who was a year older than me with just 2 weeks of training. Whenever such complacent thoughts entered my mind, I forced myself to hold my sword tightly. I was sure that I would lose that duel in 2 weeks. However, I shouldn't be complacent just because I knew I would lose. I wasn't doing this shit to beat a senior 1 year older than me. Hup, pock, pock, pock. Because of my carelessly scribbled developments, gates would soon open, leading many people to die. I might die as well. I did this so I wouldn't die later. I might work myself to death now, and it's still far in the future, but I'd regret it later if I didn't do something now. I felt regret enough over the development of this novel. I didn't deserve to be complacent or lazy. Right now, I was just some nasty bastard. I might even look like dirty, cruel bastard to some. Hup, pock. There weren't any manwar-like developments like that scarecrow getting smashed to pieces by my swings. Ha, pock. However, I added countless scratches to it. In some dating simulations, there would be sequences in which you could decide where you would like to spend your free time. If the setting was a school, then there were places like the music room, the gym, the science room, the rooftop, etc. in the case of such games. One would find a specific character in each location. Girls who liked to play instruments would be in the music room, ones who liked working out were in the gym, and those who were really smart were in the science room. So, those are passable. I felt like I knew all the locations one could encounter Ellen Artorius. She was sitting alone in the dining room eating sausages. She would be in the lobby early in the morning before she started her training. After that, she would go to the dining room, then go to the gym after school was over. And she would be at the dining room again, late at night. I came here to supplement my diet in advance, because I would feel super dead after training with Adriana tomorrow, but Ellen was already here. She probably came here to eat after training like this every day. I opened the cabinet meant for snacks and saw that it still wasn't refilled. What? Then what was she eating? Are you eating that as is? She had a tray full of sausages, munching away on them. At my incredulous attitude, Ellen pointed to the sausages she was eating. You can eat the sausages just like that. Yeah, maybe because they were smoked. But why do you just eat cold sausages? She ran out of snacks, so she rummaged through the food storage and found those sausages. They were already pre-cooked, so she probably just ate them as is. Couldn't you have just turned on the stove, put them in a frying pan, and rolled them around in there for a bit before eating them? Is that so difficult to do? You some cookware, for Pete's sake. I didn't put some kitchen disaster or ditz attribute on you. I mean, you were supposed to be smart. Why was this intelligent person acting like a bum? Ellen shook her head at my words. Too annoying. You don't know how, do you? I haven't tried. You were telling me that you were too lazy to find out how to use them. She had such an annoying attribute. This scene made me angry just by looking at it. Give them here. Ellen looked at me quietly when I took the plate of sausages. What? Were you telling me to give them back to you? If you really were a gluttonous character, that's what you do, huh? However, she didn't tell me to put the plate back down. She just looked at me. Either way, I took out some more sausages, put them in a frying pan, and heated them enough to consume at least. Why was she eating raw food that was of even higher quality than regular sausages made with the finest ingredients? When I took the sausages from the stove, Ellen was still staring at me. I could see now why she stayed still. Did she think I would make things for her in the future as well? I felt like she knew for certain that I would fry the sausages. That was why she stayed silent. As I said, I may be an ill-tempered person, but I wasn't completely cold-hearted. So even though I had that kind of temperament, I would still share this meal with this cold person. We started to eat the sausages with a fork. How good is this, huh? The juice is practically bursting out of it, and here you were trying to eat it raw like a dog on the street. Ellen continued to eat, ignoring my nagging. It didn't matter what I said. She wouldn't particularly care. I'll eat it anyway, Wolf. Was that it? I ate some sausages for a while before I put down my fork. Ellen did the same. Salty. Yes. Ellen nodded at my words. Since we only had sausages, it tasted really salty with nothing added to it. Usually it would make sense to have rice as a side dish or maybe even a loaf of bread. I wanted to eat more as I only had water and sausages, but I was too tired to make more. Ellen didn't seem like she wanted to leave. I didn't either. There were still 15 more sausages left. Phew! I thought I was about to die because I felt so tired all over. It would be a waste to just throw these away. That said, we should make something with the leftovers, but seeing that she has only ever made me work, I felt kind of annoyed. Hey, you do exactly what I tell you to do from now on. I was done volunteering. She had to do something for her food now. Like this. Yes, you're doing good. Seeing the onions finely chopped, I nodded my head. I didn't really know how different handling a sword was from handling a cooking knife, but Ellen was able to do exactly as I ordered. I guess it wasn't a matter of being able to handle swords well, but a matter of having high levels of dexterity. Do you really not know how to cook? No, this is my first time. It seemed like today was the first time that she touched a kitchen knife ever, but seeing the level of her skill, even as a chef she'd do well. Of course, she was too talented in combat to actually become one. Next are the carrots, same thing. Kakakakaka watching the carrots getting chopped up in an instant, I proceeded telling her the next step. It felt like I was controlling a virtual avatar. I could do that as well, but I couldn't at the moment. I was so exhausted that I was rather confident that I would cut my fingers if I were to take up the kitchen knife. I had no intention of doing anything too complicated. There were a lot of different cooking utensils and ingredients in the kitchen, but it was night time. It was just too annoying. They had rice, but I was too tired to actually cook it. Of course, I didn't want to make new bread out of the flour as well. So what I was going to do was stir-fry vegetables along with rice in a pan with oil, then add water, put the sausages in, and boil it like porridge. Its visuals didn't really matter to me. So what if it was a sham version of a honey porridge, as long as it was edible? It could maybe be called a risotto. It didn't really matter to me and Ellen, who successfully managed to finish my introductory class to Chungukjang. To begin with, by my standards, she seemed to have the taste buds of a wild dog as she was eating the sausages raw. She'd eat anything as long as it was edible, or so it seemed. Ellen began to stir, adding in the vegetables and rice, including minced garlic, just as I ordered. She seemed to be the type of person who would do what they were asked to do in the right circumstances. She deserved to be called my best midnight snack cooking student. Remember it, and from now on, cook for yourself. You come here before me after all. Annoying. She didn't want to do it, but it's not like she can keep on getting fed by others. It was interesting, though, that she did something she thought was annoying when someone ordered her to do it. Of course, it was probably because the sausages tasted just too salty on their own. I put in the sausages and water at the right timing, and soon they began to boil in the pan. I put in some herbs. The sausages were already salty enough, so I didn't season them separately. After the random sausage porridge was completed, we brought it back into the dining room. Ellen scooped some of it up with her ladle as if there was nothing more to care about. Then she opened her eyes wide. Of course, it wasn't because it was particularly delicious. Did you think it wouldn't be hot, shoving it into your mouth right out of the pan like that? When I gave her a glass of water, she gulped it right down. She was obviously smart and she had a good physique. Was she the type that would get stupid because of her own hunger? Would she turn into an idiot faced with food? How is it? Much better, right? Huh. Isn't it delicious? As I looked at her who kept eating after it cooled down, she stared back at me. I made it. What? You just moved your arms. It was me who actually taught you how to make this. But it was me who actually made it. What? Was she arguing with me right now? Was she picking a fight? I'm 100% sure that she would overpower me in a one-on-minus one. Should I continue this? Ellen scooped up a spoonful and blowed on it this time. Then she said, "We made it together." Somehow I felt like some petty bastard, so I didn't say much after that. No, I wasn't just like a petty bastard. I actually weigh one. When I returned to my room after having a midnight snack with Ellen, I found that someone was in my room. I thought it was an employee, since the dormitory employees cleaned the rooms of the royal class students, but they would usually clean up the room in the morning when I had classes. It was a little unexpected for them to be here at night like this. I had nothing in my room that shouldn't be seen. I organized and remembered the student list and then destroyed it. The worker in maid clothes seemed roam around my room, but didn't seem to pay any close attention to me. However, when I entered, the employee came over and closed the door on my behalf. What? That was weird. The employee looked at me and spoke briefly. Your Highness, I'm Sarkigar. I couldn't even imagine how they planned on delivering messages to me, but it seemed like they'd actually just bring them to me personally. Chapter 45. Just like I was able to casually enter Temple, Sarkigar would be able to do the same, even though Temple had many security measures. But coming to my room as a maid in the middle of the night. Come to think of it, Count Argon Pontius, Sarkigar's cover, was a man. What was Sarkigar's actual gender? Were they a species who didn't have something like that? How did you get into my room? It wasn't that hard to do. Sarkigar had the master key all maids had. Well, there should have been several ways for him to get that thing. I also had to talk to Sarkigar because there were many events complicating my situation. In the future, instead of you coming to see me, I will come directly to you. Sarkigar was good at transforming himself, so it would be possible for him to contact me without being caught. Perhaps because of the time and place, Sarkigar didn't lengthen his words with useless rhetorics. First, about the princess' supernatural ability. Yes, did you find out? Sarkigar shook his head at my words. I'm here to report what I found first, although I could directly find it out if I take on some big risks. Although he did not find out what her ability was, he decided that he needed to report to me what he found in the process first. First of all, even within the imperial family, the talks about the princess' supernatural power are divided. In particular, those who belong to Prince Bertus' faction seem to be skeptical. They think the reason for the information about the princess' supernatural ability not getting revealed is because it was fake to begin with, meaning that even Bertus doesn't know what ability the princess has. Yes, Your Highness. The prince didn't know what abilities she had. That could mean that Charlotte isn't really a supernatural power user. In the end, that just increased the possibility that her taking the supernatural power classes itself was just to cover up her lie to belong to the royal class. That means the emperor is the only one who knows for certain about the princess' abilities. It was possible that the supernatural power teacher who took Charlotte to a separate room knew, but even then, there is a chance that she actually doesn't do anything in there. Even Bertus couldn't figure it out with his authority. Then there were only two other people beside the Emperor who knew about it. The Class B homeroom teacher, Mr. Mustrang, and the teacher in charge of Charlotte during the supernatural power classes. I guess so. The authenticity of the princess' supernatural power was highly confidential, so neither of them would go anywhere running their mouths about it. Both of them were great people who couldn't be easily touched. They were teachers at Temple, and they were a teacher in charge of the supernatural power lectures who had to control students with dangerous abilities, and a royal class homeroom teacher. Neither of them were ordinary people. So, what did you mean by taking big risks? If there were people who shared the secret, I could disguise myself as one of them. However, it's difficult to find out a secret that only a few select people know. Mr. Mustrang and the supernatural power teacher both resided in Temple, and they both weren't people that could be led on so easily. They held important positions among the Temple teachers after all. This certainly is a strange situation, not knowing whether her powers are real or fake. Did she lie that she had supernatural powers as to not fall behind Bertus? If so, how long could that lie even last? That being said, the Emperor approved of her using a fake supernatural power to get in. Was that why only a small number of teachers, including the first-year Class B homeroom teacher, Mr. Mustrang, were aware of the imperial family's lie to keep them in check? What if it was actually real? Why would they hide her ability if it was real, though? I didn't really have to think much to get the reason behind that. If she really has a supernatural ability, then it's something that can't be revealed to others easily. It had to be a very problematic ability. My thoughts exactly. Imperial honor or imperial prestige. It was an ability that could probably damage either of these, so what the hell kind of ability did she have? Okay, if it's too dangerous, let's just bury this. The truth will come out one way or another. Yes, Your Highness, that is a wise decision, Sarkigar answered as such. We should forget about the princess ability for now. I have something to tell you. Was there an accident? I was going to have a duel next week, but I didn't think that was something I should tell that guy. He would probably just get angry, asserting his uselessly over-the-top loyalty. It's about the princess again. Yes, The princess is looking for me. Sakigar didn't seem to understand what I was talking about for a moment. Hearing my story, Sakigar's expression turned grave. It was true that this was a serious issue that couldn't even be compared to that duel. If we did one wrong move, not only I but the foundation of our activity, the Rotary Gang, could be blown to smithereens. When I told him that even Bertus started paying attention to me, Sakigar's expression became even more serious. Temple is a much too dangerous place for your highness. You should avoid this place. Even if I get to live, the gang would definitely get blown up. If I were to disappear, Charlotte would wipe out the Rotary Gang. Money was very important for us. This kind of just happened by chance, but now the Rotary Gang had become our most important source of money. In my case, I didn't necessarily need that money anymore, but Sakigar needed it a lot. What a funny thing, for the princess to become a problem like that, even though she should be in your debt. That was something that shouldn't come out of your mouth, Mr. Kidnapper. If it weren't for you, I might have been able to actually reveal my identity. Well, what happened, happened. Now I ended up having to do something as absurd as looking for myself, but I have no idea how to go about this. Should I just tell her that I died somewhere and fabricate some evidence? That answer might satisfy the princess. It would be the best course of action, but we don't know how the princess will react afterwards. That's true. Suppose I would tell Charlotte that Valia was dead and show her some fabricated evidence, assuming they would just take that manipulated evidence at face value. Wouldn't there be the possibility that they would just get rid of me and the gang after having exceeded our usefulness? It certainly would seem like a bad connection to have after all. If I bring them results, they might just get rid of me, and if I don't, they'll just get rid of me for being useless. I felt like I was in one hell of a dilemma. Whether I did it or didn't, there would be problems popping up, but when I thought about it a little differently, my head suddenly felt clear. All right, let's just do it little by little. Little by little. Yeah. She won't touch us if we show that we are making some progress at least. Damn it, I didn't want to have Charlotte as my enemy. Just to cover up for a small lie that got bigger and bigger over time, I would end up making up much bigger lies. Rather, if they feel like we are seriously working on this, they would have to protect us, far from wanting to get rid of us. Bertus would continue to show interest in me as long as he thought I was useful. He was no different from Charlotte in that regard. I had to make some progress in finding Valia. In the meantime, she would just continue to resent me, but wouldn't touch me, no matter what I did. Rather, she would try to help me if I or the gang was in danger. Both Charlotte and Bertus hid their true selves from the ordinary students. That was something they had in common. Charlotte pretended to be a bit of a shy person in Class B, but the way she acted and spoke to me that day wasn't the least bit kind or shy. It was as if they were made out of the same mold, so it would be the same no matter who of them became emperor. Anyway, this wasn't a good situation at all, but let's think positively. I didn't have to choose between Bertus and Charlotte anymore. Like this, I'd be in a position where I could use both of them. Sarkigar smiled at my bold words. I'm amazed by your insight. Could you stop smiling so creepily with that elegant face? It's giving me goosebumps. My short-term goal was surviving that duel next week. My long-term goal was to prove my usefulness to Charlotte and keep my activities from Bertus. And my very long-term goal. Gasp, gasp, gasp. I didn't expect you to just magically improve after just one day, but this is really serious, Junior. Physical training. Adriana made me recover my physical strength by injecting me with divine power after I was on the verge of exhaustion. A paladin was training the potential next demon king with all her heart. Actually, wasn't Adriana constantly sinning by doing that? If Adriana went to hell, wouldn't that be entirely my fault? Anyway, we kept to that routine. To some extent, one needed a certain amount of physical fitness to be able to use swordsmanship. In terms of exercises, I was trying bench presses at the moment, but I didn't even have the strength to do a single one. What was the use of technology if one's basic abilities wouldn't be able to support it? So, even if I thought that I was about to lose my mind, I had no choice but to clench my fists again, while feeling that strange sensation of my exhausted body normalizing again. Following the morning training with Adriana and her advising me to eat a lot, I ate something before breakfast. Most of the time, I ate together with Ellen, who was a regular in the dining room. Since she requested for simple snacks, the storage soon got refilled with simple food that could be eaten quickly. After listening to the lectures, I resumed my training until dinner. Then after dinner, I'd train and eat something again before I went to bed. After a bit, I reached the point where I could feel my physical prowess improving little by little, perhaps because I started off with a very low level of physical fitness and the support of divine power. Thursday morning. Why don't you train using divine power? It was easy and quick growing with it, so why did she not use it? I asked her if there was a specific reason behind that. If one takes stimulants every day, one's body could end up hurt. That's the reason. Hunger can't be restored with divine power. I don't know if one would call it blasphemous for me to say something like this, but it's not natural to grow with the support of divine power. Divine power restored stamina, but it didn't replenish the nutrients spent. So one could really call it a form of doping. So that was why she kept reminding me to eat a lot. Was that Stimpack? This is just temporary, you hear. If you want to reach a certain level, you have to do it on your own, Junior. Yes, yes. As if she wanted to clarify something, Adriana more or less told me that she won't keep on being my Stimpack forever. I knew very little about what was going on Class BS and Ludwig's side, but they should be doing fine. Originally, there would have been a scene where they were conflicting with the students from Class A who were trying to pick a fight over each and every little thing. I attracted all of Class A's aggro, so they didn't even have time to care about Class BI. A big villain took on all of the early villains' hatred and malice, so there was no aggro left for the main character. What the hell? I didn't mean for that to happen. Anyway, I continued to train and train some more. So naturally, I ran into Ellen a lot. Our daily routine was almost identical. We mostly ran into each other in the dining room and the gym. That's how it was for the most part. When I saw her eating whatever she felt like, I really had the urge to give her some of the food I made. Of course, I took all the credit for that. You're really lucky that you came to Temple. Why? With the amount of food you eat daily, you could ruin a whole household. Looking at Ellen, who had just swallowed a huge amount of pasta that I just made me feel like dying. I really wondered if there was perhaps a black hole in her stomach. At my words, Ellen looked at me with a sour look on her face, spitting out, "I didn't want to come here." Huh, Temple told me to come. I see. Was she arguing with me now, because I said that she could destroy a household like that? Wait, she was talking about herself, right? She didn't tell anyone about herself, so no one knew that she was that warrior's sister except the prince. But here she was telling me that she was told to come here because I scolded her for eating like a black hole. She didn't want to come here. That was what she had said. Of course, I knew about her personal matters, but it was surprising that she told me a bit about herself like that. She was right. As soon as they found out that Artorius had a sister, they begged her to come to Temple. Are you mad? No, that made it clear. I was the first who ever succeeded in making Ellen sulk. The training was harder on the weekends. Rather, it felt like I could rest during the lectures on weekdays. On the contrary, I worked a lot more intensely in my free time, so the weekends were a hell of my own creation to me. Adriana stayed longer than usual on those days, making me remember a lot of theoretical knowledge, trained me and made me eat a lot. Sunday. Ah, that's not how you do it. In the kitchen, I strictly watched Ellen cook. She came into the kitchen, saying that she would like to do it on her own this time because I kept cooking for her. She probably was tired of me taking credit all the time. The menu was presumed to be beef stew with a lot of tenderloin. When I asked her if she knew how to make that, she said that she ate it a lot at home. Hey, Jay, just do it like that. I just told you. Is there any salt in there? Ah, this is overcooked. Your teeth will hurt if you try to eat this, you know. Is this supposed to train your jaw? Something's clearly missing in there. I'm not sure. Add in the herbs with this timing. Ellen looked at me quietly as I continued to give her instructions. I don't think you should look at people like that while holding a cleaver. She continued to stare at me anyway. Rather, she seemed angry. She just quietly looked at me while holding a kitchen knife. That was hella scary. Ellen looked at me a moment longer, then continued to concentrate on cooking again. Look at your temper. Ready to put a knife into me if I just say one more word, huh? Of course, my mouth never went into silent mode. She had a different kind of flavor from cute little Harriet. She didn't seem to react at all. Honestly, I felt like I had to admit defeat because I was the one who got pissed instead. Ellen finished cooking regardless of my extreme critique. She then took the enormous amount of stew and set it down on a table. No matter what you tell me, I thought she really wanted to make me angry. I scooped up a bowl of the finished stew, and we each took a spoonful. I stared at Ellen. I was half joking, but the result was the same as last time. Salty. Yes. She did say that she ate it often at home, not that she cooked it. Eventually, she went back to cooking according to my instruction, managing to make a decent stew. What do you think? Is it edible now? Yes. Of course it is. Who do you think I am? As I poked at her until the very end, I finally saw furrows appearing between Ellen's brows. I felt thrilled finally having made that stone Buddha angry. Ah, I was quite the sadist, wasn't I? And then, Monday evening. That's not how you do it. Watching me wield my sword in the gym, Ellen spoke to me casually. What? You don't do it like that. Ellen began to take revenge for my extreme criticism and rudeness she received from me. Chapter 46, The Price for Upsetting the Stone Buddha was great. No, no, even weirder than before. Ellen pointed out that all the sword techniques I displayed were wrong. Then she demonstrated the right way to do the technique in front of me. This is how you do it. Ah, try it, damn it. This was like getting hit by a boomerang. I was paying the price for poking at this kid to make fun of her. It really pissed me off. As I clumsily followed her movements, she shook her head. No, that's completely different. Ellen showed me the correct movements again step by step and told me to repeat them again. Of course, whatever I did, my moves were bound to look strange to her. I'm totally unskilled after all. As a result, in exchange for making Ellen Artorius, who was like a stone Buddha, angry, she gave me specific training in swordsmanship. The strongest person in my class was teaching me, so in the end, this was a good outcome. She was someone that wouldn't have helped me even if I personally asked her. However, she didn't do this to help me. Ellen, who got angry after my server criticism and teasing, gave me lessons to do the same to me. The result was good, but the process was strange. I didn't mean for this to happen, so I got more annoyed. Not like that. Ellen repeatedly told me, not like this, not like that, as if to retaliate for the lesson I gave her. Wow, what? In fact, I should feel thankful right now, as the girl with the strongest talents in the world who was also busy with her own training went out of her way to help me with my swordsmanship training. That was how I should feel. Why not? I was angry. I was even more angry because I didn't deserve to be angry. I was so mad. I had to change this up and get back at her. I was the total incarnation of a hypocrite. I found it funny to tease others, but got annoyed as soon as someone did it to me. A child was a child, so there was no excuse for that. However, I was a somewhat screwed-up adult, so I was a bit twisted. Hey, I know you're good at it. Ah, so if you're giving me lessons, why won't you teach me properly, huh? Facing my own ugly nature head-on, I became a little passive. So like this. Ellen demonstrated moves that were close to picturesque. When she looked at me with curious eyes, wondering why I couldn't do it, it felt like she was poking at me thoroughly. Yes, I was the perfect incarnation of a hypocrite. See you later in the dining room. I'll get you later. After that day, whenever we made something in the kitchen and Ellen cooked, I would criticize her and nag while giving her instructions. And when I was in the gym, Ellen would give me extremely strict lessons while I was practicing my swordsmanship. It was like we were instructing each other. If one were just to hear these words, one might think what we shared was a beautiful friendship. However, I didn't think what grew between us was friendship by instructing each other, but malice. Frickin' hell, why don't you know something as simple as that? Don't you know what a measuring cup is, or how to read a cookbook? Annoying. In the kitchen. You have to move your arms by this much, to that degree like this. Why can't you do it? Because I'm exhausted. It's been a few hours. If I were able to move like that in this condition, that would be hella weird, man. What about earlier? Oh, of course, I did better then. I was in better shape after all. If you thought that was better, maybe you need to suffer a bit more. You're oh so great, huh? In the gym. Like this, we were building up that chain of malice caused by our extreme instructions. By the way, even though she always said it was annoying, she definitely had fun cooking. She seemed tired of snacks. I could see that she was doing what I taught here, even though she wasn't that good at it. Technically, she genuinely seemed to want to learn how to cook for herself, even after listening to my instructions, rather than just wanting to show off what she cooked to me. I had to learn swordsmanship to increase my physical abilities anyway, so I did what Ellen told me to. It wasn't just swordsmanship training. Try. I also sparred with Ellen. When I rushed and stabbed my sword towards her, Ellen put her sword against mine and slid it outwards and hit my solar plexus with her right shoulder. Puck! Cack! As soon as I fell, Ellen put her sword against my neck. You're dead. This couldn't even be called sword play anymore. It was just a one-sided beating. Whatever I did, she just sent me flying in an instant. Wasn't that a body blow? That's a foul, isn't it? At my cheeky words, Ellen just tilted her head. There are no such things in a real battle. Those were some cruel words for a child to say, but she was right, so I couldn't refute. After that, Ellen taught me various forms of swordsmanship, offensive and submission techniques while practicing like that. Ellen knew a lot of things we hadn't learned yet from the swordsmanship theory lecture. It was true that it was more beneficial to train with a living partner than just stubbornly training swordsmanship techniques on your own. I looked up her physical data out of curiosity. There weren't any details, and a lot of her talents were redacted, but it did get announced in the classroom. It was like a simplified form of the status screen, so to speak. This was also used in the original. Royal Class Year 1, Aminus 2, Ellen, Strength 16, 5B, Agility 18, 3B+, Dexterity 20, 2A, Magic 23, a Stamina 15, 3B, Talents, Weapon, Mastery, Magic Control. It was very simplistic, compared to my status that the system displayed to me. Information that the physical scanner wouldn't be able to grasp would not be displayed on it. For example, the rank of one's swordsmanship or the skills one had. Ellen had a lot of talent, but the list got reduced a lot by Temple, only leaving weapon mastery and magic control. Although she already had the comprehensive talent, weapon mastery, magic control was another one. It included the talents magic manipulation, magic sensitivity, and magic growth. Just by having these two talents, she was already far ahead of Bertus, and yet they dared to call her number 2. She wouldn't even need a talent to be better. Even when considering her physical abilities, Ellen far exceeded mine, which were mostly ranked as F or D. In the combat rank classifications, there is little change in the rank, even if one's numbers increased and one reached a higher rank. In that classification system, Ellen was already at a ridiculously high level. Having a status of S rank and higher was at the level of a superhuman. In the first place, that rank could only be reached by someone of master level or higher. I didn't know what her combat rank would be, but it would probably be above a rank. None of her classmates, or anyone from the royal class for that matter, possessed that level of physical ability. Urk, Huck, Kirk, you walk. Didn't it seem like that bastard was just using this as an excuse to beat me up? However, I also realized a lot of things through that. In the end, swordsmanship wasn't just about using the sword, but the whole body, including one's fists and feet. There were even techniques that implemented characteristics of grappling that included performing feints with the sword to grab the opponent's collar. That was how I came to the realization that the arm that didn't hold the sword was also very important. Whether holding the sword with both hands, to deflect the enemy's sword, to subdue the enemy empty-handed, or to catch the enemy's blade. There were so many applications that I couldn't memorize all of them. Ugh! Thud. At the time she flicked away my sword, she almost crushed me, not forgetting that strange action of pointing her sword at my neck. You're dead, ... telling me that I was dead after subduing me. You're heavy, man. Even if it was part of swordsmanship, don't ride on me like that. During our spars, Ellen showed me many different ways how one could get beat up with a sword. This time she showed me something dumbfounding. Are you making fun of me right now? What? Are you now holding your sword upside down to beat me up? She was holding her sword blade and hit me on the head with the cross guard. When I saw that, I felt it was so ridiculous I almost froze. Was she insulting me? Ellen shook her head. ... It's actually a way to use it against heavily armed enemies. Is there really such a strange technique in swordsmanship? What if one ended up cutting their hand? It won't cut that easily. Ellen said that it wasn't only possible because this was a training sword, but I didn't trust her 100% on that. Anyway, as I already knew from first-hand experience, Ellen wasn't on the level of having to learn swordsmanship like my other classmates. Ellen tried teaching me her swordsmanship, including how to subdue an enemy, and told me to try it as well. In other words, she beat me up so much that my losses couldn't be counted anymore, so in the end, she had no other choice but to explain it to me slowly. She taught me how to deflect a sword, how to use my left arm without holding the sword, and finally something similar to toppling techniques to make your opponent fall, which seemed like they came straight up out of a martial arts game. Still, I was starting to wonder if I could ever do these kinds of things. You're too slow, and your motions are clumsy. Even while I was getting crushed under her, Ellen shook her head as if this wasn't it either. No, well, if I were a real adolescent boy, I would be really excited to be in this kind of situation right now. This is really crossing the line. Couldn't she see that now? Five Cliffman, who was standing beside us at the moment, clinging to his sword, was spying on us, wondering what we were doing. Couldn't she see him swallowing hard? Wait. Why was she? Hey. She was looking at me as if I was just a little brat. Do it again. Not only me, but Ellen was also covered in sweat, as she was sparing with me for a long time now. I thought that now was the right timing. My opponent was extremely arrogant and saw me as just a child. As a result, Kakang, my arm will rip out. It won't. We were both focused on swordsmanship practice and the lessons. The date of the duel was just after lunchtime on Sunday, and since Friday, Ellen was making me practice quit the strange things. Hold it tight. Bang. Clink. She slammed against the side of the sword I was holding while aiming forward. The training sword, which escaped from my grasp, clattered on the gym floor. Every technique in the world is useless if you lose your sword. If you lose something that essential, you would end up dead. Your grip is too weak. My grip was so weak that I would lose my sword with just a single hit like that. Ellen tried to test my grip strength on Friday, so she slammed away my sword rather than just suppressing me, demanding that I held onto it tightly. Not only did my hands feel tingly, the more we continued to train, the weaker my grip became. And catching. How long have we been doing that? When Ellen hit the side of my sword once again, the sword shattered. Wow, what? As the sword got broken, my hand didn't hurt, but did she really hit so hard that she was able to destroy a sword? Ellen looked at the broken training sword and picked up the remaining pieces. Training swords aren't durable usually. They break easily. It looked like she already broke a few of them before. That's what Temple uses, though. It would be a problem if the training swords had too high a quality. Training swords had no edge at all. It would be a big problem if one were to ever get hurt by using these. And it seemed like they purposefully used poor materials, because if it turned out too durable, nothing good would come from that. Even if it didn't have an edge, it could become a blunt weapon if one used enough strength. Don't let go of your sword. It's not as easy as it sounds, okay? After the sword broke, I plopped down on the floor. I couldn't do anything anymore, as my hands felt like they were about to break. Grip strength was important. As such, Adriana kept on focusing on grip strength during her physical training. She continued training her grip, saying that a strong grip was essential in fighting with a sword. Today, Ellen kept on testing if I would drop my sword or not by hitting it in different angles. Cliffman also went back to rest, so it was just the two of us in the gym. Of course, there weren't always just us three here. Bertus and Erich also came by sometimes to train. Bertus had a strange smile on his face when he saw me train with Ellen. He didn't say much about my planned duel, although he seemed subtly proud, seeing what I was trying here. He kind of gave the impression of watching his great subordinate number one doing well even if left alone. In addition, there was little friction between me and the other children, as I was completely focused on training for the duel. Well, some of my hindrances had already been cleared up, so the other children probably didn't dare to touch me. Still, all of the kids were looking forward to Sunday. It was the day when Reinhardt, the psycho bastard, would receive some true education. All those who hated my guts would come to see the duel. You will lose, Ellen suddenly told me. This girl hadn't said anything up until now about my duel. It would be weird for her not to know why I was focusing on training like that all of a sudden. I know. Everyone told me that I was going to lose, and I knew that. Ellen also knew I wasn't particularly confident about this either, so why was she talking about that so suddenly? Do you want to win? She even asked me things like that. I didn't know what her intentions were, but seeing Ellen ask these kinds of things, did that mean that we grew a bit closer at least? Do I want to win? Naturally. It would be nice if I were able to win regardless whether it's possible or not. I would get 3 times the points as my reward after all, my friend. Ellen didn't even look at me up to that moment, but then suddenly she turned her gaze directly at me. Her calm, dark blue eyes stared at me. She really was picturesque. I know a method for you to win. What? What did she mean? No matter how much I thought about it, there was practically no way for me to defeat a guy with a high-level swordsmanship talent as well as a sophomore. I had no idea what it was, but Ellen seemed to know at least one method for me to win this duel. What is it? Think carefully what a duel is. That was all Ellen said. Wait, what are you talking about? I grumbled besides her, asking what the hell she meant, but she kept her mouth shut as if she didn't want to tell me any more. Chapter 47, the day before the duel. On Saturday, I did my strength training with Adriana in the morning as usual. She continued her training while aiding me with her divine power. Even after breakfast, Adriana called me back and gave me more training. Ha! Ha! I definitely felt that my stamina improved by a lot in that short amount of time. That rapid growth and this feeling across my whole body gave me some joy, even while I was in extreme physical and mental pain. Junior, don't do anything anymore tomorrow morning. Stay in good shape. Yes, Adriana could restore my strength, but if she did that and I did more, it would have adverse effects on tomorrow's duel. I knew that much, so I was only going to train up to that point. I didn't really know what difference it would make if I maintained my best condition for this duel that I was going to lose anyway. Adriana trained me in the morning as well as in the afternoon and sat with me on a park bench in front of the dormitory. She handed me a canteen. It was more than usual. Due to the intense training, I couldn't help but gulp down a ton of water. Phew! Seeing me exhausted, Adriana looked at me with a strange smile on her lips. Junior, you are really weird. What? I believe you have enough patience and perseverance in you to the point that you could follow my lead very well so far. Why are you so rude to others? She seemed to have noticed that I wasn't such an impatient, short-tempered guy during this week of training. However, she didn't understand why I was being so rude to others in fights and outside of them, to the point that I would disgrace my opponent like that. I don't want to be ignored. Ha! Even if I put up with it once, there would be another guy picking a fight. Should I just endure it twice then? I just get hit again and again. That's when you're already caught in this vicious circle. Adriana sighed deeply at my words. Isn't that tiring? Getting angry, fighting someone, bumping into them because you felt a little upset. It's just like that. After I drank all the water from the canteen, I stared blankly at the lush park. I think it's better to get exhausted as a shitty bastard than a pushover. Really? I can't understand you at all. Adriana shook her head, as if she didn't understand a thing I said. By the way, there's something I wanted to ask you. What? Adriana stared at me, as if she was willing to answer if it was within her capability. A classmate of mine said that there was only one way for me to win this duel. Do you maybe know what she meant, senior? Ha! Adriana thought for a moment, as if what I said was rather bizarre. The only way I could win. What was it that Ellen thought? That, I honestly don't know. Adriana shook her head, as if to show that she really didn't know. Okay, Ellen wouldn't tell me even if I grabbed her collar and shook her. Rather, I should just give it my best shot. If I lose, I lose. The time of the decisive battle had come. Thanks to the training I did over this week, I was definitely in much better shape than I was before, as I trained while being heavily doped. Current stats: Strength 4, 8F+, Agility 5, 0D, Dexterity 5, 9D, Magic 10, 1C, Stamina 8, 1C, my strength increased by 0, 8 my agility by 0, 3 my dexterity by 0, 7 and my stamina by 1, 6. I trained with Adriana to increase my strength and stamina, and I presumed that my dexterity went up because of the spars I had with Ellen. So, why did my magic stat go up again? There were some changes in the submenus as well. Skills Demon Domination D cannot be used in current state. Self-suggestion Pseudo-Swordsmanship. Comprehensive Ability Assessment. Lowest Level Demon Combat Level Assessment, F+. What's with that? What was pseudo-swordsmanship supposed to be? It wasn't even rank F, it was just pseudo-swordsmanship. What was that? Were they telling me that I couldn't even do F rank swordsmanship yet? Was I even unable to use the lowest level of swordsmanship or something like that? The fact that my combat level went from F to F plus was also truly breathtaking. They should have just left it as F. F plus makes me seem even lamer. That pseudo-swordsmanship I barely obtained after such hard work was nearly crushing my heart. In any case, there was a dramatic improvement to my physical fitness. My abilities seemed to have improved evenly, and if I continue to practice, I'd hit my limits someday anyway. At that time, I would have to use achievement points or something, but first I had to achieve whatever I could with my own body. Afternoon. First year Class A's dormitory gym. There were quite a few people now in this place where Ellen and I clashed swords repeatedly. A lot of people came just to watch me lose. Bertus was absent. It was the weekend, so it seemed likely that he returned to the Imperial Palace and wasn't particularly curious about my duel's results. Every one of Class A, except number 1 Bertus and number 3 Liana de Grants, were present. It was rather surprising that Ellen came to watch my duel. All the classmates that were present when I messed with this senior were here. There were also some of Class B present. Reinhardt, cheer up. Ah, yes. Of course, the kind Ludwig came to support me. He seemed to have brought some friends with him with whom he was particularly close with. B-9 Delphine Isadra and B-10 Lannian Cessa. I never even held a conversation with either of them. It didn't seem like I would ever have anything to do with them in the future. Pretty funny that I didn't have any connection to the kids I wrote about the most, and she was a bit far from the others, but she also came to watch. Charlotte was watching silently from afar. That was weird. I was sure she didn't come to cheer me on. Rather, it seemed more like an investigation. Maybe she was curious as to how I would act in a duel, or she wanted to ask me about the progress in Valia's search. It somehow seemed like she was trying to confirm my usefulness. There were other people I didn't expect to see here, for example, B-3, Scarlet. Her red eyes and hair made her stand out. I didn't have any connection to her either, so why did she come to look? I wouldn't be very interested in something that had nothing to do with me. Strictly speaking, if I were her, I wouldn't want to go near Class A even more. Why did that cursed bitch come here? How unlucky. Scarlet came to watch my duel, even though she had no reason to. Erich, who seemed desperate to bully her, was also here after all. Although I stood far away from Erich, she definitely stared at me. What was this? Since this event never happened in the original, there should have been some motive behind her actions that couldn't be found in the original. My classmates were made up of these kinds of people, and most of them would love to see me get horribly trampled. Ludwig excluded, I had no idea what Ellen was thinking. She was just squatting at some corner, looking at me. You're going to be in big trouble today, you beggar. Be prepared. Harriet smirked behind her hands. Oh, have fun watching. Huh, have fun. Wow, what really? Harriet looked dazed again when I told her to have fun while watching me get beat up. Preconceptions seemed to be very important. At first, I snapped at her a bit because I got annoyed. But when I thought it over again, I couldn't see her as anything but a cute little kid. So no matter what she did, it seemed kind of endearing. In other words, when I saw this girl, who I obviously set up as a villain, act like this, I couldn't help but find it cute, and she might have unexpectedly become my favorite character, because she didn't seem to understand what was going on. On the senior side, it seemed like the entire second-year Class A came. Seeing as there were more than 10 people there, did some from Class B come as well? Did they want to see the face of the guy who dared to defy one of the seniors? Was it something like that? The faces I could recognize were the duelist I was going to face, Art de Gartes, Adriana, and the little brat named Redina who looked between me and Art with a teary expression. I should really go buy her something later. I couldn't believe I said something like that to such a nice girl. My neck was going numb from just thinking about that. She was such a good and kind girl. Yeah, I deserved to be hit. And then there was the observer, Mr. Eppenhauser. I think we're ready, so let's go ahead with this. Actual duels were actually held with one's life at stake. However, duels between students shouldn't be death matches. Therefore, duels were only conducted under the supervision of a teacher who was able to restrain the students at any time. Mr. Eppenhauser didn't question why we were fighting. He was just doing what the regulations stipulated him to do, so he allowed us to do this. If it were Mr. Mustrang, he would have told us not to do this. Their personalities were polar opposites. Art de Gartes, who had his honor sullied by Reinhardt. I'll just read it as it was written in the report. Mr. Eppenhauser began to read the report done on the circumstances of our duel. On Saturday, 2 weeks ago, first-year Aminus 11 Reinhardt grabbed the crotch of second-year Aminus 3 Art de Gartes and squeezed it hard. PFFFD, Q Fufum. Oh my God. Mr. Eppenhauser read that part so seriously that everyone around, no matter on what side they stood, began to laugh. Either way, the teacher just read it all to the end. I also found this quite funny and Art's expression became quite weird. But I gotta say, Mr. Eppenhauser was one hell of a guy. He claimed that he suffered from extreme mental and physical pain, as well as incredible humiliation, which consequently damaged his reputation. Therefore, he requested a duel, demanding an apology from Reinhardt. No, Aminus 11, who accepted this duel. Am I correct? Yes. Yees. Art didn't laugh, but I barely managed to answer in a slurred voice because this was just too funny. State what you want in return for victory. Art replied to Eppenhauser's words. I want Reinhardt to kneel before his seniors and apologize for his disrespect, and I want him to swear to always respect his seniors from that point on. What he wanted for his victory was an apology and respect. What he meant was that, whatever they decide in the future, I should kneel before them and just nod my head. This time Mr. Eppenhauser looked at me. My reward for gaining victory in this duel, I had a slim chance of winning. I hope that these absurd acts that the seniors were trying to impose on us so far will not be forced either on me nor my classmates anymore. Of course, they should apologize as well. At my words, the children's expressions became strange. Even if it was obvious that I was going to lose, they didn't expect me to say that I wanted them to stop bullying my classmates in return for victory. What were they looking at me like that for? It was a reward I wouldn't even be able to receive anyway. Good. Als, the god of war, shall take the side of the righteous. Dueling was, after all, a barbaric act. It was clear that God would only stand on the side of the righteous, so the one who won was always in the right. Whoever was chosen by Als, god of war, would win. That just sounded like bullshit. And then, right when Mr. Eppenhauser was about to announce the start of the duel, Teacher, Art, unable to hide his displeasure, raised his hand. I will nominate a champion as my right as a duelist. What the hell was he talking about? A champion? Name him. My champion is third year Aminus 7 Mayarton. Art, with a distorted expression on his face, retreated, and someone else took his place in front of me, receiving his training sword. The one who accepted it was laughing, as if this situation was just too funny to bear. Only then did I realize. Even if all the second years, including people from Class B, were here, the number just wouldn't add up. That meant the guys from Year 3 Class A came here as well. So you were the guy who told us to come when the prince was around, yeah. The third years were offended by what I said and took Art's dual seat. I dared them to try and come at us when the prince was around, but they couldn't do it, so their pride was hurt. Hence they wanted to take care of me themselves. Art also seemed to have gotten forced into this rather than this actually being his will, and Adriana looked at this scene wide-eyed. I guess she didn't know that this would happen. The guy in front of me looked down at me with a fishy smile. Let's see if you're just as skilled as your dog mouth, Junior. At that moment, I finally realized what the only way I could win was, choosing a great warrior as my champion. A duelist could choose someone to fight on their behalf with their right. Then I looked towards Ellen Artorius, who was squatting in the corner, staring at me quietly. Nod, she looked at me and nodded her head. That was the only way I could win. At that moment, Ellen signaled to me that she could be my champion. Chapter 48. Things were going differently from what I expected. I didn't think I would win this duel to begin with, but I never expected the third years to make their appearance. How cheap could these guys even get? You didn't want to mess with us when the prince was around, but now you were trying to bully your juniors like this. The odds of winning, which were already slim, now became slimmer, though this probably wouldn't change much. However, that guy in front of me, Mayarton, kept staring at me as if he was thinking about how to truly educate me. My classmates were equally surprised by the sudden appearance of this third-year champion. If I named Ellen as my champion, she would be willing to come up. But no matter how good she was, would she be able to beat a third year? He had been at Temple for 2 years longer than her, after all. Maybe she would win. I had no idea what Mayarton was like, but she should be more than enough to win. If one wanted to beat Ellen, one had to be a superhuman or someone who had reached the limit of what a human is capable of. I didn't think that this guy was someone like that. Someone as strong as that was very rarely found in Temple, so they wouldn't do something meaningless like this. Perhaps because of this sudden change in circumstances, there was one more person whose mood changed slightly, besides Ellen. It was Adriana. She seemed angry beyond perplexity, confronted with this situation. That calm senior was looking at me quietly. I could tell just by looking at her eyes. Her eyes seemed to tell me that she would fight for me. Adriana, originally, hated this absurd hereditary tradition anyway. She even told me that she didn't like her seniors all that much. However, now that there was a third year standing before me, seeing that guy butt in a duel against a first year, it seemed like she couldn't stand by anymore. Adriana spoke to me with her eyes. Make me your champion. I thought I was going around fucking up my temple life, but there were actually two people willing to fight for me. Had I actually been doing well? If there is no disagreement, the duel will begin immediately. If the outcome seems clear or if one side surrenders, the duel will end. Teacher, I have something I would like to suggest. Mayarton looked at Mr. Eppinhauser and said, can't we just make it a rule that the duel will end if either side surrenders? And what would be the reason for that? The result is already pretty clear after all. However, I want to teach some manners to this rash junior here. So, unless I explicitly said I surrender, the duel wouldn't end. He would definitely win with the normal rules, but he didn't want the duel to end as soon as his sword touched me. His purpose wasn't to defeat me, but to crush me. Reinhardt, do you agree to these terms? I've been hoping for that, you bastard. Yes, but instead I have a condition. Which would be? Ellen and Adriana would both be willing to fight for me. Circumstances had changed, and I had been caught by a hell of a lot worse bastard than Art. Art probably would have wanted to fight me fairly. However, that guy definitely would treat me a lot worse than him. The situation changed, and so did my judgment. Mayarton is a third year, and I'm just a first year. There's a clear difference in ability in not just a single area. Mr. Eppinhauser nodded his head, as if agreeing with me. I want to use my right as a duelist and, who should I call? Ask the opponent for a handicap. I didn't call for anyone. When Ellen talked to me the other day, she meant that if one thought about what kind of duel this was, one would think of choosing a champion. However, when Art nominated his champion, I thought of something else. A handicap. If there was just too much strength difference between you and your opponent, you could give the opponent a handicap. That was the kind of situation I was in right now. Neither Ellen nor Adriana seemed to have expected that I would use the handicap instead of nominating a champion. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought to use the handicap either if this champion didn't suddenly appear. Mayarton burst out in laughter at my words. Junior, are you seriously planning on beating me? He was smiling, but seemed to be really angry. It was like he thought that I believed that I would be able to beat him if I just gave him a handicap. Mr. Eppinhauser, the observer of the duel, nodded. Good. During the duel, Mayarton is forbidden from using his left hand. It wasn't Mayarton who gave himself that handicap, but Mr. Eppinhauser. Mayarton snorted at him and hid his left arm behind his back, as if that handicap didn't matter at all. Before I wouldn't have thought that to be a big handicap either, but I had learned what an important role the hand, which didn't hold the sword, played while sparring with Ellen. Having one arm sealed away was a huge handicap. Of course, it would be very unlikely for me to surpass this power difference with just that. Then, before everyone's eyes, Mr. Eppinhauser declared, start the duel. Mayarton didn't immediately rush at me. He held his training sword in his right hand and slowly approached me with his left arm hidden behind his back. I didn't have a single strategy in my mind. Would the countless skills I learned from Ellen really work on someone like him? If I had some good skills, I might have been able to overcome this gap, but I only learned some things by sparring. I didn't even know proper swordsmanship yet. It would be arrogant to think that I learned it properly when I only just learned a few techniques. That guy approached me as if he just went out for a walk. He wasn't feeling wary of me at all. Did you freeze up? When the man approached me with his sword pointed forward and tried to enter my range, I pushed his sword to the side and tried to push in. Kang. Kirk, however, as if he saw through all my movements, he powerfully slashed at the sword I was holding with both of my hands, while he held his with one hand. That shock forced me to take a few steps back. Even though I was holding my sword with two hands, it felt like my palms were going to tear apart. You're weak. Mayarton stared at me, having been pushed a few steps back. I was very confident that he'd be able to subdue me right at this moment, but he was trying to play with me. He was trying to trample my pride and make me realize that I was nothing in front of him. Mayarton leaned over his body and ran straight at me. Kang, then he started attacking me. Kang, cuck, Kang. He attacked the sword I was holding, to be exact. Intentionally. Kang, ugh, clink. As soon as I let go of my sword, he kicked me in the stomach. Pow, cough. I realized something as soon as I collapsed to the floor together with my sword. Until I surrendered, until I bent my pride and surrendered. That guy would continue this. What are you doing, Junior? Letting go of your sword like that? He kicked the sword I dropped towards me. Pick it up! Clang! As soon as I picked up the sword, Mayarton rushed at me and hit the side of my training sword once again. The sword slipped out of my grasp and rolled to the floor again. Mayarton smiled at me. Pick it up! I could see now why Ellen trained me to properly hold my sword and not let go of it. She knew that they would do this to me. Kang. The power of my grip was gradually getting drained away. I really don't get it. Thud. Ugh. Every time I let go of my sword, he would hit me with his elbow, kick me, and knee me as if I was being punished for it. Someone like you who has no skill or credibility. Puck. KRRK. Why did you decide to mess with us? He had no intention of subduing me. He saw me on the floor and kicked the training sword towards me. He blew away my sword and gleefully watched me pick it up again. The humiliation given by the act of having one's sword hit out of one's hand and being made to pick it up over and over again was no joke. I felt miserable and ashamed at the thought that I was only on the level of a toy for my opponent. Nothing had changed about that, even if he was just a piece of trash that found joy in beating up his juniors who were 2 years younger than him. I knew I would lose, and I knew I would get humiliated like this. In addition to the humiliation I felt, the pain all over my body was enormous, as what he was subjecting me to was more like corporal punishment than an actual fight. I held my sword again, and it got slammed out of my hand yet again. Kang! My palms were torn and bleeding. This was no longer a duel. It wasn't a duel to begin with. He didn't treat this as a duel from the start. He just casually walked towards me, swung his sword lightly, and made my sword bounce off. Then he kicked and slapped me when I was defenseless, treating me like a joke. He looked down at me as if I was pathetic, as I was continuously falling down and getting up. You're nothing before a swordmaster. Pow. Ugh. Stay down, you bastard. Pow. How good things would have been if you acted nicely. Bang. Ugh. You lost. Come on, say you surrender. That would be more comfortable for you, right? Pow. Gah. Do it. Pow. Ugh. You won't. Pow. Well, fine by me. He kept insulting me, not showing the slightest bit of sympathy as I kept trying to get up. I was a filthy bastard, but that guy was a little different. That guy wasn't just dirty, he was cruel. As I was trying to cover up my lack of ability with acting dirty, that guy did it by acting cruel, and he was clearly incomparably stronger than me. The more I got up and tried to resist, the more he seemed to be pleased rather than showing admiration for my endurance. It looked like that guy felt delight at his victim's futile struggle. I felt the atmosphere around me as I grabbed my training sword again. There were no emotions in Mr. Eppinhauser's expression and eyes. However, most of my classmates' expressions were distorted. There were cases like that. In any kind of event, if one side was starting to lose miserably, there would be some who would unwittingly start to cheer for that team. They don't want the other team to be so helplessly crushed, so they want them to do a little better. Now I was on that miserably losing side. Harriet de Saint-Ouen, who showed delight at first at me receiving some true education, was also at a loss. Her complexion was completely white. She looked between me and Mr. Eppinhauser. It was as if she was asking with her eyes why he didn't stop this fight, even though it was clear who the winner was. She had been imagining it, but she didn't think it would be like this. I didn't know I would end up this miserable either. Some were calm. Ellen was still looking at me, and so was Charlotte. Rather, the people who loathed and hated me were the ones who got terrified. It seemed like they thought that I would end up dying like this. Even though duels at Temple could be called child's play compared to actual duels, it was still a duel after all. It wasn't at the level of a simple match. The duel wouldn't end unless someone surrendered. Even Mr. Eppinhauser wouldn't intervene unless my life was at risk. I didn't even want that kind of intervention. Watching me crawl back up again, the other kids' faces distorted, not Mayarton's though. It seemed like he wanted me to surrender. He wanted me to admit defeat and back off. I didn't know why I was doing this. In a complete mess, I looked at Mayarton with my whole body aching as well as my hands. I wouldn't be able to win. However, the wind seemed to be picking up. Although I wouldn't be able to win. That wretched, cruel, fucking bastard. I'll get one in. What? Even if I got crushed and trampled over, I would definitely get in a single punch. I'll fucking get you at least once, you son of a bitch. I would at least get one hit in. The reality of my coming defeat or any plans I had about developing my supernatural power by putting myself in an extreme mental state. All of that was forgotten in my seething anger. I got hit too many times. I was hit so hard that all the heat rushed up straight to my head. If I didn't get even a single bite out of that fucking bastard, I wouldn't be able to sleep for the next month or so. I rushed at him with all the strength I still had left and prepared to use something. If I were to hesitate, he would either kick me or hit me with his sword. I never planned on using this for something like that, but I was so fucking annoyed that I couldn't take it anymore. Used the revise function. 20 achievement points are required to trigger this event. I hit the sword that blocked my eyes and made something that originally shouldn't happen right at that moment. His sword. It shattered the moment my sword hit it. Kang, the sword that blocked mine, broke, dying Mayarton's expression in surprise. Pow. Gah. At the same time as my training sword struck his head, I rammed my knee into the place that started this whole duel. Chapter 49. Training swords weren't made out of durable material. I remembered Ellen telling me that, and the constant use of this particular one made this event possible. The less probable an event, the more achievement points it would require. Conversely, if it was highly probable, it would require relatively few points. The event of a training sword breaking after constant collisions wasn't that improbable, so I was able to trigger this event using a very small amount of points. It was definitely more probable than making someone highly trained in close combat suddenly fall over or surrender. In the end, I was able to land a blow using the methods available to me. Knowing this pain, Art put his legs together, and the man in front of me grabbed his thing and stepped back with a painful expression on his face. You erg. This dog-like bastard. Unfortunately, he didn't fall down, even though he was sweating profusely. If he recovered from his stunned state, there would be more severe consequences for me. His sword was broken, so Mr. Eppenhauser took out a new one and threw it to him. I couldn't give him time to pick it up. If he recovered from his damage, I would be dead. I rushed in while that man, who was shivering after being kicked in the crotch, clumsily tried to pick up the training sword. Thud. Ah! I didn't swing my sword. I hit him with my body. As I looked at Mayarton, who was still in pain, I held my training sword upside down. Pow! Then, as Ellen showed me the other day, I slapped him in the head using the cross guard. She told me that it was used against heavily armed enemies, but now I was using this to stun that guy. Bang! Arg, why, you son of a bitch. If I were able to use my full power, this would have ended in his head splitting open, but because I lost a lot of my strength, it only made him feel some pain. I hoped he would at least faint. Thud, pow, pock, bam. While he still hadn't recovered yet from the pain, I kicked him, trampled on him and slapped him in the face. However, his body, which had been trained to the limit, didn't receive any meaningful damage. He squatted and endured all my powerless attacks. It was the same for him. The fight wouldn't end if he didn't surrender. He would just wait it out until he recovered. Thud. Arg. And that moment came pretty fast. As he pushed me away, he took a step back and got up. I had no time to relax. This senior's face was flushed red, probably because he got humiliated by a first-year junior. What kind of duel was this? It was just a dog fight. This was just a quarrel between children with no pride, honor, or respect. His eyes gleamed with life. The expressions of the onlookers started to get weird. I was helpless, but because I unexpectedly counterattacked, did they start to cheer for me? Did they honestly think I could win this even remotely? Yes, don't ever surrender, please. That wasn't gonna happen. The senior was still waiting to recover, or he was ready to stop me if I came anywhere close to him. Right now, he was just watching. I could surrender now. I paid him back after all. I could give up now. It would be my win in a sense if I surrendered now. Something like, I'm surrendering now to save your face. That would be the best way to make him angry. That would be the case. Surrender? Yeah, won't happen. I have no intentions of doing that, you bastard. I wanted to win. What? I'll win this. After I gave him a kick to his damn jewels, seeing his face distorted like that, I tasted how sweet revenge was. You just managed to get in one cowardly surprise attack, and you think you're gonna win. Yeah, I wanted to win. I wanted to defeat this guy and grant him some behavioral training. I wanted to make that bastard kneel in front of me and apologize. So, I wanted to win. If I were to lose, I would have to kneel before that guy and Art and apologize. Getting beat up was shameful, but having to say that I was wrong when I didn't even think that what I did was wrong was a lot worse. I didn't like that at all. I didn't need some grand reason or convincing probabilities. I just didn't want to lose. I mean, no one would want that. I had to get beat up by this jerk in this unfair fight and then kneel to him and apologize right after that. I wanted to see that. I wanted to see what that guy, so convinced of his victory, who taunted me, stomped on and kicked me, looked like after he lay defeated in front of me. I wondered what kind of miserable expression he would show me, denying his defeat and showing me an even uglier appearance. I wanted to make this person who made me like this even worse off. Hence, I wanted to win. I desperately wanted to win. The guy came up to me. This raging attack won't just blow away my sword, it would break everything in my body. If I allowed the next attack to hit, there would be no getting back up from that. There was also a limit to holding out through sheer tenacity. Breaking another training sword would be unlikely, so it would cost more points. Maybe it was impossible even. There would be no way for me to win if I were not able to withstand that next blow. How the hell do you plan on beating me, huh? Why don't you show me? I didn't have anything like that. Still, I wanted to win anyway. Just because there was no way for me to win, that didn't mean I was forbidden from wanting to. I couldn't win, but I still could have the desire to win. I needed to see him lying under my feet, no matter what. Ah, that was when I realized. I thought that I shouldn't have come because I would lose anyway. I knew I would lose, but I had to fight in the hopes of winning. No, this wasn't even what I wanted. It wasn't even close to the thing I wanted. There was no way to win, and yet I wanted to win even in this situation where I had no other choice but to lose. I wanted to grasp victory, and I wanted to be certain of my victory. I now vividly remembered what I had to do. I caught my breath as I watched that guy approaching. How the hell are you going to win? He was slowly approaching with a sly smile hanging on his lips. How? Don't know. What? The answer had been decided long ago. I looked at the guy holding his sword. I'll win anyway. I was being stubborn in this situation. I didn't know how I would win, but I knew that I'd win anyway. This was just a farce. You're out of your mind. Mayarton seemed to think that I had gone crazy because I was pushed to my limits. That was what the others' faces also told me. No, that wasn't it. I realized this by rationally thinking about it, not because I was driven into some extreme state. I just realized how my powers worked. The name of my power was self-suggestion, so I had to apply it to myself. I had to believe in it myself. It's not just about wanting to win. It wasn't even just a prediction of my own victory. Even with no chance of winning, I had to constantly think that I was going to win. I had to really believe it. That was how it was supposed to be used. That was the power I had. It wasn't about what one wanted, desired, or longed for. There was no reason, cause, or basis for it, but you had to blindly believe that it would happen, whining like a child, insisting like an idiot. Only if I completely and wholeheartedly believed that it was going to happen would my power awaken. If you believed in it well enough, it would happen regardless of the cause or reason. The ability would grant me power like that. Look, the most powerful supernatural ability that would eventually evolve into word magic. I'll beat you anyway. Awakened self-suggestion, that was my power. Boom. After getting closer, as if he couldn't stand looking at me anymore, he lowered his upper body and rushed towards me. Bang! Wuark! I reacted to those movements that I shouldn't have been able to react to and smacked him in the face with my sword. Thud, Mayarton fell to the same part of the floor where he had started his rush. He was down on the ground. I couldn't feel the pain and wounds all over my body. I was in an extreme state of exhilaration as I grabbed this shivering bastard's hair. Ka! Erg! He didn't seem to get what happened just now. The reactions around us were the same. It would be unbelievable to see the guy who was barely able to move his body properly until just a while ago to suddenly display such power. I grabbed his hair and slammed his head back down on the floor. Bam! Erg! Bam! Gark! Boom! Kurg! Mayarton's body trembled after I hit his head 3 times against the floor of the gym. Just as Mr. Eppenhauser didn't interfere when I was getting beat up, he didn't intervene when I was smashing Mayarton's head against the gym floor. He was just watching. That was some scary level of composure. No one knew what was going on. Surrender. Ha ha h how? How? You'll lose anyway if you faint. Do you want me to smash in your head until you faint? Fine by me. Bang, Kurg, bang, bang, bang. Amidst this complete reversal without rhyme or reason, I grabbed Mayarton's messed up hair again and made him stare straight at me. I told you. Ooh, erg. I was going to beat you anyway. A reality forced to happen. Self-suggestion was that kind of ability. The greater my absurd belief, the stronger my power grew. My vague belief in my own victory seemed to be just enough to win against Mayarton. The moment I realized how to use it, I managed to believe in this scenario. Anyway, I was sure I could win. Neither madness, nor cruelty, nor malice, nor joy could be found in his eyes. Those eyes were only filled with fear and incomprehension at this situation. Good. It was good to be an object of fear. It was even better, as the one who feared me was the guy who had been holding me down and beating me up until now. Now, tell me, Senior, you've been going to temple 2 years more than me, you have better physical abilities, and your swordsmanship is much better than mine. I couldn't help laughing and shouting. Now how about you try telling the first-year students that you're a fucking third year, huh? I could feel the people around me get frightened by my maddened roar. Don't want to. Then how about I'll make you wake up to the infirmary ceiling then? I lifted his head up high to slam him down against the floor again. I lost. I was finally able to crush his pride and get him to surrender. Mr. Eppenhauser bluntly announced the result. I declare Reinhardt as the victor. Event Quest Complete Duel with Art. You have earned 600 achievement points as reward for your victory. Then, with the announcement of my victory, everything went dark before me. Chapter 50, damn it. I told that guy I would make him see the infirmary's ceiling, but in the end it was me who woke up to it. It was after Mr. Eppenhauser declared my victory, so the results couldn't have been overturned. This was the infirmary, right? The curtains were drawn so I couldn't tell if someone was around. Soon someone opened the curtains and appeared before me. You woke up. Ah, Senior. It was Adriana. She approached me, put a hand on my forehead and nodded slowly. Did she judge that my condition was okay? What happened? You won the duel, Junior, but then you suddenly collapsed. This is the dormitory's recovery room. Recovery room. Was there such a thing? Was Mayarton also here? As I looked around, Adriana shook her head as if she knew what I was looking for. That Senior is in another recovery room. I wouldn't let both of you use the same room. I did hit his head quite a lot, so he would be in need of recuperation. Adriana sat down on the bed next to me and sighed. Junior, you knew what I wanted to do, right? Maybe she was talking about the look she gave me before. Yeah, well, I could have fought for you. She was asking me why I still insisted on doing such a reckless thing instead of choosing her. Were you expecting such nonsense as suddenly awakening your supernatural power at just the right time? Don't you understand things unless you get beat up? Adriana seemed angry. By the way, they must have already scanned my body once while I was fainted. So they should already know the reason why I became so strangely powerful was because of my supernatural ability. Isn't it fine as long as the results are good? Nonsense. Of course, I heard about your strange aptitudes, Junior, but you did something very reckless. I knew I had a latent supernatural power and realized how to awaken it just then. However, to others this might have seemed like I was hitting my head against the floor to break it. If it didn't go well, wouldn't it have been even worse than losing? Adriana didn't seem to know what to say in response to my reaction, as if there was something wrong with that. Junior, you still have 6 years to live in Temple. You just started your first year. You were able to awaken a supernatural power through great coincidence this time, but will you continue to do these kinds of reckless things in the future just to turn your other aptitudes into talents? No, not really. Supernatural powers were just special cases, and the rest of the talents I wanted I could buy with achievement points, so there wouldn't be a reason to do these kinds of things anymore. Anyway, don't do such reckless things anymore. Also, don't be rude to your seniors just because you won that duel. It will probably happen again in the not-so-far future, though. I was sure that everyone was wondering if my damn temper would lead me to be cut down this time. Unfortunately for them, I realized how to use my supernatural ability and grabbed the third-year senior by his hair and slammed him into the gym floor. So that would mean for them that Reinhardt has only become more insane. Really now? Then I seriously have to scold this junior of mine. Got that? Adriana was staring at me terrifyingly. What would happen if this senior scolded me? I didn't know if that scolding would be in the form of words or in the form of a beating. Okay, I'll try to restrain myself. Anyway, I didn't want to be scolded by someone who was so worried about me to the point that she got angry. Just because she got angry with me about something like this didn't necessarily mean that she hated me. Of course, if I really were to fight the seniors, I probably wouldn't get away with it so easily. Mayarton was off guard as well. If that were a real fight, it would have ended in less than 5 seconds. But honestly, I'm grateful. Even if you're thought to be crazy by everyone else, you should be nice to the people who would actually stand up for you. Adriana sighed at my words. I really don't like juniors who go around fighting all the time. I'd rather have a junior that gets along with everyone. Then there's that guy in Class B called Ludwig. You know, you're supposed to be that kind of person, so do you really have to say that? I guess I got born into the wrong life then. Oh, is that so? Hits. Ouch! In the end, the angry Adriana hit my head. I feel like I could make anyone mad with ease. I think that was my real talent here. I was treated by the teacher designated to be the nurse in the recovery room. It was only natural that I ended up fainting. I forcibly raised my own strength far exceeding what my original body could handle, so it had reached its limits. Of course, I was able to leave the recovery room pretty quickly, as there was no further need for me to recuperate there. Then, to my dismay, I had a consultation with Mr. Eppinhauser. Self-suggestion. Mr. Eppinhauser seemed worried about my supernatural powers awakening during the duel. It's interesting. Number 11. You did say that there had to be an aptitude for supernatural powers among your countless ones, so it should be possible to awaken one. It seems to me that you accepted your senior's challenge out of necessity. It's rather ridiculous, but you turned out to be right. Actually, I did this because I wanted something else to happen, but it somehow turned out like this. Luck is also a talent, just as the other talented students hadn't necessarily acquired their power through hard work. I do not know if it was mere luck, but you are not allowed to use your ability to attack someone anymore, unless it's in special circumstances like a duel. However, your ability isn't an obvious one. The downside to this is that it is hard to recognize and judge. Of course, it might be advantageous for you, though. Depending on the degree I use my ability at, one might not be able to tell if I strengthened my body or not. It was extremely advantageous for the one who used it, but it was pretty disadvantageous for the teacher who had to make a judgment on it. I won't do anything stupid. Yes, although you seem to be quite violent, I don't believe you to be an idiot. Mr. Eppinhauser was still staring at me with his unflinching gaze. Whenever I met his eyes, I always felt like this person's gaze was utterly terrifying. When he showed me this cold attitude, I felt a similar type of fear I felt from Bertus. Miss Rolendria will be quite surprised to hear about you. You can go. Miss Rolandira was referring to the teacher in charge of the supernatural power class. She'd definitely be surprised, as the one who casually said he'd somehow get a supernatural ability actually got one. Reinhardt awakened his supernatural powers during his duel with his senior. That rumor seemed to have already spread throughout the class, as well as among the seniors. When a first year and a third year fought against each other in a duel, the first year actually awakened their supernatural ability and beat up his senior. The duel itself probably became the hot topic around the entire royal class before it even started, but now it came out that the first year actually won. It would have been strange if there weren't any rumors. Still, I didn't know it would turn out like this. Are you Reinhardt? I heard that duel was no joke. Mayarton, that bastard, should have been beaten some more. Oh my God, you're such a little baby, cute. Can I hug you? No, I wasn't a baby. I was still 17. And no matter how I looked at it, I wasn't really the cute type, or was I? Should this sister buy you something delicious? Do you like macaroons? The first year Class A dormitory was currently crowded with seniors who came down after hearing the rumors about me. In a way, this might have been a natural conclusion. In order to defeat a single first year, a third year forced himself into the fight of a second year as his champion. At this point, Mayarton would have already been imprinted as trash in the minds of those who weren't all that interested in disciplining the juniors. Not all Class A students were strict about traditions and such. As soon as they reached their fourth year, many students turned their attention away from such things. So many of them were already dissatisfied with Mayarton for trying to beat up a first year, but he even lost. Therefore, those seniors were bound to develop a certain degree of curiosity and favor towards me, to the same degree they disliked Mayarton. Also, although I didn't make Reinhardt look super handsome, he was still good looking enough. It was understandable that those sisters would go, "You're such a cute little baby. How can he be so young and already so righteous? You told your seniors not to bully you and your friends anymore if you won, right?" As the rumor spread around that I participated in duel, I was bound to lose anyway to make the seniors stop harassing my class. It seemed that I now got known as a righteous guy who fought for his friends. Ah, I did say that. You're so nice. Of course, my actual classmates who heard the seniors fussing seemed to doubt their ears. The seniors were praising Reinhardt, the crazy dog bastard, as a good and nice guy after all. Their expressions showed that some of them seemed to want to fiercely shout, "No, he isn't that kind of guy at all. If anyone comes to bother you again after this, tell me. I'll scold them for you. See, if you have any problem, come straight to the fifth year Class A, okay? Rumble, rumble. If she was in the fifth year then she was 21 years old. She was a college student sister. Of course, I didn't actually see her as an older sister. She was still just a child as well. She was trying to show off and made a small storm appear in her right hand. What? Why was she doing that? Since they were seniors, their supernatural abilities couldn't be compared to those of a first year. They told me I should be proud of myself and that there should be more children like me. My classmates, of course, would never agree to anything they said. If there were any more children like me, Temple would get destroyed. Still, if one were to take the rumors at face value, I did seem like just a good little kid. There were also times when some male seniors would pat my head, saying I did a good job, but there were also some female seniors who simply crossed the line. What do I do? I heard you had such a hard life. Ah, yeah, well. She seemed to have heard about my origins, so a certain senior girl suddenly hugged me tightly, giving me a headache. And no, hey, don't do this. Although my mind was still the same as it was before, my body was currently a healthy 17-year-old. Oh my, good that you were able to get into Temple. Don't do this. This wasn't how this was supposed to go. When they found out that I was actually just a beggar from the streets, they couldn't help but marvel at how I was able to grow up to be so upright in that kind of environment. The seniors had that huge misunderstanding about me, to the point where I couldn't do anything about it anymore. Tired. I was really tired. I ended up becoming a star at Temple just because of one duel. Regardless of the misunderstandings the seniors had about me, the looks the others gave me after they returned were a little different from before. Probably because they knew I awakened my supernatural ability. They might have also felt something from my actions, fighting so hard even though I was put into such a helpless situation by that senior. The people who hated me, Kare, Erich, and Kono Lint, looked at me, then went past me with their eyes tightly closed. They felt like they were no match for me, not only in terms of skills, but also in terms of mental strength. It wasn't because I fought so well, it was because of my mental strength that didn't allow me to give up no matter how badly I got beaten up. Eventually, they would get more skilled and mentally strong, but right now they were just kids. No wonder I looked weird to them. And Harriet de Saint-Ouen was looking at me, turned her head and passed by me without giving me a single glance. Well, that certainly wasn't what I expected. Wouldn't this have been the perfect time to tell me something like, "You should have gotten beat up more"? Hey! Wow, what? When I called out to her, she stopped as if she was waiting for that and looked at me angrily. I could see that she was blushing. "Don't you have anything to say to me?" Harriet frowned when I asked her that. "There's no such thing, though. What would I have to say to a bastard like you?" "Oh, yes, yes. You should have been hit a bunch more, but then you ended up using that supernatural power of yours like a coward just to win." I got the exact response I wanted to hear. "Really? Weren't you rather restless when you watched me get beat up, though?" "Wow, what?" Her face got even redder because she didn't think I was looking at her before. "I saw you stamping your feet with a pale face, you know," I told her with a grim smile. In fact, she kept looking towards me and Mr. Eppenhauser in the hopes that he might stop this fight. I was able to see all that, even while I was getting beat up. To be exact, that was the only thing I could do at that moment. Anyway, I saw her getting more and more restless, wanting Mr. Eppenhauser to bring an end to all that, but he didn't. So there was just one conclusion. Were you worried about me? How cute. Absolutely not. Never ever, nope. IWH. Why would I be worried about the Lee likes of you? Ha, ha, it was so refreshing. Judging by her red-hot face, it seemed like she was absolutely worrying about me. In the end, there was not a single person who wouldn't feel sympathy if someone got beat up so pitifully. I went up to her and put my hands on her cheeks, squeezing them. The cheeks of that high and mighty princess of a grand duchy felt like two steamed buns. She wasn't even able to scream, that was how dumbfounded she was. She didn't even imagine someone would dare do this to her. Go. SHTO. It was really, really cute that she got surprised by me doing something as ridiculous as this. When I let go, this completely red-faced girl started trembling all over her body in total bewilderment. Oh, how dare you touch my body? Someone like you. How absurd. How could a beggar? How? She was so angry and embarrassed that she wasn't even able to scream properly. Her pupils were shaking very strongly. One might think they were affected by an earthquake or something. This time she didn't seem that angry, she was more dumbfounded and surprised. Not only did I dare touch her precious face, but I even squeezed her cheeks and laughed at her. She was the cutest when she was like this. It seemed like she was trying to deny reality. She probably was thinking something like, "This can't be happening to me," or something. Who, HNNK, sob, sniff, KNNRK. However, contrary to my expectations, she started to cry. Hoo ha, that wasn't it. Why are you doing this to me? You bastard, why are you picking on me? Why do you bully me like this? Stop it. Stop teasing me. Wah, what do I do? Chapter 51. Harriet began to cry. I could deal with bullies, but I came to realize that I had no idea how to handle a crying kid. I brought Harriet, who was crying in the hallway, to the dining hall and handed her some macaroons I had on me. Wah, what the way I try to appease a crying child seemed kind of like something an old man would do, so I felt rather embarrassed. I won't eat things you give me. They're dirty. They aren't mine. The seniors gave me those, you know. You touched them, so they are dirty. Throw them away, get them away, I won't eat them. Harriet was crying bitterly. What should I do? What should I do? This was like a grandfather who teased his grandkids too much because they were just too cute and accidentally made them cry. It was so much fun. Although it is true that I bullied her a bit too much. It was like how old people would pinch a kid's cheek for just being cute. I was obviously in the wrong. I was the one at fault here. Come on. I'm sorry. Hey, my bad. Okay, I apologized. Don't cry anymore, okay? Shut up. You're always making fun of me, tease me, and bully me. No one ever did that to me. Not even my father, mother, and older brothers told me things like that. So why are you doing this to me when I didn't do anything to you? Sob. I sighed as I watched Harriet continue to cry. Hey, you made fun of me for being a beggar as well. You're a beggar, aren't you? So why are you teasing me for calling a beggar a beggar? I shouldn't poke at her more. If I said something like, I called you an idiot because you're actually an idiot, it would just make her cry even more, so I kept my mouth shut. Right, I remembered a different method. No, it's not that I just teased you for no reason. I told you you're cute, right? Sob. Sniff. I got a reaction from that. She looked at me as if I was talking nonsense. Yes, it was true that she was hard to deal with, but she was also pretty cute sometimes. Think about it. I never called you an asshole or anything, or did I? I just said you were cute. Calling someone cute is a compliment, so how was I teasing you? You called me a beggar, and yet I called you cute. When did I make fun of you? Wasn't it you who made fun of me? Is calling you cute teasing you? You squeezed my cheeks and laughed at me. No, I just thought you'd look cuter if I did that. It was really cute, you know. Hiccup. She stared at me while hiccuping. She seemed to be deep in thoughts. I wanted to say a few more things as followed. Aren't you revealing your status just by saying that a low-class kid like me isn't allowed to touch your body? Aren't we classmates? I don't know about after our graduation, but right at this moment we both are simply Temple students. We're the same, right? I was about to say that, but that girl was murmuring something. If someone like her told me something like that, she was sure to get into trouble with the teachers. She thought for a while and then stared at me. Don't touch me with those dirty hands again. That was what she eventually mumbled quietly. Was she feeling better now? Okay, my bad. I'm really sorry. Now eat this and let it go. Her expression seemed to change a little as I kept the apologies going. A bully who seemed like he'd never apologize for anything was doing so at the moment, so her attitude seemed to change a little. I mean, if someone like her came out like that, wasn't apologizing the right thing to do. That's how I felt at least. Here, I've never tried them, but they should taste good. Eat. She seemed to be uncomfortable as I kept pushing the macarons towards her. I don't want to. Fine, I'll eat them. I'm eating them. You are like my grandmother. How annoying. In the end, Harriet took the macarons and groaned as if she had no other choice but to eat them. I really did seem like an old man. What? I wasn't actually that old, but I really didn't know any other way to soothe crying children. So I really was too old. Earlier, after eating the macarons, she talked without looking at me. Earlier. Didn't it hurt when you got hit? It hurt like hell. I recovered, but it really hurt horribly. Of course it would hurt if one were to get hit. Why was she asking something like that? Why did you continue to fight if it hurt that much? Why didn't you just surrender? If you weren't lucky enough to awaken your supernatural powers just then, you wouldn't have been able to win. That's right. So why didn't you surrender? You said it hurt. Harriet didn't seem to understand why I kept getting up just to get beaten again and again. Of course, I kept fighting because I knew I had supernatural powers. Well, did you ever feel like you absolutely didn't want to lose to some kind of bastard, even if it killed you? He was that kind of bastard to me. He took over someone else's duel with the excuse of wanting to educate his juniors, and even though his opponent was just a first year, he went on to beat him to a pulp no matter the consequences. It was neither honorable nor admirable. I just didn't want to lose to that kind of bastard. That was the type of feeling I was going for. It was both similar to the truth and yet slightly different. Harriet pondered for a while, then smirked and spoke up. "You're going to die an early death. I'm not dead yet, though." It was now time for her to let out a HMPH, again to my bizarre answer. Actually, Harriet, who had been munching away on the macarons for some time now, didn't give me the response I expected. "You were a little what? A little." Harriet, who had been mumbling to herself for a bit, suddenly rose from her seat. "HMPH, I don't know, you idiot." And after adding another HMPH to her sentence, she quickly disappeared from my view. Right. Sometimes having such an easy-to-see-through character was good as well. Just because I won that duel didn't mean things were over. My supernatural ability was still in its initial stage, and I needed to get used to applying it to me. Self-suggestion was just the starting line. My real goal was word magic. So I headed back to the gym. Arriving there, I found the NPCs that usually appeared here. Cliffman and Ellen. I hadn't spoken to Cliffman yet, but I was familiar with him because I always met him here in the gym. Ellen was swinging her sword, but stopped when she saw me. I wondered if she had something to say to me, but she just stared at me. Should I brag about my victory, or should I thank her for offering to be my champion? I was thinking about what I should tell her. Ellen pointed with her chin to something. It was a basket filled with training swords. "That's not how you should fight." No. Was she preparing for another lesson? Still, now wasn't the time to ask to be congratulated on my victory, brag about my supernatural ability, or thank her for the training. No matter what happened, she would always stay the same, so my slightly scrambled mind calmed down. I won, but I felt more like I had just reaffirmed that I still had a long way to go. All right. It was still a long road ahead. I grinned while grabbing a training sword. Hey, it's going to be different from now on. Like hell. I got Sevalai beaten up. Monday, I didn't stop my training. I woke up early and did some strength training with Adriana. She also declared that she would no longer assist me with her divine power anymore, as there was no urgency in my strength gain. That was when I realized how nice exercising was with her assistance. I felt like dying. After that, my routine was the same as before. I made some food with Ellen and ate a bit before breakfast, then ate breakfast and went to class. I didn't get any more divine power recharges, so I didn't really need to eat that much anymore, but I was exercising quite a bit, so I decided to keep eating a little something in between meals, albeit not as much as before. Ellen was still chasing me around the gym, maybe a bit more than before, while I was a bit more timid in taking my revenge in the dining room. Wow. Bertus, who returned to Temple and went straight to the classroom on Monday, was very surprised when he heard about the duel's outcome from the other students. The one who explained the whole situation to him was none other than Care. "Reinhardt, isn't that incredible?" As soon as Bertus heard his explanation, he turned to me. Well. Although it was said that you had infinite aptitudes for supernatural powers to actually be included in that. As if apologizing for underestimating my potential, Bertus smiled softly. Among those who felt rather uncomfortable that I was able to awaken a supernatural power. The one who felt the most uncomfortable was Heinrich von Schwarz, who once threatened to grill me with his power. He was trying hard to not look my way, as if he didn't acknowledge me, who had awakened a supernatural power in such a ridiculous way. Honestly though, he was just quite lucky. Care muttered timidly next to Bertus, but Bertus just dismissed him. I see. I find it more amazing that he kept on fighting in the state he was in than his supernatural power, though. Aye, is that so? Care first told him that I was being crushed thoroughly before suddenly awakening my ability and winning the duel. In the end, he just described me as some lucky guy. However, Bertus seemed to give higher value to the fact that I kept on fighting while being helpless than me winning with my supernatural power. Bertus wasn't particularly interested in the royal class talents to begin with. Even if they were outstanding in the end, they were just kids. So, while he was surprised that I managed to awaken my ability, he was actually impressed by the fact that I kept on getting up, even though I was completely crushed by that third year again and again. He had more interest in intelligence and mental strength than talent and brawn. He knew that no matter how great the skill one owned is, it would be useless if one didn't have the brains to use it. And even if one was intelligent enough, it would be even more useless if one didn't have the mental fortitude to face the dangers in front of oneself. Wait, wasn't I getting better and better in his eyes? 1 second. Was I getting brainwashed here? Wasn't it pretty problematic getting this much attention from this two-faced character I made? Wouldn't I be an actual fool if I got deceived while knowing he would deceive me? How could I, the creator, get led on by my own creation? Was I that pathetic? Just when I was about to fall into a delirium. Clatter. Someone opened the door and entered the classroom. It was Art de Gartes, who was the actual other party of the duel. He came to the same place where he applied for this duel, although, this time, as the loser of said duel. Of course, his expression also seemed rather lifeless. Everyone watched the situation in silence as he approached me and bowed his head. I have lost the duel, so I will admit my faults, Reinhardt. In the future, I will not take any actions that would involve unreasonable demands or verbal abuse towards my juniors. I'm sorry. I deeply regret my wrongdoings. Seeing him apologize, I couldn't help but feel exasperated. A champion was just a champion after all. The price of losing a duel was not directed at the champion, so there was no need for them to pay said price. That was why Mayarton, who actually trampled on me, didn't come to apologize to me, because he was just a champion after all. He should have come out of moral reasons, but he didn't because of his stupid pride. He probably complained to Art about how he had no reason to go, or maybe he couldn't even ask him to come. Yeah, that's enough. I'm sorry. Art, who raised his head, looked at me and apologized again. His expression held a plethora of very complex emotions. He was forced to choose a champion because he was unable to overcome the pressure of his seniors, and then he came here alone without bringing Mayarton with him. He seemed to feel guilty about all these things. Just as Adriana and Redina said, Art wasn't such a bad guy. From what I could tell, Redina probably was someone who was loved by all her second-year classmates. I could only imagine how hard it must have been for her to be forced by her seniors to go educate the juniors. Obviously, the third years must have ordered her to go alone. They must have chosen Redina on purpose, knowing that she wasn't able to say any hurtful things to anyone, so this was nothing more than bullying. Eventually, she went to do this alone with sorrow in her heart, having to do something she absolutely hated, but came back after getting severely insulted by a first-year student. I was the one who was so harsh to her. From Art's point of view, this would have been enough for him to see red. I fully understood. After all, they were just kids. I had already shown plenty of ugly anger and ridicule towards these children, but I didn't want to stoop to the level of an idiot who would seriously hate those kids. Guys like Mayarton were seriously disgusting, though. Art deserved to be angry. I didn't really handle this too well, but I want to make it up to them somehow. I had done a lot of bad things to them as well after all. I understand. I've done a lot of bad things as well. I'm sorry, Senior. Everyone, including Art, was astonished at my words. Art looked at me for a while before he opened his mouth with much difficulty. When I saw you persevering like that, I realized how shameful I was. An incompetent and ignorant guy like me was able to stand his ground and fought against a senior, while he couldn't overcome his own senior's unreasonable demands and had to give up his dual spot to one of them. And in the end, he had to watch me win. Did he realize that it may take power to overcome injustice, but simply standing up to it didn't? He seemed to regret not being able to stand up to this injustice in the end. After saying that, Art went back. I felt compelled to apologize to Redina as well later. Not long after, Mr. Eppinhauser entered the classroom. You all should know that there will be a certain event starting next Monday, right? Yes. It had finally come. The main event of the beginning part, the Victory Festival. Chapter 52, the Victory Festival began after the triumphal army, who returned from their long journey after winning the Demon World War, entered the capital. If they actually marched all the way back from there, it would have taken a lot longer, but the time actually got reduced, as they used super-large warp gates located at the outpost on the borders of the Darklands. I was in Temple right now, so I wasn't too sure, but they must be pretty busy preparing for the return of Triumphal Army. Of course, I didn't describe every single day of their academy life in huge detail. If I did, this would be more like a fantasy-style diary. Would that even be a novel then? I roughly wrote down when and what happened, but I mostly just put it as. Each day passed like a flicker until it was time for the Victory Festival. That was how I wrote it. Up until now, I lived in these blank times and went through all sorts of events that didn't happen in my novel, but still existed in this world. So now it was time for the Victory Festival. Originally, Temple was supposed to close down for the duration of the festival, but this is not applicable to you guys. As you know, Temple's tuition fee is quite high. So if the school were to close down for more than a month, not only would that disrupt the flow of education, but there would be various complaints from students as well. Did they think there was a single student who'd hate some vacation time? It was the parents who'd hand their asses to them. If the school one spent a huge amount of money on decided to close down for a month, they would have paid that tuition for nothing. And strictly speaking, I was kind of on the side of the parents, so I could sympathize. If Temple just decided to close its doors for a whole month, I'd think they were thieves as well. Sieg. The kids, especially the ones who liked to play like number 8 Kono Lint, let out a deep sigh. Regardless whether they were part of royal class or not, they were just like any other kid. Everyone would get a little excited when they heard news about the school closing down for a month, so I could see everyone's mood literally dropping to the floor. Hey, you little bastards. Listen to what people have to say until the end. Nevertheless, the victory in the Demon World War is the most memorable of all events written down in the history of mankind. Therefore, Temple will be closed for about 1 week, which is already unusual enough. They couldn't give us a month off, but they decided to close Temple for a whole week. Ooh, Mr. Eppenhauser's calm words heated up the atmosphere again. Bertus didn't seem to be so enthused about this. As a member of the imperial family, he'd have a lot of work to do during this huge festival, serving as a victory ceremony. Rather, it might be quicker than one might thought, though. However, among my classmates, Ellen's mood seemed rather subdued. She didn't seem much different from usual, but now after I gained more experience with the stone Buddha, I could somewhat read her current mood. The reason was obvious. To Ellen, this victory festival would just be something to commemorate the death of her older brother, who eventually died fighting the Demon King. Ooh, hell yeah. Of course, Kono Lint kicked up a fuss after hearing Mr. Eppenhauser's words. Dismissing that rowdy guy, Mr. Eppenhauser delivered an additional message to us. That would mean that you have to leave this Friday and come back 2 weeks later on Monday. If you want to return to your parents' house, please report to me. I will give you permission. No matter how talented they were, there were some among the kids who were actually homesick. Given that it was a nearly 10-day-long break, those that live further away would be able to return home. Some of the children's eyes lit up at these words. Don't get too excited. The break will start next week, so please attend class properly. What he meant was, don't think about causing any trouble just because you're excited. Everyone would get slightly excited about the prospects of a break. No matter how problematic they were, in the end they were all just children. Looking at them like that, they were all pretty cute. And out of all of them who seemed to be the most problematic, he, 10 days. I wasn't going to let anyone keep watching me. I was going to go back to Elleris after such a long time. It had been just too long since I last saw Elleris. I could sympathize with the parents, but right now I was just a student. A break was nice after all. Number 11. Then Mr. Eppenhauser called me. Yes, now just by him calling me, I could feel a chill running down my spine. Wah, what else did I do wrong? No, but didn't he accept my apology? Worrying about what I did wrong before knowing what the teacher actually wanted was a typical problem child's way of thinking, so I felt pretty pathetic about myself. Yeah, well, wasn't I more or less already a super delinquent who even beat his senior in a fight? You are excused from class today. Come with me. Did I really cause some trouble? Fortunately, I didn't actually cause any trouble. It seemed like I already passed the point of no return when I started worrying about what I might have done wrong without actually remembering having done anything wrong. Mr. Eppenhauser took me to the outdoor swimming pool of our class building. "He'll be here soon." He sat there with me on a nearby bench and waited, although the teacher didn't tell me who we were waiting for. There was no water in the outdoor pool. The weather was still too cold after all. Swimming lessons were also part of the PE classes, however not until summer. Come to think of it, this setup was rather weird. If one used a Mana stone-powered water heating system in an indoor pool, we'd be able to have swimming lessons, even in winter, right? However, here in Temple, which received huge amounts of capital, we still depended on the weather whether we would have swimming lessons or not. This was a setup hole which stemmed from my weird delusion that swimming lessons were a summer thing in school. I should have thought about that a little more. Wouldn't I end up in a much worse situation because I set up so many improbable things? I'm an idiot. No, now I got curious again. This was obviously a weird situation. It was clear that Mana stone-powered water heating systems were a known concept as there were shower facilities in which one could shower with hot water. However, I was stupid and created this bizarre situation of hot showers existing but no indoor pools. This world created some sort of probability for parts I did not include, but this strange part wasn't corrected. That was because I, the author, explicitly wrote that. I wrote that Temple didn't have swimming lessons outside of summer, so it was as such. However, this world had the technology to make indoor swimming pools and a way to provide hot water, so one was able to swim in winter. It was already unlikely enough that Temple, which swam in money, didn't have an indoor swimming pool. But as I, a brain-dead, second-rate author, wrote it like that, this was now the reality I was confronted with. One could say that it was just a swimming pool, so I shouldn't care. But I was about to go crazy, because I kept on thinking that this unpredictable situation happened because of me. It felt like my dark history was being played out before me in real time. That was what I was curious about. What would otherwise not have been possible had become reality because of my description. But did this situation also get its plausibility supplemented? Did a plausible explanation get added to this highly improbable situation that my setting error created? Teacher, speak. I didn't know why, but I felt like the teacher might know. Although not enough for the setting to collapse, it was definitely lacking. Was there any convincing reason for this? It's possible to take hot showers in Temple, so wouldn't it be possible to have swimming lessons in winter if we build an indoor pool and fill it with hot water? Were there any other writers who'd asked their own characters about their own novel settings like this? No matter how hard I thought about it, this was just completely different from your usual transporting into your own novel kind of deal. Usually, the main characters in these types of stories were the writers of the novel they got transporting into, and they were able to remember every detail of their own settings, or they were readers who read the novel and knew absolutely everything about the book. While I got sent into that novel I only vaguely wrote, and rather than knowing everything, I, the writer, went in with nearly no knowledge. Among the things I should know were even a lot of things I didn't even remember. Knowing the future in a slice-of-life novel had no merit whatsoever in the first place. What was the point of knowing what Ludwig and Delphine Isadra chatted about over dinner? Then they got all excited, gathered all their friends and had a snack party. How could I even use that? There weren't that many military incidents in a slice of life, so even if the writer entered, there wasn't much he could do. Of course, I knew about the gates, but that was a rather disgraceful thing to remember. So, for the parts that were not described, rather than the creator just knowing, it would be faster to ask one of their creations about the situation unfolding before them. As soon as I arrived at the main stage, the capital, I wondered just where the hell I landed. I couldn't even recognize a lot of things that appeared because of my writing. Phew. If the creation myth was true, God might have watched the humans making airplanes, wondering what they were supposed to be. He might have thought something like, "What the hell? You're not made to fly." This was already far beyond the scope of my imagination. Anyway, I suppose so. The teacher answered that the possibility of a heated pool existing was there. But why don't we have one here? It wasn't like Temple had no money, and having one wouldn't be disadvantageous. Mr. Eppenhauser just stared at me. What was the matter? Why was he staring at me like that? Temple's water supply is incomparable even to other cities. However, maintaining a large swimming pool all year round at every single educational facility would be rather costly. There's also the issue with the water use itself. So the reason was made out to be a problem with the water supply. Obviously, installing and maintaining indoor pools in all of temples, many schools would cost a lot of money. I wondered if only the royal class could maybe have an indoor pool, but it didn't seem to have been implemented. So, temples' swimming pools do not draw water from said water supply, but use rainwater collected in summer, a time when it rains frequently. Magic is used to purify the water. Swimming lessons were held in summer because of the lacking water supply, not because of the weather or temperature. Perhaps there was a water reservoir designated to collect rainwater for the swimming pools. It probably didn't directly get collected in the outdoor swimming pool. I hadn't set up where the water supply was supposed to be or from which source it drew water, but I thought it was taken from the Irene River, in other words, from the Han River. It would be possible to maintain a swimming pool with that water. However, I had a feeling that there would be water usage problems. There were several schools at Temple, and if they all kept on changing the pool's water, other places might just get a few drops. It wasn't about the total amount of water available, but the usage of said water. Anyway, although the capital was similar to Seoul, it didn't have its water supply facilities. There would also be huge costs to use that gigantic amount of water. It wasn't like we could draw the water directly from the river, after all. It was also unreasonable to create water using ice or water magic. The amount they had to summon would be enormous. Anyway, they just used rainwater. To purify it, they either used magic tools or purification magic. Then why don't we keep on purifying the water even in winter? No matter how much one were to use purification magic on it, if you were to swim in the same water all year round, you wouldn't want to step into that water anymore. Ah, I see. Yeah, that was true. Regardless of whether it was harmless or not, it would be rather disgusting. So in the end, it was possible to heat up the water with mana stones, but the reason for not having swimming lessons in winter wasn't about the fact that it was cold, but that it didn't rain. And indoor pools didn't exist, because they could gather a bit more rain water with outdoor ones to save money. If it didn't rain, the pool couldn't be filled with water, so we had to use the water from the water supply. Mr. Eppenhauser said that process would be expensive, but he didn't say it was impossible to operate such a swimming pool with the imperial capital's water supply. One way or another, the amount of water used was a problem, and Temple was looking to save their money. Anyway, there definitely was a reason for every strange thing I set up. Who was it? Who was the guy who worked his brain instead of me? It made me want to go to that person and bow to them. Why are you curious about that? Mr. Eppenhauser posed a question back at me, as if he didn't understand my sudden curiosity. I just wanted to verify how that person cleaned my ass for me. I couldn't possibly tell him that. Ah, well, I was just curious. Why was the swimming pool outside? Why couldn't we have swimming lessons in winter? That kind of stuff. Do you want to have swimming lessons in the winter, is that why? What? Ah, sure. That would be good. Why were you asking me that, dude? Mr. Eppenhauser looked at me silently, then turned his head. Yes, you don't seem to have any impure intentions. Impure intentions? Why would I have impure intentions asking for swimming lessons to be held in the winter? Ah, no way. Teacher, did you think I was asking something like that because I wanted to see my female classmates in their swimsuits? You punk. That was 100% what he thought. When he was staring at me earlier, he probably wanted to check if my eyes held any sort of lust in them. He let it go because that didn't seem to be the case. Mr. Eppenhauser avoided my gaze at my straightforward remark. Was that guy flustered right now? Teacher, I admit that I'm a problem child, but I'm definitely not that kind of guy. I'm as innocent as can be. Okay, I'm from a completely different race. I like women like Elleris. Yeah, no. Wouldn't that actually be even more problematic in this worldview? If demons and among them the undead were my preference, wouldn't I get hanged or something, no matter how much they are similar to humans? Would I be a necrophiliac then? But I was a demon as well, so there was no problem with that, right? Weren't the undead also demons? Come to think of it, I didn't even know where the demons originated from. The moment I cast such doubt on a student, I as a teacher would be more. Ahem. Do you know what your eyes look like, you punk? I was only thinking about a setup error. The moment I decided on that setting, I probably thought something like swimming has to be done in summer, or something like that. I knew that I wasn't exactly a clean guy, but I wasn't thinking about that, at least not now. Mr. Eppenhauser didn't even directly respond to my words, as if he had nothing to say about this. He still had his poker face on, but his internal embarrassment was apparent. Yes, he was human too, after all. He had to be human. Well, she's here. Listen well to the class. After seeing someone coming from afar, Mr. Eppenhauser fled from this place. It felt like he was actually running away. Did that punk really do that? Still, seeing Mr. Eppenhauser panic like that made me feel content. He wasn't such a scary person after all. I knew, because I set up his character like that in the first place, but it was kind of funny poking at that person and see them embarrassed. I also knew that he wasn't a really bad person. By the way, what did he mean with, listen well to the class? What kind of class was this, for me to have to skip all of Monday's classes? When I saw the person who was approaching me, I instantly knew what kind of class it would be. It was a teacher in charge of the supernatural power classes of the first years in Royal Class. The same person that asked me why I was taking supernatural power classes, even though I had no supernatural power. It was Miss Relendria. Chapter 53. At the outdoor pool, Miss Relendria couldn't hide her surprise when she saw me there. This is the first time I have ever experienced something like that. This would be my first time as well. If not, I would have had to have awakened a supernatural power twice in my life. At my remark, Miss Relendria sighed. I can't believe the boy that came to my class with no talent at all awakened a supernatural ability in a matter of weeks. Of course, considering that such cases were rather rare, this was quite the bizarre situation. The guy who tried to take every lesson actually managed to get something out of it. That teacher probably thought I'd end up failing. Today is more like an inspection than a lecture, Reinhardt. Inspection? Yeah, supernatural powers were handled with great care. Since it was a type of power that science couldn't properly grasp yet, I would have to go through a certain process to get my abilities accurately judged. Those whose abilities were too overwhelmingly dangerous or uncontrollable are sometimes secretly disposed of. So, although I figured out how to use this supernatural power that I awakened yesterday, Temple needed to know specifically what kind of power I held, so that they could decide whether they could keep me here or not. They left me alone on Sunday, but as soon as Monday's regular classes started, they exempt me from them. They urgently needed to judge my abilities. I wouldn't be able to return to class before it wasn't fully determined that I could control my supernatural powers and what kind of power it was. My self-suggestion wasn't really a dangerous power at this stage. While I was passed out, they probably checked my physical condition, and as a result, they found out that I awakened a supernatural power. A supernatural power with the name self-suggestion. If the name of my ability was something like world destruction, they probably wouldn't think twice about what to do with me. Anyway, it wasn't like I had that supernatural power, so it should be all right. Miss Relendria was sitting next to me, reading the report on my ability. She must have already figured out what kind of ability it was. The reason why they decided to use the outdoor swimming pool as the test site was probably because there were few people here and a spacious area was needed. According to the report, in a duel with an upperclassman named Mayarton, your physical abilities seem to have suddenly risen dramatically after struggling for a while. Correct? Yes. Mr. Eppenhauser probably wrote that report. He would have been able to give the most accurate recount of the duel. What exactly happened? At first I felt completely exhausted and I couldn't even move properly because of all the pain. Then I suddenly felt like my body was filled with strength again and I was able to see Mayarton's movements that I shouldn't be able to see. And with it came the physical abilities to counter his attacks. Um, okay. However, if that's how it happened, then why is it called self-suggestion when what you felt is body strengthening? Maybe what you said during the duel was the trigger. Mr. Eppenhauser's report was very detailed. He must have included the words I said as well. I'm going to beat you anyway. There was no reason to hide my abilities anyway. If my supernatural power was written as word magic, maybe, but not at its current stage. It was only similar to body strengthening. I was placed in a pretty unfair situation, and as it is written there, I was helplessly getting beat up. Okay. Miss Relendria nodded her head, as she had already confirmed my statement by reading through the duel report. I was really angry and resentful, so I thought I wanted to absolutely win. It even went beyond the level of just wanting to. I suddenly, though I'd obviously win. Ha! Miss Rolendria tilted her head, as if wondering what I meant by that. It wasn't that I simply wanted to win in a situation where I practically already lost, but that I was completely convinced that I was going to win. Of course, I was under extreme psychological pressure, but I even realized how to use my ability. However, the teacher probably wouldn't understand the meaning of those words. Let's change the wording a bit. I thought that I, of course, had to win. I couldn't just lose to a guy like that. So that piece of trash would never be able to beat me. I would absolutely win. That's what I thought. Anyway, I won. I just couldn't lose to someone like that. That's what I told her. I simply believed that it just shouldn't be like that. And that's what happened. Ha! Teacher Rolendria didn't seem to understand. I couldn't afford to lose to that guy. I believed so strongly that I wouldn't lose that eventually my ability, self-suggestion, awakened. It was an ability that somewhat worked like hypnotizing myself. I would win for sure. It was a power that would only activate if one absolutely believed in something. Yeah, well, no one is too sure why supernatural abilities appear, neither its process nor its reason for awakening, so this might have been the trigger in your case. Supernatural powers couldn't be explained. That also gave me an advantage. Because of that one sentence, no matter how one awakened their abilities, it could be explained away. It would be suspicious if I were suddenly able to use high-level magic. I had never learned anything about it, so I shouldn't have had any knowledge about it. However, it was possible for me to suddenly be able to use supernatural abilities. It was a power with unknown principles after all. That was why, even if Miss Rolendria found it strange, she wouldn't find me suspicious. There was also the premise of my infinite aptitudes. That was enough to justify most powers I might obtain. Then, self-suggestion could be judged to be a kind of power that strengthens one's body under the premise that one alludes oneself to have that power. That should be it. Maybe. I think so. I shouldn't have much knowledge about my own ability yet, so I only answered vaguely. However, it really is a very unique supernatural power. It's not intuitive at all. It really wasn't. Supernatural powers like fire, electricity, teleportation, and telepathy were intuitive because they were abilities that could be described in a single sentence. Self-suggestion, on the other hand, was a bizarre ability one couldn't judge the limits of. That was why I didn't actually include it in the novel. It was such a pain to have a vague ability like that on someone who wasn't even the main character. So the first manifestation was physical reinforcement, but it might not end there. Let's say you were to strongly suggest something to yourself and you completely believed in it. Your powers would manifest. Yes. Then let's say you strongly believe that your own body becomes water. Would you become water then? No, is that woman crazy? Regardless of whether that was possible or not, what if something happened to me in that state? Teacher, if I really became water, there's a good chance I won't be able to turn back. In that case, would that count as suicide or murder? The teacher jumped at my specific question. It was just a hypothetical. I didn't tell you to actually do, you punk. Miss Rolendria more or less told me not to misunderstand and fell back into her thoughts again. Initially, the curriculum of the supernatural power classes included controlling, developing, and enhancing supernatural powers. However, because the teacher didn't exactly know how to test my powers, she was having some difficulties as well. As she pondered, her expression eventually hardened. Reinhardt, your powers might be very dangerous. What, if what you absolutely believe in became reality, even if it only applied to yourself, wouldn't it be very dangerous? Well, it was true that it would become rather dangerous later, but right now I wouldn't say this power held that much danger. If you believe yourself to be God, you might actually become God, right? Shit, she was damn creative. I don't think that's gonna happen, though. But still, we don't know the limits of your ability yet. I knew that it wasn't such a crazy ability. However, Miss Rolendria began to deeply ponder about what could happen if my vague ability were abused. This was a pretty weird situation, but that misunderstanding was actually pretty dangerous for me, even if it only applied to myself. If all the beliefs I held about myself became true, it might appear that my ability wasn't any different from world destruction. Apart from its actual practical use, this line of thinking was indeed pretty logical, making my ability seem dangerous. Teacher, I don't think that my power would be capable of something as crazy as that. In the first place, I'm not that delusional. How could I end up believing that I'm God? No, not believing that would actually be weirder, wouldn't it? I was this whole world's creator. I wasn't a god, but something even above a god. I even named this place's gods, you hear. This wasn't about believing it or not, it was actually true. Before Miss Relendria, it would be the same, though, whether I believed to be a god or the creator. But I actually was the creator. However, this world's creator was a pathetic one. So even if I used my ability, nothing would change. Creator's special ability, dying from too high blood pressure after reading malicious comments. Could one find an even more absurd situation than this? Miss Relendria wrinkled her forehead, hearing my defense that I wasn't a megalomaniac. Well, you're already past that age, so it should be fine. What age? What did she mean? Well, sometimes there are some second-year middle school kids who believe they are gods. Seriously. And if it isn't gods, it's some great evil beings. There was one who thought he was a dragon who lost his memories. It's surprisingly common. Ah, she was talking about the eighth grade syndrome. There are some teenagers who have these kinds of beliefs, but if someone with your ability came to really believe in such things, maybe that would cause a different set of problems, something like that. Miss Relendria was imagining that the world might collapse if I were to ever be affected by the eighth grade syndrome. Actually, when I was in my second year of middle school, I had a pretty bad case of it, but not anymore. Seriously. I did give myself nicknames like Env, of something something, but that was in the past. I didn't do these kinds of things anymore. From your point of view, I might just have graduated from middle school, but it's been more than 20 years since I sat foot in it. I suddenly remembered part of my black history, which made me cringe. So even in this world, in this place so similar to Seoul, existed this thing called eighth grade syndrome. Miss Relendria said that there were kids like that, but they were different from me. No, but I was actually a god. Even if I believed to be a god, nothing would happen. I would just stay the same as before. Eventually, she started the actual testing. About the limits of my ability, we climbed down the ladder to the pool. The pool was about 5 meters deep. Tack. As soon as Miss Relendria moved her finger, a stone the size of a baseball was summoned out of thin air. It was only natural that Miss Rolandira, who had to be able to stop supernatural power users when their power went out of control, was a high-ranking wizard. Now, this is a stone. Yes, it's a stone. What was she trying to achieve by showing me that big stone? Try to self-suggest yourself that you're able to crush this stone with your hand. Well, crushing a stone with my hand. At times like these, wouldn't we start with something like an apple and then slowly up the difficulty? Right. One should first start with something easy before moving on to something harder. You shouldn't play with your food. The teacher just bluntly cut me off, and that she wouldn't accept any excuses. Anyway, I just grabbed the stone. Believe it, my grip is strong enough to crush rocks. I sincerely believe that I can do that. Miss Rolendria looked at me with intrigue. Hoop! Nothing happened. Chapter 54 Supernatural Powers didn't have that good of a performance in its lower levels. That was why Heinrich's pyrokinesis was the way it is. When it just awakened, it was in a type of berserk state, so it exerted a lot of power. But now that it was in a stable state, it didn't really do much. Did you feel your grip becoming stronger? I think so. My palms are tingling. In fact, I clearly felt that my grip strength itself increased. If I just tried to crush it with my willpower alone, my palms wouldn't hurt to the point that I was about to faint. Well, then try to run to the other end of the swimming pool. Run at full speed. A. Perhaps because it was determined that my power could enhance my physical capabilities, we ended up doing something that wasn't that different from physical training. Because I did a lot of training anyway, my reluctance to do these kinds of exercises was seriously reduced. I sprinted from one end of the pool to the other. Honestly, I wouldn't really get tired by this much anymore. The teacher seemed to check something, then shouted towards me. Now, this time, sprint back here, but use your power this time. Try to convince yourself that you're the fastest runner there is. She was measuring my running speed, once without me using my ability, and then once more with me using my ability. After I got ready, I tried to convince myself. I'm using Bolt. After I finished sprinting about 50 meters again, the teacher slowly nodded her head. That's amazing, Reinhardt. Did something change? I felt like my grip power got stronger, but I had no idea about my speed. Before using your ability, you took 8. 3 seconds after using it, it took you exactly 8 seconds. I honestly don't know. I knew it was a little quicker, but did this actually have any meaningful effect? That might have been within the margin of error. After that, the teacher gave me various other tests. They were mainly tests pertaining to my physical strength, endurance, and agility. And as I went through these, my mental state seemed to get more and more strange. Self-suggestion made the suggestions you had made to yourself become reality. If I said that I was using Bolt while running, I'd actually be able to use his speed, or more, if my ability was at a certain level, on the premise that I absolutely believed in my words. So in the end, I had to keep thinking, I'm XX, I'm XX. Yes, I felt like I was transporting back to my childhood, this supernatural power which made childish, stubborn persistence reality, and the more stubborn I was, the better my ability would work. So, rather than self-suggestion, wasn't this more like a winning mentality or something? In fact, it did become true that I would have won anyway in the duel with Mayarton. So did that mean that I'd win as long as I held a winning mentality? Regardless of my ability's efficiency, I was still pathetic. What's the matter, Reinhardt? Well, I was seriously thinking that I could break this tree if I punched it, so I'm a little. How should I put it? It's getting a little hard to bear. Lol, my fists can break down trees, lol, look. That's how it should be. But it's not happening. How could that be? Perhaps because I discarded this setting, I didn't really think about what kind of mental damage the person who actually used this ability would receive. I actually used that kind of skill. It was really pathetic. That's the kind of ability you have. Come on, try it. Anyway, I can crush this tree with my fists. Bam. You walk. I made a mistake. I should have believed that I wouldn't break my wrist if I were to hit a tree like that full swing. Miss Rolendria tested my ability all day long. In addition to testing my physical strength and athletic abilities, she also conducted other tests. For example, we tested if I could derive other abilities from my ability. If I believed that I could use elemental supernatural powers, including pyrokinesis, she wondered if I could really use them. We also tried telepathy. Of course, it didn't work at all. I didn't know if I could do it later, but as of now, the level of my ability was very low, so other than strengthening my body, I couldn't do anything else. Of course, since I always carried the flame of Tuesday around with me, fire might actually come out, so I did the pyrokinesis test a bit sloppily. After all the tests were done, Miss Rolendria slowly nodded her head as she took notes. We took until lunch, so this skill test really lasted throughout nearly all the classes. That's amazing, Reinhardt. I don't think it's that great. Obviously, it wasn't actually as strong as I thought it would be, but Miss Rolendria shook her head. Obviously, the power displayed in its current state isn't very significant, but what is important is another aspect. What do you mean? What other aspect? The degree of body reinforcement is rather weak, but you're actually pretty proficient in using your supernatural ability. From my point of view, although the level of your enhancement is still rather low, you are able to use your ability successfully multiple times in a row, almost instantly. It seemed like Miss Rolendria was more focused on my control on the ability rather than the ability itself. Even if the strengthening effect was pretty insignificant, it seemed that I still succeeded in activating it continuously. That means that you are quite familiar with activating your ability before you had it. That surely would be considered great. Ability control was sometimes considered more important than the ability itself. I was already very good at using this ability of mine. I should like that, but I didn't feel so good about that. In other words, you are very gifted in self-suggestion. So all she was saying was that I had a great winning mentality. Yeah, that's it, anyway. As I wrote shitty novels like this, of course, I would have a great winning mentality to keep being a writer. I got this ability because it was basically a cheat, but also because it suited me well. The level of my ability wasn't that high. However, activating it was quite easy for me. I already had the mentality fitting for that flimsy ability called self-suggestion, because I lived my life completely reliant on that type of mentality. It was like it was custom-made for me. That didn't make me happy. Anyway, I was almost able to convince myself that if it was someone else who had this ability, they wouldn't be able to use it as skillfully as I did. Of course, since this is a fantasy world, I had an easier time believing that something would definitely happen. If I were in my old world, I'd probably be like, supernatural powers. You crazy? So, as it was that kind of world, I could readily believe in certain things. Miss Rolendria said that we were done with the tests and that I could go back to my regular classes the next day. as she realized that my abilities weren't capable of anything more than simple body strengthening for now. Of course, since its potential was tremendous, she would periodically check on my condition. After class, I stayed in the dormitory for today. I was going to skip my evening training and focus on developing my ability. At this stage, self-suggestion mainly had effects related to body strengthening. However, as I scrapped it, after vaguely setting it up in the novel, I didn't really describe what difficulties the person using it would go through. In other words, there were a lot of things I didn't know about this ability. For example, the mental damage one had to suffer for always keeping up that winning mentality. I'd feel pathetic all on my own for seriously believing that some nonsensical situation would actually happen just because of the ability's effect. There was one more thing. If I believed that my punches were strong, they would be strong. However, what if I get into a fight while believing my punches were strong, but I had to actually kick someone? I would have to convince myself again that my kicks were the strongest. I was proficient in activating it, but it was rather cumbersome. It would be more versatile to believe that my whole body became strengthened. So, for example, I needed to generalize the way I used my ability a bit more to make it useful in a fight. Rather than focusing on punches and kicks separately, I needed to believe that my overall fighting capabilities were greatly improved. Hearing that faith made me stronger would make one believe that I was a paladin, but that wasn't it, okay. The god and religion I believed in was myself after all. It was an unorthodox religion with the object of worship, and the worshipper happened to be one and the same. That was the religion I had to believe in. I think I'm going crazy. For now, I could only strengthen my physical abilities a bit, but later, other actions going beyond that would become possible for me. It would be such a waste of time to apply the skill in such detail for each and every part. Therefore, I should use it in a more comprehensive way, and not just strengthen my punches or speed up my legs, etc. This required selection and focus, however. If I used my ability to strengthen my whole body, it would become less effective than just strengthening my punches. So, rather than being too broad in what to strengthen, it would be better to be a little more specific, such as my body being familiar with hand-to-hand combat. After my ability became stronger, it would be possible for my body to become proficient in anti-magic warfare or close-quarter combat. Ultimately, this ability was well suited for me. I was a web novel author, and this action was no different from writing up character sheets in the end. I wrote something down in my notebook at the moment. Type a setting. Overall muscle strength improvement, swordsmanship level improvement, improve cognitive ability, improve reaction speed. I knew best that this was a necessary step. After setting up a Type A, I also set up a Type B according to my own standards. So now if I thought about becoming Type A, not about which part to strengthen, my whole body would get strengthened as I should be able to remember the settings I set up myself. Self-suggestion was literally the ability to become what I thought I was. If I memorized all the physical capabilities Type A should have, I would have these capabilities if I thought that I became Type A. That was the easiest way to use my ability. Later, I'd obviously add Type Z, can summon a black flame dragon from right hand. I was going crazy. I didn't even use that kind of setting when I was in middle school. However, after I grew older and left school, I actually ended up making that kind of setting lol. I felt like dying. I should think that things were good, but that wasn't the case. Even though I should be the most mature among all the kids, I turned into the most problematic one. And now I locked myself in my dorm room, writing up weird settings. There was also my personality, but this ability gave me the final hit. Just, what is life? While I was immersed in my self-reflection, the pager in my room suddenly rang. BRRing, a pager. One could think of it as some sort of magic intercom. Someone was calling me. Who'd be calling me? I first thought it was Ellen, but Ellen wouldn't call me just because I wasn't in the gym today. I turned on the pager. The voice was familiar, and yet its tone felt wildly unfamiliar. Come to the main lobby. It was Charlotte. Chapter 55. When I came to the main lobby, Charlotte was beckoning me to follow her, then we headed somewhere. Evening had already passed, so it was night. There were no students on the streets of Temple. There were no other dormitories around the royal class, so it was quiet. What would Bertus say if he saw me with Charlotte? I wondered. Nothing good, that was for sure. However, I had to be more wary of Charlotte at the moment, so I couldn't ignore her words. Perhaps having understood my worries, Charlotte sat down on a dimly lit bench between two street lamps. It was obvious what this was going to be about. She was going to ask me how the search for Valia was progressing. I looked at Charlotte sitting on the bench. She didn't look at me and was just blankly staring towards the lamp post. I couldn't see her face well as it was pretty dark, but as always she gave off a calm and cold aura. It was completely different from Adriana. She was calm but gentle. Charlotte was calm but extremely cold. Her classmates would have a hard time with her, although she probably didn't show them this side of her. Both Bertus and Charlotte had one thing in common. They hid their true selves. How does it feel to suddenly have a supernatural ability? As if beating around the bush, Charlotte asked me that out of the blue. Good, I guess, because I started with nothing after all. Really? Charlotte was speaking in an uncertain manner. What kind of power did Charlotte hold? If it was true that Charlotte held some supernatural ability, it seemed like she didn't like her own power that much. I heard it's called self-suggestion. Ah, yes. It's the kind of ability that activates when you strongly believe in something. She was different from the ordinary students. Charlotte already knew how my supernatural ability operated. Well, the abilities of the students, except for Charlotte's, weren't kept secret. It might just be something anyone had access to. Is it safe to assume that there was no progress in the search for the boy? Finding a Mr. Kim in Seoul is extremely difficult, even if that Mr. Kim actually existed. It was a bit hasty to ask if there was any progress when she commissioned for this search not too long ago. I'm trying. Of course, I wasn't trying at all. There was no reason for me to. Yes, it would be impatient of me to assume there was already some progress. However, do keep in mind that if you don't produce any results, there is no reason for me to leave a useless criminal organization who would only bring harm to the Empire alone. Charlotte said that as if she was trying to remind me that the countdown had already begun. My plan was to slowly report on my progress to extend my life. However, there were a lot of problems with that. In fact, no matter how hard we were trying to look for the Valia she was looking for, we wouldn't get any results. But if we were to find a trace, what would it be, and how should we answer the question of how we found it? It was the prince and princess who were looking for Valia after all. If they couldn't find him with the traces I gave them, they would be suspicious of me, no doubt. Even if beggars knew beggars best, they would still carry out their own search in secret. So it was best to do just a little bit of work, but I hadn't yet decided how to display it to her. Charlotte hadn't gotten to the point where she would urge me yet. That should have given me some time. Well, it seemed like Charlotte had some more business with me other than checking for progress. You try it. What? If you believe that you know where the child is, you might find out where he is. Oh, that was what she was going for. Charlotte seemed to put some hope into my vague supernatural ability. Actually, my self-suggestion didn't have this kind of function. At its present level, I could strengthen my body, at best. There was no way I could acquire some unknown knowledge with it. That would be absurd. If one were absolutely sure to know what one's neighbor was doing next door, that wouldn't mean it would pop into one's mind like a vision. Of course, there were some parts of self-suggestion that even I didn't know about yet, so it might be possible at a later stage. I obviously should say no to her request. However, seeing Charlotte trying to grab at straws, I changed my mind. If I play my cards right, I might be able to extend mine and the gang's life. Rather, if I use my power as an excuse, this just might be possible. Clues found by the gang or the Thieves' Guild might not be able to convince them. But if they were actually found through my supernatural power, they should have no doubt about them. And I was that Valia person Charlotte was looking for. Also, my power is quite the ridiculous one. It was something that made the impossible possible. It probably won't work, but I can try. Charlotte didn't look too expectant either. Do you need this? However, as if she wanted to do this properly at least, she took out the portrait of Valia and handed it over to me. I couldn't believe that she would carry around that painting with her. Guilt crept into my mind. The thought that running away would be the best option here never left my head. Every time I saw Charlotte valuing me so much, I felt depressed. Damn it. But I had to deceive this kid again. No matter how difficult the lives of the gang members and Loa were, I had to deceive this kid again. I intently stared at my portrait. This was absolutely useless, actually. To activate self-suggestion, I had to absolutely believe that I knew where that boy was. But I didn't really have to believe that. I knew he was right next to her. It wasn't a matter of belief. If I didn't know where I was located, that would be a problem on its own. Anyway, it was impossible for me to track someone else's location with my skill, but I somehow had to act as if I knew where Valia was. I thought about what excuse I should make up. Well, I can see a castle. I began to explain what I went through with Charlotte. Castle? What castle? I don't know, it's desolate. There's this huge castle, and the scene in front of it is someone riding a horse, I think. Instead of exactly knowing where the kid was, I tried to explain it similar to someone with psychometry. Charlotte didn't explain to me who the child she was looking for was. However, if I explained Valia's and Dyrus' escape from the Demon King's castle, she'd be able to see that my ability had potential. If I continued to prove my worth to Charlotte like this, she'd leave me alone. Charlotte opened her mouth blankly, astonished that I knew about facts I shouldn't know about. I don't know. Men on horses were chasing after them. They were running away. There also seemed to be demons. That's all I know for now. I really wanted to bite down hard on my tongue as I was acting like that. Charlotte's lips trembled as she looked at me blankly. More. More. Do it more. Look more. More. A bit more. Charlotte suddenly got up from the bench and told me to do it more. I wasn't confident that I was able to meet her desperate eyes. I felt like I was doing something incredibly bad, and it was actually a pretty bad thing to do. No matter how much I wanted to live, I was still playing with this girl's heart. I had to do it even though I knew that these small lies would eventually give birth to even bigger lies. I can't see more. I'd see the same scene again. That's all. I don't know anymore. We didn't do these kinds of things during the supernatural power test. I don't know why I can't see more. Maybe my ability is still too weak. Even though I didn't give her the location of the kid she was looking for, just knowing these things I shouldn't know seemed to be enough for Charlotte to find hope. Can't you figure out whether he's dead or alive? Even just that. Even just knowing that fact. Just that. Please. Charlotte, who had been threatening me, pleaded with me now. Before she saw me as something lower than a bug because I was a lowly person who was part of a criminal organization. Please. Please. Find it out for me. Please. Now she was about to kneel before me. Her cold and stiff expression had completely distorted, and before I knew it, Charlotte was crying before me. Charlotte had to suffer through horrific events after she got abducted, and she knew that I was supposed to be the only survivor beside her who went through that suffering, and I eventually saved her life. Perhaps to Charlotte, I was the only one left in her world. Even that course of events was filled with lies, and now I had to do the same thing again. The only reason I had to do this was because my life was at stake. Then and now, I said to Charlotte, who was begging me to find out if he was dead or alive, I don't know where he's located. I had a premonition that I would have to continue tell a lot more lies from now on, but I'm sure he's alive. I had no other choice but to give Charlotte at least a bit of the truth. HNG. Sob. Charlotte grabbed my collar and let out a violent cry. Really, he's alive. Yes, I can. Feel at least that much. Thank you. I couldn't do anything but bite my lips as I watched Charlotte sobbing, looking as if she was about to collapse at any moment. It was all right being called a plot destroyer and getting criticized by many people. However, having to deceive a person like this was something hard to accept. Thanks. The word thanks felt like it stabbed through my heart multiple times. Among all the supernatural powers, my supernatural power was especially vague. This was the first time I have ever tried this. Really, I couldn't feel anything like that before, only in this case. I don't know why it worked, but I'm relieved. Charlotte had no other choice but to accept this strange excuse that it didn't work in any other instance, as I knew these things that no one else should know. The scenes I described were ones that I wouldn't know unless I was Valia. She didn't even suspect in the least that I was Valia. Of course, it might have been that my vague supernatural power had that much persuasive power. Charlotte told me not to tell anyone what I saw and asked me to never mention that I could do things like that. Unlike the orders she directed towards me up until now, these seemed more like favors she asked of me. You know why I'm asking this of you? Please, Reinhardt. Now she even used my name. Yeah, I know. If Bertus found out about this, he might want to use me in that way as well. As it's an ability I didn't even have, I'd rather have Charlotte be silent about this. If someone were to ask me why I was able to know these kinds of things, but not other things, I'd be the only one in trouble here. Charlotte seemed to have become as desperate towards me as to my other self. At this point, I was the only clue she had towards finding Valia. Charlotte, after she calmed down a bit, had a reddened face. She now seemed to realize that she was begging and pleading in front of this guy she completely disregarded not too long ago. That. HN. From her point of view, she showed me one of her ugly sides. Charlotte seemed to have calmed down, but she fell into a more complicated mood. Never mind. I don't know who he is to you, but he must be an important person. Then this is a reasonable reaction. When I told her that it was possible even for the imperial princess to lose her composure, as she was human, she bowed her head towards me. To think that the day would come for me to receive that kind of consolation. Was it because you were being comforted by a commoner or by a criminal, or was it because you felt pathetic getting comforted by another person like this? Charlotte looked blankly into the night sky before she started to speak again. He's the one who saved me. Is that so? If not for him, I wouldn't have been able to return. There was no one in the imperial capital who didn't know that the princess was kidnapped by the Demon King. However, no one knew what happened to her while she was there and how she got out. Both Charlotte and Bertus seemed to want to bury this matter. Charlotte didn't have any real proof, as she didn't actually suffer from an assassination and was able to escape. Dyrus' case was different. He faced direct death threats and even fought, but his link was too weak to the princess for it to be connected to her nearly dying. All of this could have been made as the princess running away on her own accord because she got surprised. Therefore, the assassination attempt on the princess simply got buried without a problem. So, information on Dyrus or some kid who supposedly saved the princess didn't come to light. So Charlotte wouldn't have come out with the truth if I didn't get that lead just now. Telling someone this truth was really dangerous. He was the one who saved her life, hence why she was looking for him. It seemed like a good enough reason to look for someone like that, but was it enough to lose one's rationale over? Honestly, if he was just someone who saved your life, then it's not something that simple. Charlotte looked at me. If it wasn't for him, I would have gone crazy. Even if she hadn't died, she would have gone crazy. Charlotte was weeping bitterly in that prison cell, cradling her mother's corpse in her arms. She certainly looked like she was in a dangerous state. She didn't even notice that there was someone in the hallway before I called out to her. We were in a place filled with corpses and the smell of blood. Anyone would have gone crazy in there. Charlotte seemed to recall the time we met. In a place like that, he said that everything will be fine, that we'll win. He kept on trying to reassure me, trying to comfort me somehow. The calm Charlotte started to tremble. At that time, I had no idea who Charlotte really was. He told me that he had lost all his memories. He didn't know who he was, even why he was in that place. In the midst of all that, even though it should have been scary for him as well, he tried to soothe me. He didn't even know who I was, so I was just trembling and crying in that disgusting place, while he tried to comfort me somehow. I didn't take care of her because she was Charlotte de Gardiers. I just took care of her because she was a trembling, scared little kid and about to give up on everything, even though I should have felt terrified for not having any memories. It was a lie that I had lost my memories, but it was true that I had no knowledge of her identity, my situation, or the state of this world. It seemed like Charlotte wasn't just trying to find me because I saved her life. I made a promise. Yeah, Charlotte definitely made one with me. I would definitely bring back his memory. I promised that. It seemed like she wanted to find me to keep her promise. Of course, I didn't actually have amnesia. I had the body of the demon Prince Valia, but I wasn't that Valia. It seemed that my lies had become firmly engraved in Charlotte's mind. It was like she imprinted on me, something that couldn't be erased easily. Would he really want that? Getting back his memory? What? Wouldn't he have suffered quite a lot in the Demon King's castle to lose his memory? Wouldn't it be better if he didn't remember? Of course, it's important to remember who you are, but there are some memories that are better left forgotten. I was saying this in the hope that she would feel less pressured to keep her promise. I didn't really have any memories that I lost, but I would feel insanely guilty if she kept on trying to retrieve something that I actually never lost. Listening to my words, Charlotte looked at me with widened eyes. That's possible. Yeah, that could be. Yes. If one experienced something so terrible, wouldn't it be better to just forget everything? Charlotte seemed to agree with me to some extent. Yeah, it's not too late to talk it over after you found him. In all my guilt, I felt slightly relieved. Charlotte's expression, which seemed so infinitely sad, ready to give up everything if she heard that I was dead, lightened up a little. She seemed to feel a lot of guilt that she lost me and couldn't keep the promise. She looked a little more energetic and even smiled at me for the first time. Find him. Charlotte looked me straight in the eyes. Then I'll do whatever you want me to do. Isn't that quite the risky promise to make to a lowly and dangerous bastard like me? Charlotte believed that I was the only string that connected her and Valia, so that would explain her sudden attitude change. You were quite reckless in that duel. You didn't seem to be stupid, but you went ahead and did something like that because of your pride. Although you have a strange personality, you didn't strike me as an idiot, and yet you acted like one at that moment. That's what I thought. You talk quite well in front of the subject you're badmouthing. That's all I could see at that moment. It seemed Charlotte had a different opinion on this than Bertus. Bertus admired my tenacity, getting up even after getting beaten over and over. However, Charlotte seemed to evaluate me as someone who would use force even in situations in which it would be better to yield because of my pride. However, even though you should have lost, you won in such a nonsensical way. If I had lost in that state, Charlotte's evaluation of me wouldn't have changed. But in the end, I was able to emerge victorious because of something as ridiculous as suddenly awakening a supernatural ability mid-fight. Seeing that outcome, Charlotte seemed to change her mind a bit. Returning to her usual calm and cold demeanor, Charlotte spoke quietly. There are times when one has to do something reckless, as it seems. She wanted something so bad that she even came to a fellow classmate who was part of a criminal organization. That was why Charlotte went beyond just asking for cooperation with someone with whom she usually wouldn't want to have been involved with. She even made such a dangerous promise with me. She was lucky that I was actually Valia. What if I was some perverted weirdo? I feel like a shrimp caught in a whale's fight. Are you talking about Bertus? Yeah, you both might not realize it, but while you may be fine, I'm completely exhausted. I have to watch my back every time I go out at night. No matter how one might look at it, I seemed like a total opportunist. Man, the situation turned out like this even with Charlotte there. Later, when I meet Bertus, he'll probably ask things like, "You're pretty close with Charlotte, aren't you?" How should I answer him? Or what if someone from Charlotte's side saw me with Bertus? They'd probably complain, saying something like, "You're getting along quite well with Bertus, don't you?" That might actually happen. Honestly, I didn't want to have trouble with anyone, these two included at this point. It would be near impossible for me to remain neutral between them. Charlotte smiled, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, after hearing what I said. It felt familiar to Berta's smile when he revealed his more insidious nature to me. I believe you know how to take care of yourself quite well, Reinhardt. Even if their factions were different, they were still the same. Why did they act so similarly? In fact, if she appeared in the original novel, wouldn't she actually take Berta's position? Chapter 56, my tightrope act between Charlotte and Bertus seemed to have started for real now. Charlotte actually needed me more at the moment, but I didn't know what Bertus would do if he found out that I was on Charlotte's side. I had no idea how to tackle this issue either. Charlotte would grow stronger with each passing day, and she wouldn't touch me until I found Valia. So, now to Bertus. How should I deal with him? I decided to come clean, as I would be exposed anyway sooner or later. I clearly told Charlotte that I didn't want to get on Bertus' bad side, as I was part of Class A. I also told her that I was told to watch her to some extent. Charlotte also didn't want me to get harmed by Bertus, as I still had to find Valia, so she said that I could give him some information on her. I really turned into a complete opportunist. In the end, I really became someone weak against the strong, and I totally like those hyenas from my first life. Seems like she's looking for someone. The next day, I talked with Bertus on the terrace of the dormitory. In terms of dating simulations. If Ellen's fixed encounter place was the dining room and the gym, then Bertus would be the terrace. Bertus listened to what I had to say and nodded slowly. He made it seem like this was the first time he heard about that, but Bertus actually already knew this. Therefore, even though it was nothing new to him, I still provided him with information that ordinary students shouldn't know. Did Charlotte tell you herself? In the end, I had no other choice but to tell Bertus part of the truth. There was no way that Bertus wouldn't find out. She told me to find him. To you? Hmm. Yeah, that would be possible. Bertus nodded, perhaps remembering my origins. Seems like you already know who she's looking for, Bertus nodded at my question. Yeah, I knew that much. Good. So she hasn't found him yet. Just by hearing that she instructed me to find him, he inferred that Charlotte hadn't found me yet, so the information wasn't completely useless to Bertus. She probably told you to find him using the Rotary Gang, not you personally. How is it? Any progress? I felt goosebumps all over my body at Bertus' causal tone. I never told Bertus about the gang. I planned on telling him today, but he already knew. His attitude, as if it was only natural for him to know, was rather creepy. Bertus did a background check on me and didn't even give any signs that he knew about those things. Just because he didn't say it outright didn't mean he didn't know. By saying this directly to me, Bertus wanted to show me that I was well within his own range of effect. It wasn't just the Rotary Gang. He should have also found out about its connection with the Thieves' Guild. I knew he was probably aware of it, but I didn't think he would mention it like that in my presence. As I froze up slightly, Bertus grinned. You don't have to get so nervous just because of something like that. If you know, just tell me in advance, please. You're giving me a heart attack. It's a bit too much to say you're just from the streets, is it not? So I just looked into you a little. Did you make any progress? Fortunately, Bertus didn't think I was Valia himself, like Charlotte. It probably was hard to accept that the thing they were searching for was right next to them. However, unlike Charlotte, he didn't show any malice towards me even after knowing that I was related to a criminal organization. I had no idea what he was thinking. Anyway, regarding progress, how could there be any? I only have one portrait and not even a name. Well, I guess so. He seemed to have already expected that I made no progress. If I actually did, that would undermine the efficiency of his own forces. Did she tell you who he is? No, she didn't tell me. Even though I told him that, it didn't seem like I was expected to know. Bertus looked at Temple's scenery while enjoying his milk tea. Okay, good. The important thing is that I'm also looking for him, Reinhardt. I figured. If you come across any clues, please let me know if possible. I think it would be best if I don't find any clues in this situation, though. Ha ha, that's true. If I chose either of their sides, I would become the enemy of the other side, so it would be best for me to not discover anything. As if agreeing to me, Bertus nodded. It's fine. After leaving her like this for a bit more, she'll end up self-destructing anyway. Well, seeing that she even reached out to you, maybe she already did. Self-destruction. Bertus seemed to think that if Charlotte didn't find me, she would become increasingly more self-destructive. It made me even more depressed knowing what that meant. Charlotte was focusing all her attention on finding me, so it seemed like she was rather negligent in regards to the fight for the throne. That was the reason why he told me I could just leave her alone, and why he was rather relaxed about the situation. I didn't think it would be to that extent, though. Bertus smacked his lips, as if he was disappointed. Bertus was so wary of Charlotte that he made plans for her to never come back alive, but she ended up coming back. Therefore, he was wholeheartedly preparing to confront her, but the enemy of whom he was so wary of just kept on looking for some boy as if she was obsessed. Bethuse seemed regretful. Could he be sad seeing his biggest enemy falling apart like that? It was important to win, but it was also important how one won. Okay, if you can't find him at all, that's just how it is. By the way, speaking of which, as if he was done talking about Charlotte, Bertus turned to look at me. He didn't seem to be wary of her any longer at this point. Did he not see her as a worthy rival anymore because she was just focusing on finding some kid? He seemed to think that it was okay now that he knew where Charlotte's priorities lay. Are you the next master of the Thieves' Guild or something? Ha, ah. I know it's quite easy to misunderstand in this situation, but I'm not. I've never even been to the Thieves' Guild. Although I said I had connections to it, I didn't even know where the Thieves' Guild was. That was the truth. Bertus was already aware that I was a beggar, but he seemed to think that there were some things about me that weren't normal for a kid from the streets. He seemed to be under the impression that it was because I was the next guild master being trained by the Thieves' Guild. So I would have already received sufficient training before my enrollment. I sighed. I don't know if you'll believe me or not, but I honestly want to cut my ties with them. My original plan was to cut my ties with the Rotary Gang after awakening a talent. Somehow, I ended up in this situation where both the prince and princess found out about my background after doing thorough background checks on me. Why? I don't want to make a living by doing dirty work. I don't want to end up dead in a ditch. That was also my honest wish. Who would want to spend their life fighting non-stop? My values weren't much different from ordinary people. I wanted to idle around and eat comfortably. I didn't think that was possible for now, so I chose the next best option. Really? Are you saying these things that you don't actually mean because you're in front of me? Even if that's true, wouldn't that mean that you already failed to find out my true background then? The person who was aiming to become the next emperor failed to find out the identity of the guild master of the Thieves' Guild. He'd already be unqualified for that position if that were the case. As if my words were plausible, Bertus burst into laughter. So you're closer to the Rotary Gang than the Thieves' Guild. I must say, it's a bit disappointing. What do you mean, disappointing? What was so disappointing about me not being the heir to the Thieves' Guild? I thought there was a good reason why Bertus stayed calm, even after finding out about my background. Reinhardt. Yeah, I tend to believe that the empowerment of crime is inevitable. Inevitable, you say? Why was he talking about that all of a sudden? Even if the Thieves' Guild was to be uprooted, I believe that another group would take its place. Even if one were to dismantle one criminal group, as time goes by, just like weed, new criminals would gather together and obtain power again, spontaneously. Therefore, eradicating criminal organizations resulted in others filling their places, so completely eradicating crime was impossible. Look at this kid. In that case, if one couldn't get rid of it, wouldn't it be good to take control of that shady power, to completely own it? If it's impossible to completely get rid of it, it would be the best option to get rid of the old power and monitor the new criminal power that would fill its place. Being able to handle things that could only be solved by the dark side would be a bonus, of course. I slowly got an inkling of what he was talking about. He looked at me with a creepy smile. So, won't you become the guild master? I could see now why Berta said Charlotte would end up self-destructing. Charlotte only thought of finding Valia through me. She ended up so nerve-wracking just to find Valia. However, Bertus was thinking of dominating the capital's dark side through me. In the past, the United States enforced the prohibition of alcohol, which consequently led to the tremendous growth of mafia organizations in America. This happened because if one were to ban easily producible goods, they would be continued to be made illegally, leading to organizations distributing these goods to emerge. If there was demand, there would always be supply. And if the production and distribution of said product was illegal, there would be a number of criminal organizations producing and distributing them. The empowerment of crime was therefore inevitable, because there are always people who covet things they shouldn't, and someone supplying them. To facilitate the supply, crime got organized, and thus the concept of organized crime appeared. It wasn't something that could be stopped. Bertus judged that such a development was inevitable. Even if he were to uproot them, someone else would just take their place, so he thought it would be better to take control of it. That way, even if a new organization were to appear, he would be able to tighten his grip on it much faster. So, Bertus wanted me to become the next guild master, to take control of the whole underworld in the future by first taking control of the Thieves' Guild. He could also make use of it for personal purposes other than controlling and monitoring criminal organizations. So Bertus seemed to think that this was a pretty good plan. So he proposed to me, who was a Temple student as well as a member of the Rotary Gang, if I had any intentions of becoming the king of the imperial capital's underworld. That was why he thought it was rather disappointing that I didn't have much connection to the Thieves' Guild. The size of our visions were completely different. No matter if this was the right thing to do or not, our way of thinking was just completely different. Bertus said there was no rush to come to a decision yet, and this plan was far too big to immediately implement anyway. This was just too big to just decide on the fly, and to be honest, this wasn't really appealing to me at all. If I were to get involved in a criminal organization like that and absorb it, I'd be forced to do various things. I didn't even know if I'd be able to do something like that, and if my mind would be able to endure it. So Bertus ended our conversation after he offered me this. The guild master of the Thieves' Guild. It was true that there was nothing bad about having power. Actually, rather than bad things, weren't there many good things about it? Besides, Bertus, who was in the line of succession to the throne, said he'd look after me. I was already part of something that was almost an illegal organization. And one could do a lot more with an illegal organization than with a legitimate one. However, I was actually someone with no ambition at all. I never had anything to do with organizational management, so I didn't know what I'd have to do. Would I really be able to do something like that? My goal was to just eat and live well, nothing more. If it weren't for the gates, I wouldn't even have come to temple in the first place. In any case, the prince gave me something to think about, but it didn't seem like he wanted to push me to become the guild master, though. Of course, he had no reason to actually use me for that. If he really wanted to have the Thieves Guild's guild master in his hands, he could just do it himself. In the first place, both Charlotte and Bertus knew the whereabouts of the Thieves Guild. They just didn't want to get their hands dirty by interacting with them. He maybe just wanted to test my usefulness and my abilities. If that were the reasons, then that would mean that the prince didn't have much interest in controlling the underworld yet. If it was really necessary for him, he wouldn't do it through me. In the end, it was more likely that he wanted to see how ambitious I was and whether my abilities were up to par. Anyway, there was no rush. It was a decision I had to slowly and carefully think about. One could feel the atmosphere of the Victory Festival even inside of Temple. The training routine itself didn't change much, but one could feel this overall excitement floating about Temple. Some students packed their bags in advance in preparation to return home for the period the school was closed. So, while there were a lot of kids looking forward to the festival, there were also some who just looked forward to returning back to their home. Everyone had different plans. The Knights Templar. Yeah, after watching the return of the Knights Templar, I'll go back to the monastery. It's been a while. Adriana was smiling brightly, imagining the majestic appearance of the Knights Templar, who would soon return after accomplishing their great mission. The 5 great bishops united their forces in an army for the Demon World War. Priests and paladins of all religions gathered together and played a pivotal role in the Allied forces, and now came back after leading the church to victory. Of course, I knew that part well. The Knights Templar would continue to exist even after that, and it's the place all paladins and priests dream to enter. Adriana also seemed to want to join them. And then you're going back to the monastery. Yes, I grew up in the Toan monastery of the Sane Toan Grand Duchy. Adriana said she grew up in a monastery dedicated to Toan, the god of purity. She was an orphan, but thanks to her outstanding talent, she was able to enter Temple's royal class easily. So, it seemed like she joined Temple starting high school. By the way, speaking of the divine power of Toan, the god of purity, it would be especially strong against undead. Of course, I wasn't an undead, but I really wouldn't get along well with that order. Toan's doctrine was fundamentally based on hatred towards demons after all. Honestly, I couldn't remember all the settings in detail, but after living and studying in Temple for some time, I was able to relearn quite some knowledge I had forgotten. For me, as this world's writer, it felt quite strange to have to study the content I just randomly pieced together to set up the churches and their doctrine. By the way, weren't the paladins and priests of Toan not allowed to get married? Yeah, what of it? Adriana tilted her head, as if asking me why I asked her something so obvious. You shouldn't decide something like that at such a young age. It wouldn't be too late if you made that decision after you grew up, you punk. You could still become a priest after seeing what the world had to offer, you know. Adriana smirked at this young old man's whining. If you were to worship a god and attend masses, you'd change your mind, Junior. There are people in this world who can live on faith alone. It's a full life in its own way. I felt like she was trying to convert me, to the point where I started to get scared. Adriana slowly brought up this topic, and she seemed to think that now was the right time. Adriana suddenly grabbed my hands and wouldn't budge at all. It was rather scary. So, do you want to go to a mass together with me after the school closes? Please don't do this. You don't even have to accurately follow the doctrine of Toan. Everyone deserves his grace, Junior. I'm sure they will be able to fix your twisted personality as well. They are all good people. At some point, Adriana started preaching to me. No, I was very grateful to her, and I knew she was kind, but this was just pressuring. Bathed under the saint's light, we can all find happiness, Junior. Adriana suddenly turned into a church sister, even though she wasn't part of the church yet. Honestly, I couldn't agree to that even out of gratitude. She probably prepared various methods to get me to come, both physical and psychological. Yes, I absolutely knew it would be like that. She'd use a trick of first gently approaching me, and when I was about to refuse, she would make me feel sorry and naturally lead me to her church. This would happen once, twice, thrice, until I can't leave anymore. I thought you liked it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. I was just happy to share my happiness with you. I didn't want to drag you with me. Sorry for misunderstanding. Although, please do come to the next Mass. If you won't come, I'd be very sad. That was what this felt like. Ah, sister, are you doing well? I heard you got married. I was curious about how things were in my old world suddenly. I'm already part of a different belief. Adriana tilted her head as I shouted, appearing like I was about to be dragged to hell. Ha! You already have a god you follow. Well, I wouldn't call him a god or something, but there's something I believe in. Ha! Who? I looked at Adriana with a determined expression. Yes, I was already part of a religion. Me. I believe in myself. A religion where I was both the only worshipper and object of worship. In other words, I was the head of the winning mentality church and its object of faith itself. I believed in myself. That was my source of strength. It was even more amazing because it was actually true. Hey, who? Adriana didn't understand a word I said, so she looked dumbfounded for a while. After listening to my detailed explanation, she slapped my back and told me not to say strange things anymore. Chapter 57, Friday. After classes were over, everyone got excited and started running wild, and the most annoying one among them was number 8 Kono Lint. It's closing Todderai. Those who planned on returning to their homes hurried back to the dormitory to pack their things, and the ones who would remain went on to do their own thing because a long break was about to begin. I would stay in the dormitory for today and leave tomorrow when things have gotten calmer. I was going to meet up with Elaris after all. As I was taking the Mana train multiple times to shake off any possible tales I might have, I planned on transforming to a different appearance using Sarkigar's ring before going to Elaris' store. I could go to the Rotary Gang, but I was reluctant to go there because of various reasons. It seemed like the prince and the princess had already begun to look into that place. This might be an honor in its own way. When would higher-ranked people pay so much attention to a beggar's organization after all? It wasn't intentional, but the outcome was moderately good. Charlotte would try to protect the Rotary Gang because it held the only clue to find Valia, while Bertus would try to use the Rotary Gang as a stepping stone to take over the capital's underworld, so he wouldn't do anything to it. Depending on my actions, they might actually help me, far from trying to harm me. Eventually, by proving my usefulness to both of them, I seem to have turned into one hell of an opportunist. Someone needed by both the prince and the princess. I might actually be quite the popular guy. Ha! Everyone was excited. Both the ones who would return and the ones who would stay behind. Of course, there were 3 exceptions. Ellen Artorius, who'd eventually become a hero never before seen, would continue to think about her brother's death. Perhaps this festival wasn't something Ellen could be excited about. The other 2 were Bertus and Charlotte. The 2 of them were going to be very busy during this festival, having to rush from one place to another. They tried not to show any exhaustion, but they seemed to be struggling. Charlotte. Yeah. Therefore, I was able to witness a rare scene. I saw the 2 of them holding a conversation. No one said anything superficially, but the 2 of them tried to pretend not to know each other in temple. Of course, they didn't get along at all. So, even though it had been a while since they entered the school, that would have been the first time seeing them hold a conversation in temple for everyone. The 2 of them were talking as they walked side by side. So the order of protocol is, I already memorized everything. I don't have to hear it again. As expected, you're smart. No, you're the only oh-so-smart one. Why does it sound like you're being sarcastic, even though it's supposed to be a compliment? Because I was being sarcastic. Bertus, who pretended to be kind, and Charlotte, who was being overtly blunt. They seemed to be talking about things related to the festival. Since it was an official imperial event, both Bertus and Charlotte would have to make an appearance. Everyone was staring blankly at the half-siblings, holding their conversation, as if they couldn't believe this was happening. And as if not in the least interested in this scene, I watched Ellen Artorius carelessly walking out of the classroom building. Get out of my way, you bastard. Pang. Ugh. Then everyone turned to the scene of Aminus 9, Erich, hitting B-3 Scarlet in the head while passing by. How unlucky! Erich could be seen passing by, and Aminus 10 Kea briefly sweared at her before following behind Erich. I wondered where Ludwig was. I wasn't sure if he had already left. Scarlet kept her head down and didn't say a word. All the other students left, pretending they didn't see her at all. For just how long did I have to watch this? According to the original story, Ludwig would end up requesting a duel with Erich. However, this had already gone terribly wrong, just because I intervened once. Of course, Ludwig's personality itself hadn't changed, so Ludwig would end up saving Scarlet one day. So if I intervened now, the future would change again, and it might become even more unpredictable. Fiery red hair and red eyes. Scarlet raised her head and met my eyes. Everyone had already left, so Scarlet and I were the only ones left in the hallway. Scarlet lowered her gaze again in fear after our eyes met. There were numerous sins I committed in this world. This grievous situation definitely was one of them. She'll get saved. Ludwig will be the one to save her. Those settings were made with such simple, careless thoughts, both the reason for her bullying and the solution. However, I eventually got confronted with this reality I created with my own hands. This strange reality, it was me who created it. What's wrong with Red? I looked at Scarlet as if I was talking to her. What's so important about hair color? Isn't it more important being the best in Temple? Scarlet raised her head and looked at me again. She was treated like a bad omen by everyone because of her red eyes and hair, so she got bullied because of it for a long time. I approached her. She backed off against the wall as if trying to escape from me. I wasn't trying to threaten her. You saw it. The winner's always right. Scarlet came to see my duel. Didn't you come to see that? Why did Scarlet come to see my duel? She wasn't from the same class, but she came to see my duel with the senior. I accepted this duel with that senior without even having a talent. It was clear what the outcome would be. I didn't know why she came. However, she saw it clearly. I was able to emerge victorious against that senior in the end. She must have seen me stand back up again and again, despite our difference in origin and strength. Don't doze off. Then I whispered to Scarlet, whose eyes seemed like those of a frightened rabbit. It was just like the sweet temptation of a devil. Should I tell you something? Wah tea. Is it? Right. Scarlet talked to me quite politely. Come to think of it, this was our first time talking. Anyway, I told her Erich Laffery's secret. It wasn't even that big of a deal. That guy's a pushover. You were in the same year. How long did you want to get pushed around by that weakling? You already knew that much. The troublemaker Reinhardt went beyond just starting fights on his own, and now egged others on to fight. He said to be a devil's seed born to instill conflict, destroy friendships, and disrupt others' peaceful life at Temple. That was right. Objectively speaking, I was no longer just a villain. I was slowly transitioning into a supervillain. Put in Batman terms, I wouldn't be the Joker, but rather the Penguin. I even had the unprecedented luck to awaken a supernatural ability in the middle of a fight, even though I was completely incompetent. It was even common for me to swear at nobles while being a beggar and even laying hands on them. Not only was I able to beat up my senior, but I even got the college-level seniors of the royal class, who didn't know about my true personality, to believe I was good and righteous. They even promised to take care of me if I ever got into trouble. Currently, I received support from both Bertus and Charlotte, who were number one of their respective class and were virtually the most powerful. In other words, I was rather free from their power, which transcended Temple. They both had no intention of directly controlling me. I strangely didn't even have any problems with the ones that could subdue me. Ellen, who was pretty much the strongest among the first years and had no close friends, even taught me swordsmanship. Of course, that was because I only clashed with people who had seriously flawed personalities and picked a fight with me first. And now, no matter how big a problem the bullying was, I was even urging the victim to fight the perpetrator. The man who was behind every incident that took place in Temple and only thought about messing around. That was who I became. Scarlet remained frozen for a long time after telling her that Erich was actually a total pushover. It wasn't like she didn't know that, or that she didn't know how to fight. She didn't want to cause any trouble. She thought that her life would be over if she were kicked out of Temple. Strictly speaking, she didn't really need my help. I mean, she was a better fighter than me anyways. Objectively speaking, in the current first-year combat ranking, Scarlet would be among the top 5. Of course, Ellen would take first place with a wide gap between the first and second place. She might jump between the second and fifth place, but Scarlet would definitely keep being among the best. She wasn't able to do it because of her trauma caused by being bullied for all her life by a person who she could defeat in a duel quite easily. I was staying in the dormitory for today as I was thinking of paying Elleris a visit tomorrow. So I just started doing my usual training. Adriana said she'd leave today, so she only came by to train in the morning. Everyone was excited for this holiday, so there were many students who were rushing to leave Temple. Ludwig, who was still quite inexperienced, ran around Temple once a day every morning without fail. Of course, that was only possible for him. I still had a long way to go. Originally, I didn't have any interest or talent in exercising. Now that I thought about it, I wasn't really enjoying it either. I just clenched my teeth and powered through because I felt a certain guilt. I wasn't allowed to rest. I had something to do, so I had to work hard. That strong compulsion was the only thing that kept me going. Hugh, however, after running for a while, at the place where Temple's higher education department was located, I sat down on a bench on a hillside where one of the running tracks was. I was trying to catch my breath. I could overlook the vast landscape of Temple from there. Even if I wasn't as strong as Ludwig, my stamina definitely improved by leaps and bounds. I was even able to climb these hills without much problems, even though I was still slightly out of breath. There wasn't any event like a sudden explosive growth in stats or my overall performance. My supernatural ability awakened, but that didn't mean I suddenly had the power to flip the world upside down. However, a short while ago, I wasn't even able to run properly without Adriana's support. But now I had enough stamina to run up a hillside and look down on all of Temple. It wasn't at the speed of an airplane or a car, but enough to feel my growth and the results of my training. I was growing little by little. Obviously, this wasn't the fantasy life I was dreaming of. My growth was rather slow, and even if the crisis was still far away, it was still definitely approaching. Phew! This felt more like a slice-of-life story than the one I actually wrote. This was completely different from casually describing that a character suddenly became stronger after years or decades of training. I had to fill these weeks, months, and years with my own body. It was up to me to work hard in these months I described in the novel. I'm thirsty, but let's first drink some water and continue to run. I'm Type A, come. Type A was a preset setting specialized in close combat, namely swordsmanship and body strengthening. Kang, sigh, I sighed as I watched the sword slip out of my grasp. Train your grip strength. I'm doing it to the point where I can't feel my hands anymore. Even if I used my supernatural power, I keep losing grip of my weapon after taking a hit from her. Then use your ability. I've been using it. Ah, she was a master in making me feel small. I slumped on the floor as I picked up my training sword. My hands felt numb, and I had a hard time holding my sword properly. Hey, isn't it strange? What is? Ellen tilted her head at my words. I know because I felt it, but aren't you a lot stronger than the third year I was barely able to defeat by luck? It was actually like that. I ended up like this even while she was going extremely easy on me. I could guarantee that if she had gone up against Mayarton that day, the duel would have been over in under 5 seconds. I wasn't exaggerating. That was Artorias, the greatest warrior of all mankind, for you. To be exact, she was even better in terms of talent than Raggan Artorias. If nurtured properly, Ellen Artorias would become even more of a monster than him. What of it? If you're strong, you're strong. I can understand that you don't gain much weight even after eating so much. There are people like that after all. People with a super high metabolism or people with poor digestive efficiency. There were definitely people who wouldn't gain that much weight by eating a lot. I got up and pointed at Ellen's arms and wrist. What I mean is, how can you have that much strength when your body looks like this? Yes, Mayarton was big. Ellen, however, wasn't muscular and, technically speaking, she had quite the slender build. It was totally mysterious how she was able to generate such power from such a thin body. It was just so strange, physically speaking. I disliked it even more because I thought I knew the reason for that. Of course, it was because of me. Obviously. She was supposed to have the best talents in the world, excellent skills, and was a total munchkin, but I described her as a beautiful girl, which was why she looked the way she looked. There might be 188 cm tall muscular beauties out there, but they wouldn't look like young girls, now would they? So that was why there was a kid in front of me with a height of 163 cm and a weight of 40 kg with the strength of a human tank. This physical discrepancy was purely caused by my unrealistic standards. She seemed soft everywhere, as if she had no muscles. In fact, the skin on her arms looked as smooth as a baby's when they were supposed to be weathered and packed with muscles. She wasn't even toned. Actually, we had some body contact while we were training, so I found out that she was all soft. Of course, if one were to enter the superhuman stage, it was possible to have power that went far beyond what a normal human was capable of, using magic body enhancement. However, she didn't know how to use that yet, so she was only using her body's strength. Right, I was God. I broke the laws of physics of this world with just a few lines of text. Ellen frowned slightly at my grumbling. Our family is strong. Ah, was the probability of that part just supplemented to that degree? Were your family's muscle fibers made out of adamantium wire or something? Seriously, even if they were the strongest family in the world, this didn't make much sense. I was born like that. What are you going to do about it? In 3 words, it was blunt. Well, I had never made that kind of setting, but her family might be descendants of dragons or something. This was a world where the probability which I flipped on its head got supplemented. In the end, it was me who violated the rules here, so I had no right to complain. I could just accept it. There was a limit to how much growth one could achieve through training alone, so one would supplement one's body using talents or skills. If one were able to do this long term, one entered the superhuman stage through magic body enhancement. Hold it again. Kang. Are you playing baseball? Seeing my training sword fly towards the other end of the gym, I felt dejected. It wasn't a home run, but a hit. Chapter 58. After my extreme training and sparring, Ellen left me alone and focused on her own training. Cliffman had returned home, so he wasn't at the gym today. Cliffman was that type of guy to me, an unknown guy I've encountered at the gym quite often. When we met, he'd slightly greet me, but he didn't say a word. It was to the point where I'd notice when he wasn't there, but we weren't on talking terms yet. Hup! Ellen was busy, beating up scarecrows and honing her techniques. Actually, there was no reason for her to spar with me. To be that girl's training partner, one had to have a certain level of skill. To her, I was only a little kid just starting out. I continued to cook dinner, but that wasn't such a big deal. I always ended up making too much for myself. That was all. Somehow, I kind of stopped being so strict in our cooking lessons and focused more on swordsmanship. She still looked after me, even after the duel was over, though. I mean, wasn't that strange? I mean, I just wrote that letter for the sake of writing it, but still, she super dumped me. I was really curious what she was thinking about me, now that she was right in front of me. In fact, I only wrote that love letter to get dumped and get some achievement points. After that, we somehow ended up eating lunch together, then practiced swordsmanship, and then ate dinner together. However, Ellen didn't act particularly close to me, and neither did I act close to her, to the extent that she would probably even ignore me, even if we were to run into each other on the street. No, well, even the classmates who hated me like Erich, Care, or even Harriet would show some sort of disgruntled reaction when they'd see me, but she wouldn't even look at me. We had late-night snacks and early morning snacks together almost every day. We'd meet each other every morning when we did our morning training, and we even stuck around at the gym after school. But we didn't really have any private conversations. We seemed to be close, but we weren't really. If we were to ever meet outside, I bet she would even ask me who I was. However, she did try to be my champion in the duel. She was always calm. I don't know. However, when I meet up with her, I can't read her well. It wouldn't kill me. I just would have to ask her right. I wasn't some dense main character from some novel, nor was I expecting anything. If one doesn't know something, one should ask. It was that simple, right? Hey, yes, Ellen looked at me. Do you like me? No, I see. It didn't really hurt because I expected her to answer like that. I really didn't care that much. Really, however, Ellen had a different reaction compared to last time. Ellen had a grim look on her face, turned towards me and asked me, "Do you like me?" No. Okay. Seeing as she didn't say something like, "You told me you liked me some time ago, though," she might have forgotten about that incident. Anyway, seemed like we became close enough to ask about these things casually. I knew it would just be better to answer no to these kinds of things. I didn't even mean to ask about that in the first place. Hey, yes. Then are we friends? At my words, Ellen stopped swinging her sword and silently contemplated. She took a minute or so. Ellen opened her mouth again as she pointed her sword towards the scarecrow. I think so. That was her answer. So it seemed like Ellen Artorius just recently seriously thought about whether we were friends or not for the first time. Hence, why it took some time for her to think about the answer. That being said, calling Bertus my friend was a little strange, as it felt more like a hierarchical relationship. So Ellen could be said to be the first friend I made in Temple. If you thought about it, it was rather funny. She was extremely taciturn, so it should have been the hardest to get closer to her. In fact, it would have taken her a long time before she made some friends in the original story. However, knowing that Ellen didn't care about my reputation and didn't have any preconceived notions about me was rather comfortable. As a result, we became like this. After my stamina recovered, I went back to my usual routine, namely posture and strength training. Standard bedtime was at 11 o'clock. I would train at the gym until 9, then I would come out and have a late night snack at the dining room, usually with Ellen. So Ellen and I both only trained until 9 so that we would still get to eat some food. We didn't decide on that, it just naturally happened like this. It was now 9 o'clock. It was time to stop the training. Aren't you overdoing it today? Ha, ha. Today, Ellen was a bit different from usual. Even if she didn't have the same amount of stamina as Ludwig, she still had almost as much. She had been beating the scarecrow without even taking time to catch her breath. She was breathing roughly, and I could see that her whole body was covered in sweat. I noticed that she was training harder than usual. I didn't want to be a cat that cared about tigers, but her condition was certainly a bit strange. Why don't you stop and take a rest? I'll train a bit longer. Ellen said that without even looking at me. Well, she said that we probably were friends, but sticking my nose in any more would be weird. She might tell me not to pretend to be close or something. Then hurry up and go rest. I'm leaving. Ellen didn't answer me as I left the gym. Obviously, there were hardly any students left in the dormitory, and the ones that were still there probably went to sleep because it was close to curfew. Come to think of it, Temple sure provided dream-like living conditions. They do the laundry, provide meals, give out pocket money, prepare whatever you might need, and even give you a fully stocked kitchen you could use at your own convenience. They also give you 4 gold coins as pocket money per month. Of course, it was just small change to kids from good houses, but it was a lot of money for me. If it was for personal training or research, they'd even give you additional support depending on its content. In other words, it was kind of like a research grant. In fact, it wasn't really important to graduate from Temple to live a good life. Actually, wasn't one able to live a comfy and cozy life just by being a Temple student? Wasn't this a dream school no one would want to graduate from? Wouldn't one want to live on as a Temple student until one died? This would lead to an infinite loop of procrastination. Wasn't this another setting error? One would want to continue attending Temple and Royal class just for these benefits alone. I went to the kitchen while having these weird thoughts. Even though I didn't receive any more support in the form of divine power, I was still exercising a whole lot, even if it wasn't to the degree of Ludwig or Ellen. Hence, I still had to eat a lot. I also felt like what I ate didn't really turn into fat. I originally cooked for myself, but I definitely improved ever since I started living in Temple. There were a lot of ingredients, and if one needed anything specific, one could just ask for it, and they would provide it right away. I get tired of always eating the same thing, so I made this and that. I didn't want to live off of snacks like Ellen, so I tended to make my own food. Someone who only lived from hamburgers and pizza would get tired of those one day. Living life routinely was fine, but I didn't want my diet to follow a routine as well. I looked through the ingredients kept in the kitchen pantry and thought about what I should make. Well, this didn't really fit my concept, but still I was indeed grateful. Besides, this was a sensitive time for her as well. I took out a bag of bread. I was thinking of making some sandwiches. There were 2 people in Temple I felt grateful to. Adriana, who recently turned to the dark side and became like a church nun. No, calling a nun part of the dark side was a bit much, wasn't it? Well, that was how it felt to me anyways. And Ellen Artorius. To be honest, I often told Adriana that I was grateful to her. I didn't do the same with Ellen because of the nature of our relationship. It wasn't like she was doing anything unusual anyway. She just ate what I made and trained in the gym. No matter how I tried to make it out to be, I was like nothing more than a high schooler who was happy about having made his first friend. Actually, I think I felt a little touched. I had to admit that. I was kind of touched hearing that we were friends. How silly. I know. I made some club sandwiches. I didn't have to put as much effort into those. I thought it would probably be better to make a lot because she'd probably end up eating a lot. I put in a moderate amount of vegetables, plenty of cheese and ham. This could probably be called a calorie bomb, but neither I nor Ellen cared about these kinds of things. We exercised too much to die of hyperlipidemia. I also found a food basket in the kitchen, so I packed the freshly made sandwiches in there and headed to the gym. What? And I couldn't help but be a little surprised by the sight before my eyes. Ellen was lying in front of the scarecrow, the remnants of a broken training sword lying next to her. Ah, you'll catch death if you sleep here. Although that was what I had said, I was running towards her. Temple's royal class was one of the most intensive educational institutions of the empire. Besides the ones I already mentioned, there were numerous services provided for VIPs. So that kind of meant that I didn't know what they were specifically. I just wrote something like, "The service is great." Of course, I knew some of the services. One of them was a priest dedicated to us who could use recovery spells and was stationed in a specific place 24/7. It was like the nurse office teacher. The only difference from an infirmary teacher was that they could also heal severe injuries and not just perform first aid. I couldn't really remember, but I probably received that priest's help after that duel last time. I carried Ellen on my back and called for a priest. I went to the recovery room where I once lay and laid Ellen down on the priestess' instructions. While casting some divine spells, she asked me about the situation. What happened? She looked exhausted or something like that. She was lying on the gym floor. Other than the forehead being slightly wounded, she didn't seem to be seriously hurt. But she smashed her training sword, you know. Anyway, she didn't seem to have serious injuries. But I'm glad you were able to find her so quickly. Well done. Even if she just passed out because of exhaustion, it might have gotten dangerous if she was found too late, so the priestess praised me. She asked for my and Ellen's name and grade, so I answered. First year Reinhardt and Ellen, Mr. Eppenhauser is your homeroom teacher, right? Yes. Good job, Reinhardt. I'll write down a merit for you. What? I didn't think that would happen. The uniformed teacher looked at me with a kind smile. It was a benevolent smile that showed that she was a genuinely religious person. Ooh, it really does feel divine. I can't. I'm sorry I forgot about my roots. I heard you were a mess, but it seems you are very different from the rumors. Oh, my reputation had even reached the teachers. Anyway, she seemed to be quite impressed that I would carry my classmate on my back, contrary to the preconceived notions everyone had. But there were things like merits. I didn't even know those existed here. The priestess checked on Ellen's condition and said she would get up soon. She told me that I could go back, but I stayed by her side. The teacher looked at me with a mischievous smile, as if she knew what I was thinking. No, it wasn't like that. Just like the teacher told me, Ellen slowly opened her eyes after about 10 minutes. Ugh! Ellen raised her eyelids, let out a low groan, and turned to look at me and the priestess, then opened her eyes wide. She seemed bewildered. That stone Buddha looked flustered. It was such a precious scene, so I tried to immediately burn it into my memory. Ah, Ellen thought for a moment, before she seemed to realize what was going on. Hey, if you sleep in places like that, you might end up dead. You're so young. Do you want to be reincarnated so badly? PFFFT. At my persistent words, the priestess burst into laughter and Ellen turned her head away from me. She clearly was very embarrassed right now. However, it wasn't just the two of us here. That teacher doubling as a priestess was also present. Ellen, even if he says that, Reinhardt still carried you on his back. He came in here with a totally pale face and said, Teacher, do something. Isn't that right? Teacher, why did you say that? No, you idiot. How could you tell her? Ellen was glancing at me when she heard what the teacher said. You didn't think I'd do that, huh? It seems like you practiced too hard. Don't overexert yourself. Understood? Yes, I'm sorry. With these words, the priestess left the recovery room, telling us that she would report this after the school closure. Why were you sleeping there on the floor? At my question, Ellen stared blankly at the ceiling. While I was practicing my techniques and beating the scarecrow, my training sword suddenly broke. I think I fell forward and hit my head because my balance was broken. Ellen seemed to remember clearly how she fainted. Exhaustion wasn't the problem, it was because she head-butted the scarecrow. It seemed like an acute concussion. Come to think of it, wasn't that quite serious? No, that's not it. The reason probably was both exhaustion and the concussion. I didn't know if someone would have carried her out if I wasn't there. Well, it was fine now, seeing that she was okay. Hey, didn't I save you then? I did, didn't I? I did say that I'd let it go seeing that she was all right and all, but what if I didn't come back to share the sandwiches I made with her? She might have been found dead the next day. The girl with the best talents this world could offer nearly ended up dying after head-butting a scarecrow. How could there be such an absurd situation? Ellen lay down and looked at me quietly before she nodded her head slightly. Yeah. It wasn't her usual voice. It was a little more subdued. How cute. Well, the charm of taciturn characters would appear when their concept collapsed. Ellen definitely overdid it today. She continued to swing her sword without resting. On the contrary, she trained even more intensely. Someone with usually good self-control went over her limits, and in the end, after she tried to swing her training sword even after exhausting all her strength, she ended up hitting her head on the scarecrow. No one else knew the reason why she would do something like that, but I knew. This girl was in a more mentally shaken-up state, completely different from her normal self. So I didn't ask her why she overdid it. Why don't you stand up? Since she was treated with divine power, she should have completely recovered. There was no reason for her to continue to lie down. Let's just eat some sandwiches. I made a lot. Ah, okay. Ellen jumped up. Look at her react right away when I mentioned food. I bet she would inhale all the food again. I made it for you, so you better be thankful. Of course, I didn't forget to brag as per usual. Chapter 59. I want a shower. Ellen sniffed her body and said she wanted to go shower. If you go wash up, it'll be past bedtime, won't it? There were a lot of things going on, and before we knew it, it was almost 11 o'clock. Of course, not keeping the curfew wouldn't be such a big deal, but if a superintendent found us while on their patrol, it would be a slight pain in the ass. Well, it wouldn't be very likely, of course. I wrote a lot of scenes where Ludwig wandered about past the curfew after all. I hate this smell. Ellen was sweating profusely and seemed to hate that sticky feeling. She must have sweat more than usual. I felt how sticky she was when I was carrying her. Even if I put the food in front of her now, she probably wouldn't have the appetite to actually eat it because of the smell. I decided to make a bit more than usual today. I thought Ellen would be rather depressed. That was why I ended up making sandwiches so that I could bring them to her. Okay, then let's go down to the dining hall. I was planning on going to the dining hall, but Ellen shook her head. You might get caught by the teacher. Huh, what should we do then? You want to eat, but then we would end up going past the curfew, and we'd be at risk getting caught by the superintendent. But she still wanted to eat after being so exhausted. What kind of greed was this? Can't we eat in my room? Ah, did I hear that right? Temple didn't separate girls and boys into different dormitories, they just divided by class, so the boys could visit the girls' rooms and the girls could visit the boys' rooms. In Class B, they did it often to get together and hang out. In Class A, there seemed to be only a few cases of students visiting each other's rooms. How could they put men and women in the same dormitory when they were very different? What if they made trouble? The class parts were important, but the dormitory parts were also responsible for a huge amount of the narrative progression. If the dormitory were divided into male and female, I would have only been able to describe the male characters, as Ludwig, the main character, would live in the male dormitory. I, as the writer, was responsible for this merge of male and female dormitories so that I could induce certain incidents and spur on relationships to form. It would have been safer to just divide them, but that would have been pretty boring, probably. Just how could anything interesting happen in a dormitory full of guys? At best, they might wake up early in the morning and decide to play soccer or something. Therefore, there weren't any separate dormitories for narrative purposes, not practical ones. I didn't have to come up with realistic settings, just ones I could use easily. So it became an integrated dormitory for this writer's convenience. Anyway, I didn't feel much when I entered the room of my classmate, who was only a little kid from my point of view. There was a 100% chance that this girl didn't even think about the implications. I might have gotten kind of nervous if she was a college student. If that were the case, I probably would be stiff and stuttering. But even that wouldn't really work for me. All the temple students only felt like little kids to me. I retrieved the basket of sandwiches from the gym and entered Ellen's room. As soon as we entered her room, she went straight to the shower room. Shower! I heard the sound of water coming from the shower as I put the sandwiches on a table and sat down on a chair. It wasn't much different from my room, although the room smelled a bit different. Of course, it wasn't the smell of cosmetics or something. The room was clean, as she didn't really spend much time here anyway. There didn't seem to be many of her personal belongings in here. My room also was fairly empty, but not to that extent. Although they might be on a similar level. I didn't have any personal belongings other than clothes and textbooks in my room either. Rather than personal belongings, this room was filled with training equipment, probably intended for strength training, installed on Ellen's request. Our private rooms were spacious, so there was enough space for various training equipments. I had something similar in my room. The detailed composition was slightly different, but the larger framework seemed to be the same. Overall, it was a nice room. The only thing that made one think that this is a girl's room was the slightly different smell. However, although Ellen only had few belongings, she did have some. In one corner of the room, the place where others might have their magic research table or something of that sort, there was a trunk. It was a rather long truck, quite different from a normal one. However, that trunk, painted black, was tightly sealed. It wasn't that big, so it seemed easy to carry around. It was a long rectangular case. Although I shouldn't, I knew what was in there. This was the only thing Ellen Artorius brought to Temple. After waiting a little longer, Ellen came out of the shower room. She shook her wet hair and shivered slightly. She wore a training suit and slippers. Come to think of it, she always opted to wear either of those, so did I either the school uniform or a training suit. She sat on the other side of the table, facing me. Let's eat and then go sleep. I'm tired. Yes, we started eating and stayed quiet, as if everything had already been said. To be honest, the time I slept was the happiest time I spent these days, as my daily routine involved torturing my whole body. There wouldn't be something happening, like a teacher suddenly bursting in. If anyone came in here, they might misunderstand why the two of us were in the same room, and strange rumors might pop up. However, Royal Class and Temple were almost devoid of students and teachers at the moment, so nothing should happen. We just silently ate our sandwiches. It took quite a while to eat all of them, though, because I made a lot. Crash. Thunder echoed outside the window, followed by the sound of rain falling. Ellen stopped eating her sandwich and looked out the window. Are you done? No. Ellen stared blankly out the window and continued to munch on her sandwich. Seeing her so different from usual was slightly disturbing. I wrote the festival period only from Ludwig's point of view, never from Ellen's. Therefore, I never described in detail what Ellen was feeling at the moment, so I didn't know how sad she must feel. Ellen stared at the pouring rain and the occasional flashes of lightning. Was she afraid of thunderstorms, or did she like them? I didn't even know that much. However, I didn't think she was afraid. Ellen wasn't good with talking about herself. Only if the object hidden away in the trunk got revealed would Ellen's identity, which was only known to Bertus and a few teachers, be known. Reinhardt. Yeah. I was a little startled at her suddenly talking to me. Ellen looked at me. That was also the first time she called me by my name. Thanks. That was all she said to me, while her eyes rested on me. She wasn't smiling at all. She also didn't seem particularly blunt either. She wore an expression that seemed to be between those two. I also felt like I was gradually becoming more proficient in reading her expressions. I still wasn't certain, but my proficiency would rise more and more. People sometimes feel like shit. There may or may not be a reason. That's just how it's supposed to be. Ellen stared at me sharply. Still, if you don't talk about it, it will eat you up from the inside. It wasn't good to suffer in silence. Although Ellen had a blunt personality, she also had her own thoughts and feelings, just like how she appeared rather easygoing at first, but eventually got mad and ended up teaching me swordsmanship. Even the slightest bit of anger would send me to a frenzy, while Ellen was able to maintain her composure no matter what. In retrospect, Ellen and I were direct opposites. And in my experience, people who were the opposite of each other would get along better than people who were similar. I talked too much and had a hot temper. Ellen spoke very little and had a calm temperament. In my opinion, that combination fit surprisingly well together. If two talkative people met each other, they just talk each other to death. If two silent people met, they just stay silent. She might feel like shit, but I wondered what Ellen was thinking when I told her that it would be okay to talk. Was she surprised I noticed that she felt depressed? Ellen, who had been silent for a long time, slowly opened her mouth while blankly staring at the thunderstorm. If you could save the world in exchange for your life, do you think you should? It sounded nonsensical. However, I knew the meaning behind that question. Ellen thought that death was death no matter what one died for. Her brother saved the world, but in the end she was the only one left behind. People adored warrior Artorius, but in the end all Ellen could do was mourn her brother's death. So, while Ellen did miss her brother, she also resented him. Knowing that, I also knew what to say. Well, I wouldn't know until the time came, I guess. As long as I wasn't confronted with such a situation head-on, no matter what I said would be meaningless. A person who said he'd never do something like that might end up actually doing it, and a person who said one had to make that choice might not necessarily choose to do it. I'd never die like that. Even if she had the option to save the whole world in exchange for her own life, Ellen said she would never make that choice. She only had one life, and she said she'd never give it up, even if that would mean the end of the world as we know it. I looked at Ellen and nodded my head. Possibly so. I knew that Ellen Artorius would risk her life for the world in the future, though. Ellen got up and walked towards the trunk. Without a word, Ellen removed the basket that contained the sandwiches before and placed the trunk on the table. Click, click, Ellen, who unlocked its lock, showed me the contents without saying a single word. Dot, 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 it's a sword. It looks quite unusual at that. Inside was a long sword-type sword. It wasn't a too flashy color. It was simply black, although that didn't mean it was just a simple sword. In addition to smooth lines seeming like blood vessels, there were also ancient characters engraved upon it. It was a language I shouldn't know, but I knew what was written on it. Just as I could read and speak this world's language, I could read even this language. I would even be able to pronounce it. I actually never described what characters were engraved on the sword, so it was actually my first time seeing them, forged through tears. I didn't know what that meant, but I knew well what kind of sword this was. Ellen Artorius' sword, and prior to that, warrior Raggan Artorius' sword. This sword is called Lament. This was a memento left behind by Raggan Artorius for Ellen before he participated in the Demon World War. The warrior Artorius was known to carry two divine swords, the sword of Als, god of war, Alspringer, and the sword of Mensis, the god of the moon, Lament. Alspringer, which Raggan Artorius used to defeat the Demon King, became the Empire's national treasure. However, no one knew where Lament was, except for those that knew about Ellen Artorius' existence. Later, when Ellen's identity was revealed in the novel, Lament's whereabouts were also made clear. Now Ellen revealed her true identity to me. Although it would be hard for someone to recognize the sword just by looking at it, everyone knew its name. Lament was one of the two symbols representing warrior Artorius after all. No wonder you were so strong. I, in fact, already knew about her real identity, so I was forced to act surprised. Ellen was satisfied enough with my reaction. She raised the corners of her lips slightly, creating a smile. She hardly smiled properly. My heart felt like it was being swept away. Ellen Artorius has revealed her identity sooner than expected. Achievement, Ellen's truth. You have earned 500 achievement points. In addition to that, I unexpectedly got some achievement points. Chapter 60, Ellen didn't tell me to keep her identity secret. It seemed she thought that it wouldn't matter anymore now that she told me. Maybe she also thought I wouldn't tell anyone else. Of course, if Ellen's identity were to be revealed, there would be a huge commotion in Temple. I wouldn't want that to happen, so I didn't intend on spreading this info around. Still, Ellen did seem to feel a little better in the end. Did she feel comforted knowing that she had someone who understood her feelings? The next day. Ah, hello, dear citizens of the imperial capital. I'm here to introduce to you a fantastical item while you are all busy returning home. Please have a look at this. We carved this wood and inserted a metal core. Yes, in technical terms, this would be called a spinning top. But it isn't just any ordinary spinning top. It's a magic spinning top. I shall show you all a wonderful magic trick now. I was on my way to the Al Liga district, taking the Mana train. I saw some vendors from the Rotary gang appearing on every train. The gang members seemed to safely evolve into vandals, showing great skills in marketing their products and saying a lot without much substance. Parents who came to look holding their children's hands reluctantly bought them toys. They did say their income was pretty good. However, this business wouldn't last long. The Mana train was a public facility, but they couldn't just do as they pleased in here. There were quite a few passengers who seemed rather annoyed by all this, even though they didn't dare to speak up yet. This business purpose was to create a different profit structure to resolve the gang's dependency on the Thieves' Guild. However, Bertus suggested that it would be better for us to just absorb the Thieves' Guild. That plan was on hold for now, though. Yes. Who gave you permission to do business here? One of the passengers finally started complaining, perhaps finally having reached the limit of his patience. It was a rather tense situation. I strongly advised Lawyer to tell the vendors to avoid getting into fights in these types of situations. Fights should never ever break out. The man approaching the vendor looked rather disgusting. Didn't I tell you that if I see you on this line again, I'd whoop your ass? However, as I listened closer, the context of the situation seemed to be a little different from what I thought. That. But we were here first. When would that have been? We said we'd do this place. What kind of situation was this? Yes, I'll get off at the next station. Don't show your ugly mug in front of me again. You're here, I roughly grasped the situation. The flies started swarming after smelling some honey. So there were bastards with no sense of morality like this, No matter how illegitimate this business is, you just go ahead and steal someone else's way to make a living. What? Even though I wasn't one of the vendors, I stood up and confronted him. You what? Who are you? What do you want, little brat? I approached that disgusting-looking man. The passengers were staring blankly at this bizarre situation that seemed to be about to get out of hand. There actually was a passenger who clashed with this gangster without any hesitation. Hey, jerk, if you enter a business late, shouldn't you do it quietly in your own little corner? Ha! If you enter such a business, do ya think you can just take your seniors' know-how and then piss all over their livelihood? You wanna fucking die. Why you? You punk, what's wrong with you? Who the hell are you? What do you mean? I'm a student of Temple's royal class who happen to be an ally of justice. While attending school, a student of Temple's royal class is treated as someone with a special identity, no matter if they were a commoner or not. If you were to touch one of them carelessly, there would be no end to the trouble you would find yourself in. The vendor, one of the gang members, flinched after realizing my identity. He didn't know me personally, but he seemed to have remembered that one of the gang members went to Temple. Sure, you're from Temple. I don't give a fuck, you shitty brat. He didn't believe me when I told him I was a Temple student. Thinking I was bluffing, the bastard immediately decided to give me some true education. He raised his right hand up high and swung it towards my head. Whoosh! I avoided the punch by slightly tilting my head. Have you gone deaf, you old bastard? I was strong, stronger than that slimy bastard. How dare you try to beat up a minor without any reason, Pang. Irk! I kicked him hard against his shin. I didn't kick him so hard that his leg would break, but it certainly pointed in a weird direction. Motherfucker, you think, just because I'm a shrimp at Temple, I'd also be a shrimp here. Even if one were the lowest-ranked athlete in the Olympics, one was still a top athlete, you bastard. I was someone that sparred with the ace of the national team every day, you know. While I didn't have any skills, I won using brutal methods. However, now I could beat someone coming at me with brutality using my skills. These were the results of Ellen's accelerated education. The passengers were initially nervous when they saw a gangster arguing with a vandal. And then suddenly, a young kid stood up against that gangster, which confused them. And when they actually saw that young lad beat that gangster up, they seemed to doubt their eyes. My physical strength and reaction speed certainly had improved through the training I did so far. If I threw my supernatural ability into the mix, even clumsy movements would be effective in beating someone like that. Since he let his guard down, it was quite possible for me to make him to land on his ass with just a single kick. Since I didn't want to do something as risky as brawling more with an adult, I threw him out at the next station. Ooh, I'll let you off for now. Consider yourself lucky. If you were unlucky, you might end up eating food through a straw, you get me? His eyes were as big as saucers as I threw him out. That situation just seemed ridiculous to him. The passengers were staring at me as if I was a monster. Sigh, I didn't mean to interfere. However, when I saw that guy trying to take away our business, I changed my mind. I thought I'd only ever beat up some guys in Temple. I was becoming more and more like some sort of bastard, now that I had the grounded confidence provided by my supernatural power. The gang member was puzzled seeing me here. Please tell Big Sis that I'll stop by later. Yeah. Bring it on, you bastards. Who were they to try and take away our livelihood? My temper had been triggered, and I kept on growing more angry. People avoided me that day. After getting off the train, I changed into clothes I had prepared beforehand and changed my appearance with Sarkigar's ring. It seemed that no one was tailing me, but I should be getting tailed a lot in the future, so I tried making this a habit. My identity as a demon was problematic, but my identity as a Rotary gang member wasn't without problems either. That ruckus on the train just now was still acceptable. Those two who actually knew my affiliation with the Rotary gang were actually the most dangerous to me, as they would keep an eye on me. Let's just live like water. I was already famous for being a delinquent in Temple. That wouldn't make me famous for that outside, though, right? After passing through various alleys and side streets, I headed to the Al Liga shopping district. That cutthroat's paradise was still filled with the sound of breathtaking price negotiations. The battle of nerves between those that didn't want to be ripped off and those that wanted to rip them off went on like background music. When I entered Elleris' shop, I saw her sitting in the same position as when I first met her. She still had no customers. Elleris. Ha! How do you? Elleris was using a pseudonym in this shop, so she couldn't help but panic when someone suddenly called her by her real name. It's me, Your Highness. She first wanted to question me, a stranger who knew her real name, but she soon realized who I was and jumped up from behind the counter. Then she came towards me and locked the store behind me. Hey, it's dangerous coming to see me. Elleris spoke reproachfully towards me while I stood there frozen for a bit. I was really careful, so it's fine. I didn't get off at this district station, disguised myself, and came here using lots of detours. If someone found me even after all that, that person would have my praise. Elleris told me that she still didn't feel at ease and chanted something. Only after that she slowly nodded her head. Yeah, it should be fine. Then she smiled brightly, as if that put her heart at ease. It's been a long time since I last saw you, Your Highness. How have you been? Ah, this and that happened. Elleris went up to me and pulled my hand, saying we should slowly talk over tea. The vampire's low body temperature felt reassuring somehow. Ah! After hearing all of my recounts, Elleris' complexion, which was already quite pale, became even paler. Oh, should I say it's like you were before? No, you're still doing better than back then, but even if I wasn't as bad as the original owner of this body, it still seemed to be very shocking. Well, of course it would be. I entered Temple with no backing whatsoever and ended up chasing around the other kids. Not only that, I even had a duel with my senior, which resulted in the other seniors taking note of me well. For the prince of the demon realm to infiltrate the royal class and actually turn into a star in a matter of weeks sure was a headache, huh? I'm not really into getting beat up without even putting up a fight, so I didn't just pick fights for no reason. Sigh. Just what should we do about that temper of yours? Elleris sighed heavily, as if all the world's problems were riding on her shoulders. Still, I haven't used this yet. I took out the relic Elleris gave me, the Flame of Tuesday. That's a relief, but I seriously wondered what would happen if I were to use this properly, but there had yet to be an emergency, so I couldn't use it yet. Elleris rummaged through something and asked me if I was hungry before she took out some food. What, you have food here? Yes, I stored up some frozen food in case you might come by. Oh, she was so nice. Elleris heated the frozen pasta with her magic and presented it to me. It wasn't that delicious, but she told me that she prepared it herself, so this was something that went beyond just taste. Watching me slurp up the pasta, Elleris smiled faintly. By the way, I could have never imagined you getting a supernatural power. That's how it is. It's like it was meant to be. Elleris seemed rather confused about the fact that I had awakened a supernatural ability. Then I explained more about my ability. I had a lot to explain as it was a rather ambiguous ability. It seems to be a very powerful ability. Quite, I know. The mechanism of my ability to actually end up winning if I just kept a winning mentality seemed rather strange to Elleris. That wasn't all. I now had 2280 achievement points. I used up 20 achievement points during the duel to use the revise function. I got 600 points for winning the duel, and after Ellen told me her secret, I got 500 more points. Therefore, I could get a new talent. I couldn't have more than one supernatural power, so I was pondering about what talent to get next. Although I was growing quite slowly, objectively speaking, what I did was quite nonsensical. After entering the first year of Temple, I would be able to awaken two talents in less than a semester. People might feel suspicious of the existence of my infinite aptitudes, but it certainly wasn't impossible. At this point, it was rather hard for me to decide whether I should get a combat-related or a magic-related talent. Talking about temple-like, that made me seem like a son coming home from a boarding school and telling his mother about everything he experienced there. Actually, Ellery's expression seemed rather similar to that of a mother's, especially her sighs when she heard about the fights I was in. That's all I got to say for now. Is everything okay on your end? There had been a few things going on. It seemed like something had happened while Elleris was guarding the store. First of all, coming here was very dangerous. I know that. That was why I did such conspicuous movements by going around town in weird circles to shake off any possible tale I might have had. That's not it. However, at my words, Elleris just shook her head. It has been determined that this was the last place your highness had been seen. Ha! Really? I didn't know if it was Bertus or Charlotte, but my pursuers knew that I had come to this place. It was inevitable for me to come to this district, to wander around here and sell my scrolls. A kid was wandering around here trying to sell scrolls, but most merchants just thought they were fakes. It certainly wasn't a common occurrence, so there should have been some merchants who remembered that incident. I originally planned to get some money and then go into hiding. Meeting Elleris was a pure coincidence after all. Did they come in here as well? Yes. They didn't seem suspicious of me, but they do keep an eye on this place, as this is the only place where they were able to find some clues. The only place I was spotted at was the Al Liga district's shopping street. That was the reason why the ones searching for me kept an eye on this place. It wasn't someone tailing me who was the problem, but the fact that the Al Liga shopping street itself was already under surveillance. So that was why Elleris told me that it was dangerous coming to visit her. And then I heard about it. About what? I heard that you stole a fireball scroll from a store. I heard it was from Mr. Borton's scroll store. I believe they got specific clues from there. Was it perhaps that scroll your highness was going to sell me? Ah, I thought I knew what she was talking about. I didn't steal it. He gave it to me. What? Mr. Borton was so furious, saying it was you who stole the fireball scroll. That bastard is really a gangster among gangsters. Elleris didn't seem to know what I was talking about. No, see, I was trying to sell demon scrolls, right? So everyone I was trying to sell it to thought they were pretty realistic fakes. That's what a normal person would think, right? Yes. All the others just told me to shut up and get lost, but do you want to know what that guy told me? What did he say? Elleris tilted her head. He told me to copy real scrolls and that he'll pay me a lot of money. There would be no one as bad as that guy. I felt like I was stuck in a weird dream, so I asked him to give me a sample. That was that fireball scroll. Elleris frowned a little after listening to my explanation. I never really thought of him like that, but he certainly seems like a bad person. He even lied about that scroll being stolen. As if genuinely disappointed in him, Elleris shook her head. No, I didn't think there were any decent people doing business in this shopping street, though. What was there to be disappointed about? People who buy these fake scrolls, thinking they would save their lives, might actually die. Just how did he think of that? Magic scrolls were expensive. I still didn't know how much adventurers earned. But an adventurer party, which didn't have a wizard among them, bought scrolls like these in case of an emergency. So what if that scroll simply didn't work if such a crisis occurred? They'd die 9 out of 10 times. So that Borton guy was actually like an MVP among all the evil bastards of this shopping street. Elleris looked at me and smiled. Well done, Your Highness. Someone like that should be subject to a bit of suffering. Needless to say, he just got overly excited and gave me that thing on his own. Blinded by greed, he couldn't see the forest for all the trees and gave me a fireball scroll. It was a real shame that his greed and intelligence weren't quite proportional. He was a scammer, stupid, and would never amount to anything big. Anyway, since this was the last place I was seen in, I could understand Elleris' concerns. I was planning on staying here while the school was closed. Isn't Temple much more comfortable? Elleris didn't seem to understand why I wanted to come to a place like this. I had this ring so I didn't have to worry about getting caught. It's because you are here. Is that so? Thank you, Your Highness. Elleris smiled and nodded her head. I confirmed that there were no people watching this place at the moment, so I think it would be fine for you to spend some days here, if you want. I didn't absolutely need to become a swordmaster or have supernatural abilities or something. After all, the most convenient thing in this world was magic. I was trying to work out a plan before on how to convince Elleris to let me stay here for a bit, and I didn't want to just play around while Temple was closed. By the way, about the Rotary Gang. Looking at that situation earlier, it seemed like there's a similar organization making their rounds. Do you know about this? Is that so? Law doesn't really tell us about the gang's internal affairs unless it's very serious. It wasn't an organization they planned on creating anyway. It was just created naturally as they lived their lives on the street. So, although Laura was in charge of this group's finances, she didn't seem to discuss the operation of the organization with the others. It seemed like it's time for us to gather again. We didn't hold something like regular meetings, but as I had similar thoughts, I nodded my head. Chapter 61, that night. Your Highness, are you sleeping? Not yet. I was lying on the bed, and Elleris was sitting on a chair by the bedside. I felt rather complicated about falling asleep like that, but it wasn't like I hated that subtle feeling. What's the matter? Do you have something to say to me? Elleris said neither yes nor no to my question. After being silent for a while, Elleris quietly opened her mouth. I don't think humans are better than demons. What was she talking about? Elleris was staring at me. The vampire's red eyes were filled with sorrow. In the first place, demons were a mix of many different races, while humans had always been one singular race. I didn't know who was inferior or worse off. There were many demons with superior racial characteristics. However, while they were physically superior to humans, they might lack intelligence, and there might even be races that lack both. There would also be races that were superior in both these aspects. At my musings, Elleris shook her head. That isn't what I mean. Then, I told you that I do not believe that humans are better than demons. Oh, that's what you meant. Yes. Elleris seemed to think that it was more fortunate that the demon side lost, but in fact, she just didn't like war in general. Elleris was a traitor to the demons. Humans are a race that knows the meaning of prosperity. Elleris must have watched the demon realm continuously increasing their arms, only thinking about war. However, humans were a race that was able to focus on life itself. When Elleris came to the capital and saw this scene, it seemed that she didn't want this world to be destroyed. The demon realm was a world driven by just a single goal, a war with the humans, and Elleris simply didn't like that mindset. But humans also fight and kill each other. However, humans also engaged in wars and slaughter among themselves. Elleris hated the demon realm, but she knew that even the human realm had such sides to it. In the end, did Elleris think that human society was the lesser of two evils? She didn't think humans were better than demons. So sometimes there are moments when I get fed up with the human's wickedness. Like with that swindler. You could use that as an example, yes. Someone who played with someone else's life just for money. That could also be regarded as a great example for the wickedness of human beings. But Elleris didn't seem to talk about that. Elleris was silent for a while. What was she thinking about? Elleris was still trembling. Your Highness, what's wrong? Did something happen? Tomorrow. You'll find out tomorrow. Was she unable to tell me herself? She didn't say anything more to me. The next day, I went to the Rotary Gang with Elleris. The meeting place was the same as before, a large cavity inside the drainage channel. It had rained a while ago, so the sound of running water was noisily echoing around the cavity. Laura was silently staring at the bonfire. I contacted her in advance. Sakigar had also arrived. While Elleris was busy applying sound-proofing magic, Sakigar approached me and hugged me fiercely. I always believed it. I always believed your Highness would awaken a powerful ability. You have inherited the bloodline that possesses every quality found in this world. I hope that you will dedicate yourself to training, grow as fast as possible, and rain the wrath of the demon realm on those cowardly humans. Don't be so loud. I think my ears are going to bleed. Yes, your Highness. He was always such a talkative guy. I thought it would have been more effective if that guy had that winning mentality supernatural power. He still believed that I would become the great overlord of the demon realm. Well, for now I just stay still. I didn't have to say twice that I had awakened a supernatural ability because Elleris convened a short meeting yesterday and delivered the rough details to them. Don't you think you stand out too much? I heard you were going around, beating up students, and you even went ahead and had a duel. I was dumbfounded by Laura's words. If one sows wind, one shall reap a tempest, you know. He was such a cowardly bastard, so I just had to stomp his face into the ground. When I described how I made that guy surrender, Laura's and Elleris's expressions were quite a sight. You were also born with the wonderful qualities of a monarch, that ruthlessness, such pride, such a strong fighting spirit. All of them are virtues of a great monarch. Oh, that's the stuff. Your Hiney, yes. When I responded to his rhetorics this time, Sakigar decided to express his admiration with his whole body. I'm just worried that you're relying on violence too much. As Elleris said so, Laura also let out a sigh. And I heard you beat up a gangster on the Mana train yesterday. A gangster? Elleris' eyes widened, as if that was the first time she was hearing that. I didn't tell her because I thought she'd just nag me. It seemed like Laura wanted to nag me for what I did outside as well. However, I also had something to say about that. No, if one wants to get into someone else's business, wouldn't it be up to them to find a different area to start? But there that bastard was, trying to sit down in an already made bed. No matter how immoral the business, if someone tried to take away someone else's business, they still had to pay the price. That idiot just came and said, "From now on we'll do this here, so shut up and get lost." No fucking way would I let that happen. Laura stared at me with wide open eyes. Even though you do have a supernatural ability, but I have to say, Temple's education's pretty great. You've been there for only some time, and you're already able to defeat a grown man. Was she being sarcastic right now? Did she mean I only learned how to fight at school? Right. That's true. To put it bluntly, there'd be no way for someone who studied at the best mixed martial arts center of the world to get beat up by a simple street fighter, you know. Of course, I also had my supernatural ability, and my opponent was really careless. Of course, they'd still be pretty young, but those royal class, 5th and 6th years with combat talents would be able to beat up anyone that came at them when they entered society. Even if the reason was part because of their talent, Temple wouldn't raise them sloppily either. Anyway, how come you tell us not to fight those guys, but you end up fighting them? I told them to not fight on the train because we'd have to stop doing business if they were to come up with sanctions. I didn't mean that you should leave those robbers alone. Who told you to hold it in while someone was casually trying to steal your business? If someone were to be about to steal something from you, you should properly defend yourself. So, does this happen a lot? When I sat down next to her and asked, Laura nodded. Our gang started a new business, and it seemed like there were rumors circulating that it was going pretty well. So there were either those who didn't care or those who started to copy it. Mana trains were public spaces, so it was unavoidable that a certain group of people saw our guys sell things there. So seeing that, it was only natural that they'd start thinking, should I try doing that as well? Hence, there were some who started doing it individually and some who started doing it on an organizational level. So those who are part of organizations usually plant some people on the train to drive other vendors away. Brilliant bastards, like that they shut down this business altogether. In fact, it was already bad enough that there were people placed on the trains who purposefully try to scare away others. If the other passengers started to file complaints, it would only be a matter of time before security guards were deployed. Then no one would be able to do business there anymore. Those who tried ruining their competition would eventually end up ruining the whole business. I told Loya before that they shouldn't fight, so it seemed like she was just observing the situation. She was always complaining, but didn't she actually follow my orders quite well? Was she a real dog? Is it possible to track down their organizations and destroy them? I couldn't believe that the various vendors on the Mana train would have some sort of power fight. Only these types of absurd situations were happening around me recently. It won't work. To begin with, the gang members aren't any good in a fight. Homeless people and beggars gathered here, and even if they were capable to do bad things in order to stay alive, they weren't a match for organizations that gathered actually powerful people. In the end, I would have to make a move, but as you know, it's already pretty well known that I'm from this place. If I were to destroy every single one, that might cause some friction with the guards, and if I were to be taken in, that might have negative consequences for you as well. Loya was a lycanthrope after all. If she were to be caught by the guards, chances were high that that would cause problems, and if it did, those problems would eventually lead to me. Bertus said he'd look after me, but if Loya was found out to be a demon, this situation would certainly turn rather strange. This is difficult. Eventually, those violent gangs will try to monopolize this business to the point where they catch the attention of the guards, which would lead the entry of vendors to be completely blocked. If we continued to sit on our hands, we'd find ourselves out of business soon, but if we took action, that would involve a huge risk. Can't you do something with magic? I asked Elleris if she couldn't do something with magic, that universal cheat. She answered immediately. First of all, I don't particularly like violence. Furthermore, if violent incidents using magic occurred, they would get investigated more intensely, and the sanctions would also be much higher compared to just a simple gang war. Another method would be to make them my kin, but as I said before, that would be rather dangerous. If someone were to commit assault or murder using magic, the Empire would obviously conduct intensive investigations. Magic was a dangerous force that could lead to massacre if left in the wrong hands after all. Likewise, turning them into Elleris kin would be even more risky. Your Highness, if you plan on killing all of them, you can leave it to me. Sakagar stared at me with sinister smile on his lips. Certainly, he had the ability to completely transform, so he'd be able to attack the gangsters without leaving a single trace. Of course, Elleris' face immediately turned blue. Are you going to cause a genocide in the middle of the Empire? Regardless of whether that would actually work or not, I'll never allow that. Moreover, hearing that Guy used the word killing so casually was seriously eerie. At times like these, I felt like he was a real bastard, giving me goosebumps. Even if they were sickening, that didn't mean they deserved to be killed. Still, we needed to do something. While we were thinking about this problem, Loya suddenly stood up. Then she started heading out of the cavern. What? Where are you going? I think there's a commotion outside. I'll go take a look real quick. A commotion. Sarkigar and Elleris stayed behind in the cavern, while Loyar and I, who was part of the Rotary gang, went out. Elleris told me to just stay with her, but I felt like I had to check what was going on outside. Going outside, I could see all the gang members gathered together. As I pushed through the crowd, I found myself in front of Daban. What's going on? Big sis. Oh, Reinhardt, when did you get here? Just now. Never mind. Who are they? That's. Across our gang members stood dozens of men staring at us. That's him, bro. And a guy that seemed quite familiar to me pointed at me. Obviously, he was that asshole that wanted to touch one of our gang members on the train, but then got beat up by me. The guy whom he called bro hit that idiot's head and shouted at him. Pa, Urk, you frickin' bastard. You were beaten by a kid like that. That. Even though he looks weak, he's actually hella strong. It seemed like he guessed I was a member of the Rotary gang and came all the way here to get revenge. Loya looked at me with a reproachful look, as if I caused some exceptional mess. The one they called Bro looked at me and then at Loya. Are you the famous Irene's wild dog? This is our first time meeting, huh? Yeah. What's your business? I heard that your young friend over there hit my brother in front of everyone. Is that right? Ah, that's what I heard. Loa was staring at him intently as if she wanted to say, so what? Although I do believe that this idiot who ended up getting beat up by a young kid is at fault here, we also have something called a face. Who are you supposed to be anyway? At Loa's question, he clapped in an excessive manner. What a bad guy. Ah, sorry about the late introductions. Have you heard of Seven Stars? Wasn't Seven Stars a cigarette brand? No. I'm Argent, the commander of Seven Stars Assault Squad. Not that Seven Stars. Were they supposed to be the Chilsungpa? Chapter 62, looking at that guy who introduced himself as Argent, commander of the Seven Stars Assault Squad, Loya sighed slightly. The Seven Stars gang based in the Al Liga district. Yeah, I've heard of them. The Rotary Gang was an information-gathering group. Therefore, it seemed that they already knew about that organization called the Seven Stars. So, I beat up a member of the Chilsungpa, who are active in the Yongsan district, on the train. Then you should know what would happen to someone who assaulted a member of the Seven Stars, right? Well, it sure is a shame, though. This all happened because the Seven Stars members are just too weak that they even get beat up by a kid. Having no intentions to apologize to them, Loya spoke quite sarcastically. Hearing her words, Argent's as well as his other members' expressions distorted into an ugly grimace. Ah, he was so weak that he tumbled right out of the train. Of course, I couldn't stand that guy either, so I buted in a bit. He'll regret it if he was going for a deal here. Ha! I guess you don't quite understand the situation here. Don't you take the Seven Stars members too lightly. I came here to talk it out to give you some face, but I guess it's you who doesn't quite get the situation, you bitch. when I suddenly swore at that guy without hesitation. Not only the gangsters across from me, but Laura's pupils slightly shook. Wow, what? Did you come here knowing that I was a student of Temple's royal class, fully supported by the Empire? As I kept on rambling, my thoughts jumped into a completely different direction. Temple, he might not know about the royal class, but there was no one in the imperial capital that didn't know what the word temple meant. Oh, yeah, you might not believe it. But yeah, I'm a student with supernatural abilities, so I entered the royal class. I smiled, looking at them with my arms crossed. Did you know that you get locked up for touching even ordinary temple students for no reason? But I'm actually part of an elite class. Temple students were basically from very wealthy families or families of high status. Therefore, Temple students weren't only guaranteed certain special treatment inside of Temple, but even outside of it, and their absolute safety inside of the capital was taken very seriously. The Empire was most careful about the students' safety, as them coming to harm or being murdered would put major scratches on Temple's reputation and reliability. So what would they do if a student of royal class, who they nurtured with all their might, came to harm? I walked towards them and held out my cheek. Hey, hit me. Wow, what? If you're curious about what the guards would do with that organization called Seven Stars or whatever, after you dared to slap a royal class student, go ahead, hit me, bitch. I had no intention of fighting. Rather, I asked him to hit me. I even had the intention of holding out my right cheek after he slapped my left. More than 10 of them faltered as I stepped closer and approached them. These bastards don't have the means to send a child to temple, Argent muttered in disbelief as I pulled out a metal card from my pocket. This is a temple student ID card. Would you like to take a closer look? Of course, I had my student ID with me. When they saw it, they seemed to be certain that I was a temple student, even though they didn't know what the royal class was. Those guys would know well enough that they'd shoot themselves in the foot if they harmed a temple student. What sort of bastard are you? Thinking he was angry, I saw him lifting up his hand to perhaps slap me. His judgment was flawed. The bastards who would never make it in life were the ones who threw their fists using their instinct rather than their heads. If one were level-headed, one wouldn't live like that. Whoosh! I quickly lowered myself to avoid the incoming hand while quickly jumping up to hit his crotch with my knee. I used my trademark technique, nutcracker. Ka! Qurag! You'd seriously hit me just because I told you to. He grabbed his crotch and collapsed to the ground. Was it because I got used to Ellen's attacks? His attack was very slow, so I didn't have to use my supernatural power to avoid it. Everyone was so dumbfounded they froze up for a while. Let's beat up that bastard. The guys behind him ran up to me. Pang! Suddenly, Laura blocked their way and punched those guys running towards me square in the face. There was no need for the other gang members to interfere. Laura literally beat up 10 sturdy men with her short figure. It took less than 10 seconds for the situation to be sorted out. Ah, Uog. You were. Not only me, but the other gang members who were watching the situation were staring at Loya, who was wiping her palms with a blank look on her face, as if they rarely got to witness something like that. She was so cool, brilliant. Before I knew it, all the gangsters were already defeated. If you think I can't take care of you guys, then you're mistaken. It's not that I can't, I just didn't want to. Loya trampled on that babbling bastard's Argent's head and spoke coolly. Her saying that after having proven herself in this 1 vs many fight was hella thrilling. Drag them all inside. People are watching. Loya thought those dazed bastards were a bad sight for those passers-by, so she headed towards the sewers, telling us to bring them with us. The gang members picked them up from the ground and took them in one by one. Those that struggled got beat and tied up by the members. Daban aside, the other gang members seemed like they couldn't believe that I overpowered the assault squad leader with a single hit, even if I hit a vital spot. What are you going to do? Laura seemed to ask me for my opinion, though what she meant was, if you start something, take responsibility for it. Yeah, no problem. I'll take responsibility, all right. Hey, I looked at Argent, who was still writhing in pain even while tied up. Ugh, how dare you, you brat. Do you think you'll get away with this? It seemed like he still didn't understand the situation. They were probably planning to take further revenge. Just take it easy, okay? You're pretty ignorant, aren't you? You were trying to beat up a noble just now. He didn't seem to know what it meant to touch a temple student, so I tried to explain it in a way even idiots would understand. Even if our status was a little different from actual nobles, Temple guaranteed their students the same level of safety a nobleman of the empire would enjoy. So he basically tried to hit a noble. Hearing those words, his expression turned weird. He didn't seem to understand what I was trying to tell him. How about I just go up to the guards patrolling around the streets and testify that some group called Seven Stars from the Al Liga district tried to attack me? I have no idea what you guys have been up to up until now, but I doubt you did anything you could be proud of. So, do you have any idea what would happen next? I wasn't completely sure where that organization Seven Stars was located in the Yongsan district, but Loya or Daban should know. This was an information collection group after all. Then the dude seemed to realize that trying to beat up this naughty bastard, which was me, was meaningless, even if he tore apart this whole organization. Presumably, there was the possibility that the guards would launch an investigation into Seven Stars just by my request. I wasn't just a regular student, I was part of the royal class. The mere fact that I encountered danger in the capital would have the guards on high alert. If I died, that would literally be a disaster. And they were an illegal gang to begin with, right? So the guards would try their hardest to catch these guys no matter what, partly to improve their performance evaluation. That guy just wore a bitter smile, not knowing what to say. I didn't know if this was a matter of pride or something. I just put my hand on the tied-up man's shoulder. Still, bro, it's a society we live in after all. Right. Not only that guy, but Loyar as well, seemed sullen after hearing me say that it was a society we had to live in together. It seemed like they wanted me to quit spouting bullshit and get to the point. What benefit would it have for me to ruin your organization using such extreme measures other than being able to do our business in peace, bro? I get it. I really get it. It's only natural that you get angry if some young guy comes out of nowhere and swears at you while you're only trying to make a living. Now, I don't know how many people I can mobilize with my words alone, but if I told you it would be enough for dozens of people to mysteriously die, wouldn't that be rather scary? Suddenly, his expression started to twist strangely, while I was acting like an adult. No, wasn't that even more annoying? Some high schooler patting his shoulder after kicking him in the balls and saying that he understands everything. However, the important thing was the part where I could send everyone to jail or get them killed with just a single word. If you agree to this simple thing, I could just let this go. Let's just forget about each other, huh? Let's just live in peace, in peace. We just want to do business without anyone's interference. Look over there. I pointed to the water flowing down the drain. The water running in this waterway flowed back into the Irene River. Honestly, if we just hang a big rock on your legs and throw you in there, no one would ever find you until the end of time. When I told him that it was an easy thing to just kill him with a smile, his expression became quite a sight. But I'm not going to do that. It's rather inhumane, isn't it? Then I softly whispered, my hand not leaving his shoulder. So, if you put your hands on our business again, it'll be the guards that will come visit you, not the Rotary gang. Even if the guards didn't make a move, that wouldn't change anything. It'll be enough if our big sis came over, right? You saw it earlier, didn't you? I'm 100% sure that she'll be able to beat you all to a pulp, whether it's 10 or 100 people coming at her. But don't feel too disappointed. If we have the chance later, we might be able to talk about something more constructive. We started on a bad foot, but why can't we use this opportunity to turn this into a beneficial relationship? Ha! He ignored me at first because I was a young boy, but now he seemed to pay attention to what I had to say. After I threatened him with murder and the destruction of his organization, he instantly nodded at my words with a bizarre expression decorating his face. He might have thought that I bluffed about the guards, but he just witnessed Loyar's overwhelming fighting skills. Oh, okay. I got up from my crouching position and patted him on the shoulder. Loyar and Daybun looked at me, seeming like they heard my rambling. Let them go. He probably learned his lesson. At my commanding words, Loyar and Daybun just blankly nodded their heads. After solving this commotion, we returned to the bonfire when a dumbfounded Loyar suddenly asked me something. Your Highness, do they teach you eloquence at temple? Ha, not really. Loyar, who just saw me bewitch someone with words alone, seemed to doubt my words. I wonder if I was just some run-of-the-mill bully in the past. Sometimes I feel like you are a completely different person. Well, I might as well be. I don't even know what the old me was like. Loya smiled bitterly at my calm response. So what if I became like a different person? I was still an Arctiman after all. By the way, you do understand, right? If you were able to move the guards, wouldn't it be better to do so? It's not like there's no possibility of them retaliating. Loa was right. There was a good chance that they might come again to seek revenge or something else entirely. If they really were that stupid, that would be rather scary. Tell me if you see any signs of them making a move. There might be some people who just didn't understand simple words. I thought that guy would not try to hit me after I told him the facts, but he actually went for it. This was a good learning opportunity. I was able to realize that there might be some people among the powerful who just wouldn't be able to think calmly. Well, I didn't actually get hit, but ripped that guy a new one instead, though. However, if they were able to understand what I tried to convey to them, there wouldn't be a need to call the guards on them. There was some reason for taking this risk. I don't know what might happen in the future, but they might become part of a bigger picture later on. That's why I left them be. How should I describe them? They are just a sketch for now, so to speak. What's that bigger picture you're talking about? I grinned at Laura's question. The bonfire came into our view. I haven't made a decision on that yet, but I might have to absorb all the dark forces of the imperial capital in the future. I haven't made a decision yet, but I might have to do it one day. I wouldn't be on the level of the Thieves' Guild master. But if I do it, I would have to show Bertus a performance that would make him fall off of his chair. And no, Your Highness, aren't your dreams a little strange? Laura seemed to be shaken by my declaration to become the king of the humans' dark side, while being the demon prince. He said he wanted to be the king of the capital's underworld when he should dream of becoming a great demon king. Who was it again who created an organization instead of doing actual spy work? Ah! Laura's face turned red as she reflected on herself. She didn't have any right to say that to me, since she didn't even practice what she preached herself. We were away for a while, so Elleris and Sarkigar were waiting in front of the bonfire. The two didn't need to come out. Elleris probably thought that Loyar would protect me no matter what. Loyar explained to the two what just had happened. Your Highness, a decisive and confident move. I can't help but admire your conviction, Your Highness. I somewhat expected Sarkigar's reaction. Your Highness, aren't you enjoying violence a bit too much? Still, I think you did a good job letting them go. I think you need to learn how to be more respectful. Naturally, Elleris' reaction was also within my expectations. Elleris sighed and shook her head again, as if she didn't know what to do with me. Besides that, he said that he let them go because he wants to take over the dark side of the Empire. At that, both Elleris and Sarkigar looked somewhat sullen. No, I didn't say I'm going to do it. It's just a possibility. I haven't decided on anything yet. If there was a need for me to do it later, or when I feel myself mentally ready to do it, I would continue the conversation with Bertus. But for now, nothing had been set in stone yet. Still, just thinking about these things was rather strange, no matter if I wanted to go through with it or not. Anyway, I didn't plan on doing anything like that for now. For now, we sorted out the gangsters of the Al Liga district, but the other districts were still crawling with them, so this matter wasn't over yet. For now, catching those acting individually would be difficult. Inform me about those acting systematically. Try to figure out how big their organizations are. After that's figured out, we'll take action, no matter if it's me or Lawyer coming forward. It sure would have been nice if this could be resolved peacefully and not through a power struggle between organizations. We can't be active on every train line anyway. Don't try to fight with newcomers, instead try to negotiate for a territory. That would be a good way to see if they're able to understand normal words or not. Yes, Your Highness. We couldn't cover every place anyway. It might just be better to communicate and pass on our own knowledge to the newcomers so that we can do our business in a symbiotic way. However, we should never give up on the best routes. It sure was funny, forcibly creating rights that we didn't even have and negotiate on territories we just claimed as our own without actually owning them. I feel somewhat weird doing those bizarre gangster-like things. I sometimes feel like I was actually managing an illegal organization. Let's stop talking about that for now. Do you have anything else to report? I looked at Elleris. Elleris somewhat made it apparent that she wanted to tell me something yesterday. It seemed like it was about human wickedness. She didn't tell me anything, only that I would find out today. At my words, all of their faces seemed to change, but all their expressions seemed to convey different emotions. Sarkigar's showed hatred, Loar's showed anger, and as for Elleris, I could feel sadness emanating from her expression. It was Sarkigar who opened his mouth first. There is talk about the demons who have been taken as prisoners of war getting sold on the Empire's black market. What did you say? It was something completely unexpected. Chapter 63, a quest appeared as if it was natural. Quest rescue the demon prisoners. Description. During the Victory Festival, demon prisoners are to be sold on the black market somewhere in the capital. As the prince of the demons, decide whether you want to rescue them or not. Reward. 50 achievement points per rescued prisoner, however, to my surprise that quest was pretty good. The source of that information was Sarkigar, not Lawyer. Everyone couldn't hide their sadness. It seems like there are auction tickets secretly traded among the nobility. Of course, the prisoners will arrive here through the warp gate in time for the Victory Festival, so the auction hasn't started yet. I didn't quite understand why people would want to buy demon slaves, but it seemed like Sarkigar caught some rumors about the black market auction tickets passed around among the wealthy. Why would they sell demon prisoners on the black market? What are they going to use them for? Lawyer answered my questions. Dot, 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 dot. It could be out of a desire to collect. Aren't those usually the reasons for people buying things in auctions? What do you mean, usually? They would buy demons like goblins and orcs because they want to have them in their collection, saying that these were usually the reasons. No way. It was then that I realized why they were making these faces. Elleris nodded at my absent-mindedly spoken words. The demons with the highest price are, of course, succubi. The most sought-after item was, of course, a succubus, and the reason why was really obvious. It was then that I understood why Elleris was talking to me about the wickedness of humans yesterday. Damn it, I'm not quite sure, but succubi. Wouldn't that be quite dangerous? If my common knowledge was correct, weren't succubi the ones that stole a human's life force through their desires? But they want to buy a succubus exactly for that purpose. Did they want to die? Succubi obviously take away life force, but there must be a way to indoctrinate them to prevent them from doing that, or even surgical procedures, perhaps. They were able to eliminate the aspect that made a succubus dangerous and turn them into slaves. So they would sell completely harmless succubi with their only means of defense removed. The prisoners may not have arrived yet, but we estimated there to be a huge number of them. There aren't only succubi, but incubi and many other races that would make hot commodities for others as well. I nodded with a firm expression on my face at Sarkigar's words. Dyrus thought that most of the captured demons would be killed, and so did I, but there was no end to human greed. They were literally trying to sell humanoid demons that were almost indistinguishable from humans like that. They were only of a different race, and yet they got sold on a slave market. In the original, I wrote that there weren't things like demon zoos. Considering this, that meant there might have been people who raised monster-type demons in some dark place I had no idea about. These things never reached the surface world, at least. And it was clear that the ones who got sold would be used for sexual purposes. Loyar, Sarkigar, and Elleris all wore different expressions, but they all held similar emotions. So, do you want to rescue them? As I asked them that, all three had somber expressions on their faces. Sarkigar shook his head. It's excruciating to watch those human bastards' behavior, my lord. But I know the weight of our situation. It's saddening, but if we go out to save them and we fail, not only will their anger fall onto us, your highness would also be at risk. I think the same. Of course, they might not harm your highness, but we are the only three demons who can support you. If we lose even one of us, we'd suffer a lot more by having a weakened foundation. Loa didn't want to admit that what Sarkigar said was right, but she had no other choice but to agree. I agree. Elleris also nodded her head while slightly biting her lip. All three of them wanted to save the captured demons, but they had a much more important goal than that: my safety. If it weren't for me, they would have jumped in to rescue the demons like moths flying into open flames, as the demon realm had collapsed anyway, and they just couldn't stand seeing the humans' shameless behavior. They were three demons that didn't even appear in the original. That said, if I wasn't around, they would have lived in a place completely unrelated to the main story. If I hadn't interfered, they would have lived their lives in places that had nearly no connection to the main plotline. Of course, there was also the possibility that they ended up dead somewhere along the line. I didn't know everything about this world. I knew the rough framework, but I had no idea about the details. I didn't describe Passerby one's life story, but that didn't mean he didn't have one. They probably would have somehow entered the black market where the prisoners were being auctioned off and tried to rescue them. The plot of the original was just in its very early stages. If these three demons actually infiltrated the black market held in a secret place in the imperial capital, were caught and ultimately killed while engaging with the humans to retake their comrades, the main character and his party wouldn't have necessarily known about these happenings. The beginning parts of the novel only dealt with the main character's daily life at Temple, which had absolutely nothing to do with events happening outside of Temple. The most that could happen right now was Delphine Isadra getting kidnapped, while Ludwig was out playing with his friends, and Ludwig somehow ending up rescuing her. Although it was said that the safety of the temple students was the guard's highest priority, this was just too harmless an incident. I believed that the probability of such an incident happening was quite high. I didn't interfere much with Ludwig and his party, and Charlotte, B-class, anomaly, was at the Imperial Palace. Ludwig would have to run around to find his kidnapped classmate, while I had to find a way to save my people who had been taken prisoner. No matter how I looked at it, I felt like I was getting caught up in a more protagonistic plot line. The only problem was that this incident felt far from something out of a slice-of-life novel. Well, a kidnapping case couldn't be called the epitome of that genre either. I was just a high school student, you know. Anyway, without me, those three would have tried rescuing the demons, and they probably would have failed. If they were successful, there would have been a huge commotion within the imperial capital about the demon captives having escaped. Now, I was their highest priority, so they were probably only carrying their resentment in their hearts, being unable to even try. How should I go about this? To be honest, I wasn't even an actual demon, so I didn't really know why I had to do this. I had no intentions of actually rebuilding the demon realm. However, I didn't believe that only humans could be counted as human. Those three in front of me weren't humans, but in my opinion, they were no different from humans. And in the end, they were bound to be much more important to me than others simply because they were absolutely on my side. Demons possessing intelligence, who were essentially my people, would be sold into slavery in the capital and would end up leading miserable lives. Regardless of those various concerns, it was true that I would like to do something if I were able to. If I rescued them, they would also be absolutely on my side. However, the risks were just too great. If these three got arrested or their identities were revealed, there would be a high probability that they would all die. I sincerely want to save them, but it was also true that I was hesitant about risking my life for them, because I knew best that I wasn't that great of a person after all. That was why this uncle who was able to return back to high school was nothing more than a common delinquent who had a bit more guts than others, but overall just ended up being a rude brat, just thinking about infiltrating that black market where numerous millionaires and nobles were sure to be gathered to rescue those prisoners. I couldn't even imagine a way to get out of there unscathed. Security would be tight, and we might not even be able to enter in the first place. Even those three, who were much stronger than me, would have failed. Everyone had gloomy expressions on their faces as they had to accept that they couldn't do anything, because protecting me was their highest priority. They didn't want me to make a decision on this, they were merely reporting to me what happened in the capital. Still, can't we think about it a little more, whether we should rescue them or not? No matter what I thought, I only had those three who absolutely trusted and followed me. And now those exact three wanted to do something so desperately, I couldn't just tell them not to do it outright. At my words, I could feel a rush of emotions rise in everyone's eyes. No, Your Highness. The safety of the Supreme Ruler should be our absolute priority. It certainly is heartbreaking and excruciating, but the weight of it is completely different. Sarkigar was still against it, regardless of his emotions. He was someone who put my safety and the future first, so it made perfect sense that he would say something like that. It's okay. I haven't decided yet whether we should do it or not. Let's just see if we have any good ideas. I didn't even ask for Laura's or Elleris' opinion and just said that we should talk about it at least. I certainly wouldn't even consider trying if only risky ideas would come up. If it's something that just can't succeed, that would be suicide. Elleris opened her mouth first. Assuming that you want to do something, there are three things you have to know beforehand: the location of the black market, the number of prisoners, and their security. That's right. If we didn't even know that, we would just poke at bare ground. First, we had to know where the black market would open. At Elleris' words, Laura nodded her head. Although we might be able to somehow find out, information related to the black market is high-level information that is spread secretly, even among nobility. That was right. There was no way that information about the black market, which was only supposed to reach the ears of nobility, would float around the streets, so it was highly unlikely that the Rotary gang could gather that kind of information. I think it would only be right for me to find out these things, as it was me who brought this information in the first place, but we need a ticket to enter the black market first. As it was a fairly covert market, one could only obtain information by getting a ticket. Sakigar could obtain information that only floated around the aristocratic circles. That was why he took on such risks to play the role of an imperial noble. How much is a ticket? 40 gold coins, as far as I know, Your Highness. The entrance fee alone was already 40 million won. If one were to just go there to take a look, that would be a great loss, so they would try to bid fiercely to get at least something out of it. It was a psychological trick to make people want to spend huge amounts of money to not have wasted that entrance fee. Of course, currently we don't even know who exactly is selling the tickets, but I believe we can figure that out. Also, if you are fine with a bit of risk, we could steal the ticket from someone else and enter the auction in disguise. Of course, we first have to determine from whom we would take the ticket and what to do with that person after. It was possible to get a ticket, but the problem was the money, and if we enter using someone else's ticket, there would be the problem of what we do with the person we stole the ticket from. No matter if we use deception magic or hypnotic magic, we'd still create a situation where a person who can't remember ever attending the auction actually attended. We still wouldn't know where the black market was, and we didn't know the number of prisoners either. So, who were those great people who opened that black market anyway? What about those who open the black market? That was my next question. At that, Elleris answered me. There's nothing too difficult about that, Your Highness. It can be deduced that if a person was able to siphon off prisoners of war like this, they'd have a close relationship with the Allied forces, because only then they'd be able to take away prisoners to sell on the black market. Right. If information about prisoners who haven't even entered the city yet, getting sold on the black market is already spreading, that would mean that this plan had already been made long before the Demon World Conquest army returned. The prisoners hadn't even entered the city or had been siphoned off yet. However, there were already rumors about the black market opening, albeit not far spread yet. Among those who have such shady desires, I nodded at Elleris' words. That means that there had already been talk with the side managing the Empire's prisoners. The soldiers part of the unit managing the prisoners probably have something to do with some sort of organization, correct? That's right. Even if not all soldiers at the commander level knew about this, any soldier with a rank capable of making decisions would surely know. It would be impossible to siphon off prisoners of war without the permission of a commander or the leader of the prisoner management unit. Damn it, this is so high profile. I couldn't help but sigh. Although the prisoner management unit may have some status different from the conquest forces, it was almost certain that someone close to the top was involved in this. There's a certain possibility that it might even be related to the imperial family. We can't rule out that possibility. Loa nodded her head at my words. If left alone, they would be destined to be beheaded anyway. I couldn't deny that it was rather common to think of selling them on the black market and sweeping away the money of some rich deviants. Therefore, there was a certain chance that the imperial family itself was already planning to sell some on the black market. It was obvious that a lot of money would flow into their pockets after all. They might think that selling demons who had their fangs pulled and weren't dangerous anymore would be a much more viable business than just killing them. This black market might be an underground event to commemorate this festival held by the imperial family. Taking away prisoners of war was certainly possible for someone of commander rank, but it was still quite risky. So it was very unlikely that the imperial family was unaware of the matter of that black market. One could come to that conclusion simply by knowing that such rumors were floating about noble circles. In fact, Bertus and Charlotte might already be aware of this. We aren't sure, but the people involved in this are just too high up. It wasn't something so simple mere gangs could touch, including the Thieves' Guild. This was something planned by the imperial family or a huge group with massive power. If so, then we'd also be able to estimate the level of the security forces, the last thing we needed to know. I was sure it would have an incredibly high level of security. We would have to circumvent extremely tight security, rescue the demon prisoners of whom we don't know the number of, and then hide them somewhere. None of those 3 steps seemed feasible. Would that be possible with magic? In the end, I had to fall back on that cheat again. Elleris shook her head as I gazed at her. As it should be a place where a lot of important guests are expected to come to, they would have a lot of security measures. There probably will be wizards among the security personnel. Would they be on the same level as you? Elleris seemed like a pretty high-level wizard to me. I'm not quite sure. All the forces of the Demon World Conquest Army, including the forces of the Empire, should have been seriously weakened, and there shouldn't be too many elite forces left, but their wizards could be of similar level to me. And even if they aren't mixed in with the security personnel, I'm sure they don't not expect that someone might want to interfere with the auction using magic. They might use an anti-magic barrier. After all, they wouldn't just be concerned about someone rescuing the prisoners. They might be more concerned about someone moving the auction to their favor using magic. There might be someone trying to use a large-scale hypnosis or hallucination spell or similar mental magic to make their bid go through. Magic was rather flexible, so it was quite ambiguous what one might try using it for. They should have installed some countermeasure against it at least, no matter if it was because of the prisoners or some other reason. What would those 3 even have done in a situation like this? It might seem that they tried to do something in the original, but they might have just recklessly attacked the venue as they weren't able to bear their anger anymore. However, even after thinking about it, it was still really reckless. There were only the 3 of them, and things wouldn't really change much, even if I was added into the mix. Did those 3 really jump right into something that was logically impossible to achieve? Did they go through with their reckless attempt, even though they knew they would most likely die? If it was Sarkigar, he would have immediately rushed in out of flaming rage, not having any hope of reconstructing the demon realm, and Loa would have thought that something like that just shouldn't happen. I didn't know what would have happened in Elleris' mind that she decided to go along with them in the end, although it did seem that she felt a certain sense of guilt towards the demons. However, because of me, they didn't decide to immediately jump into the fire. It was almost impossible to infiltrate the auction house and rescue the prisoners, and even if we somehow managed to do it, where should we take them? Even if we succeeded, there'd only be problems, because we didn't even know how many prisoners there were. However, Elleris, who had been immersed in her thoughts for some time, tilted her head. Do we have to do it while the black market was opened? Ha! What did she mean? Wouldn't it be the worst time to rescue the prisoners while the black market was open, Your Highness? I then realized what Elleris was talking about. The moment the auction started would be when the security would be the strongest. So, we were more or less talking about jumping in recklessly while it was the most dangerous for us. Wouldn't it be easier to start our operation before the auction started or after the sales were over and the demons got handed over to their buyers? There would still be some precautions taken before the sale, but after the ownership was transferred to another individual, they had to manage their slaves on their own, so I think it would be easier to get them at that moment. Ah, you're right. Laura nodded her head slowly, as if she hadn't thought of that before. Chapter 64. The auction participants will definitely pay quite the high prices for them, so even if they might treat the slaves poorly, they probably won't kill them. So I thought it would be better to steal them like that, rather than break into the auction house or raid it. Sure enough, that seems to be more feasible. After all the prisoners were sold, they would be placed under the control of the individual who bought them. Like that, it could be possible to rescue them one by one using Sarkigar's transformative ability and Elleris magic. As long as we know who bought which demon, we'd be able to rescue them, although it would take some time. I was too focused on the black market and how to save them all in one go. It feels a bit uncomfortable thinking about the unspeakable suffering the demons who have been sold would have to suffer through, but like that, we'd be able to eventually rescue them. The only difficulty would be to note down who bought which demon in a presumably anonymous auction. Elleris' method seemed very reasonable and less risky. We won't be able to rescue all of them that way, but it sure seems a lot safer. Sarkigar nodded. However, rumors about the enslaved demons having disappeared or having gotten stolen would start spreading. In that case, the others would significantly tighten their security or hide them away. Sarkigar's objection also had some reason to it. According to Elleris' words, we would be able to rescue some of them with certainty. However, there would be rumors circulating about the demon slaves disappearing or getting stolen among the ones who attended the auction, so they would obviously place them under much stricter surveillance. In the end, there was no way of saving all of them. Of course, we didn't have to necessarily rescue all of them. That's true, but I think that would be the only safe method we can choose at this point. I also thought that among all the ideas, we had Elleris' method was our best option. It was pretty safe, and the risk was low. Even though Sarkigar's, Loar's, and Elleris' plan had their shortcomings, they seemed to think this was their best shot at rescuing some prisoners as well. However, my opinion was slightly different. Whatever the outcome, the disappearance of the demon slaves was a completely different matter than just some black market auction items disappearing. If Elleris' method succeeded, that would lead them to think that a type of criminal organization stole the demon slaves, which would cause a huge uproar in the empire. Just knowing that some demons were hiding inside the imperial capital was a huge security threat. That would lead to a huge amount of guards sifting through the city. News about that incident would probably reach Temple as well. However, I never wrote anything about the students being blocked from going outside, because some demons disappeared in the capital, and one could never know when and where they would reappear. In other words, that method of rescuing the demon prisoners by stealing them would have little effect, judging by the future I know. Elleris would have come up with that method even without me around. Sarkigar's and Loyar's reactions seemed like they couldn't think of any other method, so they obviously would have gone with that if they took action at all. That meant that Elleris' method failed, or they got caught soon after they succeeded. The trading of prisoners of war on the black market would have happened whether I was there or not. Their rescue attempt would have happened no matter if I was present as well. Therefore, there was a high chance that Elleris' method would not yield any great results or would completely fail. I knew these three facts. I didn't know how that empty causality was filled. I only knew the end result. In the end, every method those three could come up with or perform would fail, unless my presence inspired them to think of a new method. The only variable in all this was my presence. I could only come up with an answer on my own. I thought about using a writer's advice, but I didn't really want to use it because if I followed it, I might end up in an even worse situation. Do you have any other ideas? I'm thinking. Elleris posed that question. She must have noticed that I wasn't much of a fan of that method because I was just listening without giving any input. Elleris' solution wasn't something I could have imagined. I could only think of the obvious, namely raiding or infiltrating the black market. Hence Elleris came up with the idea to carry out the rescue operation after the auction was over, and it also felt right to me. No matter how much I thought about it, I really thought Elleris' method was the best, but I knew that it wouldn't end well. It didn't matter why it failed. It was only right not to go down a path that would only lead to failure anyway. Of course, knowing why it failed would enable me to make some changes to it, but let's try to come up with some other methods first. First, I needed to check how far our reach would be. Elleris, can you use the mass teleportation spell? That was a large-scale transportation spell, which I once used to leave the Darklands together with Charlotte. I can use it, but it takes some time to cast. Seeing that Elleris was already at the level where she could use this spell that would make her a highly skilled magician. Even teleport was already considered a super high-level spell, and she could even use it on a large scale. How long? About 30 minutes. Do you have any mass teleportation scrolls? No, Your Highness. 30 minutes. That was pretty long. Mass teleportation scrolls were, of course, even rarer, so Elleris obviously didn't have any. I once again felt how rare those two scrolls I used in the prologue were. It would be impossible for us to buy enough time to cast mass teleport on all of them after we reached the place where the prisoners are held. There probably are countermeasures against that inside the auction house. I nodded at Sarkigar's words. They probably were the most concerned about theft, especially using magic. Yeah, I guess so. But is it really that easy to prepare such extensive defense measures like that? It's not like that, Your Highness. In the case of Temple and the Imperial Castle, such security measures were always in operation, but it was actually quite difficult to temporarily put them up and maintain them. So I would be right in my assumption that places with barriers or defensive measures of a level where they could suppress spatial movement magic or the use of magic in general weren't a common sight. Yes, Your Highness, I found out another fact. Anti-magic measures would be temporarily applied to the auction house itself. The only places where such measures were permanently applied were the imperial castle and temple. Of course, magic could be used inside of temple, so they didn't use a barrier that would block every type of magic. That said, it was rare to find a place that had magic-related or anti-magic measures applied to them. So if the prisoners were kept somewhere else other than the auction house, you would be able to move them with a mass teleport spell, right? Even given the 30 minutes of casting time. So how many people can you teleport at once? 20 is my limit. If it's at night, I might be able to do 50 though. Although she was able to withstand the sunlight, it seemed that she couldn't access her whole power during the day. 20 people. Just how many prisoners were there? It was so frustrating not knowing that. There should have been a huge number of them who got taken prisoner, but most of them would have already been executed. I hated to say this, but the demons that would get sold on the black market were usually individuals that had some commercial value to them. Succubi, incubi, and other humanoid demons I didn't know the race name of. I didn't think it would be such a huge number. I saw the prisoner procession when I escaped from the Demon King's castle. Most of them were monsters. Laura looked at me. Are you thinking of a different way? I know it might be a stupid idea, but I think the best time to do our operation is when the black market opens. Stealing them would fail or have very little effect. I didn't have any eloquent method to convince those three why I thought like that. We couldn't use mass teleport inside the auction house where the prisoners were held. We somehow had to get them out of there so that we could teleport them away, 20 by day and 50 by night. If we could get them out to teleport them, we wouldn't need to teleport in the first place. With such a huge guard force, we would have to teleport them away as soon as we could. It was simply impossible for us with our current power. We wouldn't be able to do it. That's right. Isn't the black market in itself illegal? It wasn't just a normal market, it was a black market, so it was a secret auction. Secret transactions between bastards backed by wealth and authority. It was completely different from the normal underworld. Elleris answered my question. Thinking about whether this was legal or illegal would lead nowhere, because I doubt there are any concrete laws relating to this situation. The sale of demon slaves isn't a common thing after all. Selling demons was neither illegal nor legal, Laura added. However, it's clear that the imperial nobles who decided to buy or sell demons who had been declared as enemies to be killed would be heavily frowned upon, Your Highness. There might not be any problems legally, but there were some moral problems with this, so there was enough room to criticize them. That's why the trade of demon prisoners wasn't happening in a public place. Raiding the auction house was impossible for us. If we couldn't do it, how about we made someone else do it for us? What if rumors were to come out that a black market would open for trafficking prisoners of war in the private sector? At my words, the expressions of those three changed. They seemed to ask me why I would do something like that. Wouldn't enslaving and trading demons, who were supposed to be destroyed, undermine the prestige of the empire and be worthy of the citizens' wrath? It was rather self-evident that the citizens would be extremely angry if they knew that what the upper class was doing wasn't in line with the justice they preached about. You mean the citizens would be so angry that they might even go so far as to raid the black market? If they were to find out where the black market was located, there would certainly be one hell of a commotion at least. Those who would attend the auction were by no means great men in fancy positions, even though they might be of higher standing. If citizens were to flood the black market and start hitting them, they would hurry and try to escape. Even though that wasn't a place the general public should know about, like this they would end up finding out about it. If they were trying to use the imperial family's authority as their shield to control the citizens' riot, they would be admitting that the government was supporting the sale of demon prisoners for money. But if the citizens were to do that, wouldn't that mean that the Empire's forces would come out to suppress them? They might even just disguise themselves as military forces so that they can use violent methods to do something about the citizens. At Elleris' words, I nodded. If one found a clue, one's thoughts would unravel like a thread. I found a different solution from Elleris for this complicated puzzle. It's true that the Empire's power is piercing the sky. However, trade of the prisoners of war wouldn't only enrage the citizens, but would also go against the intentions of a certain powerful force. So I'm guessing that's why they decided to sell them on a black market. Who's that powerful force? I smiled and gave my answer. Religious forces. They dispatched religious forces for the pure purpose of destroying evil. They were a very important pillar of the Allied forces. At the moment, the forces that participated in the Demon World War of all churches were currently gathering here. And even after the Demon World War, they would remain the most powerful group of paladins and priests regardless of their beliefs. They were called the Knights Templar. The trade of demons in itself was already a great insult to the Knights Templar, so there would be a huge backlash from all the religious factions from all over the continent. The citizens weren't my main target, and since the Knights Templar were a religious group, they wielded a separate power that wasn't under the control of the Empire. If those rumors were to spread, the Knights Templar themselves would come to destroy that black market. Chapter 65. The Knights Templar were religious armed forces, not under the control of the Empire. Therefore, the reason for their actions had nothing to do with the national interest of the Empire, and was only based on their religious beliefs. The fact that we were dealing with demons that were supposed to get completely destroyed would cause a huge conflict between those two groups, and the citizens would be on the same side as the Knights Templar. If the Knights Templar started to interfere, there would be a huge commotion, and eventually, the black market, the forces behind it, and the auction's participants would have no means to object against them. In the end, they would have no choice but to hand the prisoners over to the Knights Templar. The Empire would have to take a step back. They wouldn't oppose the Knights Templar just to make some money by selling demons. There was no justification for the Empire to intervene with the Knights Templar, so it would naturally result in that, no matter what actual power they wielded. It wasn't enough for them to just capture and kill them. No, they had to go ahead and actually sell the demons secretly. For the Knights Templar, who considered the Demon World War a sacred war, the actions of the Empire were already seen as an enormous betrayal. Religion was, of course, spreading throughout the empire and its principalities. Religion was, after all, a power that controlled people's minds. Antagonizing them was an option the empire would never choose. Eventually, they would admit to their mistake or cut off their tail. Then the prisoners of war would be taken by the Knights Templar. In other words, my proposal was to destroy the whole black market in and of itself, not using our own power, but somebody else's. Elleris nodded at my words. Your Highness, that will certainly deter the selling of demon prisoners on the black market. However, if we do it like that, all the prisoners would get executed without exception. That's right. This operation would just make the demons change hands from those who want to enslave them to the ones who want to kill them. And yet you're trying to get the Knights Templar to come, who'd block any way for us to take the prisoners away. I slowly began to explain my plan. In the end, this was just another type of gambling. Obviously, the Knights Templar would take the prisoners, and they will surely be used as a tool for coercion. However, they would never expect someone trying to mass teleport the prisoners away. I'm sure they'd be very angry. Of course, they may come in and slaughter the prisoners held in the auction house on the spot. However, as long as the prisoners are alive, they themselves were the living proof of the Empire's betrayal. They won't try to deal with them right away. They would use them as evidence to force an apology out of the imperial family. Even if they would eventually kill them, they wouldn't want to deal with the prisoners immediately. At the very least, they will keep them alive for a few days, while they had some talks with the Empire. Although it might be more like a type of crusade than a regular chat, though. Of course, you might be concerned that the market organizers decide to change their location after they heard rumors about the Knights Templar planning on raiding the place. Actually, that would be even better. The substitute venue would probably just be a hurriedly built place. They wouldn't have had time to apply anti-magic measures. The substitute venue would most definitely get announced to the auction participants. So, we really need a ticket. There would be a high possibility that they wouldn't be able to prepare countermeasures against magic, as they had to change venues as fast as possible. In that case, it would be easier to infiltrate the auction, and Elleris would be able to use mass teleport to get everyone out. If the Knights Templar take the prisoners, they will insist on holding on to them themselves, not the Empire. It wouldn't be any different in that case. We would have to infiltrate their place. In the end, it was Elleris who had to use the mass teleport spell. Or, well, there's another method. After figuring out the prisoner transport routes, Elleris could use her mass teleport spell in a place we have surveyed before. So when the prisoner's conv passes by, we could teleport them away and then run. We could prepare the spell at a fixed place where the prisoners are supposed to pass by and wait, then intercept the convoy by teleporting the prisoners away. In the end, it all depended on Elaris' mass teleport spell. There was a precondition to all this, namely that the Knights Templar will take over the prisoners, but I believed that there was quite the high chance of that happening. Regarding the second option, it would be rather difficult to infiltrate the Knights Templars' headquarters. Other than possessing anti-magic barriers, they probably would realize that I'm an undead right after I set foot in their building. As I thought, the third option seems more feasible at the moment. The black market changing venue would be beyond our control, so we could only react as things were happening. For now, it would be best to find out the location of the black market, predict the route which the Knights Templar would take to escort the prisoners away, and wait for Elaris to finish casting the spell while on the move. But in the end, we would only be able to rescue 20 people. The rest of the prisoners would die. If there were less than 20 demons getting auctioned off at the black market, we'd be able to rescue all of them, but if there were more, we'd end up leaving the rest to die. Loya, who had been silent up until now, opened her mouth. Your Highness, how about we use warp gates instead of mass teleport? Warp gates. Yes, it would seem that we just have to somehow make the Knights Templar lose control of the prisoners for a bit after they took them from the black market. Like that we could save everyone by using warp gates, not just a few by using mass teleport. But wouldn't that only be possible if there was a warp gate in the transportation route of the Knights Templar? It wasn't like I didn't think of that either. However, warp gates were only located in fixed places. So, as we didn't know the black market's accurate location at this stage, we wouldn't be able to come up with a detailed strategy. There are a great many warp gates in the capital, Your Highness. Since Loya was running an intelligence organization, she couldn't help but know a lot more about the capital than the three of us. Even in front of the Knights Templar headquarters, one of the major facilities of the capital was a warp gate. No matter which way they went, they'd eventually pass one of these fixed places with the convoy. There'd inevitably be some warp gate on their route. Yes, I see, that's plausible. If we used a warp gate, we could save as many prisoners as we needed. So when the convoy arrives before the Knights Templar headquarters, we just have to make a commotion and make the prisoners somehow run over to the warp gates. We wouldn't have to worry about them chasing after us through the gate. Elaris could just destroy the gate after we went through it. Good, Elaris nodded while seeming slightly nervous. Warp gates were two-way. If one of the gates were broken, one couldn't warp to either of those places anymore. Okay, but we need to make a very thorough plan well in advance. Not everything would go as we think. First, we need to make sure the Knights Templar know exactly where the black market is so that they can find it. We can only hope that they don't immediately slaughter all the prisoners. We also would have to neutralize the troops stationed at the warp gates. We should also think of a way to distract the Knights Templar long enough for the prisoners to escape. I'll take care of the disturbance. It seemed like Loya would take on that role. Will you be fine? You could die. I won't have to fight against them. I just have to cause a disturbance. I might get hurt, but I don't think I'll die. I'll also help cause a disturbance with my magic. It wasn't just Loya. Elaris would support her with her magic. I will disguise myself as a soldier stationed by the gate. In a way, Sakigar played the most important role, completely taking over the warp gate. After sending the prisoners away through the warp gate, Loya, Elaris, and Sakigar would all jump into the gate and proceed to destroy the other gate to prevent pursuers to come after them. To return, they could just use the mass teleport spell. If we were able to pull that off, it would be perfect. However, since there were so many prerequisites, we couldn't know if some variable would occur to mess everything up. I didn't really have a part in this, but I'd keep an eye on the situation and how everything was unfolding, getting ready to use revise in the event of a crisis. The three of them, except for me, tried not to do anything dangerous because of me, but in the end, they would carry out that operation to rescue the demons under my instructions. It would cause a great commotion in the capital. This was never a secret and safe task. Even if they succeeded, the Empire would be on high alert for some time after. I mean, there would be powerful high-ranking demons having a fight with someone in the middle of the capital after all. Even if things went as planned, we would have to live in danger for a while. But if things didn't go as planned, one of the three of them had to be sacrificed. Everyone agreed. If any of the three were to get caught or it failed, they had to expect to die. And if my identity was in danger of being discovered, they told me to use Sarkigar's ring to escape. I didn't know if the captured demons were even worth this much or not. However, those three just couldn't bear seeing the prisoners, who were from the same country as them, live such miserable lives without even being able to die properly. So those three risked their lives for them. Even if I wasn't directly risking my life, as the prince of that ruined country, I was trying my hardest for them. It was something I shouldn't even have considered. However, just by deciding that we should rescue them and giving them detailed instructions, it seemed like Loyar, Elleris, and Sarkigar had already gained unbreakable trust in me. I had no idea if it was just because they were demons or because they were directly in the service of the country that they respected me as their monarch. They already acknowledged my absoluteness only because I was an Arctimon. But from the moment I decided to rescue the prisoners, they seemed to give me even more respect than before. Your Highness, thank you. So that night, while I was lying in bed, Elleris thanked me over and over. It's you guys who'll do most of the work, so why are you thanking me? That was the truth. All I had to do was to use the revise function to stop certain events from happening and realize events that shouldn't have happened in case of danger. I'm thanking you for allowing us to do something as dangerous as that. In the end, even if I wouldn't actually do much, I still allowed them to take action. Perhaps compassion wasn't something that belonged to the qualities of a king. If one viewed it as such, Elleris seemed to appreciate what I tried to do for them. If I cold-heartedly told them to just leave the prisoners alone, they would have understood, but they would have also been very sad about this. The funny thing was, seeing me allowing them to take such reckless actions, and even coming up with a plan for them, seemed to have impressed even Sarkigar, who had a completely different stance from Elleris. Perhaps Sarkigar viewed my actions as part of my attitude as a monarch who cherished all the demons of the demon realm. I still didn't know what stance Loyar had, but in the end, she also desired to save the other demons. And there I was, coming up with a detailed plan, so it seemed like she was also impressed by that. Anyway, are you really okay with this? No matter what we do, someone might get hurt. Elleris didn't like violence. However, she had no other choice but to use her magic to distract the Knights Templar. Just as those three were risking their lives to make this plan successful, of course, there was also the possibility that someone, whether they or the Knights Templar, would die or get injured. She might hesitate or make a mistake. That was my concern. I have taken away the lives of so many people already. Elleris seemed dazed, her eyes closed. She looked endlessly sad. I'm so used to it that I'm sick and tired of it. It wasn't that she couldn't do it, she did it too often and much too well. I couldn't say anything to this sad Elleris, who told me that I had no need to worry. The festival started on Monday and Sarkigar would also get the tickets for the auction then. That way we could pinpoint the location of the black market. They cost a huge amount, 40 gold coins, but it wasn't an impossible amount for us. I mean, we didn't even use the money we prepared for Temple's entrance fee yet. In addition to that, as Sarkigar lived the life of a noble, he should have kept some emergency funds so that it wouldn't be completely impossible for him to maintain his lifestyle without the organization. That long festival, which started on Monday, would run for an entire month. Monday, we were facing the streets of the imperial capital, already buzzing with a festive atmosphere. Wara, long live the allied forces. Hooray for Artorias. Hararai. People cheered as the soldiers arrived from the large warp gate located in the Temtone district, north of the Al Liga district. An endless procession of soldiers kept on coming out of the gate. A steady stream of them left the blue portal and were marching towards the imperial castle. If we were to use the map of Seoul, then they started in the Yung district and went on to the Jongno district, and people stood close to them cheering the endless parade of soldiers. The knights and cavalry on horseback arrived first, followed by the infantry and other soldiers. They were all cheered for equally. Everyone sent endless cheers towards the Allied forces, which achieved this miraculous victory in the Demon World War. Ludwig must be watching this scene from somewhere. There was also a high chance that Delphine Isadra was getting kidnapped by someone while watching the festive people celebrating everywhere and eating good food. If it didn't happen, well, that would be good then. A huge number of soldiers were walking at the same pace. A huge number of countries and groups participated in this war as the Allied forces. They each carried a flag, symbolizing their origin. The procession of this triumphal army would go on for an incredibly long time. They would be able to enjoy the honor of entering the imperial palace, accompanied by the cheers of the citizens, as well as being treated with utmost respect inside of it. Those who earned merit would receive their due rewards. Among the cheers of this huge crowd, we chatted while keeping our distance from them. The prisoners of war might arrive through a different gate than the victory procession. Maybe so. We weren't just here to watch this spectacle. It was a sight that made me lose my appetite anyway. The reason for me coming all the way here was to check whether the prisoners of war would be led through the same gate as the triumphal army. If they did, we could try taking them away at that moment. Even if we didn't do that, we could at least ascertain the amount of prisoners that got transporting here. However, no matter how long we kept on watching, there was no conv or procession that seemed to contain the prisoners of war. Since this was where the triumphal army passed through, there might be a high chance that they would make the prisoners, who would cause people to frown, enter through a different gate. Even if we succeeded, the only ones we'd be able to save were the ones getting taken to the black market, right? That's right. The only ones we could save were the demons who had a certain market value and got sent to that black market. Chapter 66. The other prisoners who wouldn't be put on the black market would probably be managed by the Empire, and no form of trickery could help us rescue them. I wasn't sure if the Empire would kill those prisoners or do something else with them. It was possible that they would conduct experiments on them for research purposes. No matter what, we couldn't save them. It would be absurd to even try to save them. Even the operation we were going to carry out this time was extremely dangerous. Did you say it was on Thursday? Yes. Sarkigar had already bought the tickets. Today was Monday, and the black market would open starting Thursday. It would stay open for a total of 4 days, from Thursday to Sunday. The question was, were all those prisoners put on the black market? If they planned on replenishing the prisoners every day, we could only save a quarter of the demons that were planned to get auctioned off. I think they will probably have all of them there, but there probably were prisoners of war who'd enter the imperial castle to be detained. It would be far more efficient to siphon off the ones they want to sell from the beginning than take them out of there every day. So the auction would be held for 4 days, but the black market would keep all the prisoners they were planning to sell in the auction house. The best way they could go about this was to find out through which gate the prisoners would get led and siphon them of immediately at that moment before detaining them in the auction house. There were dozens of warp gates in the capital alone. It was impossible to monitor all of them. We didn't use the Rotary Gang to gather information for this operation. Only Loyar, Sarkigar, and Elleris would take action. Later, this incident might be seen as a terrorist incident caused by the demons. But if we used the Rotary Gang to gather information beforehand, that would just cause unnecessary suspicion. As we expected, they'll come from the Badal's Gate, won't they? That's what I think. The location of the black market was in the Badal's district, which was the Marpo district in my mind. It would open in the basement of the Merchant Guild's headquarters. In other words, the Merchant Guild had a solid relationship with the black market owners. That fact was a nice bonus. When I learned the location of the black market, I wondered why I didn't think of that sooner. That was quite the obvious place for it to be. The Merchant Guild must have big storage units for all the expensive goods they had to store, so it would be enough to temporarily accommodate the prisoners in these units equipped with enough security, safety, and scale. Of course, it would be easier to proceed with the auction like that as well. I didn't know how deep the Merchant Guild was involved in this. However, they would have had to agree to this drastic move of opening a black market in their headquarters. They probably judged that they wouldn't be able to stop this business, which was supposedly linked with many people with great authority. Of course, they might have been coerced, but we wouldn't be able to find out that much. The venue was the Merchant Guild's headquarters. Even in my opinion, there wasn't a more suitable place to proceed with the black market auction. In addition, as many merchants were rather rich, they were likely to directly participate in the auction. Even if there were rumors about a black market opening soon, the chances that they would change the venue were remarkably low. Even after I thought about it quite thoroughly, I couldn't come up with an auction venue that would be more optimized than the Merchant Guild's headquarters. Since Sarkigar was a noble, he wouldn't be able to come out of the imperial palace for a while because he had to attend the victory ceremony and party. He decided to only attend on Monday for now and would find some excuses to join our side from Tuesday onwards. The prisoners would most likely arrive through the gate in the Badal's district, where Loa was stationed. However, I and Elleris were keeping watch on the side, where the victory procession was continuing on endlessly, just in case. Monday evening. The vicinity around the Imperial Palace was rather crowded with people, and one could hear the sound of magic used as fireworks bursting from afar. It seemed like some wizards were putting on a fireworks display, as alcohol and food were distributed free of charge. The streets were full of people drunk on alcohol and euphoria. There were many people who didn't even know each other before, sitting together at tables placed on the streets, talking while hugging and dancing. Of course, the miraculous survival of Princess Charlotte de Gardiers was also one of the hot topics. Although it's been some time now since the princess returned, Artorius' bravery, the Allied forces' greatness, and the miraculous survival of the princess were still in everybody's mouths. There were also talks about the princess becoming a supernatural power user. Charlotte was so preoccupied with finding Valia at the moment that she didn't seem to concentrate much on improving her power, though. In fact, Berta said that Charlotte was on the verge of self-destructing, and I agreed to that to some extent. The princess has to obviously become the empress. Ooh, true that. After surviving through such hardships, she absolutely has to be blessed by God. However, the public didn't hesitate to say that the princess should become the empress, and there was no one refuting with that. The public overwhelmingly supported the princess, a princess who was rescued dramatically after being kidnapped by the Demon King. She was also the sole survivor. That was one hell of a story. Bertus didn't have anything he could beat that story with. Although he had the possibility of becoming a sword master that was still in the far-off future. Also, becoming a sword master itself was great and all, but the Demon King was already dead. He had nothing to accomplish after becoming a sword master. That story alone wouldn't make her empress, but it was only natural that huge conflicts would arise if Charlotte, who was supported by the public, didn't ascend the throne. In my personal opinion, the one who displayed superior abilities at the moment was Bertus. However, the public supported the princess, and she wasn't that hugely inferior to the prince. Therefore, Charlotte was still in a more favorable position in regards to the succession of the throne. Now that the victory festival was taking place, it seemed obvious that the citizens of the empire would like to see Charlotte become the next empress. Of course, regardless of that, at the end of the victory procession, we confirmed that no convoy with prisoners was among them, so we were about to go over to the Marpo district. At the confluence point, we were mixed up among a group of drunk passers-by. It's free. Free, I say. Eat and drink to your heart's content. There were quite a few stores that offered free food and alcohol to share the joys of victory separated from the festival. For that purpose, there were many tables placed before inns and restaurants. The demon realm had been a long-time enemy of the humans. The mere fact that they were now forever freed from the fear they spread was enough to make everyone euphoric, even handing out free food. If they had lived their whole life in the imperial capital, then they should have never even seen a single hair of a demon for their entire lives. And now they wouldn't ever see one in the future as well. However, where did their fear and hatred against demons come from? People were afraid of the unknown after all. In fact, the demon realm probably made plans to conquer the human realm as well. We sat at an empty table. Loya was wearing a robe. Elleris cast a bit of disguise magic on herself, while I didn't wear any disguise at all. I had already transformed into a completely different form, not comparable to Reinhardt after all. Loya opened her mouth. I saw a lot of wagons covered in black sheets coming through the Badel's gate. Did you check what was inside of them? Loya shook her head in answer to my question. Our surroundings were very noisy, and Elleris cast some soundproofing magic so that no one would hear what we would be discussing now. Since this had nothing to do with the Rotary gang, we decided to hold our meeting here. I didn't see them, but I could tell just by smell and sound alone. I'm sure it's them. Laura's sense of hearing and smell were particularly developed. Aren't you actually a dog? What? No, I mean, you're just very much like a dog. I mean, she had a good sense of smell and hearing. She listened well to orders, and when she slept, she seemed no different from a wild dog as well. She was completely like a dog in human form. What was with this? Even in your human for you were like a dog, huh? Laura seemed shocked by my words, and Elleris covered her mouth and laughed. She's not a dog. She's just a very dog-like person. Hey! At Elleris' words, Laura's face turned red. Elleris also seemed to be having fun teasing Laura. Well, I'll trust what you said. You're sure, right? Yes, Your Highness. Although the convoy's content was hidden, Loya could tell by the sound and smell that the numerous wagons that came through Badel's gate were filled with the demon prisoners. Loya continued to recount what she saw. I don't know about the victory procession side, but all the wagons were under strict escort. People seemed to be interested in them, but no one seemed to know what was in them. Some might have contained things like spoils, form the demon realm. They probably got transporting through the same gate. Some of the wagons also contained some of the prisoners. Most of the wagons seemed to be moving towards the Imperial Palace, but some were also heading towards the Merchant Guild's headquarters. Loya probably went up to a high place to watch the wagon procession. Some of the wagons that were supposed to go to the Imperial Palace actually went to the Merchant Guild's headquarters. There were a total of 30 wagons. Judging by their sizes and the sounds and smells coming from them, I'd estimate there to be about 5 per wagon. So about 150 people. Thanks to knowing the location of the black market in advance, it was rather easy to infer which gate the prisoners would get escorted from. 30 wagons, so about 150 prisoners of war were to be sold on the black market. No, Your Highness, I estimate them to be half that amount. However, Loya shook her head at my estimate. Why is the actual number smaller? No, that's not it, Your Highness. There were about a dozen wagons loaded with things other than prisoners. What other things? It seems that the prisoners of war aren't the only merchandise sold on the black market. Ah, right, that might be the case. Other than the prisoners they took from the demon realm, they also loaded the wagons with loot they wanted to take to the merchant guild. 20 wagons were filled with prisoners, and the other 10 with loot. They would also sell the items they stole from the Demon King's castle on the black market, not only the prisoners. I'm not sure about the prisoners, but if it's stolen loot, there might be a possibility that this wasn't approved by the imperial family. Or was that loot designated to be sold? The chances that the imperial family had nothing to do with this slightly increased. There might also be the possibility that the loot that was to be sold were things the imperial family had no interest in. After all, there was little chance that the imperial family didn't know about this black market. Most of the wagons with prisoners made their way to the imperial palace. There was nothing we could do about that. However, about 100 prisoners would make their appearance on the Merchant Guild's black market. They could be rescued or slaughtered depending on how well we do. It's fortunate that we were able to get some information in advance, like that we were able to ascertain the amount of prisoners. How about security? I have confirmed that it's tighter than usual. There were more than 10 guards at every entrance of the Merchant Guild's headquarters, and they were all disguised as mercenaries, but the atmosphere they gave off and their appearance were by no means ordinary. High-level armed forces, disguised, as guards were stationed at the guild headquarters. I didn't know if they were knights or something, but leaving them unattended would be rather difficult. Of course, there'd also be wizards inside. Okay, now we have to somehow force the Knights Templar to raid that place. As slaves, they might be able to save their lives, but they'd stay demons no matter what. I wasn't sure if it was worth risking their lives to give them their freedom. However, as the last leader of the demon realm, I made a decision. I had no intention of rebuilding the demon realm, but I had decided to rescue them. Gradually, I started to realize that a leader had to be a person that made a certain judgment before even discussing the rights and wrongs of that decision, and perfectly carry out said judgment. If all of them were slaughtered by the Knights Templar because of the failure of our operation, would I be able to withstand that? Hundreds of lives could be lost due to my negligence. Could my mind handle that? Some might want to sacrifice their freedom to keep their lives. I could never know, so I decided to take it easy. I'll have to think of a way to pass on this information to the Knights Templar without getting caught. I'll definitely succeed. My ability would make that belief reality. My power couldn't actually do that yet, but it helped me calm down at least. Chapter 67, the Knights Templar also returned together with the triumphal army. Their victory event was different from the Allied forces' victory event under the control of the Emperor. Although the Knights Templar were a huge pillar of the Allied forces, it was originally an army of the 5 churches, and if the Emperor were to praise them for their achievements, it would be the Emperor doing God's work. Therefore, the Knights Templar would return to their headquarters and receive a congratulatory and blessed speech from the popes of the 5 churches. All of them, as distinguished guests, had come to the Knights Templars' headquarters in person. coinciding with the imperial victory ceremony. The headquarters of the 5 churches were located in different places, and among them, only the Great Hall of the Mighty Owls was located in the imperial capital Guardium. All the leaders of the F5 churches, the Church of the God of War Owls, the God of the Sun Salam, the God of the Moon Mensis, the God of Purity Toan, and the God of Courage Little, were in the capital. After all of them finished congratulating and blessing the Knights Templar, they would join the Emperor to commemorate this victory. So, on the first day, the victory ceremony is held separately for religious reasons, not because of any personal conflict. Originally, the Knights Templar also just returned from such a long and hard war, so after commemorating their victory, they would take a long rest. And the religious leaders would also be happy to exchange some words with the Emperor about their victory. In that peaceful, friendly, and festive atmosphere, I was about to cause a huge conflict between those two groups, the Knights Templar and the Imperial family. Trying to sell and use the demons as sex slaves was a huge religious heresy, regardless of whether it was legal or not. Even the wealthy and nobles of the empire wanted to buy them. You know, it would be strange for the Knights Templar and the religious leaders to not get enraged. There was no need to wait for the auction to start. As long as they knew that the prisoners were already in the Merchant Guild, there would be no problem at all for the Knights Templar to attack right now. I had no interest in arresting all the immoral imperial nobles as they attended the auction. We were still sitting at the table placed on this bustling street, chatting. There are 2 ways to go about this. Give the information directly to the Knights Templar or create rumors. Elleris and Loyar nodded their heads at my words. To leak the information to the Knights Templar directly or spread rumors among the public so that it will reach their ears. We had these 2 methods. In the former case, a certain reaction can be expected, but they might have doubts about the individual that transmitted the information per letter or something. If they just thought about it for a bit, the Knights Templar would probably be able to guess that the ones who leaked the information were demons. That was what Elleris said, and Loyar nodded to her words. It didn't particularly matter if the informant was a demon or whatever, because what we were doing was already dangerous as is. But it wasn't hard to see that leaving traces was not a good choice. The method of spreading rumors to leak the information wouldn't leave behind any suspicious traces, but we can't be sure that the Knights Templar will pick up these rumors and act on them. That's right. Also, if the rumors start to spread further, there might be a chance that the black market's organizers will take action before the Knights Templar. Those who'd be most sensitive about these kinds of rumors were them, so they might change the black market's venue or cancel it altogether. I also agreed to Loyar's opinion. The latter option had the disadvantage of not knowing when the Knights Templar would take action. By the time the rumors reached their ears and they decided to take action, the auction might already be cancelled. The former would have a definite effect, but it would leave a tail behind, and the latter would make it difficult to predict the flow of events. Both methods had their advantages and disadvantages. If I used my preview function, I would be able to check what would happen in the future, but I couldn't use it right now. You are unable to make use of this function at the moment. When I tried using it, I only received this message. Damn it, I had cheats, but I wasn't even able to use them however I wanted. They should have just kept silent about this useless function. An uncertain but safe method and a certain but slightly more dangerous method. Let's go with the direct method. If the black market or the imperial family got wind of this, we might not even get to try saving them. I judged that way, the chances would be lower for them to predict our moves. Understood. We'll do that. They both nodded, agreeing to my judgment, passing on information to the Knights Templar. Just that wasn't that hard to do. I just had to send them an anonymous letter. On Tuesday, we met up with Sarkigar after the victory event and sent a letter to the Knights Templar. The black market, located in the Merchant Guild's headquarters where the demon prisoners were said to be sold, would open on Thursday. We observed the Knights Templar's movements all Tuesday. Elleris and I were positioned in a place where we could easily overwatch the huge temple that was the Knights Templar's headquarters, and Sarkigar and Loyar decided to keep an eye on the Merchant Guild, because there might be certain movements visible over there as well. The Knights Templar were located at the Rosnak district, or the Yangshan district in Seoul. If they wanted to head from the Marpo district to the Yangshan district, they would have to cross the bridge first, as one had to do if one were to come from Gangbuk to Gangnam. Elleris seemed particularly uncomfortable because we were close to the headquarters of those who held a power most dangerous to her, divine power. They don't seem to make any special movements. It had been over 6 hours now since I sent them the letter. I sent over a second, worry-filled letter to not get ignored, so there was no way that it didn't reach them. There's a good chance that they are questioning the information presented in these two letters. They might be discussing that internally at the moment. Sending armed forces to the Merchant Guild was something that had to be discussed, and it was understandable enough that they wouldn't immediately believe an anonymous letter sent by an unknown source, telling them to dispatch forces. It seemed like they were still discussing at this stage. Since we didn't know when they would make their move, Elleris and I kept on from one inconspicuous place to another. As there were many people on the streets, it was easy to mix in with the masses. The night was problematic, though. One by one, the people would leave except a few drunkards. When night fell and the streets were covered in darkness, Elleris and I hid in a discreet place at the side of an alley. Doesn't look like they'll make their move today. It was already very deep into the night. It was probably too late for them to take action today. I think we better go back. Even if I stayed here, there would be nothing I could do, and if the situation worsened, I'd just put myself in unnecessary danger. Elleris' words were true, but I couldn't do as she said. If I didn't know how this situation would unfold when a crisis strikes, I wouldn't even be able to revise it. No, my duty is to observe the situation. That's what I softly mumbled, expressing my intentions of staying here, even if it was a little coercive towards Elleris. And the Mana train won't run at this hour, so getting back would be more troublesome. It was deep into the night, so it would be much more difficult to get back, whether to Temple or any other place. As if she knew what I meant, Elleris hid me and herself in the shadows. Even while a grand festival was going on, night was still night. The streets that were so busy by day now only had some drunken husks of people passing by from now and then. But then stomp, stomp from afar, sounds of heavy footsteps echoed through the street. Elleris poked her head out of the alley, then looked towards me and nodded. Midnight. That was when the Knights Templar began to move. 583, it was night, so we couldn't mix in with the crowd. After casting invisibility on me and herself, Elleris and I followed them for a while. They might be able to see through magic. Don't get too close. Elleris whispered to me as quietly as she could, and I nodded. Those paladins were obviously veterans. A total of nearly 200 knights of the Knights Templar were marching in front of us fully armed. Each of the knights held great divine power, so if they were to get hurt, they could simply heal themselves and continue to fight. Since I was on the receiving end of Adriana's recovery spells once, I could tell how mighty divine power could be. 200 such monsters were marching through the streets. They could be called elites. 200 weapon and divine power experts who engaged in battle after buffing themselves and could even heal any injury they might receive in battle. Monsters that were more like zombies than actual zombies. A paladin. They were something that exceeded the undead. 200 elite paladins who deserved to be called human tanks were now on their way to the Merchant Guild's headquarters. If they would engage in battle with the Merchant Guild's forces, that would create chaos. What about Sarkigar and Loya? I sent a familiar over. Since there was no tool capable of establishing two-way communication, Elleris seemed to communicate with them using her familiars. She passed on the information that the Knights Templar were on their way and would soon arrive to those two who were keeping an eye on the Merchant Guild side. Soon, they reached the bridge leading across the Irene River. We continued to follow behind them. It was good that everything was going as planned up until now, but why were they taking action at night? I had a bad feeling about that somehow. Why did they decide to move at night? Wasn't it because they took so long to discuss this matter? If it's like this, they must have judged that this was an urgent matter. It was good that they decided to take action at night. During night time, when Elleris powers grow stronger, the success rate of our operation would increase even more. Obviously, if the Knights Templar were dispatched during the day, that would cause big commotion. If there were many people up on the streets, while such a fight were to occur in the Merchant Guild, the citizens would come to know its circumstances. They would find out that people tried to sell demons on a black market. Naturally, that would lead to the prestige of the Empire to get tarnished. Did they move out during night time out of some form of consideration to save the Empire's face? They planned on getting rid of this disturbance silently and quickly at night. However, this case would seriously raise the Knights Templars' prestige. Wouldn't it be better for them to let the public know of this? Though, considering the big picture, it couldn't be denied that the Knights Templar should take care of this incident quietly, though. Without questioning their actions further, I followed those 200-plus paladins marching forward. This, I'll give it back to you for now. Yes. I didn't forget to return the Flame of Tuesday back to Allays for a while. Fortunately, this midnight march continued until they reached the Merchant Guild's headquarters. I was wondering if they were headed somewhere else, but so far everything was flowing as intended. We were in a place from where we could observe the building from a distance. Elaris used floating magic while hugging me to get us on the roof of a building. Loyar and Sarkigar were hid in the place that they chose as an observation spot, reading the flow of the situation. Loyar looked at us and nodded, seeming like she knew we were present even though we had invisibility magic cast on us. That showed that our location could be predicted by smell and sound. Because we had Loyar, we didn't need to look at the scene with our own eyes. However, there was one thing we could notice, even if we didn't have ears as good as Loyar. They aren't very loud. The other two, including myself, nodded at Elaris' words. They were supposed to loudly shout something like, "You blasphemed the gods," but they didn't do something like that. Loyar shook her head. Even though their voices are low, it seems like there's an argument going on in there. Loyar told us that, although they try to not make as little noise as possible, they were still arguing. We got information that a black market was supposed to open here and that demon prisoners were to be auctioned of there. In the name of God, I demand you cooperate and let us search this place. If these allegations are not true, the Knights Templar shall promise to make a formal and respectful apology to the Merchant Guild. Loyar seemed to be able to hear their conversations from this distance. The guards don't seem to make it easy for them. However, even if the Knights Templar came to visit, the other party would let them search the place so easily. That was to be expected. Loyar seemed to concentrate on the following conversation as she fully focused on her ears. The three of us remained silent and only looked at Loyar, trying not to get in her way. I was wondering how the conversation would continue. Ruar, we could clearly hear the sound of many people pulling out their weapons and going at each other's. I didn't expect this battle to actually take place. The guards eventually made way. They didn't want to open the way, but when the Knights Templar drew their weapons, they had no other choice but to open their doors in the end. They had no good reason to block the Knights Templar's way. They were disguised as Merchant Guild guards. If they started a conflict with the Knights Templar, they would have justification to call them blasphemers, giving the Empire a lot to explain. For example, why regular soldiers were disguised as Merchant Guild guards. They probably thought everything would be over once they started a fight with the Knights Templar. Of course, the moment they opened the doors for them and released the prisoners, things would be over for them as well. Anyway, the Knights Templar had entered, meaning I wouldn't have anything to do anymore from now on, although my job wasn't over yet. There was still a possibility that the Knights Templar would immediately execute the prisoners on the spot without escorting them to their headquarters. That was what everyone was most worried about. The revise function has been used. The function that would make things happen that wouldn't normally and would prevent things from happening that should. The Knights Templar would escort the demon prisoners from the Merchant Guild to their headquarters without killing or harming them. The revise function cannot be used. What? My heart froze over when I saw that message appear in front of me. If I couldn't even use the function, it wouldn't even matter how many achievement points I had at my disposal. Seeing that message made me stop for a moment. I knew that an event that was too improbable would require a huge amount of achievement points or wouldn't be able to be revised at all. Was it something like that? Did that mean that the Knights Templar didn't even consider anything else but killing all of them out of resentment for those guys trying to auction off demons? Hey, why are you like this? When Elaris noticed that I was acting a little strange, she asked worriedly. Ah, no, it's just, what if those guys decide to kill all the prisoners? They didn't make this a public appearance, but it wasn't a cover-up either. I tried to make sure that they would escort the prisoners back to their headquarters using the revise function. The prisoners that were supposed to be auctioned off could be used as evidence to force an apology out of the Empire. So, they could only use the living prisoners to put pressure on the Empire. I sincerely thought that was the most probable situation, but it seemed like I was wrong, wasn't I? If so, I had made a huge mistake, as all the prisoners that could have survived as slaves would now get collectively killed because of the choices I made. My heart was completely frozen, and there was a chill running down my spine. What should I do? Should I save them by using revise in a different way? But in what way should I use it then? I could only imagine the ground suddenly collapsing, enabling all the prisoners to escape through a type of tunnel. Of course, I couldn't make that happen. After a while, Loya grabbed my hand. Your Highness, don't worry, Loya whispered to M.E. Hangul, courtier ein Hangul Kor. The Knights Templar are taking the prisoners out. With those words, I felt like my brain was freezing over again. I then realized why I couldn't use the revise function just then. I could make things happen that wouldn't happen. However, how could I use revise to create a situation that would happen anyway? The situation I was trying to create with revise was the exact same happening at the moment. They had no intentions of killing the prisoners in the first place, so I couldn't revise this scene. I was freaking out because I simply misunderstood the revise function. Chapter 68. It seemed that the Knights Templar were taking out the prisoners one after the other, with the guards watching, probably wearing some really strange expressions. They had no way to prevent this from happening, faced with the clear justification the Knights Templar held. There should have been someone in command of these people at the scene, but it seemed like he wouldn't be able to say anything. It would be pointless to say anything against the blasphemy charges, or that there weren't any demon prisoners here, when they were able to lead them out like a row of bound Corvina. The Empire would wash their hands of this because they didn't want this case to get any more complicated than it already was. Even if they weren't able to catch the Empire, the Knights Templar were able to capture the greatest weaknesses of those involved in this case. It wasn't known if this case would pose a real problem for them, or if they'd be able to escape using secret deals. The most important thing, however, was that the day where the Knights Templar got to use the prisoners as evidence would never come. Looks like they found everyone. Laura said so and glanced at Sakigar. Okay, Sakigar, start to take over the warp gate as planned. Yes, Your Highness. Slide. Sakigar slowly slid down from the rooftop and suddenly turned into a black bird taking to the skies. What's this, a bird? He could do something like that as well. What? Didn't you know he could do something like that? Seeing my stupefied expression, Elleris smiled a little. He can't only transform into humanoid forms. Then could I do something like that as well? I had this ring that enabled me to make use of his clan's powers, so I should be able to do that as well, right? I don't recommend it. It would probably be very uncomfortable and awkward. You also wouldn't be able to move as you want as well. It might be hard for me to adapt to a completely new body structure, is what Elleris meant. Dreadfiends most likely had to undergo a lot of training to be proficient in using any type of transformation. I wouldn't be able to move properly, but just knowing that the possibility was there was enough for me. I didn't know when I might have to make use of that. About 100 people in total. Looks like they'll be leaving now. Great, let's move as well. Their destination was the Knights Templars' headquarters. I was sure of that. I wasn't able to use revise after all, so this was something that would definitely happen. That was the revise functions loophole. Revise wouldn't be able to be used unless it was something that wouldn't 100% happen. Using that information, I could check future developments without having to spend any achievement points. Of course, that system bastard didn't like me exploiting loopholes, so if I try to use this too often, they might take some action again. Anyway, we didn't have to follow the Knights Templar. Before we left, Laura suddenly stopped trying to get up. What's the matter? Laura didn't respond to me and stayed focused as if she was still trying hard to listen to something. After being quiet for a while, she wrinkled her brows. The Knights Templar seemed to be a slightly different group than we thought. After saying that, Loya stood up and jumped from roof to roof. Elleris took me with her using her magic, and Loya moved as if sweeping through the darkness, quickly heading towards the Templars' headquarters. They passed the warp gate. Sarkagar should be disguised as one of the soldiers guarding the warp gate. I didn't know with whom he swapped, but he did say he wouldn't kill that guy, so he must have done something else, like stunning or hypnotizing him. Your Highness, now you have to hide by yourself. After arriving at the location they would launch their attack at, Elleris spoke to me, looking at me as if I shouldn't be here anymore. I know, but what did you mean earlier? I looked towards Loya. Her expression crumpled up as if she heard something very disgusting. As they started to escort the prisoners, they started to laugh to themselves after they left the Merchant Guild. What did that mean? They laughed. They have a lot to share, they said. It wasn't that I couldn't figure out what that meant. Sharing. We just got even more. It seems like they had some to begin with, right? That seems to be the case. It wasn't just the black market that took some of the prisoners. Even the Knights Templar took some of the humanoid demons like succubi in. The guy that seemed to be the leader of that group responded to his subordinate's question if this was going to be a problem, that they could just say it's in the name of research. That's what the other members of the Empire's allied forces used as an excuse as well. But selling them like this is a problem, is what they said. Loa seemed to feel aversion towards the Knights Templar. It wasn't just the Imperial family or the Merchant Guild. Even the Knights Templar kept demon prisoners. Judging by what they said, it was clear that all of the Allied forces took away demon prisoners. If they were discovered, they'd just say they would keep them for research purposes. However, the auction had no such excuse because it was clear that they wanted to sell them. That gave the Knights Templar the right to take the prisoners away. That was the moment where I understood why the Knights Templar came out at night. If this information became known to the public, not only would it tarnish the prestige of the Empire, but also showcase that every faction of the Allied forces kept demon prisoners for themselves. And among them, the Knights Templar were a group that no one expected to do something like that. Of course, if this were revealed, they would make it seem like they took them to do research on them. But everyone would know that that wasn't the actual reason. It's not like people wouldn't find out about this, just because they had some excuses prepared. Therefore, the Knights Templar were dispatched in the middle of the night to take the prisoners with them. That way only a few people would witness this. In the end, it turned out exactly like I predicted it would. They weren't going to execute the prisoners, they were going to take them to their headquarters. Seeing what they were doing, all other excuses were useless. Now that they had some form of justification, they were trying to take away the slaves from the black market on blasphemy charges. They had some as well, but still took the black market's prisoners with the excuse that their purpose was impure. The result is the same. Their intentions are dirty, though. In conclusion, I overestimated their piety. Even if we were to save them, it would only be a drop of water on a hot stone. There were so many demons taken prisoner. Each camp of the Allied forces, including the Knights Templars' headquarters, held demon prisoners of war. The number of prisoners we'd be able to save from the black market was incredibly small. It was impossible to save them all. I mean, we had to plan out this whole operation just to save 100 of them. After splitting up from everyone, I went up a hill far away from the site. It was pretty far away, but it was still at a distance where I could see any big commotion happening. That was when I finally was able to use the revise function. You have used the revise function. Today, all demon prisoners, Sarkigar, Elaris, and Loyar, will safely escape through the warp gate. To trigger this event, 2,000 achievement points are required. There was a high probability that a significant number of them would be able to escape safely, but it was less likely that all of them would. Although it required a huge amount, I used the function without hesitation. There was no reason for me not to use it. You have spent 2,000 achievement points. With that, I felt at ease. I didn't know what would happen exactly, but I knew that tonight's operation would definitely be successful. Bang! Then I saw it. Huge flames erupted from the square located before the Knights Templars' headquarters. Now I knew what Elaris could do with the flame of Tuesday. Fierce flames began to whirl towards the sky. A magnificent firestorm ran havoc. Ruyumble, bright light accompanied the storm raging through the air. No. This was supposed to be a spell to just distract them, wasn't it? Ha! Wasn't the strategy to minimize our damages and create chaos so that they could escape using that gap? You weren't trying to blow away both the Knights Templar and the prisoners of war, were you? This is kind of crossing the line, isn't it? Were you trying to kill everyone because how the Knights Templar were acting? That was when I firmly vowed that I would never try to get on Elaris' bad side. Hell was let loose. Roo-rah. Only after a gigantic firestorm erupted did the Knights Templar realize that they were caught up in a strange situation. We're under attack. A wizard. Defend. Kra. Zai, how could they? Magic of such scale. About 200 members of the Knights Templar, as well as 100 prisoners of war, seem to have been left unscathed by this huge firestorm. At the center of these raging flames was a single woman. Wearing a robe that covered everything, they witnessed this unidentified wizard controlling these huge flames while holding a type of pendant in one hand. Her whole body seemed to have been covered in a magic veil. A wizard who could perform magic of this scale without chanting, most paladins wanted to deny the reality that played before their eyes. Q. It's not just one. It's a demon. It's a werewolf. Then a silver-furred monster appeared from behind that stormed and roared loud enough to even absorb the flame storm's sound. This demonic beast's roar made every person who heard it stiffen up. It was a skill called roar. Calm down. There are at least two enemies. The lycanthrope moved like lightning and rushed into the paladins. Then a warp gate activated in the middle of that gigantic firestorm. The wizard pointed to the gate while looking at the frightened prisoners. She didn't give them a detailed explanation, nor did she call out to them desperately, "Run away." This simple gesture made these prisoners immediately understand. They were puzzled by the appearance of that wizard, but seeing the lycanthrope made it clear to them. They knew that they wanted to save them. Bang, boboom, bang. They were veteran paladin. The lycanthrope used its strong and agile body to fight off the paladin who were escorting the prisoners, but some of them quickly strengthened their bodies using divine power to counterattack. All of them held the awe-inspiring titles of survivors of the Demon World War. Boom, boom. However, the firestorm that surrounded them struck those that blocked the lycanthrope's onslaught as if it were alive. The paladin that got swallowed by the fire wouldn't die as they had protection spells cast on them, but they wouldn't be able to get out of there without help. There was a lycanthrope strong enough to be able to destroy everything in its path with just a single charge, and a highly skilled magician. But they were 200 veteran paladin, part of the Knights Templar. Let Al's protection decent on our swords and bodies. Flash. The paladin, their swords and bodies wrapped in divine power giving of a tremendous amount of light, began to charge towards the wizard. There were only two of them. Even though they might have been somewhat surprised before, now they were enveloped in enormous protection magic. There was no way they would be defeated by only these two enemies. However, rumble, rumble, suddenly something seemed to be growing larger and larger near the activated gate. It grew bigger and bigger, slowly changing its form. Rumble, rumble. Something bizarrely inflated like a bubble about to burst. Then it began to take the shape of a lizard with black scales. There was slight disbelief in the eyes of all paladin who were rushing into battle. In the midst of this humongous firestorm, a winged lizard that was only supposed to exist in legends appeared. D. Dragon, Ru-Ora. The lycanthrope's roar just now was nothing against this. A dragon roar, loud enough to blow one's ears away, paralyzed the paladin. Chapter 69. At the southern end of the empire, the border of the kingdom of Kernstadt, Diratani's forest. I was facing a destroyed warp gate along with 3 demons and a total of 107 demon prisoners. Our rescue mission was successful. The destroyed warp gate was surrounded by a lush forest, and there were no guards or backup to be found. This was an abandoned warp gate that didn't get maintained anymore to begin with. If we set our escape location as some large city, that would have been quite the headache. So we tried to escape to a warp gate that wasn't manned anymore. The gate in front of the Knights Templars' headquarters wasn't an extra-large gate, so it couldn't send us that far away. Normal gates, large gates, and extra-large gates each had limitations in their movement distance. We had luck that the gate in front of the headquarters was a large gate. Still, this was quite a distance away. After the operation ended successfully, Elleris broke the gate and teleported me here. Everyone has survived, Your Highness. Great. Everyone did an excellent job. Both Sakigar and Loa were unharmed. The battle itself didn't actually last that long. The moment a dragon suddenly appeared, all the Knights Templar froze, overwhelmed with this absurd situation, while the prisoners ran through the warp gate with everything they got. If the battle had been prolonged, it was clear that all 3 of them would have been in grave danger. The prisoners who didn't quite understand this situation held expressions switching between relief and fear. But it sure was strange. As a demon, I had horns and such, but neither the succubi nor the incubi had tails or horns. They didn't seem much different from humans. Well, that was that. Quest completed. Rescue the demon prisoners. Number of rescued prisoners, 107. You have earned 5350 achievement points. I used 2,000 points to end up earning more than 5,000 points. Sakigar, Loyar, and Elleris began to untie the prisoners. First, I should introduce myself. I am Valia Jr. Although, since the previous king has departed from this world, you should refer to me as Valia now." At those words, all the demon prisoners who seemed unsure at first began to get on their knees one after the other. "Your Highness, Your Highness." Numerous people began to bow down to me while shedding tears. It was as if they had found a single ray of hope at the moment where they thought everything was over. As such, everyone got on their knees, but there was one person who stayed upright. "Valia, your Valia." The woman who looked at me blankly seemed as if she doubted her own eyes. Could it be? Princess? Seeing Sakigar's exceedingly shocked reaction surprised me even more. Princess? Didn't he say I was the only Archdemon left in the world? It soon became clear why Sakigar called her princess. She is the daughter of one of the former 4 heavenly kings, Rene, the succubus queen. Ah, is that so? The succubus queen, the 4 heavenly kings. I had no idea about the demon king's side because I hadn't properly set it up, so I didn't even think about who the 4 heavenly kings were supposed to be, of course. One of them seemed to be the succubus queen, and now her daughter somehow recognized me. On a surface level, it appeared like the 4 heavenly kings' relatives were treated like royalty. This succubus, who didn't seem any different from a human, appeared to be of the same age as me. She also had pink hair, seeing that in real life was hella weird. It's no like it didn't look good on her, it just felt out of place. The succubus approached me while pulling at her clothes that seemed closer to rags and came to a hold in front of me. There was a mix of bewilderment and hesitation visible on her face. Was she nervous? "Do you not recognize me? I'm Airy. Don't you remember me?" The next succubus queen, who introduced herself as Airy, was stunned at me not recognizing her. His Highness almost lost all of his memories of the demon realm princess. "Why, we don't know either." The pink-haired princess seemed to be at a loss for words. The succubus, who called herself Airy, seemed very perplexed by Sarkigar's answer. "Did you know me? Although I do not know what kinds of memories you had with me, I'm really sorry. I can't remember anything." At those words, Airy, who was in front of me, as well as the numerous other succubi behind her, held some weird expressions on their faces. What? What did I do to them? Were they glad I lost my memory? Airy rolled her eyes in confusion, but eventually nodded hesitantly. "Whatever may have happened before, thank you for saving me. I didn't expect you to be alive, but I'm glad that you're alive." Airy seemed to have thought that I died immediately on that day. Certainly, the way I ended up surviving was very pathetic. However, if it was the original Valia, he wouldn't have been able to do anything but miserably shout, "Do you even know who I am?" while getting his head chopped off. "Good, everything's fine. Let's go over there and have a talk." I took Airy to another part of the forest. I could feel her shyly following behind me. I didn't know what relationship she had with me before, but it certainly didn't seem like a good one. I felt like she was staring holes in my head. Like Sarkigar said, I have lost all my memories of my time in the demon realm, and to be honest, I don't feel like recovering them again. I apologize if I did anything to you. I slowly got used to apologizing for things I don't even remember doing. However, Aries' eyes simply widened at my words. No. That's. You don't have to apologize to me. Rather, Aries seemed very startled and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Huh. Thought that. About that. What, wasn't this flow different from the other times? Looking at it like this, she seemed very surprised that I actually saved her, right? She didn't keep staring at me because she was afraid of me, huh? Was it because she was sure that I would never come to save her? Did you bully me? That's that. That was right. I didn't know about the other guys, but I didn't think I bullied her. It was the exact opposite. I'm sorry. Airy was so out of her mind because she got saved by the kid she bullied in the past. According to what Airy told me while trembling, we were something like childhood friends before the Demon World War broke out. To precise, she wasn't really my friend, but the kid in charge of me. It seemed like Airy would educate me through beating every time I acted like a bastard somewhere. Actually, this was only possible because we were both treated as royalty, even though we were of different races. So whenever I saw Airy when I was on my own, it seemed like I'd book it, or when I was next to the Demon King, I'd start trembling terribly. So we hated each other. Actually, I got beaten up by her all day long. Like I treated Loya like a dog, it seemed like I got bullied a lot by the succubi. Every time Airy saw me, she would beat me up. She probably was that strong because she was different from the normal succubi, the descendant of the succubus queen. The succubus queen seemed to have been the number 2 of the 4 heavenly kings. So Aerie was the daughter of the demon realm's number 3. That meant that she was able to educate the demon king's son when he was messing around. She had a very high status in the demon realm. Seeing as these titles were hereditary, I'd become the demon king, and she'd become the demon with the 3rd highest rank. All of the 4 heavenly kings died, and Aerie was taken prisoner after our defeat. And then she was saved by the demon king's son, whom she thought would have already died, and had a bad relationship with since their childhood. So she seemed to find this situation hard to believe. Of course, she seemed to be convinced that I lost my memories to some extent. Let's leave what happened in the past behind us. I wouldn't want to take revenge on you anyway. Even if I don't quite remember how I was, I heard that I was someone who deserved to get beaten up. Thaw that. Aerie couldn't say anything to that. This sure made me wonder just how crazy I actually was. Still, seeing that she was the one in charge of me, it didn't seem to be that serious. Let's stop talking about this. Do you know the detailed composition of the prisoners here? There are 85 succubi, 15 incubi, 2 lycanthropes, 2 doppelgangers, and 2 nightwalkers. Most of them were succubi and incubi. I didn't quite know what nightwalkers were, but all of them were humanoid demons. How about your strength? I heard that the humans have done something to you, but what did they do exactly? At that, Aerie closed her eyes. Just imagining it made her remember the pain. What's the matter? Ah, you said that you lost your memories, so could it be? Aerie looked at me in disbelief that I couldn't tell just by looking at her. She eventually lifted her pink hair a bit after she recalled that I lost all my memories. I couldn't see it before because she was covering it with her long hair. There were hideous wounds at her temples, as if something got ripped out from there. The humans removed all of our horns and tails. It wasn't like they simply didn't have any horns. In order to neutralize the succubi's and incubi's power, the humans forcibly removed their tails and horns. Tears were dripping down Aerie's face when she remembered the disgrace she felt that day. Aerie told me that the horns were usually the source of magical power for horned demons. That said, now that her horns were gone, Aerie lost all her magical powers and all her growth potential. As a result, she also lost her racial skill. She lost all her abilities, such as absorbing spirit and entering other people's dreams. Why will they grow back? Or are they gone for good? They can grow back, but it takes a long time. It would be the same as if I didn't have any to begin with. Not only that, the humans also took other actions. What do you mean? Human wizards destroyed all our magic management facilities in our bodies. Even if our horns were to grow back, we wouldn't be able to use magic ever again. That's how it is. They were trying to sell absolutely safe toys to the wealthy and powerful. Therefore, while destroying their source of magical power, they also made it impossible for them to ever manipulate magical power again. The wizards succeeded in completely neutralizing these prisoners. Although she was a high-ranking demon with the title of Succubus Queen, Aerie lost all her strength and growth potential. I'm sorry, Valia. We can't even fathom fully paying you back for saving us. I'm so grateful, and I really want to help you in any way possible, but we've all become useless. Aerie looked down and started to cry. They all must have been demons with enormous powers, and among them, Aerie, the succubus queen, had or was very likely to have the most power of them all. However, they had lost all their potential. So Aerie seemed to feel guilty, knowing that she couldn't repay me for my help in any way. I didn't save you because of that, though. Ha! At my words, Aerie looked at me with a tear-smeared face. I didn't save you because I planned on using you. I did it because I thought I could. That was the truth. There was also the possibility to earn a ton of achievement points, but that was only secondary. I had no interest in rebuilding the demon realm to begin with, but Elaris, Sarkigar, and Loyar wanted to save them so desperately, so I just told them how to do it. I wasn't interested in their powers enough to cause a riot in the middle of the imperial capital for just about 100 prisoners in the first place. It would be rather sad for them to have lost all their powers, but there was no reason for me to be disappointed about that. So you guys can go back to the Darklands or whatever. My goal was to save you, so you don't have to be at my beck and call or something after this. If they wanted to go back to the Darklands, Elaris would send them there using mass teleport. Aerie was staring at me blankly for a long time. She never imagined she'd ever hear me say something like that. Chapter 70. You don't have to be at my beck and call, so if you want to go back to the Darklands, you can do that. After instructing Aerie to deliver my message to all of the prisoners, I held a meeting with Sarkigar, Elleris, and Loyar in a secluded place. Everyone worked hard. No one got hurt, so we achieved the best result. It is all thanks to your brilliant wit and bravery. Sarkigar sprinkled me with flattery again, while Elleris smiled. To be honest, we were lucky. They were frozen for quite a bit after they saw a dragon appearing in the middle of the raid. That sure was surprising. Sarkigar took the form of a dragon, so it wasn't a real dragon that showed up. Dragons were legendary creatures to begin with, so there were no eyewitness accounts. He simply took the form of what people thought a dragon would look like. Dragons didn't exist, and even if they did exist, no one knew whether they'd look the same as people imagined them to look like. If the paladin awakened from their stupor a bit faster, some of the prisoners might not have been able to be rescued, or either Loyar or Elleris might have gotten seriously hurt or killed. I was terrified of what would have happened if I didn't use the revise function to make sure everyone would be safe. Anyway, I was glad that it turned out the way it did. I heard you told the prisoners that they could decide where they would like to go themselves. I nodded at Loyar's question. If they could go back to the Darklands and live in peace, that would be better. There's no need to overdo it. Secretly infiltrating 100 people into the capital wasn't something I could do at my level in the first place. They also lost their magic abilities. It was already difficult enough to protect myself, so it was impossible for me to protect them as well. Therefore, it would be best if they were to return to the Darklands, which was still relatively untouched by the humans. After a while, after Aerie told me that they were done talking among themselves, I returned to the place where the prisoners gathered. They all looked sad. They probably heard from Elleris and Sarkigar what I was doing here, that I infiltrated the imperial capital and attended temple to rebuild the demon realm. The prince was plotting such a great thing in the middle of the enemy camp, and they felt so pathetic that they couldn't help in the least. They felt like they were only a burden in their present state. Has everyone decided? Aerie nodded at my question. Almost everyone has decided to go back to the Darklands. We took the risk to save Aerie and the rest, so they seemed apologetic that they couldn't do anything for us. She probably hated me a lot in the past, but she genuinely seemed sorry for having teased and bullied me. No need to be sorry. Forget about fighting and war. Just live peacefully. As if they were touched by my consideration, they began to tear up. They would be sent deep into the Darklands, where no human could touch them. Their pride as high-ranking demons disappeared along with their horns. There were other races here as well, but they seemed to have judged that they wouldn't be of any help to us either. It certainly seemed to be the much better option for them to live their lives freely in the Darklands than to live as slaves for humans. I shall prepare the spell then. Elleris began preparing the mass teleport spell. It was night time and they were just that many. If she cast it twice, she should be able to teleport all of them to the Darklands. After about an hour or so, Elleris was able to send most of the prisoners to the Darklands. I was staring blankly at those who were still left here. Aren't you guys returning as well? About 11 succubi, including Aerie, remained here. They kept looking at me. No, she did tell me that almost all of them would return. Then that would mean that there were some who didn't want to return, huh? We don't want to go back. Aerie spoke as their representative. No, what do you want to do then, if you don't want to go back? We aren't able to do much, and we wouldn't be much help in a fight, but I'm still a royal of the demon realm. You're working so hard as well, Valia, so I can't just go back to the Darklands, forget about everything that happened, and live comfortably. Aerie seemed to think that I, who had a dog-like personality before, was completely helpless hiding in the heart of the Empire, so she wanted to be of some help to me as a royal of the demon realm. The other 10 thought similarly. No, it seemed like they made up their mind. I knew that they really wanted to be loyal to me and repay their debt to me, but what were they even going to do staying here? We have lost all our strength. I know we won't be of much help, but these bodies are the only weapons we have left to offer. So what are you going to do? Aerie looked at me with determination radiating from her face. You need money to live in the human realm. That's right. And I know that sometimes huge amounts of money could pose a great threat to the human realm itself. I didn't know if there would be a financial crisis in the Empire sometime in the future, but there was no law that it wouldn't happen. So what was it she wanted to say? Doing business, Valia. What did she mean by that? If we could achieve great commercial success and hold the Empire's gold coins in our hands, it would be of great help in restoring the demon realm. Ooh, that's a great plan. As expected of Her Highness the Princess, I can't help but admire your wisdom. I mean, she isn't wrong. Sakigar was nodding and responding as if her words were plausible enough. After re-establishing enough power, if we had a firm grasp on the human realm's money, we could win against the humans without fighting in a war. We could also divide the empire and send it spiraling down into chaos. We have only used force up until now to fight wars, but this time we shall use any means available to us. Listening to Ares' words, Elaris's expression became more and more complicated. It was an expression that seemed to shout, "No, what is that little brat saying to my kid?" The succubus queen, a high-ranking demon, was advising me to first seize the monetary strength of the empire to lead it to its demise. I get that she was trying to overthrow the empire, but wasn't that a rather unconventional advice? Rather than saying, let's destroy them with strength and magic, she went, let's cause a great economic depression in the empire instead. But in the end, she was right. However, what did that have to do with them not wanting to go back? You're right. You're absolutely right, but there's no way I'd be any good with commerce and finances. I'm still attending temple as well. And as far as I know, commerce requires a huge amount of capital. We don't have that much money, though. There was nothing we could do but turn to crime or exploit Elaris magic. I had no desire to do that, though. You don't have to worry about that. Aerie pointed at herself and the remaining succubi as if she had already thought about the capital issue. What's with you? If you sell us as slaves to humans, you'll be able to make a lot of money. That money should be enough if you use it as capital. Ha! What kind of bullshit is this? I just saved you from becoming slaves, so why the hell are you telling me to sell you as slaves to get money? When I shouted at her, Aerie cried out. Still, this is the best we can do for you. This is the only way we can be of use to you in this situation. Otherwise, we are completely useless. If I can take revenge on the humans by throwing away my petty pride, I can do it 100 times over. Frickin' hell. Perhaps because I told her that I forgot all about what I had done, Aerie seemed willing to even die for this cause. Valia, we have made our decision. You don't have to worry. If it's for rebuilding the demon realm, T's but a cheap price to pay. So, Your Highness, Your Highness. Behind her, the succubi were calling out to me as if chanting. Shut up, you guys. There was a limit to how much bullshit I could deal with. Regardless of whether I shouted at them or not, the succubi cried and begged me to sell them. This was driving me crazy. After rescuing the succubi from the black market to the best of our abilities, they decided to become slaves again in the hopes of rebuilding the demon realm. Some of them returned, but there were 11, including Aerie, who remained, trying to repay the kindness they received even if they had to do something like this, to become my starting point in seizing the Empire's finances for the reconstruction of the demon realm. Wasn't this just too weird, even if this storyline was already crazy enough? They said that they want to sell themselves at a high price, raise capital for me, enabling me to seize the Empire's commercial sphere and create total chaos when we decide to go to war again. Of course, this was absolutely unacceptable. Sakigar did say that it would be a good idea, already moving the abacus in his head, but quickly shut his mouth when he saw that I was being serious. Apparently, they felt very desperate after having lost all their power, and seemed to have thought that this would be the only way they could be of any use to us. Considering Ares' words that we should have a firm grasp on the Empire's money, being able to shake their economy, this was certainly a very plausible scenario, given that I was extremely gifted in commerce. Of course, I wasn't. I mean, I didn't even spare the stock market a single glance in my past life. I didn't have a single clue about all this. When I grew furious and told her that this would never ever happen, Aerie began thinking of other ways. Then, how about we all join a brothel and send you a certain amount of money every month? It won't be a huge sum, but still. Why does your mind always wander into that direction? Why was it like this? Was it because she was succubus? I thought I'd rather die than get them to send me the money they earned after they sold themselves like this. Rather than accepting it, I'd sent it right back to them. It's a pity that you lost your horns and tails, but like this, you wouldn't have much trouble fitting into human society. If you really want to help me, don't do things like that. The capital is dangerous, so you have to keep your distance from it. For now, you will need an identity. Of course, I knew that succubi absorbed spirit to grow stronger through such actions, but weren't they made incapable of that? In that case, there would be no reason for me to earn money through these kind of things. Are we? No good, I sighed at her question. Hey, I don't know if that might come off as rude, considering you are succubi, but I really don't want you guys to do that kind of work, okay? And I don't even want to touch money earned like that. Being loyal and wanting to reconstruct the demon realm is good and all, but how could there be a demon realm without demons? There can be demons without the demon realm, though. I really don't care if you leave and find your own way to live. You hear? Well, Your Highness, if there is no demon realm, the demons as a— Shut up. Yes, Your Highness. Sakagar tried to interrupt it, but after I shouted at him, he kept his silence, albeit appearing slightly crushed. The succubi began to shed tears again when I told them to find their own way to live happily, but they still wanted to remain loyal to me. Whatever I did was counterproductive. They just saw me as nothing more than a benevolent monarch, so no matter what I said, it would only strengthen their loyalty towards me. No, I wasn't some benevolent monarch. I sincerely just wanted you guys to go on with your life. This was just too annoying. I'm not exactly sure what you can do, but I'm sure there's something you can do well enough. How about driving wagons or carrying bricks? I imagined a scene where the succubus queen was doing manual labor. Wasn't that even worse, actually? No, I mean, it's true, right? But it would be very difficult to raise enough capital to take over the imperial financial world through such means. I had nothing to say to that. It's okay to do whatever you want as long as it's not these kinds of things. You could work in a bar, in an inn, or start a transportation business. Everything's fine. Even just imagining the succubi becoming a continental transportation conglomerate made me almost laugh out loud. But there was nothing I could do about that. Airy kept her mouth shut and didn't open it again for a while, as if she was thinking about this. She said that she wanted to be useful to the best of her abilities, even at the risk of putting herself in harm's way. But she seemed really sad when I refused her like that. Okay, Valia, I don't know how to do much else, but I'd never do something you wouldn't like. If I was the real Valia, I would feel a tremendous sense of accomplishment hearing my former bully say something like that in front of me. I, however, just felt really burdened by what Airy was doing. I will make sure to become someone who'll be able to help you in any way possible. Seeing that expression on her face, saying that she would do anything I wanted her to do, made me feel insanely burdened because I felt like she would really do anything I asked her to do. Of course, I wouldn't be able to change her mind by force, so I had to find another way. I clearly knew that, but well, she's a succubus, and a queen at that. We're both something like royalty, so we would be of the same status. Well, I can't do that. I mean, I'm still underage in this life. Chapter 71, I made Airy promise some things to me. Don't do anything dangerous until I tell you otherwise. And don't even think about starting anything without having a proper method to hide your identity from the humans. The most important thing was getting an identity, not in the capital of the empire or one of its principalities or any other large city, but in a rural place at the outskirts of some country. This part was provided by Loyar and Elleris. I didn't know what Airy would do from now on, but I was sure that she understood what I meant. Since Elleris was by my side, I was also able to go see her periodically using teleportation. You absolutely have to dye your hair. Yes, pink hair was just too much. She was at the black market, but there were surely some people who saw Airy. It was fortunate enough that she wasn't identified as the succubus queen's daughter. If she were, she wouldn't have appeared on the black market. Of course, only a few actually had seen a succubus before. Frankly speaking, even if she went to a city on the outskirts of the empire, her identity wouldn't be revealed. No one would notice the marks left behind by the removal of her horns and tail unless she deliberately showed them to someone. And even if they were to see them, they'd only appear like some severe wounds. No one would think that these were wounds left behind by removing horns and tails. First, we have to decide where you should go. Airy was planning on raising money to seize the financial world of the empire. I honestly thought that this was quite impossible, but Airy seemed to need a goal for now. She needed something she could focus on to overcome her despair. That was why I was trying to think of something for her, even though I didn't believe it was possible. Where could I send Airy to do business, and her identity wouldn't be revealed? Let's think about that. First of all, it should be a place that housed a lot of travelers. If there are many people coming and going, it wouldn't be considered weird if you guys suddenly appeared there. Loya nodded her head at my words. Yes, if they went to a small village where everyone knew each other, that might be rather suspicious. If we're talking about a place with a lot of travelers, that would probably be a trading hub. Everyone agreed with Loya. If it was a city that served as a trading hub, it would be easy to do business there, and it had a large floating population. Additionally, a trading city would be an important transportation hub as well. All cities with extra-large warp gates were playing that role. People who used large gates or normal gates usually flocked to these places. If we were to compare it to subway stations, an extra-large warp gate was like a transfer station, so it naturally was crowded. In a nutshell, any place that held extra-large warp gates would be a transportation hub. A place with an extra-large warp gate would be very convenient. Places like that could be reached immediately after a person of the Empire passed through 2 or 3 other gates. So I had to consider one possibility. Are there any maritime trading hubs that don't have any gates? Even a regular trading hub would be fine as long as they don't have any gates. In the Empire, there was a huge number of warp gates, but that was only possible for the Empire. In the outskirts, there were many towns that didn't have any warp gates, and there still must be trade that depended on regular transportation using wagons. Of course, if there were no gates, the amount of money flowing around the city would be relatively small, but safety was our #1 priority here. Right now, we didn't have something like a map of the Empire, so we couldn't make any judgments by looking at one. How about the Edna Archipelago? Was there a place like that? I never wrote anything about it. There were many places like that, so I wasn't actually surprised. It went without saying that I didn't know much about it. However, if it was an archipelago, it definitely was an island area. Where is it? It's an island country beyond the southern waters of Kernstadt. I heard that their trade is only dependent on sea trade with Kernstadt because it's too far away and there are no gates connecting them to the continent. I remember that there are gates connecting the islands together, but there are no gates connecting them to the mainland. It is an island. If so, even if her identity got discovered, it would take a long time until the Empire could begin their pursuit. It was a very distant country, so it was clear that they didn't have much interest in the Empire's internal affairs. The actual size of their economy might not be that large, but I didn't really want her to become a big player anyway. She just needed to have this awareness that she did something at least. What do you think? As I was looking at her, Airy nodded. If the gates only connect to the other islands and foreign trade is conducted through ships, goods would be concentrated at the most prosperous port city on the islands. I'm sure there would be a lot of people as well. I didn't know how big their population was, but if there were only a few people living there, it wouldn't be called a country. Airy nodded, saying that she could be at ease if we sent her there. However, I was still slightly worried. Will it really be okay? Yes. She boldly said that she was willing to do anything. She looked about my age, so she was still a kid. I felt so bad for her that I felt like dying, and that wasn't why I asked if it would be okay. People in port cities tend to be rough. That's why I asked you. A sailor would die if they weren't quick on their feet, so there were a lot of quick-tempered and rough people among them. It was basically a fact that there were a lot of gangsters near the shores where the goods gathered, but that affected the people living there as well, giving them no other choice but to adopt that rough behavior. I had no idea what kind of business they planned on opening there, but I believed they were very likely to go into the maritime trade. So the succubi would work as employees then. Just imagining it would make me think of many troublesome things coming their way. Ah, we are only physically weakened for now. Although we won't be able to use magic anymore, as our mana management facilities have been broken, our physical abilities will return soon. It seemed like they were only weak for now. Soon their strength would be restored. The other succubi also didn't seem to worry about that. Can you handle those people? Your Highness. As if she knew what I was worried about, Loya called out to me. Ha, what is it? Well, put in different terms, Her Highness the Princess would be Your Highness Senior Martial Sister. Senior Martial Sister. Masters, disciples, Senior Martial Brother, Junior Martial Sister, Senior Martial Sister. Was it that type of deal? Why did such a martial arts setting suddenly pop up? So did that mean she was older than me? Was I supposed to call her big sister or something? Yes, Your Highness and Her Highness both learned swordsmanship from Sir Larkin Simonstite, who was the first of the 4 heavenly kings. Who now? Did we? But why can't I perform any type of swordsmanship at all? Is it because I lost my memory? There was no sign of my body remembering any of that swordsmanship, though. It was still called pseudo-swordsmanship in my status window. Of course, it would be seriously weird for me to know any of that stuff, because I didn't even have the original Valia's memory, but shouldn't there be at least something that had been ingrained into this body? Laura shook her head with a firm look hearing my remarks. Even if you were to remember these days, you probably wouldn't gain any of it. So I was just loafing around and getting beat up all day. Yes, since I hadn't learned it properly to begin with, saying that I wouldn't be able to use swordsmanship even if I remembered those days was kind of harsh. Airy wore a vague expression on her face, hearing Laura's words. It seemed like she had trouble overlapping the person she knew with the one I am today. So, the princess was an honest student on the other hand. You're not even at a level where you could worry about her because she's on a completely different level. That was what Loya was trying to tell me politely. So, even if you can't use your magic, you'd still have enough power to give those bastards a beating. Ah, yes, that's how it is. Although she was weakened at the moment, she was still the succubus queen's daughter and seemed to have been training her body all this time. I see. In fact, she was really good at fighting, so she must have beaten up this damn Valia a lot. Although we were taught by the same person, I just slacked off while Aerie studied hard. So, even in this situation where she almost lost all her power, she had at least one thing she could rely on. Good. Then let's do it like this. Although it's a bit unfortunate that we don't have the means to contact each other in case of an emergency, but that's a small price to pay to avoid the Empire pulling anything. I had no idea what they were capable of doing, but I hoped that they just would be able to live happily without getting caught. Considering my conduct at Temple, that's definitely not a path I could take anymore. For the time being, I decided to let Elleris take care of the 10 succubi and the succubus queen. We would need some basic capital as well, so Loyar also decided to send Elleris. Elleris started casting mass teleport to send me, Sarkigar and Loyar back. The atmosphere of the capital will soon tense up. You'd better return to Temple right away. I nodded at Elleris' words. Elleris, who could do so many things with her magic, was also leaving for a bit to help out Aerie. It would be best to just return to Temple and lay low. Aerie looked at me with an expression displaying a complicated mix of emotions. Then she carefully opened her mouth. It is said that people show their true face when they are in a crisis. People referred to all humanoid intelligent beings, so it was not wrong to refer to me as people. What's the matter? You said that you lost your memory. That would mean that this is your true face. Aerie looked at me with a smile on her face and placing a hand on my shoulder. If that's the case, then you absolutely deserve to be our king. Perhaps she just finished her re-evaluation of me in her mind, so Aerie seemed to trust me. Someone I didn't even know who bullied and hated me ended up trusting me. Perhaps because the end result was the only thing that mattered to me, I felt quite good about that. Aerie was the succubus queen, so depending on her growth, she could become a strong ally. However, she did say that she lost all her growth potential. I got one more ally, but I can't tell if I'm happy about that or not. I was told you were my senior martial sister. Ah, yeah. Although we didn't really have that many lessons together. We shared the same teacher, and we were both part of the demon realm's royalty as well. Take good care of yourself. If anything happens, tell me. Yes. We didn't actually come from the same place, and she wasn't actually my childhood friend, but just knowing that she shared some memories with this body's former owner made me want to get along with her. After hearing rumors about demons getting sold on the black market, we tried rescuing them and finally managed to save 107 demons. Among them was the daughter of the succubus queen, who was royalty same as me. Without my intervention, Aerie would have ended up leading a miserable life. However, in the end, Aerie couldn't be of any help to me, so she tried doing something on her own. As such, Aerie took off to do business in the port city of the Edna archipelago south of Kernstadt, unknown to even me, the writer. The ending of this incident ended up being slightly boring. If I were to get my hands on an elixir with which I could restore Aerie's condition, things would be slightly different. Of course, I didn't know if I would ever get one of these. I had no clue what kind of existence the succubus queen was, but she was one of the 4 heavenly kings of the demon realm. Even Elleris, who had overwhelming magical power, wasn't part of the 4 heavenly kings. That might have meant that Aerie's potential was far greater than Elleris. Of course, Aerie seriously seemed to want to rebuild the demon realm, but I just really hoped to get one more strong person under me before the gates eventually appeared. When that happened, it wouldn't matter whether one was a demon or a human. In the end, I got the succubus queen as my ally after this whole ordeal. She would travel to a place with no gate connecting to the mainland in sight, so I could only meet her through Elleris. However, I felt more relieved that she would be in a safe place rather than feeling inconvenienced. The next day, I was listening to the superintendent's instructions along with the others who decided to stay behind. As for now, all students are prohibited from going out of temple until instructed otherwise. If there are any people returning from outside, let them know as well. In this chaotic situation, Temple issued a ban on going out. Shortly after the Victory Festival started, a terrorist incident presumed to be caused by demons occurred within the imperial capital. There were no fatalities, but the Knights Templar were attacked in the middle of the night, and many saw a huge firestorm illuminating the night sky. Those who had already returned to their home didn't know about this piece of news. However, if they were to return, they wouldn't be allowed to leave Temple until this case was settled. Therefore, there weren't many remaining inside of Temple. What I caused was rather abnormal, and I fully knew that. I pretty much expected what would happen next. The whole festival has been cancelled. That's right. This is just too abnormal. Kea nodded his head at Kono Lint's words. The Victory Festival should have lasted for the whole month, according to the original. However, it ended now after only a few days. It was only natural that the people who gathered here were overcome with a sense of fear by this sudden act of terrorism. During this grand festival, celebrating the annihilation of the demons, something like that happened in the middle of the imperial capital. This was worse than smearing shit all over the emperor's face. The empire would do everything to track down those demons that had fled through a warp gate. This would lead to information about the black market coming to light. The truth that there were people trying to open up a secret auction with some prisoners of war they stole as merchandise, and some other demons tried to rescue their captured brethren. The empire that only mentioned that demons were able to infiltrate the capital and that they should get destroyed tried to sell them as sex slaves. I was the one who smashed the honor of the empire to pieces. The atmosphere in the empire would quickly turn into a grievous one, and it would stay that way for quite some time. Achievement earned deviation from the original. Due to your actions, the main story has been changed. You have earned 500 achievement points. Along with those changes came some achievement points. The main story had been changed. I wasn't exactly sure what that meant. The grand festival that took place in the imperial capital was more like a background setting, not really part of the main story. The main storyline was what Ludwig experienced and went through during the festival, as I mentioned before. I can't believe that there were demons inside of the imperial capital. I could hear that Ludwig's nervous voice. I'm scared. And B-9, Delphine Isadra, was muttering in fear. My actions caused the temple students to get locked up in here, so the Delphine Isadra kidnapping event completely disappeared. Chapter 72 originally, right now was supposed to be the festival period, so Ludwig should have been so excited that he and his best friends, number 9 and 10, Delphine Isadra and Lannion Sessa, decided to roam around the whole festival area. Then they would have eventually lost Delphine in the crowd. Later, they would find out that Delphine, who they thought just got separated from them, actually got kidnapped by a powerful gang. Ludwig would report this to the guards, however completely disregarded their order to wait at temple, and would go around looking for Delphine together with Leni and Sessa. Ludwig would find the bad guys after some time and fought them to save his friend. And he somehow ended up dishing out a huge blow loaded with spirit that sent all of them flying. Ludwig, who was last ranked, didn't have that much confidence in himself, even though he was part of the royal class. However, this beginning part, after he studied a bit at temple, was supposed to display that he was incomparably strong, completely different from ordinary people. In fact, Ludwig had a great physical talent, so he was quite athletic and strong. The kidnapping of a temple student was still equal to a disaster, but I wrote this improbable development to showcase that Ludwig was really strong. Anyway, I thought it was quite fortunate that one of those stupid developments I created disappeared because of my actions. I really didn't want Delphine to go through this horrible experience. Of course, Delphine was already pretty close to Ludwig, but this event made them grow even closer. Anyway, That was a pretty bizarre experience. Delphine had no idea that she was actually about to be abducted, nor did she know that she was spared from that because of a different outlandish incident. She was just afraid that some demons caused a massive terrorist attack on the imperial capital. I didn't want to sound condescending, but wasn't it actually me who saved her? However, I was the only one who knew that. It was quite the subtle feeling. Anyway, Temple was drenched in a somber atmosphere because that huge incident happened in the capital. The scenery outside would be in an even more grievous state. It was also clear as day that the Emperor was probably more than furious as well. This means the demons weren't completely destroyed. Could it be that an even stronger demon king is hiding somewhere? Nothing like that ever happened during the war. The next morning, the children were competing who had the wildest imagination. They were only children, but for the adults, this had other implications. It was obvious that they hadn't completely annihilated the demon realm, and just this level of terrorism was enough to throw the capital into great chaos. This action of rescuing some prisoners consequently made the humans aware that now wasn't the time to celebrate a victory, but to be wary of the demon realm's remnants. Was this a good thing, or did this doom the demon realm completely? However, this was the choice Sarkigar, Elaris, Loyar, and I made. Although we were able to rescue 107 demons, as a result, we greatly stimulated the humans' vigilance. There were a total of 6 people left in the Class A dormitory. Number 2, Ellen Artorius number 3, Liana de Grants number 7, Adelia number 8, Kono Lint number 10, Care Violden and me. Everyone except number 3 were commoners who didn't have a reason to go back home. In number 3's case, her family had a mansion in the imperial capital. As such, she returned home every Friday. So, despite this long break, she came back to Temple yesterday. Since there was a terrorist attack on the capital, the Grants family probably thought that it would be better for her to return to Temple, which would be much safer than staying in the mansion. That was why this girl didn't seem to be in such a good mood. She was supposed to be resting in her mansion, but was forced to go back to school. Of course, the vacation would continue, so there would be nothing to do at Temple. Ellen was training as per usual, no matter if a terrorist attack broke out in the capital or not, and I joined her. After sparing for quite some time, with my sword ending up clattering on the gym floor again, I flopped down on the ground exhausted. As Ellen quietly looked at me, she asked me something. Why did they do that? I tilted my head at her question. What? The demons. Why did they do that? Ellen didn't really talk about this matter before, but she seemed to have some doubts. Just why would the demons attack the imperial capital? She held such curiosity. Our usually insensitive Ellen wouldn't pay much attention to such events, but she seemed to be curious on the inside. How should I know? The fact that the demons were doing this to rescue their brethren who were about to be traded away on an auction wasn't known by many people. If that truth were to be revealed later, that would cause some serious waves. Come to think of it, that would be the case. It's highly likely that the truth would never come to light. I just don't know why they would fight the Knights Templar. The Knights Templar were like a natural enemy to demons. Of course, not all demons would be affected by their powers, but all undead-type demons were insanely vulnerable to divine power. In fact, Elaris, a vampire, was fighting her most powerful natural enemy. If they wanted to take revenge, shouldn't they have attacked a different place if they were able to infiltrate the capital? Ellen had quite many doubts. She didn't understand why the demons decided to attack the Knights Templar because Ellen didn't know about the demon prisoners. As such, her question was valid. Most people, however, wouldn't even think about that, because in their eyes, demons were simply evil. Just by believing in that single sentence, most people gave up thinking about such matters. However, Ellen was putting herself in the demons' shoes, treating them as intelligent beings the same as humans. Ellen was raising a valid question. If they wanted revenge, it probably would have been better if they attacked the Emperor instead of the Knights Templar. I think they know something we don't. Ellen believed that the demons had some purpose rather than just being angry at their actions. They had no reason to attack the Knights Templar. She was convinced that they had a hidden reason why they did something like that. In the end, Ellen, who didn't seem to hate the demons nor choose to simply dismiss these events, inferred that they must have had a reason for all this. If I really were a demon prince dreaming of rebuilding the demon realm, this would have been the moment where I realized that Ellen had to be eliminated. She was dangerous. She wasn't an enemy that feared us or despised us, but an enemy that tried to understand our actions. If they had something like that, it would be revealed soon. But honestly, the only thing I thought was that she was pretty smart. Come to think of it, I was quite weird. I was disqualified as a human being because I led the demons to terrorize the imperial capital. And I was also disqualified as a demon because the only thing going through my head while watching humanity's strongest hero growing more and more dangerous was that she was really smart. I couldn't believe that I wasn't qualified to stand on any of these sides. Just what am I even doing? As there were still vacations, and the school banned its students from going out, my routine like daily life continued. I did nothing but train with Ellen constantly. I ate breakfast after doing my early morning training. I ate lunch after my morning training. I trained more after lunch, and even more after dinner before having some late-night snacks. I didn't conduct my supernatural power training separately. The more one used a supernatural power, the more familiar one got with it, and I was training with Ellen, who could blow me away even if I used my power to its fullest. In other words, sparing with Ellen was already more than enough, so I didn't have to train my supernatural ability separately. Strictly speaking, I was somewhat familiar with these self-made voluntary routines. Most people had to continue this involuntary routine of going to work and returning home. It was somewhat passive and yet compulsory. However, as a writer, I had to continue writing even though no one was forcing me to. The result was, well, we see the result here. Even though it was like that, I still wrote it voluntarily though. So I had the mental fortitude to continue this, even if no one asked me to do it. Writing just got replaced with daily physical training. However, although I was fine with this routine, I sometimes felt like I was about to go crazy. Even though the outside world was thrown into chaos, destruction and despair because of the terrorist attack by the demons, inside Temple everything was calm and silent, as if we were in a different world. So even I, who caused this incident, almost forgot about it. Hey, aren't you bored? So the day before our regular school life would start again, on Sunday morning, I muttered as I looked at Ellen. I thought of myself as pretty patient, but she trained every day as if it was the most natural thing in the world. I was doing it for quite some time as well, but didn't people need a break from time to time? Ellen, who was stretching in the lobby in preparation for her early morning training, tilted her head. Of course, there were many people in Royal class, besides us, who would do some early morning training, but the majority of students weren't here, and there were only a few around as it was still vacation time. Ellen was one of those few people who were exercising every morning. Don't you have anything you like to do on your days off? Is it working out? I hit the nail on the head, didn't I? Which nails? I frowned at her counter-question that had almost nothing to do with what I was asking. You know what I mean. If you want to do it, follow me, otherwise don't. Ellen started running, as if she wasn't going to take part in this useless conversation, so I just followed Ellen. Hey, originally, I did my early morning training with Adriana, but that church sister had returned to the monastery of the Sane Toan Principality. She'd probably be back sometime this evening, hence why I followed behind Ellen right now. Actually, I was just testing myself to see if I could keep up with that girl's pace. I made myself believe that I was a monster with insane stamina, activating my supernatural power. I certainly wouldn't have been able to keep up with her if it was a few months back, but we weren't sprinting, so I was able to run alongside her for quite some time. My physical strength had improved quite a lot, and it had improved even more thanks to my supernatural ability. That was some remarkable growth. Guys, good luck today as well. Whoosh. Then Ludwig passed by me and Ellen in a flash. I knew that he wasn't trying to tease us. I knew better than anyone else that he was just a guy full of energy. You couldn't find anyone as genuine as him in either of the classes. Isn't that guy a bit too bubbly? Dot, 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 dot. It was bitter. I knew that he didn't mean anything by this, but it still felt uncomfortable. The writer was talking behind his main character's back. What kind of situation was this? The character I set up was the generic protagonist type, kind, brave, and unable to ignore injustice. What's more, he was right in front of me. A little. I clearly heard Ellen mutter this as softly as she could. Right. I wasn't the weird one, right? Chapter 73. Quite frankly, I believe that we should play around just for today. It's the last day of our vacation, you know. Even if you're finished growing, you'll end up losing hair with each passing day if you keep this up, you know. Do you know how scary that is? Losing hair. Yeah, man. If you exercise too hard, they will fall off. Your hair roots are more important than your life. Just go along with me before you end up regretting it. Are you losing hair? No, I'm not. Absolutely not. Never in my life I shall suffer from that. This is called preemptive measures. You'll thank me later on. After our Sunday morning training, I dragged Ellen out to Main Street. It didn't seem like she believed my talk about losing hair and all that. It just felt like she simply gave up. Still, in the past, she wouldn't let me grab her like this and would have just flat out rejected me. But seeing her reluctantly following me, I felt like we got a little closer. Anyway, people needed a change of scenery from time to time. No matter how I looked at it, I was much worse than Baron Ashura. Looking back on the week, I caused a terrorist incident in the capital, and just a few days after I was whining to my classmate in Temple that I wanted to go out to play on the weekend. Just what am I doing? What do you want to eat? My treat. Since we had skipped our lunch at Temple, we decided to go eat something first. We were forbidden from going out of Temple, so we could only move in the proximity of it. Not Chungukjang. Ellen answered right away, because she knew if she didn't say anything, I'd drag her to eat that hellish thing again. No, did she hate it that much? I thought you liked Chungukjang, though. I only ate it because it was in front of me. How shocking. It looked like she didn't actually like it. How strange. I could have sworn that she did. Of course, that might also be because she hadn't eaten it enough yet. Sheesh. It seemed like it would still take some time to turn this girl into an enthusiast. Then, do you mean to say that anything will be fine if it isn't Chongakjang? I don't like eating weird things. Ellen cut me off again while looking straight at me. On Tuesday, I took swordsmanship classes along with Ellen, so we tended to have lunch together. So, every time she made me recommend something, I'd pick something strange, causing her to go through some hardships while eating. A typical example would be durian. I didn't know why, but they had it here. After eating a bit of it, Ellen dumped it on the street, which was unlike her. Then she held onto a wall and slapped it. Why, these are all important experiences. There should be some stinky tofu around here, so I really wanted to feed it to her. No, you only like weird things. It wasn't that I especially liked eating weird things, I just enjoyed watching your reaction while eating these things. Seriously, if I were to eat this stuff continuously, I think I would get nauseous. I just want to eat some meat. In the end, Ellen decided that she couldn't leave this to me, so she chose what she wanted to eat. Yeah, you finally managed to get over your problem of deciding for yourself for once. I acted as if I was actually trying to teach her a lesson on making choices for herself. Ellen eventually took the lead without acknowledging my words, probably thinking they were nonsense. I'm satisfied. Then eat more. No, no, you can't. When I reflexively told Ellen to eat more 400-gram sirloin steak, I quickly dennied it again. If she ate any more, I feared that my pocket money would run out. Eating more than 10 plates is seriously crossing the line. This store was one with a fairly high price range among the stores on Main Street. Even if we got quite a decent amount of pocket money, to feed that girl you would have to be ready to rob a bank or something. Ellen seemed mildly sullen. Of course, she seemed the same in other people's eyes, though. In fact, she was actually surprisingly easy to read. Ah, fine, but just one more. Then a porterhouse steak. There sure are a variety of dishes. It was a mistake to invite her to eat out. Going by the consensus, dessert is on you. That's an unwritten rule. Okay. Ellen, who absolutely destroyed those steaks I bought for her so that she wouldn't get grumpy, nodded gently at my words as we were on our way to get dessert. On Main Street, there were not only restaurants, but also cafes and various entertainment facilities. Even though I set it up like this, I never described what kind of stores there were in detail, except a select few. There were a lot of them, though. Clang. And for some reason, there were some places from which I could hear sounds one would expect coming from batting grounds. No, were they actually batting grounds? What did they replace the pitching machine with? Was it maybe a type of pitching machine that ran on magic stones, the explanation for everything? Ah, well, then it would be understandable enough. It wasn't just that. Pang. At first I wondered what that sound was, but it actually came from bows. Bullseye. It seemed like shooting games, except that they used bows instead of guns. There also seemed to be some that used darts. Ah, just what was the difference between these stores and the ones in modern times? I guess it ended up like this because of my lack of imagination. Ah, this was all on me. Every time I remembered that I was stuck in a world of the bizarre modern fantasy medieval times genre, I felt a tingling in the back of my head. I don't think we'll find any here. You're probably right. We were looking for a dessert shop, not for an entertainment facility. As I was about to retrace my steps, I heard a voice that seemed somewhat familiar. And no. Ah, that's not right. Why, one could hear a hoarse voice of someone very angry coming from a nearby store. I could only see her back, so I wasn't exactly sure what she was doing, but she seemed to be struggling to pull back a bowstring, shaking pretty badly. Peck. Ah, I missed. It wasn't all that easy to pull back a bowstring without properly knowing how to use a bow. This just seemed like she was wasting her money. When I got closer and saw her face, I immediately felt like I knew her. Hey, senior. You, Erg. The little girl was startled when someone suddenly called out to her, immediately missing her target. What are you doing here? Why, you. You. It was Redinna, a small senior I had some history with. Did you come here to play all on your own? What about your older brothers and sisters? She seemed to be wandering around all alone. If someone were with her, they wouldn't have let this little girl struggle with this bow like that. It really seemed quite pitiful. At my words, Redinna exclaimed, "They aren't my older siblings, they are my friends." Ah, why are you shouting like that? Anyway, I felt sorry towards her for various things. Adriana told me that she was actually a very soft-hearted person and that she was really worried about me getting hurt during that duel. I really wanted to apologize to her, but I just didn't get the chance to do that up until now. I never imagined I'd meet her in a place like this. When I got closer to find out what she was doing, she seemed to be at a shooting game that seemed more like an archery range than anything. Simply put, to get a prize one had to gather points by hitting targets. That part was the same. However, the targets were pretty far away, so I thought that that little kid would not be able to hit these. Maybe after 2 years. No, I mean, you knew this was going to happen, so why did you get mad? What? She knew that she wasn't able to do this, but this girl still clenched her teeth. However, the owner who let her do it without blinking an eye also seemed rather problematic. Looking at the prizes, they all seemed to be dolls. What was up with this? I don't care what you say, so don't bother me and go away. Redinna pushed me away, telling me to not annoy her. Although I don't know what you actually want, I could try helping you out, you know. Ha! Hearing these words, Redinna's expression changed slightly. I mean, I'm sorry for what I did last time. Honestly, I also heard a lot about you from Adriana. I tried to apologize to you, but I hadn't gotten a chance to do that yet. So, to apologize for what I said to you, I want to help you out. Are you good at archery? I wasn't all that good, but I was confident that I was more skilled than her. Redinna sighed and handed me the bow. Which one do you want? That one. Redinna was pointing towards a bear-shaped stuffed toy. When I asked her what prize she was aiming for, she immediately pointed to it, like a real child. Anyway, it was pretty big, but it was the first prize. Ah, well. I bought a ticket and pulled the bowstring. I am an archery genius. Peng. Of course, it didn't go like I wanted it to. One had to shoot 10 arrows and hit the 100-point target 10 times to get the maximum points of 1,000. So, what Redinna was aiming for was an item that could only be obtained with said maximum score. Eh. How are you different from me? I scored 120 points in total, for which one could only get the most basic prize. It wasn't much different from 0 points. Redinna couldn't pull the bowstring properly. At least I knew how to do that, but the score was just too high a hurdle. If I didn't have my ability, I wouldn't even have hit any of the targets. This was my first time ever using a bow, so I'd like to think that just hitting some targets was a great accomplishment. Ahem, well, seems like it didn't go so well, huh? What? Were you showing off? Redinna held an attitude as if she were better than me, saying I was just showing off. This was just the warm-up. I'll get serious now, okay? I bought a ticket from the owner again. I said I'd get it for you, but I never said I'd be the one to shoot. I never thought I'd be able to get enough points for the first place prize to begin with, no matter how many times I tried. Hey, show it to us. I boldly passed the bow over to Ellen. Puck. Wow. Redinna opened her eyes wide, staring blankly at the 10th arrow to hit the 100-point target. Whoa. I had a similar reaction. Ha! Even the boss was perplexed. She only sloppily looked at the targets and lightly pulled the bowstring a few times, but every time she let go, the arrow would always strike the 100-point target without fail. Have you used a bow before? Not that much. Her talent included the mastery of all weapons. How could she just say that she didn't use a bow that often while getting a perfect score here? Wasn't this just a scam? The targets weren't even that close. The boss handed Ellen a large teddy bear, which was the first place prize, while looking slightly disheartened. Hey, student, pros shouldn't do something like this. I'll give you the first place prize this time, but there won't be a next time, understood? Yes, I could understand the boss remark, because if someone with an archery talent would come here every day, that would ruin this stand. Of course, Ellen didn't actually have an archery talent. Ellen took the teddy bear that was almost as big as herself and stood there. Redina was staring at the teddy bear and Ellen, who was holding it. She seemed extremely envious. Ellen silently handed the large teddy bear to Redina. Ha, you're giving it to me. I don't need it. Whoa, thank you. You're a good kid. Ellen was respectful to Redina as she was still our senior. Redina seemed very moved, holding that teddy bear larger than her own body. She had to waddle around to carry it, but she seemed delighted. Hey, I was the one who paid for this, so shouldn't you pay me back? Right. Redina looked at me with something close to contempt. She seemed ready to throw the toy away because of my arrogant words. You have all sorts of problems, but the biggest problem about you is that you don't know when to shut up. That's my biggest problem, only that. Well, thank you for that compliment. Redina was happy that she finally received this gift, but her face turned red again as I teased her a bit. Only for a moment, though. Redina looked at Ellen with twinkling eyes. That. Hey, Junior, aren't you good at that as well? What Redina was pointing at was a dart stand on the other side. I didn't know what the first prize was, but it probably was something similar to this stuffed toy. Ellen nodded her head slightly as if she had no other choice. No, these brats. Now, how are you going to carry another teddy bear of that size? That's. Just holding one of them made her look extremely pathetic, but if she added one more, how was she supposed to get them back to her dormitory room? Of course, I could carry it for her, but that would be rather annoying. Never mind that, let's go get some sweets. Oh, my stuffed toy. I grabbed the teddy bear Redina was holding and tied it to her side. We sat down at a nearby cafe. We each chose a drink and a dessert. The table was filled with sweets, from cakes to macarons to ice cream. Ellen was originally supposed to treat me, but I decided to pay because Redina was now with us. I ordered black tea. Redina trembled after eating a little cake. Ellen didn't really react much, but as always, she diligently began to devour everything. I didn't really touch the desserts, only sipping on my black tea. Redina looked at me as if I did something weird. Do you like that? Well, it's so-so. I didn't know much about the taste of tea, but I still ordered some black tea. They also had coffee, but I didn't want to drink that. Redina opened her mouth slightly, tasting a bit of the tea, saying it didn't taste good at all. If that tea is just so-so, why aren't you eating anything? Black tea is fine, but I really don't like sweets. I hated sweets, but I was fine with black tea, hence I only ordered black tea. Redina looked at me as if I was some weird animal. If you don't like sweets, why did you come to this place for desserts? I'm treating you to. You seem to really like these sweet things after all. Redina narrowed her eyes a bit. She seemed to be a little touched by the fact that I bought them what they liked, even though I absolutely hated sweets. I don't really like sweet things either. I snorted at Ellen's words. Welp, even if you don't really like sweet things, it wouldn't matter to you anyway. You just love eating too much. What? Can't refute because I'm right. Although she didn't like sweets all that much, she ate the most out of all of us. Redina was also eating some with little bites, but she could only stare blankly at Ellen, who was eating without resting. Junior, you'll gain a lot of weight like that. Ellen responded plainly to Redina's slightly worried comment. I won't. At this answer that would make anyone angry, Redina stared at her with a firm expression on her face. Is it because she was still young? She seemed like she was thinking something like that. I have no idea what kind of constitution she has, but she's a crazy person that does nothing but work out all day, so she wouldn't gain any weight. Ah, she has a combat talent. I thought so. And why do you keep pushing back? No, never mind. Redina shook her head as if she had to admit that she wouldn't get a straight answer out of me. I just wanted to say I'm sorry. When she brought up the main point, Redina sighed as if she was about to bow. It's okay. I won the duel anyway, so what's there to apologize? After I won that ridiculous duel, I already put everything past me, and Redina also didn't seem to want an apology. Then she started to laugh bashfully. Honestly, I don't like you either, but I like him even less. Mayarton, the one who duelled with me, certainly didn't seem to have a good reputation, so it seemed that Redina was extremely exhilarated at my victory. Was he that bad? It was that senior who forced me to go educate you guys. I don't even want to say anything more about him. I really don't. He forced Redina, who was soft-hearted and the youngest because she skipped a few grades, to go discipline her juniors. No, I was told that she wasn't able to even utter a single bad word to anyone, but she asked me if I was a pervert or something with great ease. Wasn't that too much? Of course, I couldn't complain because I did do some pretty dirty things. By the way, how old are you? Me, I'm 15. Of course, there was a huge age gap between her and her classmates as she skipped a few grades, but she was even 2 years younger than her juniors. She was 15. I'm living among these children. I once again realized that I was living among children a lot younger than my previous self. What's your major? Oh, you don't know. I would know if you told me before. Just what the heck made it possible for her to skip 3 grades? My major is magic. Her major was magic, saying that Redina held out her hand, and then a small flame rose from her palm. Suddenly, the flame jumped from her hand with no further warning. You have a supernatural power, don't you? Like pyrokinesis. No, it's magic. Crackle, crackle. The small flame disappeared, making way for small sparks splashing from her palms. Ellen was also staring blankly at Redina's palm. What is this? Without any warning, flames and electric sparks rose from her palms, and this time she lifted the spoon in front of her without touching it. What was that? Multiple supernatural powers. Was there something like that? This is all magic, as I said. Redina smiled as she took the spoon out of the air, scooped up a bit of her cake with it, and put it in her mouth. A magic-related talent. They say it's called no casting. It was then that I realized why it seemed like she was using multiple supernatural powers at once. She didn't cast to use that magic. Of course, this was only the lowest level of magic, and any high-ranking wizard could activate such spells without casting, but she would be able to even use highest-level magic without casting later on. What's with that? I never set up something like that. I'm Aminus, one of the second grade. Adriana, who had a tremendous talent for divine powers and had excellent physical skills, was only number 2. The one who was deemed to have even more talent than her among the second years was none other than this child in front of us. Chapter 74, skipping grades, was basically only possible for those smart ones, so I could guess that she held a magic-related talent. Her ability to use magic immediately without having to cast was certainly a praiseworthy one. She had to have a high level of intelligence to be able to understand magic and hold a talent related to magic control to begin with, so her talent to immediately use magic was probably her most outstanding talent, not the only one. She was someone worthy of the number 1 spot. It is a magic-related talent, but it seems similar to a supernatural power. I'm not completely sure about the details. It's both a support ability as well as a magic-related talent. At Redina's words, I and Ellen nodded our heads. There was no law that a supernatural power related to magic couldn't exist after all. Of course, it was quite surprising that she had a supernatural ability I had never set up, though. I mean, supernatural abilities would randomly appear in this world from time to time, so there was no real need for me to actually set up a limited few, so it wasn't all that strange that an extra had an ability I had no idea about. Still, this ability, no casting, was actually a pretty powerful one in practice. Depending on how she grew, she had the potential to become someone hella strong. Redina sighed as she ate her ice cream. But what use has it? If I don't get a larger magic pool, it wouldn't even matter. If one's magic power wasn't able to support such a fraudulent ability, it was worth even less than a pebble on the streets. Magic was the most convenient and powerful ability to have. Right now, there were only very few things the high-ranked wizard Elaris couldn't do that included teleportation, camouflage, and offense. Wizards were almost omnipotent, so there were a lot of conditions. The basic condition to become a wizard was being smart, having an enormous amount of magical power, also having a talent for controlling mana, and one must have a talent for one of the corresponding fields of magic. These were, of course, the conditions to become a success. If even one of these aspects were less developed, it would be hard for one to actually succeed. The best example of the importance of the size of one's magic pool was Elleris. She had so much magical power that she could cast mass teleport in succession. If I used the Flame of Tuesday, which she returned to me, I'd also be able to use no casting to summon flames. However, I could only use it as long as I have magical power left. Redina seemed to have a strong talent for magic, and she also seemed smart enough to easily skip grades, but it looked like her magic pool was quite small. Even if she knew how to use magic, if she didn't have enough mana, she wouldn't be able to use her knowledge. It'll grow larger with time. You're still young. She was only 15 years old. Why was she already whining about having a small mana pool? That's what everyone says. Redina sighed, as if she didn't know what to do, saying that while eating those macarons only made her seem cute though. What if a 15-year-old kid had that much power in their hands? Looking at the lengths I have to go, I felt slightly ridiculous. Want me to tell you about who's much worse off than you? It'll make you feel better about yourself, you know. Ha! What? Why would that make anyone feel better? She looked at me and shook her head, as if she had no idea why I suddenly told her that this would make her feel better. We're just normal people, you know. Hearing others being worse off than oneself makes one feel good about oneself. I'm not that well off either, see? That's how it is. It was a similar concept to what one would call catharsis. If that makes you feel good, then you're a garbage person. No, I mean people are generally like that, you know. I'm someone who grew up being taught to always look at those worse off than myself and think, I'm still better than them. They tell us things like, there are countries where kids can't even go to school. You're better off than them, right? So be thankful and don't complain, got it? In this world, there are people who have a gigantic mana pool but lack an aptitude for using it. Wow, what? When she heard my words, Redina's face turned pale, and she even lost grip on the macaron she was holding. How could someone born with a huge amount of magical power be bad at controlling it? You're lying. There can't be someone like that. It certainly sounded absurd. It was like telling someone that there was someone born with a huge amount of strong muscles, but they weren't able to make use of them because they didn't have tendons. Redina frowned, scolding me not to lie. He's talking about Kea Vilden from our class. I didn't answer her, but Ellen, who kept silent up until then. Really? Yeah. It sure was surprising that Ellen answered in my stead when she kept quiet all this time, but it was even more surprising that she remembered the information about Kea's talent. Did you memorize his info? You told me before. Ah, on my first day in Temple, she heard me say that Kea had huge amounts of magical power, but was unable to control it properly. It seemed like she remembered that. When Redina heard about Kea's circumstance of being cursed with having a lot of magical power, but no way to use it, she was speechless for some time. That was the truth. Because Kea was blessed with a naturally big mana pool, he held a tremendous amount of magical power, as well as an extreme magical power growth rate. But he wasn't able to use it, because he had no aptitude for magic control. That was why he was in Class A, but ended up as number 10. That was why he had such flaming hatred for Class B. That was the only way he could bolster his low self-esteem. He was like a dam without a floodgate. Wow, what will happen to him? Redina's face turned as white as a sheet. It seemed that she started to worry about her junior, who was bestowed with such a cursed blessing. Anyway, senior has it much better, right? How is it? Did your worries fly away after hearing that? Did you think something like, I'm glad that's not me? After hearing about someone much worse off, Redina started to worry about Kea, realizing that her situation wasn't that bad at least. She must have immediately felt relieved hearing that he was worse off than herself and felt guilty about that. Redina blankly opened her mouth, her face turning red, then she shouted at me. You evil bastard. You're such a bad guy. Seeing me talk trash about my classmates while teasing my senior at the same time, Redina seemed to have had enough. It seemed like Redina wandered around Temple on her own, because almost all of her classmates returned home for their vacation. It also looked like she was bored of being on her own, as she kept going around with us even after we finished eating the desserts. It's very quiet. To Redina, who was always surrounded by people, Temple seemed like a completely unfamiliar place at the moment. Must be because of that incident. The one I caused, to be precise. Ha! There were some people going around Main Street, but there were only very few students around. We were the only ones at that cafe. Did the Demon King resurrect to take revenge on us? Of course, there were various rumors floating around, and everyone had their own interpretation of the situation. The theory that the Demon King might have resurrected to take revenge on humanity was something not only Redina deemed as a possibility. Who knows? At my words, Redina looked up at me. Her big eyes were filled with fear. That fear was completely understandable. This case just proved that the imperial capital was also within the demon remnant's scope. What if it's really like that? Artorias is dead. Who will kill the Demon King now? The only temple students who knew that Ellen was Artorias' younger sister were me, Bertus, and probably Charlotte. So Redina was saying this without any ill intentions. Artorias went beyond just being a representative of humanity and was about to reach the level of a deity. And this representative, who was close to getting deified, wasn't held up to normal human standards. At this stage, they all treated him like some non-human. Redina was referring to Artorias, the hero of mankind, but Ellen would think of him as her precious brother and family member. Would Ellen think that they thought of her brother as just a tool to bring down the Demon King? I tried to meet Ellen's eyes. I wasn't exactly sure what kind of emotions were lurking behind those calm eyes, but she certainly didn't look happy. I took the teddy bear to my side to balance out the weight. Then we should all just perish together. No way. Redina continued to babble on about what we should do if the Demon King really resurrected and tried to invade the Empire. Ellen kept completely quiet. How ironic. The Demon King was dead. However, there was still a demon prince who didn't want to become the Demon King. Artorias was dead. However, there was that hero's little sister who didn't want to become a hero. It all seemed like I'd end up becoming Charlotte's enemy eventually. In any case, I again realized that I was Ellen's enemy as well. They were two of my closest friends in Temple. The fact that these two would be the people who'd have the hardest time dealing with my truth suddenly made my heart feel cold. Thank you, Junior. I'll cherish the teddy bear. Okay. As we returned to the royal class dormitories, Redina gave Ellen a tight hug, saying that she was grateful for the teddy bear. Pat, of course, she probably imagined this was a senior hugging her junior, but no matter how one looked at it, it looked like she was the one getting hugged. After hugging Ellen, Redina looked at me with a blank gaze. Reinhardt, you need to fix that habit of yours to behave so harshly on purpose. As if she realized once more that I was some outspoken, weird bastard, she admonished me. I'll try that in my next life. Oh, come on, BZZZT. Ah, that stings. Redina eventually snapped and hit me with an electricity spell using her no casting. Because of that tingling feeling, I jumped. Did you just use magic on your junior? What are you talking about, you brat? You're lucky. If Redina was serious, she could give me a real shock. She smiled mischievously at me. Anyway, thanks to you too. I'll buy you some dessert sometime. Then Redina stumbled up the stairs while holding that huge teddy bear. I actually made someone who couldn't bear insulting others to attack me with magic. Well, looks like I really have a talent for angering those who usually wouldn't get angry. Huh. Ellen, Adriana, and Redina too. I really felt like I was slowly accumulating some kinds of achievements by angering and teasing people. However, I didn't actually get achievement points for it. Did you only realize that now? What? That's right. Ellen looked at me as if I was crazy. We returned to the first-year Class A dormitory. In the hallway on our way back, Ellen quietly called out to me, Reinhardt, what is it? If the Demon King really had resurrected? That girl still seemed to think about this. Ellen stopped and looked at me. Do you think I absolutely have to take up arms to fight him? Redina was whining earlier, but she didn't think about a situation where she had to fight the Demon King all on her own. However, Ellen seemed to think exactly that. Redina thought that Artorias absolutely had to fight the Demon King. No doubt. Other people were also thinking like that. However, Ellen knew that she was much more capable than Artorias. So, if the Demon King were to resurrect, and war would break out again, if it was known that Ellen was Artorias' sister, people would obviously think that Ellen had to fight the Demon King as well. They would think that there was no one else who could fight him other than her. Of course, she wasn't quite ready yet, but I firmly believed that Ellen would end up defeating the Demon King someday. Ellen had no intention of risking her life for the world. However, she knew she would be forced to do so. That was why she asked me if I thought the same as Redina. In a way, Ellen's question was quite arrogant. She was convinced that she was more than capable of defeating the Demon King after all. Of course, Because it was the truth, it couldn't be called arrogant or overconfident. I wouldn't want you to do that. Why? Ellen seemed curious about my reason. If you were gone, I'd have to eat all alone. I'm serious. Ellen slightly furrowed her eyebrows, as if she had no patience for my bullshit. I'm serious, too. I sighed and looked at the scenery stretching out before Temple, the sun almost set. My arms were crossed. I'm not planning on eating with you for the rest of my life, but I don't want to spend the rest of my life not being able to share a meal with you. I didn't want her to die. That was what I meant to say. Ellen was facing me with her back to the setting sun. I couldn't see what kind of expression she was making because of that. So you mean to say that you don't want me to die because of your own needs? There are plenty of people that demand others to die for them, so can't there also be people who ask others not to die for their sake? I couldn't see Ellen's expression clearly. Perhaps she was smiling. Also, please think about the poor demon king that has to fight you. You overestimate me. No, I'm pretty damn sure that you'd beat the crap out of him. I mean, wasn't that already happening? The Reinhardt she was kicking around every day was actually the next Demon King after all. Chapter 75. Since the festival was cancelled, all other official schedules must have been cancelled as well. So Charlotte and Bertus, who returned to Temple on Monday, didn't look particularly exhausted. Monday, the day our normal school life started again. The atmosphere around the entire temple seemed to be very much subdued. It wasn't just the royal class that was like that, but the expressions of those passing by us seemed sullen and tense as well. The mood around Temple was so low that it practically hit the ground. Until yesterday, there weren't any people around, so now it was more than obvious. The pressure sure was heavy. And the places in Temple that were the most subdued and depressed were probably none other than the first year Class A and B of the royal class. All of you must be aware that the security of Temple is equivalent to that of the imperial castle. As long as you do not go out of Temple recklessly, your safety is definitely guaranteed. Mr. Eppenhauser was delivering us this message. However, Temple is fully aware about the concerns your parents might hold because of the incident that took place in the imperial capital. We shall put your security first. However, if you believe it to be too dangerous here, I would ask you to apply for a leave of absence. Since almost all the children here were part of some influential family, there was a possibility that the emperor deemed it too dangerous to keep them here and sent them home. That was why Temple offered them to take a leave of absence during this semester, which was highly unusual. However, unprecedented situations required unprecedented measures. Wait, wasn't that another vacation, essentially? Teacher, what is it, number 4? Harriet de Saint-Ouen suddenly raised her hand. What happens if I take a leave of absence? Can I just come back next semester? No, if you take a leave of absence now, you have to repeat the semester. We cannot allow students who have not yet taken all the common classes of the first semester to take the common classes of the second semester. He basically said that he'd allow us to take a leave of absence, but we had to be aware that we had to repeat the semester. Even though we individually took courses with other professors, common classes were held on Mondays and Thursdays. If one could just skip a semester by taking a leave of absence and immediately get into the second semester, they would have allowed us to just attend one semester a year then. I never actually introduced that leave of absence system properly to begin with. It was like the system one had in college, but not really. However, now an unprecedented terrorist attack had occurred, so settings that I never even set up started to pop out here and there. The system of being allowed to take a leave of absence if one had to only got implemented after graduating from higher education, basically in graduate school. Now, they did allow it, even in the higher education department, although there was a price to pay for it. Seeing the future get tangled up like this in real time made my brain freeze over. Anyway, if one took a leave of absence, it was guaranteed that one would be left behind. They were forced to repeat a year. There was no one who'd actually want to repeat a year, but if it were judged to be too dangerous here, there was nothing that could be done about it. In other words, those who took a leave of absence would drop out from this class. Each member of this class was part of the main story, and if even one of them left, the story would definitely deviate from what I knew. Although it already got twisted beyond recognition, I wouldn't want it to get twisted even further. Right now, it was just a slice of life story, but all of them would play important parts in the future. So what would happen if one of them just disappeared for a year? I was in quite the pickle. Moreover, it was Harriet who asked this. Number 4, do you want to take a leave of absence? Ah, that's. Harriet seemed to take in her surroundings, then nearly burst into tears. My parents said it was too dangerous. Number ominous 4. Harriet de Saint-Owen, someone with a magic-related talent. Someone I teased regularly because she was quite innocent and cute. She was the youngest and most beloved daughter of the Saint-Owen family. So it was quite plausible for them to get their daughter out of this dangerous city, even if she had to repeat a year. Follow me after this class. Yes. Teacher, I would like to receive some counseling as well. Number 3, same goes for you. Yes. Not only Harriet, but even Liana de Grants, a girl with electrokinetic powers who usually stayed silent, raised her hand. If this were to go on, this unprecedented situation of having 2 people less in class might actually occur. Damn it. My karma was flowing back to me in real time. This karma called butterfly effect. And number 11. Yes. While a lot of complicated thoughts were going through my head, Mr. Eppenhauser called out to me. Most of the gazes landing on me all seemed to say the same thing. What did you do this time? No, why was I getting treated like someone who'd always create some sort of trouble? You were given 1 merit point. You'll understand even if I don't tell you why, right? Ha, ah. Yes. Then I remembered that the nurse teacher told me that I'd get 1 merit point for saving Ellen. Everyone was astonished that this troublemaker actually received a merit point. Even if they had to repeat a year, their parents wouldn't allow their children to encounter any danger. But those guys were part of the main story in the end. Of course, this wouldn't matter so much if this story would only end with the peaceful temple life section. But after the gates open, each one of them was an important, powerful player. Each one of them had their own sequence in which they grow and become stronger, but it was impossible to predict what would happen if they were to leave this class. They seemed like surplus fighting power, but each one of them had their place. While I was thinking what to do, Harriet and Liana, who seemed to have gone to counseling, silently took the classes. Regardless of whether those 2 decided to take that leave of absence or not, the atmosphere in the classroom was similar to all of us standing on a thin sheet of ice over a lake. It seemed like most of my classmates were wondering why I received a merit point, but that wasn't the reason. So, if we substitute this formula like this, I could even notice that the teacher was all flustered. The teachers should have educated a lot of precious children of noble families, but now they were acutely aware of a certain thing. It was Bertus' gaze. Last week, there had been a terrorist attack on the imperial capital, and demons were suspected to be the perpetrators. As a result, all festival activities in the capital were cancelled, and the honor and prestige of the imperial family, as well as the empire, fell to the ground. There probably were rumors that their victory in the Demon World War was actually a lie. Therefore, it was clear that Bertus was under a lot of pressure, so no one was willing to enter the prince's line of sight. That was how uncomfortable they felt. I was in the last row, so I couldn't see what Bertus, who sat in the front row, looked like. However, everyone was just listening to the class in silence, as if they were walking on very thin ice. Likewise, the teacher showed his desire to end this class quickly by only diligently going by the book. Our lunch break went on for an hour, and even then it still felt like everyone was walking on very thin ice. It was an incredibly bizarre view. It was true that the atmosphere of the imperial capital was quite bad, but even inside of Temple it wasn't any better. However, at lunchtime, when all grades were in the same room eating together, it was downright chilly. Only the sound of the tableware moving quietly could be heard. No one was talking loudly. Of course, Bertus was here, but there was also Charlotte. Although they were only first years, but because they were the prince and princess, who obviously were in a very bad mood, even the seniors only ate quietly. It could be felt once again that they had quite the big presence, even if they did nothing special in the royal class. However, there were some people who had no awareness at all. Munch Ellen Artorius, who just started eating together with me at some point, was someone like that. Of course, she was normally the silent type, so it wasn't really all that noticeable that she didn't care. She would just eat, get seconds, and eat some more. But she seemed to be a little noisier than usual. There were about 100 people sitting in this dining hall, so it felt really creepy just hearing the sound of tableware. Neither Bertus nor Charlotte looked particularly sullen, however. They didn't look particularly happy either. They were quietly eating. None of those 2 spoke even a single word. I couldn't take this either. To be honest, I was quite conscious of these young kids as well. How pathetic is that? Someone in their 30s being so conscious of 17-year-old kids. Just looking around, there's no one as thick-skinned as you. Ellen was pretty eager to eat without answering back to me, and in this silence, numerous eyes now moved towards me, who opened his mouth. No, I'm just speaking with my own mouth. What's wrong with that? I was now on a level on which I could somewhat follow the PE class. Of course, I still couldn't be compared with those stamina monsters, though. Perhaps thanks to my steady training, I felt like my physical strength improved tremendously compared to those majoring in magic or other non-combat classes. Reinhardt, don't use your supernatural power. This is a warning. Just when I thought I was doing the exercises quite well, the PE teacher called me over. He seemed to think that this sudden jump in strength was only possible if I cheated with my supernatural power. I didn't use it, though. I've heard that you can physically strengthen yourself with your supernatural power. Isn't that the case? That's right, but I didn't use it just now. That was the truth, okay? Of course, when I was sparring with Ellen or training on my own, I kept using it to get used to activating it in real-life situations. However, during class, I deliberately did not use it because I was afraid I'd get to hear exactly what I was told just now. The teacher furrowed his brows at my plea. Someone who wasn't even able to run properly just recently had his stamina improved to such a degree. Tell me who'd believe that. Even if we had different teachers for each subject, all of them were aware of the kids' profiles. So even this teacher was aware of the fact that I awakened a supernatural power. This person, who was just barely able to kind of run, had a sudden jump in stamina, so it seemed like he was convinced that I was using my supernatural power. No, but I'm really not using it, though. However, it was almost impossible to really prove whether I used it or not. The teacher's expression wrinkled at my protesting remarks. The atmosphere of the training grounds grew chilly. Everyone was watching me and the teacher while they continued to run. Are you protesting right now? The PE teacher was even able to thoroughly torture the precious children of noblemen like this, so he was quite the stubborn and rough person. If one didn't have that kind of courage, one wouldn't be able to make those noble children roll down in the mud. However, when I suddenly confronted him like this, it seemed like a faucet had been turned open. I'm simply stating the truth, so this can't be categorized as protesting. I didn't use my supernatural power. I'm telling you, I didn't do it, so that's the truth, all right. The teacher was opening his eyes wide and was about to say something. Teacher. What is it, Ludwig? Ludwig, who was running a bit further away, called out to the PE teacher. Reinhardt had been waking up very early every morning and exercised from dawn for some time now. I've seen him do it. Ludwig didn't even ask if I actually needed help and immediately jumped in to defend me. He was basically saying, Reinhardt is training a lot in the morning, so it was only natural for his strength to improve. Wow, come here, you. Ain't that just touching, Ludwig? As expected of my main character. After hearing Ludwig's words, the PE teacher looked down at me. Is that true? Yeah, I've seen him train alone and with Ellen several times. Ellen, who was running at the same tempo no matter what was happening around her, nodded slowly when she noticed the PE teacher looking at her. Oh, so you were trying hard, huh? Reinhardt, sorry for the misunderstanding. The PE teacher meekly admitted his mistake. He seemed to have held prejudice against me. He probably saw me as a troublemaker who just picked fights here and there. Yeah, well, one can't be suspicious enough, I guess. There was no reason for me to say anything more because the misunderstanding got resolved. I could feel the other students concentrating on their stuff while pretending not to see me. Good going, Reinhardt. Ah, thanks. Meeting this guy every time when I did my morning training helped me out in a pretty weird way. After that hellish training disguised as PE, the kids, with the exception of a few, were still writhing in the shower, letting out deathly groans. And before I knew it, I belonged to the side opposite of the Death Howl faction. At this point, I, Bertus, Ludwig, and Cliffman belonged to it. As soon as they saw my body, everyone started to gossip, and even those who didn't start to gossip seemed surprised by my appearance. When Ludwig saw my body while we were washing up, he winded his eyes in surprise. Reinhardt, why is your body like this? What? It wasn't like I was super muscular or something. Your whole body is covered in that. What happened? It was my whole body being covered with black bruises. I sometimes get hit by training swords, fall over or have to roll away to dodge, so I ended up like this. At this rate, you might get some internal problems. You should really go see a priest. Why should I do that? These throbbing bruises would disappear when I go rest tonight. When I spar with Ellen, ending up like this was actually quite fortunate. Actually, there were people who wouldn't go get treatment to get used to this kind of pain, you know. I might get seriously hurt sometime in the future, but I wouldn't want to end up writhing on the ground crying because of the pain, leaving me incapacitated and unable to do my job. Everyone seemed to think that I really was some punk when they saw my body in that state. Seems like you're really working hard, Reinhardt. Good. Tap, tap suddenly. Bertus passed by me and tapped my shoulder. No, you bastard. Did you think I'd be happy hearing something like that while we were naked? Everyone seemed to be astonished hearing what Bertus told me. Those seemingly insignificant words were the first Bertus uttered today. Wasn't that even worse? It seemed like he said this without much thought, which made it seem even more mysterious. After our PE class, it was time for the closing ceremony. After Mr. Eppenhauser finished, the other children began to get ready to go back. Was it because of the stress caused by having to spend this day in total silence? Everyone rushed out of the classroom as if they were escaping from hell. Among them was number 9, Erich de Laffery, who was the most affected. And as always, he seemed to have this deep-seated compulsion to bully Scarlett, who was about to leave her classroom. As always, seeing Scarlett, who was leaving, he hit the back of Scarlett's head as if on instinct. He seemed to have forgotten the chilly atmosphere from before. Hey, cursed eyes! Bang! Ack! As the sound of the slap to the back of her head reverberated, Scarlett crouched down with a low scream. I told you not to stand out. He'd always pass her by, leaving some words of contempt like that. It had always been like that, and as always, everyone just looked the other way, pretending not to see it. It seemed my words to just close her eyes and give him a good smack weren't effective enough. At this rate, Scarlett would get bullied for a much longer time. However, something happened today. Not to Scarlett, but to Erich. You stand still. A cold voice that made one's blood freeze called out to Erich, who was about to pass by. Ha! Ha! Not only Erich stopped in his tracks, but all the students that were about to leave halted their steps as well. It was as if time had stopped for this hallway. Just with a few words from this person, everything came to a halt. That person only told Erich to stand still, but her voice was so cold that everyone just froze in place. I was trying to stand back and watch just how far you would go, but I just can't do that anymore. Ha, wah. What? Someone with a slightly cold gaze stared at Erich and got closer. Ludwig was the one who was supposed to save Scarlett. The only person who could change such a predetermined scenario was someone who wasn't part of the main story. One of them was me. Who are you to keep harassing someone under me? And the other was Charlotte de Gardiers. That's. Scarlett came from a humble background, so he messed with her. Even if she was part of Class B, Erich had no intentions of picking a fight with the princess. What is it? Tell me. She just made me feel bad. From my point of view, you make me feel even worse for hitting my classmate who was just standing there. And for what reason? Because of her eyes and hair. Erich was doing what he normally did, but he happened to enrage Charlotte by doing that. Usually, she might have let this go because she didn't want to attract attention, but Charlotte wasn't in her usual state at the moment. Seeing this situation with how she currently was probably was the straw that broke the camel's back. Hey, what's the matter? Okay, I'll talk to him. Bertus intervened as the atmosphere was becoming more and more tense. Charlotte glanced at Bertus. You're going to talk to him? Of course, he's done something horrible, so I'll make sure he won't do it again in the future. Okay, please do so. Take care of your people. Berta's face, who was trying to mediate the situation with a smile, froze at those cold words. Charlotte looked at Bertus and smiled, which was close to a sneer. Don't let your people do anything that would besmirch the Empire's honor. Do your best. After Charlotte said that, she had a grin on her lips. Ah, you know I'm talking about Class A, right? Class B was hers and Class A was his. It seemed like she was talking about that, but I could read the hidden meaning behind her words. It was obvious after looking at Bertus' expression, which had practically hardened. Bertus was behind the ones who were running the black market. That was why she said that he should take good care of his people. It was an insult to Bertus, telling him to manage his powers and information network better. Charlotte turned around, grabbed Scarlett's hand, making her stand up, and left the classroom together with her. Bertus was stunned for a moment, as if he had never expected to hear such words from her. Of course, It didn't take that long for him to regain his composure. Erich. I didn't know what the exact cause was, but Erich looked extremely pale, maybe because he caused Bertus to be humiliated. I think you're quite unlucky. My sister is in a very bad mood today. Ah, ah, yes. Bertus smiled softly and gently patted him on the shoulder. He looked towards the leaving Charlotte's back and smiled even more. I really hope that those two become good friends. I thought I knew what that guy was thinking. He, rather than feeling insulted, now paid attention to the fact that Charlotte was treating Scarlett as her own. He knew that just by knowing that someone was important to you was some major information. So, it seemed like Bertus wanted Charlotte and Scarlett to become closer. He was one scary guy no matter how one looked at it, and that Bertus now suddenly turned towards me. By the way, Reinhardt, would you like to go back and talk with me for a moment? Why me? Chapter 76 after school. Bertus called me to his room, not the terrace where we usually talked. Bertus' room wasn't much different from mine. It wasn't more glamorous or anything else one might associate with a room belonging to a prince. However, for a guy with the talents to become a sword master, there were quite a lot of books here. He also had some training equipment, of course, but there were even more completely filled bookshelves in here. What a hard-working villain. It wasn't all that bad, but it still was scary, as I was now seeing yet another side of him. Let us drink a cup of tea. Ah, what? Sure. Bertus brewed a cup of tea for me and himself. Rather than getting served by various people, like in the Imperial Palace, Bertus seemed to like doing things on his own. He didn't show any sort of overwhelming superiority towards anyone. That made him seem like a good person to others. So, did you have a good rest during the holidays? No, things were actually more exhausting than usual. In fact, during that terrorist incident, I felt like my head was about to explode, and after that, I was only focusing on training with Ellen. I worked myself to the extreme. Rather, it seemed like my days off were cut extremely short. Bertus laughed loudly. Looking at your body, it sure seems like it. He probably reacted like that because he saw the bruises all over my body, not because of the muscles I build up. It seemed that me gritting my teeth and actually training hard left a good impression on Bertus. If he valued strength, he wouldn't have gone for me, but Ludwig, who would have been the perfect subordinate for Bertus. He was someone who could go up against Ellen in terms of stamina after all. But why did he call me over? I didn't think he called me here just to have some tea. Compared to how you were the first time we had PE, you sure are remarkable. Still, while training yourself is good, you shouldn't overdo it. You might end up hurting your body. We're still growing after all, right? That's how it should be. Bertus warned me several times that excessive training wasn't good while one was still in their growing period. I was of the same opinion. I didn't ask him anything. I didn't want to appear too on guard after all. Honestly, I only called you over because I was curious about something, nothing more. What? How did you and Ellen become friends? Wasn't it enough for him to focus on his own situation? Why was he asking me something like this all of a sudden? Bertus shook his head and laughed. No, well, I tried talking to her a few times to get closer to her, but no matter what I did, she'd always just give me some curt answers. But you actually trained with her. You two talk a lot, right? I wonder if there's a trick behind it. Obviously, Ellen didn't speak to any other classmate other than me. If they knew about her background, there probably would be many who would try to forcefully get close to her, however, Bertus knew. Ellen's image in class at the moment was that she was extremely talented, but also really blunt, so she was a bit hard to approach. It probably was something like that. It's pretty hard to put it into words. Come to think of it, it kind of just happened, so I couldn't really tell him how I got closer to her when he asked. Ha! To be honest, I feel like I never actually had the intentions of getting closer to her. You really have no idea. Yeah, I don't. I see. Bertus sighed at my silly reply. I wasn't actually that nice to her. Strictly speaking, after I teased and poked at her, we suddenly became like this. Sometimes we would eat together, sometimes we would have some snacks together, and sometimes we would walk home together, then we suddenly just became friends. Of course, even though we did become friends, nothing much had changed. Anyway, Reinhardt, aren't you strangely capable? You're saying it was an accident more or less, but you did end up getting close to Ellen, who is the hardest to get close to, right? And even Bertus, who said that talents at this level were worthless, seemed to severely overestimate Ellen's ability. Of course, he was probably more focused on her background, though. I'm asking just in case, but do you like her? No, not at all. We got along, but not like that. Why was Bertus asking me these things all of a sudden? He was staring at me as if he was trying to read my true intentions. Huh. Well, yeah. What's strange about you is that you don't seem to have any interest in any of the girls at all. Didn't you tease Saint Owen quite severely? Bertus giggled, wondering if I just treated all girls that way. I guess I'm not old enough to be interested in them yet. Aren't you at the age in which one usually gets really interested in girls, though? I don't believe I am, though. I spoke as if I wasn't the one we were talking about. To me, they were just cute little brats. How nice it would have been if they were just a bit older. But why are you asking if I like her? Why indeed? Bertus smiled, but didn't give me an answer. He seemed to have some kind of intention, but I just couldn't fathom what it was. Well, I didn't see how this guy would ever tell me anything honestly. Well, it's a bit late, but about this incident. As if he didn't want to talk about this subject anymore, he tried to change it. Still, considering what I knew about his setting, he probably was very interested in Ellen's power, not in her as a person. This wouldn't change, even in the future. So there wasn't any reason for him to be interested in whether I liked Ellen or not. Why did he ask? So, what do you think about this incident? Bertus brought up a topic that was much too large for just a simple subject change. Ha! Hence, I doubted my ears when I heard him mention it. This incident. You heard about it, didn't you? No matter how favorably he looked upon me, why would he ask someone from the streets for their opinion on something like that? Obviously, because I was someone from the streets, so he might think there weren't any clear boundaries that bound me. I heard about it. I think it wasn't that big a deal, though. I tried to give a very vague answer that an ordinary person would give. The demons caused a terrorist attack in the imperial capital, but it wasn't actually that big an incident, right? Bertus nodded his head slowly while letting out a low hum. Is that all? Bertus looked at me and asked me again, seeming as if there was an answer he was hoping for me to give. Of course, if I seriously thought about it, I didn't know if I could actually give him a satisfactory answer that was different from the perspective the perpetrator of the case had. It was already dangerous enough for me to comment on this. I might end up talking about things that I shouldn't know after all. Bertus didn't seem to doubt me, though. He wasn't really interrogating me. However, he did seem to want me to give him an unusual answer. It felt like he was testing my insight. Then an answer I could give him appeared in my mind. Well, I'm wondering how this could happen just after the Demon World War ended. Why did they do it? Did they have some sort of conflict with the Knights Templar? Maybe they had a reason that wasn't generally known. Something like that. I'm still in Temple, so I don't really know the details. That was the thing Ellen once told me. There might have been other reasons that were left unseen. Otherwise, there would be no need for the demons to fight the Knights Templar without any bigger goal. As if he found my words valid, Bertus nodded his head. The cause of this incident, It's kind of hard to tell you the details, but yeah, those are valid questions. Going by the analogy Charlotte used, it seemed that the ones behind the black market were part of Bertus' camp. No matter if Bertus took the initiative in this or not, they eventually tried to open an illegal auction, and information about that was leaked to the demons. That was why she sarcastically told him to manage his people better. It was the first time in history that there was a terrorist attack in the imperial capital, as well as this slaughter of hordes of demons. But Bertus didn't actually look all too bothered, assuming that he actually showed how he felt right now. As you know, there is no one else in Temple to whom I could talk to normally except you. Ah, yes, someone who knew his true self he could talk to some extent. Even though he was part of the imperial family, Bertus actually didn't have anyone to really talk to in Temple. Everyone wasn't that strong yet, and Bertus held a gentle image at the moment. He folded his arms and furrowed his eyebrows. It's a mess. However, even though everything ended up like this, I'm wondering if this really is such a bad thing. This was quite the shocking remark for the imperial prince to make. Bertus didn't even bother to warn me that I'd be dead if I told this to anyone. He probably thought I'd be smart enough to know that I shouldn't spread this around. But how could this not be a bad thing? The black market he planned on opening got destroyed. The prestige and honor of the imperial family got smeared, and they gave their political opponents a gap to attack. So how was this not a bad thing? Why? Do you think the system of a single empire dominating the entire human continent could have been possible without the demons? My eyes twitched at Bertus' words. Without a common enemy, humans wouldn't be able to unite. No, shall I put it differently? Humans create enemies so that they can unite. That's how targets like Scarlet are created. Humans needed a common enemy to unite. In order to unite, they deliberately made someone an enemy who wasn't actually one. In small groups, this would be called bullying. On a bigger scale, it was the state announcing a country their enemy and inducing the people to unite under one banner. Humans only united when they had a common enemy, and those who wanted to induce such unity created artificial enemies. That was what Bertus was talking about. Examples for that were the Nazis and the Allied forces, the communists and the capitalists, and those other numerous conflicting factions. In the end, Bertus was saying that this concept wasn't much different from bullying, creating enemies to unite. Now that the Demon World War was over, the Empire's situation would gradually become more unstable. The enemy we as a species faced together is now gone, so now would be the time to sate one's own greed again. The existence of this gigantic adversary, called the Demon Realm, became a great cause for the humans to unite. That was how this empire could exist. It was thanks to no one else but the Demon Realm, but now that the war ended in the humans' victory, they didn't have an enemy left to defeat now. So Bertus was predicting that the empire would end up divided in the future. Actually, I once thought about proceeding with such a storyline after I ran out of slice-of-life material. I was planning on creating a scenario in which the empire fell apart, leading to a war between the different nations. However, in the end, I decided on that gate opening thing, not that scenario. Bertus, of course, didn't know about the gates yet, so he was predicting the most likely scenario to happen with his current knowledge. Humans who lost their common enemy would end up dividing again. So, although the Empire had entered its golden age at the moment, humans would start wars among themselves again because of various reasons. If the gates didn't appear, history would certainly flow into that direction. But at a time like this, the demons did something like that in the middle of the imperial capital. The power of the demon realm, which was thought to have died down completely, led a team to the imperial capital. Therefore, the people's fear of the demon realm got reignited, and the empire would be able to maintain this solidarity, just like before, as long as this fear existed. Fear is very effective for governing a country as well as uniting its people. Therefore, even though Bertus suffered a considerable loss, and the people were absolutely terrified because of this incident, he evaluated that this event was something necessary for the empire. It was true that he took some damage, but Bertus was looking even further ahead. The demon's terrorist attack actually helped maintain the empire. In fact, Bertus already knew that the Darklands wouldn't be able to pose a threat to the humans, so he wasn't bothered about those demons, who were only remnants. They wouldn't be able to destroy the empire or inflict any significant damage. In the end, their existence was beneficial for the empire. I had to agree to a certain extent to Bertus' bold opinion. Looking at how he was at thinking, it actually seemed like he'd be rather happy to know that a Demon King candidate was still alive. If the existence of an enemy nation helped keep the humans' unity, he probably would want the Demon Prince to rebuild his power. Of course, that was just another reason for me not to reveal my identity. Bertus seemed to try to see if I was able to think so far ahead. Or maybe he just wanted to see if I agreed to him. I didn't know what reaction would be good. I also didn't know what Charlotte thought about this matter. It was quite the strange feeling, seeing the mastermind of it all analyzing this incident. I wondered if Airy and Elleris were doing well. That was it. I had more important things to worry about. Harriet de Saint-Ouen and Liana de Grants. I had to somehow stop these two from taking their leave of absence. I wasn't really a close friend to Harriet, no matter how one looked at it, and I never even spoke a word with Liana de Grants. What should I do? I could say something to Harriet, but in Liana's case, if someone she didn't even talk to usually told her to not take a leave of absence, she probably wouldn't even pretend to listen to me. After dinner, putting all my worries aside, I went to look for Harriet in the dormitories, and that was where the problem lay. Where did she go? She wasn't in the magic lab, not in her private room, not in the lobby, and not in the dining room. Come to think of it, I only knew Ellen's encounter spots. If Harriet wasn't in the dorm, she was somewhere outside. Fortunately, there was still someone I could ask. Although Harriet wasn't in the magic lab, there was another person. I went back to the magic lab and opened the door abruptly. Hey, hoo-ha! The girl who answered back seemed slightly frightened. This person was the only one beside Harriet who majored in magic in Class A, so they should know each other well. Number ominous 7, Adelia. Her talents were summoning magic and magic crafting, so her specialty lay in creating things with her magic. Her talent for magic crafting was very crucial. She could create things like magic lanterns on a small scale with her magic crafting. But later on a large scale, she'd be able to design things like magic trains. I had never talked to her, but I thought she was quite scared of me because of the things I did. Where did the idiot go? Idiot. Just me calling Harriet an idiot made her feel terrified. Come on, where did she go? I can't find her. I visibly saw the gears moving in her head. If she told me where Harriet was in this situation, she'd admit that her friend's nickname was Idiot. Her lips quivered while she quietly mumbled something. Fricking hell. Did I do anything to you? I'm just asking you where she is. Why was she trying to make me out to be the bad guy here? Honestly, I've never kicked someone's ass who hadn't tried something with me, okay? Why was she like this? When I thought about it, that might actually be useful. When I went towards her, she nervously shook her head. That's. She went to the communicator. In the end, she had to admit that Harriet's nickname was Idiot, so her guilt was evident on her face. Oh, she's there. Although, the disadvantage of communicators was that the person one wanted to reach needed one as well. There were some places in the royal class, dormitory, in which one could use magic devices for communication. I didn't really have a use for that. But if one's parents were powerful and rich enough to have such communication tools, one would be able to keep in touch with their parents regularly. Anyway, it seemed like Harriet was there at the moment. Adelia kept looking at me as if she wanted me to leave if my business with her was over. Harriet didn't go that far away, so this probably meant that she'd go back to the dormitory pretty soon. Adelia kept looking at me as if she couldn't do anything else because of my presence. Hey, talk with me. Why you and me? Who else is here besides us? Adelia was shaking hard. It seemed like she was about to die of fear. Chapter 77. If the regular encounter spot of the ones with combat talents was the training room, the encounter spot of the ones with magical talents was the magic lab. Although it was possible to set up a research area in one's private rooms, this facility was obviously better equipped. There were only 2 people with magical talents in Class A, so both of them used this place regularly. No one else but those 2 came into this room, so there were a lot of things that seemed like personal items scattered around the place. No one knew what of these things were actually important, so this place wouldn't get cleaned unless they requested it. Therefore, this place was a mess. You sure party in here quite a bit, huh? I had no idea why there were plates that seemed like they were eaten from piled on one side. Why were there clothes scattered everywhere as well? I sat down on a sofa located next to a really messy table. Adelia also sat down across from me with her face pale. Hey, ask someone to clean up here. Seriously, what's all this? Is it so hard to ask someone when you don't even try cleaning this shit up yourself? Oom. Okay. Looking like a kid being scolded for something, Adelia lowered her head and answered in a teeny tiny voice. I didn't know a lot about these pieces of research equipment, but I was pretty sure this mess wasn't necessary to use them. By the way, do you think she'll take a leave of absence? I think so, Adelia muttered in a sullen voice. Harriet and Adelia were in the same major, so they probably were pretty close. Harriet originally despised the lower class and had a strong sense of superiority, so she really hated commoners. But Adelia was a commoner. It looked like even Harriet couldn't stand being all alone, so she treated her well as an exception. That was how it ended up. What will you do if she quits? I don't know. I wouldn't want her to do that. It seemed that Adelia didn't like that Harriet would take a leave of absence from school. As I was in front of her, she kept wiggling her hands and feet like a small animal. It was true that I was putting her on the spot here, but this was really uncomfortable. It felt like I was harassing her. Anyway, Adelia hated the idea of Harriet leaving Temple. Then wouldn't it be good to try to convince her to stay here? It sure would be nice if she did the work for me. At my words, Adelia raised her head and looked at me. She seemed astonished. How could I? Harriet is a very, very powerful noble. How could I ask something like that of her? Since both of them were still part of Temple, Adelia was able to be friendly with Harriet, but she would probably have a hard time communicating with her. The gap of their social status was very large, so Adelia was probably always thinking about what she could and couldn't say to her, or if she was even allowed to be friendly with a girl like Harriet. Fricking hell. If you want to do something, do it. Why do you have to put so much thought into that? First of all, students were to follow the principle of equality inside of Temple, meaning their status was not to be mentioned. Of course, there were people like me who took it literally as is, and there were people like Mayarton who abused this system. However, there were also a lot of people who couldn't let go of their status. Most of them were royals and nobles, but there were also a lot of commoners with that problem. Commoners like Adelia. At my words, her eyes shook. I can't. I'm too scared. Adelia didn't seem to understand me, who was casually bullying all the kids. Who am I to say something against the Grand Duke of Saint Towen's decision? She felt like she didn't deserve to say anything about this matter. Rather, she seemed to think that saying something would be rude towards Harriet, as well as disrespectful towards her father, the Grand Duke of Saint Owen. Whoa, that was bringing negative thinking to a new level. Some of the kids in Class A were so self-confident that I could hurl. But someone with such low self-esteem also was a pain in the ass, albeit for slightly different reasons. Geez, someone like you would end up suffering through hardship for her entire life. WH, why are you saying something like that to me? Adelia, who seemed quite restless, whined slightly to my harsh words and quickly covered her mouth in surprise. She thought I'd get angry because she talked back to me. If Harriet was an idiot, then she would be a scaredy-cat. A cute little scaredy-cat. Harriet was difficult to deal with for her because she was an aristocrat, and she was afraid of me because I was a bully even though I was a commoner, same as her. She was someone who was scared easily like that. Adelia's eyes shook slightly again before she asked me in a quiet voice. But you also don't want Harriet to take a leave of absence. Yeah, I don't. Her eyes widened at my simple answer. That reaction had a lot of meaning behind it. Weren't you guys on bad terms? I thought you would like it if Harriet took the semester off. Did that mean? Do you like her? Oh, so that was why you've been harassing Harriet up until now. Wow, this was the first time I held a conversation with this kid, but I could read her mind just by looking at her eyes. And then, Katchak, Adelia, here you are. Harriet opened the bulky door to the magic lab and entered. When she saw me, she immediately froze up. Harriet's face turned pale as she saw me placed in front of Adelia, talking with her. Why you? Why? Are you here? What? Is there a reason why I shouldn't be here? Was there some sort of rule that only magic mages could enter the magic lab? Harriet's face turned even paler, then it suddenly started to grow redder and redder. She was staring at me and this messy lab alternately. In fact, there weren't only dirty plates scattered about, but also various pieces of clothes. These guys totally used this shared space as a two-person studio. It probably felt like some guy just entered their room. She looked like the person she least wanted to see this just randomly strolled in here. Get. Get ooh out. Soon, that girl let out a shout that was close to a scream. Of course, I wouldn't get out of here. No way in hell. No, it's not like you're paying rent for this place or something, so you can't just tell me to leave, you know. Get out, get out, get out. Hurry and get out. She turned so red that one might mistake her for a tomato. Then she grabbed my arm and tried to drag me away. Look at that kid, who was so afraid of me even touching her cheeks, grabbing me directly like that. Hey man, you're wearing out my clothes. Do you have any idea how much these cost? They were probably really cheap, right? It wasn't anything high quality, but they were still the casual clothes Elleris bought for me. Get out, get out, get out, get out. Hey, did I curse at you or was I mean? What the hell is wrong with you? Ugh, ag, arg. Harriet, who repeated get out like some broken record, eventually managed to drag me out of the magic lab. No, I mean, it wasn't like this was something you couldn't show anyone. It's normal for kids to be a little messy, so why were you doing this? After some time, she slightly opened the door to the magic lab and only poked her head out. The redness on her face indicated that she still felt quite embarrassed. What do you want? That girl was asking me with such a vigilant look on her face, as if she was asking me what the hell I was doing in her magic lab. I was looking for you. Me. Somehow, her face managed to become even redder. I thought she would shout something like, why would I even talk to someone like you? But after staying quiet for a bit, she quietly came out of the lab. Can't we talk inside? No, only over my dead body, Harriet screamed. I wasn't there to steal their research results or something, and I already saw how messy that place was. Nothing would change if I looked at it more than I already did, you know. Kids are just so. In the end, I took her to the dining hall. Dinner time was still far away, so there wasn't anyone in the dining hall. Surprisingly, I didn't have to make her follow me at all. She didn't say much, but she did follow me there quite obediently. We sat down across from each other. What is it? It was the attitude of someone who graciously decided to listen to whatever bullshit I had to say. She was surprisingly cooperative. Without much further ado, I went straight to the point. Are you going to take a leave of absence? What is it to you? How nice. I don't have to see your ugly visage for a whole year, you bastard. Harriet seemed kind of intimidated. It seemed like she wanted to tell me how nice it would be to live without having to see my face, and that it was none of my business. Don't do it. Ha! Don't take a leave of absence. Harriet's face contorted strangely hearing this request that sounded more like a command. Her face was growing even redder, though. Suddenly, steam seemed to rise from her head. She was even fanning herself. She looked like she hit her face on a wall. Ha, H-W, what? What? H-R-O, yeah, what? What? Aren't you making it a bit too obvious? Then she stared at me with her arms folded after she cooled down her face by fanning it with her hands. Why should I listen to you? No, I only told you not to take a leave of absence. I didn't say that because I like you or something. Why are you looking at me with such anticipation? If I say it's because I like you, you just go HMPH. But of course, it is such a great honor to talk to someone as angelic as me after all. I could clearly see that she was ready to say these types of things. Well, I don't really know what you're imagining right now, but wouldn't this mean that you can only return to school next year if you take a leave of absence? Harriet's expression hardened when she heard my words. It seemed like she had an idea what I was talking about. I smiled as I looked at Harriet. Then you'd become my junior. Are you fine with that? So, something like that won't happen. First graders are just first graders. Hey, she seemed hella worried about that. Even if I always teased her by calling her an idiot, she really wasn't one. She must have clearly simulated what would happen after she came back from her 1 year absence. She was obviously shivering in fear of what Reinhardt, who loved to torment her, would do. Next year, it will be my turn to educate our cute juniors, you know. Do you think you can afford that? Nonsense. You said you didn't like this stuff. You said these kinds of traditions were bad. So, in the end, Harriet got all excited about the stuff I babbled during the duel. I don't really like being on the receiving end of it, but maybe I'll enjoy being on the other side, though. Harriet's mouth gaped wide open as I displayed my crazy hypocrisy. You're the worst. You're actually crazy. Let's see, how about 100 push-ups followed by goose steps, 50 rounds around the training field? Arg! Harriet began to tremble, and her face turned red again. Ah, it was so funny seeing her immediately react to my teasing compared to Ellen, who didn't have much of a reaction to most things. So if you don't want to be teased to death by me as your senior, wouldn't it be better not to take a leave of absence? You really. Eventually, Harriet started to tremble. You see this shit. Following this narrative, I knew what would happen next. Ugh, you bad apple. You garbage person. Sob. Harriet suddenly burst into tears. I don't want to take off a semester either. I really don't want to. Sob. Boo-hoo-hoo. I'd rather die than become the junior of a beggar like you. I'll never go Bahahak to Temple. Even while we were classmates, she seemed to want to quit Temple just by imagining that I'd become her senior. I got to know one thing, though. Harriet de Saint Owen had no intention of taking a leave of absence from Temple. Adelia was right. Judging by both of their words, her parents, the Grand Duke of Saint Owen to be precise, were forcing her. Chapter 78. Harriet cried endlessly, so I eventually tried to pat her back. Obviously, she started to cry even more, telling me not to touch her. Not knowing how to soothe a crying kid, I took out some candy from the dining room storage and gave it to her. She said that she didn't want to eat it, and when I forcibly pushed it into her mouth, she pretended like she wasn't going to eat it, while actually eating it. It was so fatally cute, seeing her eating it while crying and denying she would, just because I teased her a bit. 10 out of 10. Seeing her bite and suck on the candy, there was nothing cuter in this world. Just because I was joking around a bit, you end up trembling and crying like a 3-year-old brat. Are you a little brat? Do you actually think I'd do that? While that girl stopped crying and slowly sucked at her candy with her eyes closed, I couldn't bear it anymore and just shut my mouth. Then she suddenly opened her eyes and stared at me. You would. Even if you won't do it to other kids, you'd definitely do it to me. Ha! I thought she was being surprisingly straightforward. Even if I wouldn't do it to other kids, if she took a leave of absence and returned a year later, she thought I'd absolutely tease her to death. She originally was a kid much smarter than me, after all. She accurately predicted a behavioral pattern I didn't even know I had. At first, she took my telling her not to take a leave of absence as a type of confession. Then I teased her for that. That was how I was acting around her. If I had a daughter, I thought that I would absolutely tease her the same way I do to her. Gah! The more she cried, the more excited I would get, leading to more teasing. There was a 100% chance that I'd treat her that way. Harriet seemed confident that if she took a leave of absence, she would end up leading a hellish temple life as Reinhardt's junior. No, well, honestly, after listening to you, I can't deny that I would do it. So why are you even taking a semester off then? Is there some sort of problem? And what are you going to do with that information? After asking me what I would do with that information, Harriet turned her head with a humph. No matter how much you ignored me, despised me, and teased me for being a beggar, it was no use. You had already lost as soon as you followed me here and talked to me. What's the point of telling you? You don't seriously think that you can do anything for me, right? Actually, I didn't really have any good ideas, but we might come up with something as we talked. And if we couldn't come up with something, and she still wants to absolutely stay in this class, I could always use revise. I wasn't sure how many points it would take to make the Grand Duke of Saint Owen say that Harriet didn't have to take a leave of absence, though. Harriet seemed to stare at me, narrowing her eyes. She certainly didn't seem to trust me. This probably was similar to grabbing at straws for her. Won't it be good for you if I take a leave of absence? You'll get to bully me as much as you want then. Harriet seemed to be thinking about this completely differently. She thought I'd be happy because I'd be able to bully her to my heart's content, so she was wondering why I didn't want her to take that leave. Ah, that was a joke. I don't want you to take a leave of absence. There were some very complicated reasons behind this, but it would be hard for me to explain them to her. Why? Do you not want me to leave? Frickin' hell. Why do I have to keep playing along with this girl? She was so excited. God damn it. It's fun just being with you. Ah, honestly, it really was kind of fun. Harriet wrinkled her brows, giving an impression as if she thought that she was an idiot for even expecting anything from me. Hey, you just want me not to take a leave of absence to keep teasing me after all. Even if that's the case, what's important are the results. You don't want to take the semester off. I don't want you to take a leave of absence. Regardless of my reasons, our purpose is the same, right? Harriet seemed to cuss me out with her eyes. No, I mean, if our goals are the same, what did it matter what my reasons were? Just looking at her, her attitude was rather ambiguous as to whether she liked me or not. Now she had a really disgusted expression on her face. Well, people can like some parts and hate other parts that make up a person. In other words, people were like Chungukjang. At first it might have smelled like you, but at some point one might start thinking differently like, ah, this. Maybe I didn't actually hate it that much. I kind of want to taste it again after such a long time. Was it something like this? Anyway, Harriet was really annoyed right now, but she eventually opened her mouth after probably thinking that it couldn't get any worse anyway. Dad told me to take a leave of absence, repeatedly. As was expected, Harriet began to explain her situation. When the news of the terrorist attack on the imperial capital first got spread, the Grand Duke wasn't outside of the Saint Owen Grand Duchy. He actually was in the imperial capital. As the empire's victory celebrations were underway, almost all the powerful nobles should have been in the imperial capital at the time. Harriet didn't return to the Grand Duchy to meet him. She was still in the capital. In that case, she could have just returned to Temple immediately, but she didn't. I was told that even Temple was too dangerous because something like that happened in the middle of the imperial capital. That's why I stayed with Dad all the time. After the terrorist attack, the festival as well as all official events connected to it were cancelled. Grand Duke Saint Owen probably kept Harriet somewhere in the vicinity of the palace or outside the imperial capital to protect her. He probably thought it was only natural for him to protect his own daughter with his own hands at a time when the capital's security was already compromised. The Saint Owen Grand Duchy was incredibly advanced in the field of magic, and the Grand Duke's family was originally a wizard family. Therefore, it was more or less already set in stone that Harriet de Saint Owen was born with the most outstanding talent out of all the wizard bloodlines. She was gifted with the tremendous talent to wield all kinds of magic, including summoning, offensive magic, support magic, magic crafting, mind spells, alchemy, and even black magic. Harriet possessed a completely broken talent to masterfully comprehend and acquire any magic in existence. In other words, as the Saint-Owen family was a family with its roots in magic, the Grand Duke would already be a grand wizard of a high level. He actually participated in the Demon World War after all. Grand Duke Saint-Owen was currently one of the most powerful wizards the Empire had to offer. He was more than capable to look after his own daughter. As such, he couldn't allow her to continue to attend temple now that the imperial capital's security was compromised. He'd rather have her attend a magic school in their territory or teach her directly, even if the education wouldn't be as good as what temple could offer. Quite frankly, if that wasn't the case, she wouldn't have the need to attend temple in the first place. Hearing that, wouldn't he just kept you at his side then? How did you manage to return to temple? It seemed like Harriet was only able to temporarily return after she whined, cried, and made a huge fuss in front of her father, who tried to stop her from going back to temple. However, he probably heard that it was possible for her to take a leave of absence, so she could continue attending temple, but only after a year. That was perhaps the compromise Grand Duke Saint-Owen acquiesced to. A year should be enough for them to catch the culprit and stabilize the imperial capital. The Grand Duke's words were rather reasonable, actually. Rather, Harriet, who insisted on not taking a leave of absence, was the unreasonable one here. However, the most important thing was that I was pretty damn sure that no more terrorist attacks by demons would occur from this point on. Of course, I couldn't actually predict the future clearly, but the possibility of Harriet being involved in acts of violence by demons was practically non-existent, although she already was heavily involved in acts of bullying caused by a certain demon. Anyway, I was the only one who knew that the Grand Duke's worries were completely unwarranted at this point. Try crying and whining that you don't want to take a leave of absence. I already did. Of course, what she tried to say was that she already did that, but that girl suddenly got startled and quickly covered her mouth. She thought that I might make fun of her again if she told me that she cried while whining to her parents. No, it's fine for kids to whine and cry. That's nothing to be ashamed of, you know. It would be shameful for me to do something like that, but her doing that was fine. At my words, Harriet's expression turned into a gloomy one. Her face turned beet red again, and she let her head hang down slightly. It didn't work. In the end, she confessed that she was crying and whining desperately. From the Grand Duke's point of view, he wouldn't just let his daughter go just because she was screaming and shouting. Her life was on the line, after all. What should we do? I couldn't come up with any logical reason for the Grand Duke to let his daughter continue to attend temple this year. At my vague musings, Harriet opened her closed eyes and stared at me. What? So you can't come up with anything as well after all? No, I just said that we should think about this together. Did I say that I knew how to solve this? Humph, shit needs some pushing force to get out as well, right? So let's be that force together. You're so dirty I feel like throwing up. What, don't you shit? You were, erg. Ah, as if she was pretending that she couldn't hear me, Harriet was covering her ears and screamed. It seemed that the more she talked with me, the worse she felt instead of coming to an answer. It wouldn't make any sense to tell him that she'd lag behind if she were to take a leave of absence now. This kid was special in more ways than one, so the Grand Duke might just hire numerous wizards from his territory to personally train her. How about a childish reason like she doesn't want to be separated from her friends? Grand Duke Saint-Owen might just tell her she'd see them again in a year anyway. There was little reason to let Harriet continue to attend temple. Justification. I wondered whether it was really necessary for a kid to take such a long break from school, but we didn't have any justification. I was completely sure that it would be safe, but I doubted the Grand Duke would believe that. No, I mean, even the prince and the princess were calmly attending temple, so how come the Grand Duke was acting this way even though he's just some little fart compared to them? I suddenly got mad. Ah, come to think of it, that's right. How about using that line of reasoning? The prince and the princess are just calmly attending temple. Right. Both of them didn't seem to have any intentions of taking a leave of absence. The imperial palace and temple were both in the imperial capital to begin with, so taking a leave of absence was pretty much meaningless. Ha! But if you suddenly take a leave of absence in this situation, wouldn't the two of them think slightly badly of the Saint-Owen family? Ha! That's. What are you talking about? Harriet paled when I suddenly mentioned the prince and princess. No, that would work. Both of these precious people still went to temple even after this incident took place in the capital. You, on the other hand, who's just from a grand duchy, are taking a leave of absence because the capital is too dangerous. If we just expand on this a little more, couldn't we make it out to be the Grand Duke ignoring the security temple has to offer and thus completely ignoring the prince and princess? Security. Who? Of course, everything depended on how one said something. In fact, if one had to decide whether those two would or wouldn't care about this matter, it was safe to say that they probably didn't care. However, there was a possibility that it could turn into an issue as long as we brought it up like this, and these were quite sensitive times. The royal class also was on edge because of the prince and princess, so the atmosphere inside the imperial palace would be even more tense. To say something like, "I'm making her take a leave of absence because it's too dangerous here," would be quite the thing during these sensitive times. Besides, she was classmates with the prince of all people, not just any ordinary temple student. Depending on how one interpreted this situation, it could be possible to infer that this was quite offending towards the prince. While the prince was still devastated by this terrorist attack, the little princess of the Saint-Ouen Grand Duchy decided to take a leave of absence because she thought temple was much too dangerous. This could be read as the act of throwing boulders at a very thin sheet of ice. Bertus and you are even in the same class, and even though it might not be intentional, you might end up hurting the prince with these actions. Additionally, though the capital might have experienced this type of incident, the imperial family still held the most authority since its foundation right now. If you lose favor of either of them, you might face a lot of problems later on. It's also very important to note that this isn't even a matter of choosing a side, as you might end up offending both with your actions. It wasn't a matter of abandoning one side and switching over to another. One might end up losing both of their favor. Harriet's face had gone completely pale as she heard my words. No matter how strong her sense of superiority and nobility was, she tended to cower before those of higher rank than her. So, what should I do? Isn't this really bad? No, why was she like this? Hey, you idiot, I'm telling you to persuade your father with these words. Why are you the one getting persuaded here? Ah, Harriet was so surprised by this that she couldn't even respond properly to me. If we really stretched it like this, it would certainly seem like a pretty serious problem. But in reality, it most likely wasn't one. That was why I tried to tell her to use this reason, that they might offend certain people in these sensitive times by making her take a leave of absence, which would cause a lot of problems. However, this girl thought this was a real situation happening right now, so she was shaking in her boots. Do you seriously think they'd get that offended if you just took a leave of absence? It was true that the family of the Grand Duke Saint-Ouen were very powerful. They were a family that wouldn't even flinch by something like that, even if they might offend someone a little. In other words, the only ones who were of a comparable rank, except the prince and princess, were Amanus III Liana de Grants, the daughter of Duke Grants, and Amanus VI Heinrich, who was part of Kernstadt's royalty. It's just something I fabricated. In reality, there's a high chance that they wouldn't care, but it's important for your father to take this seriously. So let's just put it this way. If it was really that dangerous in Temple, why were they still staying there? So this would actually mean it's safe. Also tell your father that you won't bend. Oh, ooh. Harriet nodded her head, showing her understanding. I wasn't sure if this would work or not, but it was worth trying at least. Now, there are two reasons. The first is that the current situation was quite sensitive, so taking a leave of absence might make a very bad impression on the prince and princess. The second is that they both continue to attend temple because they are confident that it was safe there. And even if it wasn't before, right now temple's security is even higher than before, so it should be even safer than before as well. Put it like that. Ah, ye. Yes, Harriet nodded at my stormy words. Well, I really couldn't vouch for its success, but it was better than nothing. I mean, Harriet kind of reached out to me, so if she had a better idea later on, she could just use that as well. It would have been even better if it was Bertus who told her not to take a leave of absence. If Bertus requested her not to take one, the effect of my reasoning would have been maximized. Wouldn't it be even better if he put it a bit more roundabout as well? It would be sufficient if he just expressed that desire indirectly. That way, the listener could interpret the message however they wanted. even if Bertus only told her that because he didn't want his classmate to repeat a year. Should I ask Bertus to say something to Harriet pertaining to the leave of absence story? This would make things clear, but I was extremely reluctant to owe him something. I thought I should push that thought back for now. Anyway, after having listened to everything I had to say, Harriet was staring at me blankly. Wah, what's with you? If one were to carefully listen to this, one would realize that it was a lie, maybe, that was why she was looking at me like that. However, it could also be that she was surprised that I actually came up with something like that. In the end, something will come out after squeezing hard enough. What? Harriet's expression grew even weirder, as if she didn't know what I was talking about. After that, Harriet and I continued to talk about the specifics. No, you can just say whatever comes to mind. Well, we could also write a script if you want, you know. I would get nervous and forget all the lines. Fricking hell. Are you really a magic major student? I'm not an idiot. No, I didn't even call you an idiot just now, you know. Are you really some kind of idiot, though? You didn't say it right now, but you did before. You idiot. As such, we kept on bickering and talking in the dining hall. Before I noticed it, night had already fallen. Oh, you're here. Ha! And that was when Ellen Artorius appeared, like always. Chapter 79. She was staring intently at us while we were scrambling to come up with solutions. Tonight, I wasn't able to take even a single step into the training room because I was brainstorming with this girl the whole time. Ellen was wearing her towel, which she always took with her after she ended her training, over her shoulder. Harriet looked at her and stiffened slightly. Ah! Ellen didn't talk to anyone but me. Although Harriet was openly dismissive of commoners, the atmosphere around Ellen was slightly different, even though she was a commoner as well. Even if she pretended to be otherwise, she was still the type that was hard to deal with. In fact, just by looking at the power datasheet posted on our class bulletin board, one could see that Ellen had physical abilities incomparable to those of her classmates. She was special. Everyone recognized her as such. So Harriet seemed to freeze up when she looked at Ellen, although for different reasons than when she was in front of Bertus. Harriet was weak in front of the strong. She despised people who she could afford to despise, but she had difficulties with those who had more power than her, making her turn completely shy. In the original, I didn't really set her up as such a character, but as I was constantly around her, I could observe that aspect of her very clearly. Anyway, it seemed that it was now time for Ellen to come here to eat her late-night snack. Come to think of it, I got so used to eating at this time that I got hungry even if I didn't train at all. Hey, what do you want to eat? What? Eating? No, well, I'm hungry. Harriet seemed confused when I suddenly posed such a question. Ellen was still standing there, so I beckoned her to sit down next to me. It was always just the two of us, so it was a first that we had a third person eating with us. Wait! Before I knew it, Ellen had gotten quite used to eating the things I made. She also made something from time to time, but in terms of ratio it would be 4-1. For every 4 times I could, she would do it once. I glanced at Harriet and Ellen sitting across from each other. Ellen just sat there blankly with her chin propped up on her palm, not thinking about a thing. But Harriet's face was slightly red again, perhaps because of this extreme awkwardness. It sure was a funny sight. I made some simple chopsteaks. Usually I only made simple things for late-night snacks. I was almost always completely exhausted, so I couldn't really afford to make anything complicated. Because the meat was of such a high quality, one could honestly just grill it with a bit of salt, and it would be good to go. I tended to make some side dishes as well. However, I didn't train today, so I had plenty of stamina left. As such, I decided to put some work into this. Of course, it still wouldn't be anything difficult to make, though. Ah, if someone's cooking for you, doesn't politeness dictate that one should set the table? Ha! Harriet suddenly showed me a bewildered expression. Ellen, however, got up as if she was already familiar with this, took out the utensils and dishes, and placed them one by one on the table. Harriet looked even more bewildered when she saw Ellen listening to me obediently. She was just staring at this scene of Ellen moving about as if she was familiar with this motion, as if she didn't understand what was going on. And also, why? Why are there so many? Looking at that plate filled with an enormous amount of chopsteaks, Harriet had her mouth slightly open. You'll know when you see what happens next. Watching Ellen take the food, I wondered what kind of expression Harriet would make next. Munch, munch, munch. Ellen was eating at an abnormal speed right from the start. Harriet, wearing a surprised expression, stabbed a chopped steak with her fork, a mystified look in her eyes. You knew how to cook. Rather than calling it cooking, it's just enough to make stuff edible. Don't look down on life on the streets. Ah, it didn't look very delicious, but that didn't mean it wasn't edible at all. Compared to the food her professional chefs made, this is probably far below in quality. However, she seemed surprised that I made something that was actually edible. Don't force yourself to eat it. That was what I told her while I stabbed my fork into the chopped steaks in front of me. She didn't have to force herself to eat this stuff, because we had a certain someone sitting right across from her that would absorb anything that was left. Harriet ate slowly while playing with her fork. To be honest, I imagined her spitting it out after eating a bit of it, saying it was tasteless. In fact, she probably only ever ate high-quality food. However, even though she was only eating at a slow pace, she was still eating quite well. Wow! Harriet couldn't keep her mouth shut when she saw that the pan was already completely empty. Ellen ate everything like nothing, and only took a sip of water with a calm expression on her face. Yeah, although I saw this phenomenon all the time, it even surprised me all the time. Sometimes I felt like punching her for being so shameless to eat almost everything by herself, and then looking like she ate nothing at all. It felt like she'd act all coy after eating everything on her own like a pig. After eating, Ellen put all the utensils in the pan and started clearing and cleaning the table. If I made the food, she'd clean up, and when she made the food, I'd clean up. Harriet was staring blankly at Ellen's practiced behavior. You seem to be very close. Do you eat like this every night? Harriet asked with her voice lowered. Yeah, we'd usually have a meal around this time after I got beaten up enough. What? You get beaten? Harriet had a startled expression plastered on her face when she heard me talk about fighting. Well, she had no reason to visit the training room, so she wouldn't have any idea what was going on in there every day. She probably thought I wasn't the type to be beaten up even if someone were to hit me. But now she heard that I got beat up by Ellen every day. Her eyes oozed disbelief. Well, she wasn't in the changing room, so she didn't see. I smiled slightly and lifted my shirt, revealing my bruised abdomen and flanks. Wow, what are you doing? Why you? What happened? What's wrong with your body? When I suddenly lifted my shirt, she was slightly startled and freaked out, but when she saw my bare skin full of bruises, her complexion immediately blanched. My pseudo-swordsmanship is so terrible that I'm always in her care. Pseudo-swordsmanship. Yes, pseudo-swordsmanship. It still hasn't evolved yet. And hey, I looked at Harriet, who was staring at my wounds in a daze, and called out to her. Wow, what? You know, if someone cooks for you, you should at least clean up the table. Don't you think you have to get a move on if you take the hint? You have to follow the rules of the restaurant as well. What are you doing? Haven't you started making some coffee or tea yet? Wow, what? When I ordered the great princess to make some coffee, she looked absolutely shocked. Why? Why do I have to do this? Harriet brought a can of black tea to the table, even while her face was blushing hot red, as if her pride got damaged. Even though she grumbled and asked why she had to do something like that, followed by my reply that she had to do something at least. However, she never threw a complete tantrum or said that she would absolutely never do it. Well, it was probably her attendants who did these things for her back at home. However, this was Temple. Although there were some personnel, they weren't present around this time. Wow, what the hell is this? Her expression, contorted by contempt while pouring tea into Ellen's and my teacup, was excellent. She was probably thinking something like, why me? Why do I have to be treated like that? This just doesn't make any sense. All of that could be easily read from that expression of hers. Still, she obediently did what was asked of her. So cute, you're really the best, idiot. Geez, did you ever try Berta's tea before? Actually, Berta's treated me to black tea earlier today. In fact, every time we talked on that terrace, he tended to brew me some tea. Of course, he didn't do that out of respect for me, but because he knew that I was a complete stranger to tea and all that in the first place, so he'd rather do it himself than let me do this. If it were me who brewed the tea, he wouldn't even touch it. Bertus, brewed you tea? However, it seemed like Harriet was only astonished to hear that Bertus brewed tea for someone like me. So if we were to compare your tea with his, it wouldn't even deserve to be on the same table. Wow, what? What? Me bragging about this, even though it was the prince who brewed the tea, managed to make Harriet's face red again. We usually didn't have something like a tea time after our late-night snack, but I still made Harriet brew some tea just to make her do something. I mean, Ingesting caffeine before going to bed wasn't good after all. Ellen began to dismiss that tea and focused on the cookies she took out. Are you only drinking tea right now so that you can eat these cookies? That's right. As if to emphasize her answer, Ellen kept on shoving cookies into her mouth. Harriet was staring blankly at that scene, seemingly exhausted. I quietly nodded after noticing her gaze that seemed to ask if Ellen was always like that. If you eat that much, won't you get fat? I won't. Harriet looked at me blankly. I felt like I had a déjà vu. Redina asked something similar recently. Did they share the same brain cell? They even had the same expression. I didn't explain this time, because I was too tired to even start. Ellen left some cookies for me and Harriet to eat, and then quietly drank her tea. Thanks to having told her not to cross the line myriads of times, she didn't eat everything on her own. Harriet seemed restless. Well, even though she despised me for being a beggar, she seemed to have difficulties being in Ellen's presence, even though she was a commoner. I mean, the atmosphere around Ellen did kind of make it hard to approach her. Harriet seemed especially unfamiliar with her silence. Even when she was with me, she didn't talk all that much. How did you two become friends? No matter how one looked at it, there seemed to be no reason for Ellen to befriend the mad dog Reinhardt. Ellen looked between me and Harriet alternately, sipping her tea before she put down her cup. She looked at me limpidly. It felt like she was debating whether she should say it or not. What the hell was she trying to say? No way. At first, he gave me a letter. Don't say it. Why did she start from there? When I suddenly jumped up like that, Ellen closed her mouth and Harriet stared at me. No, well, I thought she forgot about it, because she never mentioned that incident again, but she actually didn't. Of course, it was only natural for one to remember something like that, but I thought she didn't give it any meaning, so why? Of course, it was usually something quite meaningful, but that wasn't the point right now. That's right. We take swordsmanship classes together, and because of that duel the other day, I asked her to help me with my training, so she did. Yeah, that's how it went. Yes, that's right. Ellen nodded her head quietly at my fierce stare, asking her to agree. I mean, it wasn't wrong after all. Perhaps because I was just too flustered, what came out of my mouth was this stuttered explanation. Harriet just nodded her head, seeming slightly surprised by my fussy explanation. After I was done, I felt a sudden embarrassment come over me for moving so abruptly like that. Anyway, let's talk tomorrow. Make sure to tell me how it went. Got it? I don't know why I should do that, but fine. After saying that, Harriet told us that she was tired and got up from her seat, returning to her dormitory room. It was almost past curfew. Hey, what were you going to say? Ellen tilted her head at my whining. That you wrote to me you fell in love at first sight with me. I'm sorry. Please spare me. Ellen held the attitude of someone not involved in this matter. What she said was obviously true, though. I wrote a love letter to a classmate and then got dumped. There were 200 points on the line at that time. If I had known that I would receive over 6,000 points later on, I wouldn't have done this. I was blinded by the allure of 200 points. Was it a lie? At the sound of Ellen's subdued voice, I looked straight at her. It was a lie. I was sure that she wouldn't spread any rumors about this, even if she ended up rejecting me. Ellen didn't say anything other than her refusal at the time. However, now she admitted that this was how we got to know each other and asked me if my confession was a lie. If I tell her the truth, would she be hurt? Wouldn't it be even weirder for me to lie about this kind of stuff? Aim. In the end, I had no other choice but to tell her that I lied to her in exchange for 200 points. Ellen took a sip from her tea again, then nodded. I thought so. Ellen was already aware that I was lying the moment I gave her that letter. I'm sorry. I had no excuses to tell or grounds to give a rational explanation. I could only apologize. It's fine. After she said that, Ellen just continued to quietly drink her tea. She didn't even ask me why I lied to her like that. Chapter 80 the next morning. I went down to the lobby to prepare for my morning workout as usual. Hey, Reinhardt. Ah, yes, hello. The usual members of the early morning exercise squad began to appear one after the other. They were all part of the high school section, but I didn't know most of them. The seniors that I got to know because of that duel greeted me warmly. What might this be? This uncomfortable yet pleasant feeling. Among the first years, there were 3 members of the early morning exercise squad. Me, Ludwig, and Ellen. The ones that only appear occasionally were Bertus, Cliffman, and Scarlett. Ellen went ahead first while I was waiting for Adriana. We didn't make any plans, but I was sure that she would show up. Herr Reinhardt, out early again today. Yeah. Ludwig, who was in sportswear, greeted me brightly, to which I nodded. Ha! In addition to him, two other people in sportswear were walking out of the first-year dormitory. If you feel tired, you have to rest. Don't overdo it. B-3, Scarlet. Yes, yes, I got it. And talk comfortably to me. We're in the same grade. And number B-1, Charlotte de Gardiers. That's. I can't help it. It became a habit. Fufu, you'll get used to it bit by bit. The two of them came out to do their morning workout together. If I'm disturbing you, you can just leave me behind. I don't want to force myself on you. Your training is more important after all, right? No, no. You still have to look after your health. I'll just watch. Yesterday, when Charlotte saw Scarlett getting bullied by Erich, she couldn't stand it anymore. I had no idea what happened in the dorms after that, but Charlotte seemed to have decided to work out with Scarlett in the morning. It seemed like Charlotte made it clear that she wanted to make Scarlett her own. The two of them made eye contact with me as I was standing around in the lobby. Hello, Reinhardt. Ha, hello. Charlotte smiled slightly at me as she greeted me. Since she came to know that my power would help her find Valia, she wasn't so harsh on me anymore. She was slightly different from Bertus in that sense. Scarlett just looked at me and slightly bowed her head towards me. We weren't really close, but it seemed like she held a certain sense of unity towards me. In the end, she didn't move according to my advice, but Scarlett's suffering would come to an end now that she is under Charlotte's protection. All her problems would be solved, albeit in a different way. The kidnapping of Delphine Isadra never happened, and Scarlett's bullying was taken care of by Charlotte. It felt like Ludwig's existence was becoming more and more redundant. The one who was supposed to be the main character was gradually become just the guy in the last place of Class B. Nothing more nor less. Was it really fine for the main character's influence to become less and less? However, wasn't it kind of prejudiced that the main character had to hog the attention of all the other characters around him? Was this really so bad? Wouldn't his future destination still be the same, even if he took a different way? Ludwig was a crazy hard worker, so he would thrive in any kind of environment. He'd end up overpowered no matter what happened. In the midst of my contemplation, whether the story was heading towards a really strange direction or whether it was still okay. I'm sorry, Junior. I kept you waiting. The always calm and kind church sister was walking down the stairs. Adriana praised me for my increase in stamina while we were working out together after a while. You worked hard, Junior. It isn't that big a change, but your stamina has certainly increased. That's good to hear. Okay, let's keep it up. In the week Adriana was gone, it was clear that my physical abilities had improved a little. I definitely felt less tired than before. So shall we pick up the pace a bit then? Of course, I was still far below Adriana's standard. Panthuff. It was good and all that my stamina increased, but Adriana increased the difficulty just as much as I improved, so I was exhausted again. So what would happen when I improved even more? That monster would work me until I was completely drained, no matter what. My future still seemed bleak. Still, you did great for being able to follow me up to this point. After running a lap, doing some muscle training and some aerobic exercises, Adriana and I sat down on a bench to rest. By the way, I heard that demons attacked the Knights Templar. Even though Adriana had just returned from the monastery located in the Saint-Ouen Grand Duchy, she, of course, heard about this piece of news. That's what they said. I could see slight anger in Adriana's calm eyes. These demons have not yet been exterminated. This sentence was loaded with her will to participate in the hunt immediately. Even Adriana, who was always gentle, hated the demons with all her being. I was kind of curious about what kind of expression she would make if she ever found out that I was actually a demon prince. Would she look at me superficially, or would she take my inner self into consideration? It would probably be hard for her to see me as someone on the good side, though. They say there were no fatalities. Yeah, I'm honestly glad about that. They were surely under God's protection. Sure, God's protection. It was me who took care that no one would end up dying. Of course, I managed to do that using the revise function, but it was still fortunate that none of the Knights Templar ended up dying. Well, I was kind of this world's god of creation, so me using the revise function to ensure no one died could be called God's protection, right? What? So she was wrong, but actually right. There might be a second demon world war happening soon. That was what Sarkigar hoped for, but it wasn't something I wanted to happen. Come to think of it, Adriana seemed to have longed to join the Knights Templar. Are you going to join the Knights Templar? Adriana was already able to use her divine power very well. She was even using them right now. With that level of talent, the Knights Templar would probably let her join with no questions asked. Adriana nodded to answer my question. Originally, I was planning on attending graduate school, but now I want to go join them as soon as I graduate from Royal Class. Adriana originally wanted to go to graduate school. However, because of this incident, she seemed to want to join the Knights Templar immediately after she finished her 6 years in Royal Class. Because demons ran rampant inside the imperial capital, Adriana decided to change her course of action. Well, what's the matter, Junior? Adriana looked at me, wondering if there was something wrong. From what I had seen before, the Knights Templar seemed to be a corrupt organization. The reason why they took the succubi from that black market was because they had similar intentions. If that were to be discovered, they'd just say they took them for research purposes or something. They would just give some reasonable excuses to appease the masses. It wasn't known to me from where that corruption originated from or how obvious it was. But the Knights Templar were already one of the most powerful armed forces, so it was pretty hard to simply believe that they were completely innocent. I can't deny that I was a little worried about Adriana joining a group like that. If Adriana were to join that place, would she get disillusioned and leave the group, or would she become an equally corrupt paladin? No, it's just. Adriana's eyes were so pure. I had no right to tell Adriana to not join the Knights Templar. In fact, this was still quite far off in the future at the moment. Anyway, it felt really strange, seeing the incident I caused making such big waves everywhere around me. For me, this was just a simple incident I caused to rescue some demons. However, it ended up becoming a reason for the unity of the Empire to become stronger. For some, it was the reason to take a leave of absence from temple. For others, it became the reason to quickly join the military. Witnessing with my own eyes how a single event triggered hundreds and thousands of connected events, it honestly felt unreal. I knew that everything in the world was somehow connected, but because this connection was now pushed right in front of my eyes, I was experiencing this new feeling. It wasn't in the least predictable what my actions would cause. Shall we take a rest? Ha, ha, number W, we can still do some more. I think you should rest for a bit, Charlotte. No, no, I'm fine. I could see Scarlet and Charlotte running in the distance. Anyone could see that her stamina was already exhausted, but it seemed like Charlotte was trying to continue with her teeth clenched. In a way, this scene wasn't that much different from my training. The silent pressure Charlotte put on Erich stopped his bullying behavior. That was probably also why Charlotte was talking with Scarlet like that. Everything in this world had a cause and effect. But it was giving me a serious headache, thinking about how a single cause would lead to hundreds of events, and those events would lead to hundreds of different effects. There just had been too many consequences for my actions, hundreds of thousands of them. If that were the case, causal reasoning would become completely meaningless, because these vast amounts of causal effects could only be called chaos. In the end, there was only one conclusion. The Princess Shaw is enthusiastic. I know, right? I couldn't smooth out all the consequences my actions brought. In Harriet's case, I wasn't exactly sure how her situation would conclude. There was also Liana de Grantz left. If she were to decide to take a leave of absence, I wouldn't know how to stop her from doing that. We didn't even exchange a single word yet. In Harriet's case, we had this bad relationship connecting us. Even a bad relationship was still a kind of relationship after all. So I could talk things over with her. The solution to that problem came from a rather strange place. After breakfast, I could see Bertus having a conversation with Liana de Grantz. Ha! As I was saying, I believe it would be better to avoid taking a leave of absence if possible. Liana tilted her head at Bertus' straight words. I'm not forcing you. It is your choice, but wouldn't it be better to stay together in the same class than changing our relationship into a vague one like senior and junior after already having paid tuition for this year? Ah! Bertus was speaking very kindly. He wasn't forcing her, he was just telling her that he would feel sad if the class fell apart. However, the intention behind that smile of his was very obvious. If you quit the class, prepare yourself for the consequences. That was what he actually meant. Liana slightly nodded her head with a firm expression, not clear if she understood his intentions or not. Okay, I'll let them know. After all, a prince was still a prince. In fact, a request from Bertus was no different from an order. Rather, it was even more compelling because he worded it as just a request. Look, I'm honoring you so much, I'm even asking you favors. That was how this was to be understood. What? Obviously, Bertus was the best choice if I wanted to dissuade them from taking a leave of absence. Actually, asking him to persuade the children to not take a leave of absence was my ace in the hole, even if I would be in Bertus' debt. However, even though I didn't ask him to do it, Bertus was dissuading them of his own accord. It was only natural. Wah, what should I do? Harriet came to me with her face completely pale. Tuesday was the day I had the lectures I personally signed up for, so I wouldn't really run into Harriet. She dragged me to the front door of the Royal Class dorm when I was on my way to my morning lectures. I could guess why she was doing this. What? Did Bertus tell you not to take a leave of absence? How did you know? I saw him telling that to de Grantz earlier. He told Liana de Grantz, so, of course, he would also tell Harriet the same thing. That was why she got very confused and immediately came to find me and ask me what to do in that situation. What do I do? I don't want to get on his bad side. Harriet was in tears, thinking that she would end up dying if she went against the prince's wishes. She didn't know how he was on the inside, only his facade, but if what he said was enough to make her come whine to me, he seemed to let a bit of his intentions slip. What do you mean? What should you do? This is a good thing. A good thing. No, wasn't that what we planned your excuse to be? Now it actually became true. It will be easier for you to convince your parents now, so how is this something difficult to deal with? Her primary excuse was that Bertus didn't want her to take a leave of absence, so she shouldn't, to save the prince's face. However, Bertus actually told her just that. So this would make it the truth and not an excuse. Rather, Bertus prepared the best stage one could hope for. I couldn't thank him enough, but here she was trembling like a newborn calf because she thought she really annoyed Bertus. But still, even if I convinced them that I shouldn't take a leave of absence, doesn't Bertus hate me now? Of course, the chances that she wouldn't get forced to take a leave of absence rose pretty steeply, but that didn't change the fact that she tried to take one, so she wasn't exactly erased from Bertus' blacklist. Rather, he might have some plans for the future. Idiot, can you hear me? I think it would be more rude to just write him off like that. Ha, wow, what? What? I found out one more characteristic that that girl had. If she was in a state of heightened stress or fear, she wouldn't even retort when I called her an idiot. She had already accepted idiot as a word that was used to address her. That acceptance even reached her subconscious. Maybe he just told you that with completely pure intentions. Maybe he just didn't want our class to get split like that, you know. I see. The fact that you think Bertus is being stubborn or annoyed by you already means that you treat him like some kind of jerk. Worrying like this, if the prince got annoyed or angry, was the same as thinking that the prince was a total jerk to begin with. That was the moment Harriet realized what she was doing, her face turning even paler than usual. No, it's not like that. I didn't think that at all. Then just relax, because that guy's much more broad-minded than you think. He was so broad-minded, in fact, that he didn't give a damn if nobles, commoners, or beggars spoke informally to him, because to him, they were all the same. Harriet's eyes widened as I spoke about Bertus, as if I knew him very well. She seemed to ask me with her eyes how I knew these things. That's right. You said he brewed you some tea as well. She might have thought something like, are you telling me that you two are close enough to drink tea together? Or Bertus is so generous to brew a lowly beggar like him some tea? I'd put my money on the latter, knowing this punk. Harriet's face, that had been very pale up until now, seemed to return to its usual color, her expression seeming more reassured. What a relief! Anyway, Thanks? No, no matter how relieved she felt, she even managed to thank me. Of course, it wasn't something easy for her to do, so her face seemed a little red again. That girl began to stumble as if she lost the strength in her legs and walked towards the tram stop. Where are you going? I have to ride the next one as well. Ah. It was quite the cringy situation, having to take the same bus as a friend one just said goodbye to. What exactly were you thankful for? Tell me in detail. As I spoke, her face turned cherry red again. Go away, I'll just walk. Harriet huffed and distanced herself from the station. Then she began to realize that she would have to go quite far, so she returned with an even redder face.